The fate of the nation, the survival of the people. Dragon Country, summer. For 30 years, a certain emotion has enveloped the nation. Suppression. A dead, silent suppression. The cities have come to a halt, the streets and alleys are empty. The roar of factories and the hustle of markets have become memories of a past era. Everyone, at home, in squares, anywhere there is a screen, only do one thing. Look up. They look at the eye in the sky, the eye that coldly watches over the world. The eye of the sky. 30 years ago, it descended with a supreme decree, announcing a global gamble. The battle of national fortune. Every country randomly selects one contestant and sends them into a foreign world called the gods and demons battlefield. Victory, the nation's fortune flourishes, spiritual energy awakens, technology falls from the sky, and blessings shower the land. Defeat, disasters arise, monsters knock on the gates, the land is lost, and lives are crushed. For 30 years, Dragon Country has lost too many. Wave after wave of demon tides, rounds of resource depletion, carving into the flesh of this ancient nation, grinding away all pride and hope. At this moment, everyone holds their breath, waiting for the new round of judgment. That vast, emotionless will resounds across the globe once again. The battle of national fortune, the new round begins. Contestant selection in progress. Locking. Dragon Country. It's here. Countless people clench their fists, their knuckles turning white from the force, the pain radiating from their palms. A great force grips everyone's heart, choking their throats. A golden beam of light shoots out from the eye of the sky, beginning its cold patrol over the 960,000 square kilometers of Dragon Country. The prosperous eastern cities, the ancient northern capitals, the beautiful southern water towns. Where the light beam passes, everything freezes. People are praying. To the long-lost gods and Buddha, to the void they no longer believe in, they send their humble pleas. Please don't let it be me. Please don't let it be my family. Please, bring a real strong person. A martial arts master, a pillar of the nation, anyone. The speed of the light beam slows down, and finally hovers over the vast western region. The screen zooms in. Mountains, fortifications, military fortresses built of steel. The golden light beam piercing the sky finally pins down in the western border of Dragon Country. The image zooms in again. What appears in the eyes of countless people in Dragon Country is not a heavily guarded secret base or a bustling training ground, but a cemetery. A military cemetery established at the foot of the steel Great Wall. The wind howls, raising a sky of yellow sand, hitting the tombstones, cold and lonely. On the screen, a solitary figure is sweeping the dust from the tombstones. He is a very young man, standing tall, wearing a faded old military uniform, but showing no sign of desolation. The young man's actions are precise and steady. Every time he swings the broom, it carries the unique rhythm of a soldier. In front of him are rows of identical martyr tombstones. The lens of the eye of the sky, with almost cruel intent, imprints the names on those tombstones one by one onto everyone's retina. Border School Lieutenant, Lin Xuan's tomb. North General, Lin Zhao's tomb. National Defense General, Lin Yuan's tomb. One after another, the names of the Lin family. One after another, shocking military ranks. This is a family's grave. A hero's tomb built with 3 generations of loyal bones. At this moment, the hearts of countless Dragon Country viewers are tightly gripped, unable to breathe from the pain. They watch the young man, cleaning one tombstone, then walking to the next. His movements are slow, gentle, his fingers brushing over the cold stone as if touching the warm face of a loved one. He wipes the tombstone of Lin Xuan, his father. Then he brushes away the dust from Lin Xiao's tombstone, his grandfather's. Finally, he stands before the oldest tombstone at the front, his great-grandfather, Lin Yuan. The Lin family, all loyal martyrs. And he is the only one left to guard this hero's tomb. He is also the last bloodline of the Lin family, the only heir. At this moment, the golden light pillar hovering above the cemetery moved. It was no longer a glowing screen that enveloped the world, but suddenly contracted, transforming into a golden beam that silently and straightly fell upon the young man. Buzz. The world fell into complete silence. In the Dragon Kingdom's highest strategic command center, the air was oppressive. On the huge electronic screen, the scene from the cemetery was clearly reflected. Everyone's gaze converged on the calm man seated in the commander's chair. Li Zhenan. The spine of the Dragon Kingdom. He stood, his body upright, his eyes fixed on the screen, bloodshot veins exploding from the depths of his eyes. Report, General. Identity locked. A young officer quickly pulled up the data, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Chosen 1, name, Lin Xuan. Age, 19. Identity, Western Military District Iron Wall Defense Force, Private. Family background, Lin family village, the only survivor of the current generation. When the words only survivor were spoken, the entire command center was so quiet, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew what Lin family village meant. It was not an ordinary village. It was a gathering place for the heroic bloodline that had served the country since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, guarding the border with their lives. For 100 years, the men of Lin family village were born here, raised here, fought here, and died here. They used their flesh and blood, again and again, to repel the invasions of the demon races from foreign lands, keeping them outside the Iron Wall. 30 years ago, the day of revelation arrived, and the war of national fortune began. The elite soldiers of Lin family village became the first and second groups to enter the battlefield of gods and demons. Then, they advanced one after another, with no one surviving. The tendons on Li Jiannan's hand bulged, his fingers almost crushing the alloy edge of the command platform, making a groaning sound under the unbearable strain. His gaze was locked tightly on the young man on the screen, the one enveloped in golden light, Lin Xuan. In the image, Lin Xuan looked up. There was no panic, no fear, not even surprise. In his clear eyes, there was only a calmness that didn't match his age. Fate? Lin Xuan didn't know. He only knew that from the moment he crossed into this war-torn world 9 years ago, the moment he first followed his father onto the Iron Wall at the age of 10. From the moment he gripped a long spear with his childish hands and fought the demon races, there was no turning back. He never thought that he would be chosen, but he had long been prepared to be chosen. To ensure the survival of the race, there was only one choice: fight to the end. As the golden light surrounded him, a completely different voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is in a life-or-death critical moment, Guardian System officially activated. System binding. Lin Xuan turned around and took one last look at the densely packed tombstones behind him. Chapter 2, 10 Years of Waiting, 1 Moment of Despair. In the moment when his consciousness was torn apart, Lin Xuan was slammed to the ground by a scorching wave of air. His body sank into a trench, warm blood mixed with scorched earth splashing across his face. It was blood. The smell of blood mixed with gunpowder, scorched earth, and decay choked his lungs, causing spasms. In his ears were shrill whistles, explosions, mixed roars, and inhuman screams. Lin Xuan opened his eyes. He lay in a trench. The sky was dark red, soaked in blood. A wall that seemed endless stretched across the sky, silently bearing the attacks. On the wall, artillery fire and rune beams intertwined to form a net. Beneath the wall, there was hell. A black tide made up of countless strange and monstrous creatures surged toward the position. These creatures retained the outlines of beasts, yet stood upright, their faces twisted, fangs bared, and in their scarlet eyes, there was destruction and bloodlust. Demon races. They charged forward, their rusty bayonets dripping blood, their mouths spewing acid and shadow arrows. Newbie! What are you staring at? Want to die? A loud shout rang out. Before Lin Xuan could react, a big hand grabbed the back of his collar and slammed him harshly to the ground. Boom! A green fireball flew past his scalp, smashing into the rear wall. Explosive, corrosive flames burst out, the rocks sizzling as they burned. The Grim Reaper brushed past. Lin Xuan's heart raced wildly, and he turned to look at the person who saved him. An old soldier with one arm, his face full of scars and the marks of time, war-torn ancient armor, exuding an iron-blooded aura. The old soldier's remaining left eye was filled with urgency and rage. At this moment, a stream of information forcefully poured into Lin Xuan's mind. Basic rules of the Divine Demon battlefield loading. Current battle zone, Dragon Country 001. Initial battle zone, Yanhuang Wall. Core mission, protect the heart of Yanhuang from destruction. Mission description: the Yanhuang Wall is the manifestation of Dragon Country's national fortune in the Divine Demon battlefield. As long as the wall stands, the national fortune will remain. If the heart of Yanhuang is shattered, the wall will collapse, signaling the fall of the Dragon Country's battle zone, and the homeland will suffer a devastating blow, causing the national fortune to be reduced to zero. Hint: as the chosen one, your survival is linked to the fortune of the battle zone, and everything you do will be reflected back to the battle zone with 10 times the effect. Lin Xuan's pupils contracted. This is the battlefield of Dragon Country's national fortune. This wall is the lifeblood of Dragon Country. At the same time, the live broadcast of the event was showing this cruel scene. On the split screen, the images of players from more than 200 countries were displayed side by side. The American player, inside a high-tech floating fortress, surrounded by intelligent mechs, leisurely drank coffee while listening to a report from the AI. The Sakura country player, inside an ancient shrine, wearing hunting clothes, accepted the worship of 100 demons. The Gull Chicken country player, inside a magnificent holy light cathedral, was protected by angelic phantoms. Only the Dragon Country screen was out of place. Black smoke, flames, corpses, and a boy who had just crawled out of the bloody mud. He was like a stone thrown into a meat grinder, small and helpless. The international live broadcast channel was filled with mocking and ridiculing comments. Oh my god, look at that poor Dragon Country monkey, he probably peed his pants, right? Is this the fallen ancient Eastern country? The battlefield is just a primitive trench? Laughable, others are in Lord mode, Dragon Country is in hell survival? I'll bet a pack of kimchi, he won't last 10 minutes. 10 minutes? You overestimate him. 3 minutes. These words pierced the hearts of every Dragon Country viewer like steel needles. They clenched their fists, grinding their teeth, but they couldn't refute. Everything in the screen was so hopeless. On the battlefield, the one-armed old soldier pulled Lin Xuan up and handed him a standard long spear. The spear was cold but heavy. Kid, tell me your name. Which unit are you from? The old soldier's voice was hoarse, but full of strength. Western Battle Zone, Steel Great Wall Guard Army, Private, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan stood up straight and responded loudly. Steel Great Wall? The old soldier's murky eye lit up. He looked at Lin Xuan with excitement, as if seeing reinforcements, with wild joy in his eyes. Chosen One. The old soldier's voice trembled. 10 years. It's been 10 full years. Finally, we have another new Chosen One. His rough hand tightly grabbed Lin Xuan's shoulder, the force so strong that Lin Xuan's bones creaked. Tears shimmered in his cloudy eye. Good. Good. As long as you're here, we have hope. He was so excited, he stuttered, trying to calm down, staring at Lin Xuan with full expectation. Kid, quickly tell me, what realm are you at now? Concentration? Transformation? It's been 30 years, our Dragon Country's martial arts should have recovered to the point where we can produce geniuses, right? This question was the old soldier's hope. It was also the only hope of the entire Dragon Country at this moment. At the highest command center, Lin Xuan stared at the screen, his hand gripping the command desk so tightly that veins popped out, the metal surface groaning under the pressure. The initial realm of the Chosen One determines the early direction of the battle zone. A powerful Chosen One can stabilize the situation, even push the front lines back. A weak one. Lin Xuan didn't dare to think further. The eyes of the entire world were focused on Lin Xuan's lips. Countless mocking comments were ready, waiting for him to announce a ridiculous number. Under the gaze of thousands, Lin Xuan met the old soldier's burning stare. Report, old squad leader, Private Lin Xuan, body tempering realm eightfold. The voice was clear. But these few words were like a bucket of ice water, poured from head to toe over the one-armed old soldier. It was also poured over the hearts of all the people in the nation. Time froze. The wild joy on the old soldier's face froze, shattered, and turned to ashes. The fire burning in his one eye flickered once, then extinguished. Only deathly silence remained. You said what? His voice was hoarse, squeezed out from his throat, filled with disbelief. Body tempering. Eightfold? Lin Xuan nodded, confirming again. Yes, body tempering realm eightfold. Boom. The old soldier's hand, gripping Lin Xuan's shoulder, slipped down weakly. He staggered 2 steps backward, his back slamming hard into the cold trench wall, making a muffled sound. The weathered face lost all color. He looked at Lin Xuan, but it was not a look of hope. It was a look of deeper despair than 10 years of waiting. Body tempering 8. The old soldier muttered, each word carrying a bloody taste. Ha! He. Suddenly, he chuckled, the laugh hoarse, desolate, even worse than crying. 10 years? We've died like livestock in this hellish place for 10 years, waited for 10 years. Just to get a body tempering realm? His lone eye suddenly lifted, staring hard at Lin Xuan, filled with hollow sorrow. Child, tell me. What exactly has happened to the Dragon Kingdom outside? Are there no soldiers left to fight? Or has it already fallen? The last sentence, he shouted, his voice filled with a blood-crying wail. Chapter 3, The Soldiers of Dragon Kingdom, No Cowards. The old soldier's blood-crying question was like an invisible heavy hammer, not only smashing into Lin Xuan's heart but also smashing through the screen, violently striking the souls of all the people of Dragon Kingdom. Yes, has the kingdom fallen? If it hasn't fallen, why would a family spill the last drop of blood? If it hasn't fallen, why would a child of body-tempering realm be chosen to bear the rise and fall of the entire nation? Lin Xuan remained silent. He could not answer. He came from a peaceful era, but on this land, he had fought for 9 years, truly and deeply. Lin Xuan knew better than anyone that Dragon Kingdom wasn't without soldiers who could fight. But 30 years of national decline, the depletion of spiritual energy, had already made the path of martial arts treacherous and difficult. Resources, techniques, geniuses, all had been worn away by time. Now, Dragon Kingdom was like a giant that had been drained of its blood, only its unyielding skeleton remaining, crying out in the wind. This silence, in the old soldier's eyes, became an acknowledgement. The last light in his lone eye completely faded. He let go of Lin Xuan, his whole body's spirit seeming to be drained away, and he leaned against the trench wall, like a weathered stone statue. Despair. A despair more terrifying than death, like a plague, spreading through the trenches, choking the throats of all the people of Dragon Kingdom through the live broadcast. It's over. This time, it's really over. In the international live broadcast chat, malicious comments flooded like a waterfall, each one like salt being rubbed into Dragon Kingdom's wound. Look, even the old soldier has given up, even the Dragon Kingdom people have resigned themselves. A body tempering eightfold, what can he do? Pray to die quickly? The end of an era is always so tragic, and yet so laughable. However, amidst this dead silence, a low, deep laugh suddenly sounded. It was the one-armed old soldier. He slowly raised his head, and on his scarred face, a horribly ugly smile twisted. He laughed, and his shoulders began to shake, his laughter growing louder and more hoarse, finally turning into an almost insane roar. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A fallen kingdom? Impossible. As long as we haven't fallen, Dragon Kingdom will never fall. The old soldier suddenly stood up straight, his remaining arm pointing fiercely at the endless tide of monsters ahead, his voice like thunder, shaking this bloody battlefield. 30 years ago, we were pinned to the ground and beaten. We didn't fall. 20 years ago, the demon race knocked on our gates, and mountains of corpses piled up. We didn't fall. 10 years ago, the chosen ones were cut off. We, these old bones, are trapped here, calling for heaven but hearing nothing, calling for the earth but receiving no answer. Damn it, we're not dead yet. In his single eye, the extinguished flame reignited. It was not a flame of hope, but a crazed, unyielding fire, a destructive blaze that would rather shatter like jade than remain unbroken like tiles. He grabbed Lin Xuan's collar, his face nearly touching Lin's, roaring with all his might. Kid. Listen up. I am Zhao Tieshan. The first batch of guards from the Iron Wall of Steel. I don't care what level you are. I don't care what kind of mess the Dragon Kingdom has turned into. You remember this. As long as you still wear this uniform, you are a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. A soldier of the Dragon Kingdom has no cowards. If we lose, we'll fight back again. If our generation can't win, then your generation will take over. If your generation can't win, then let our next generation carry on the fight. As long as the Yanhuang Wall hasn't collapsed, as long as there's one soldier of the Dragon Kingdom still breathing, then it's not over. He roared, his voice drowning out the distant sound of artillery fire. Our blood can be drained dry. Our lives can be sacrificed. But the future we bought with our lives must exist. Every word was full of grief, every sentence thunderous. Zhao Tieshan released Lin Xuan, grabbed the big knife beside his fallen comrade, and raised his lone arm, the blade pointing straight to the sky, letting out a deafening roar. The demons will be wiped out, we will return home. Kill. A single kill roared, changing the color of the mountains and rivers. This reckless, fearless madness instantly ignited the entire front line. Kill. Kill every last one of these bastards. Countless numb, despairing soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were awakened by this roar, their blood boiling as they released the same roar, pounding the barrier with their weapons, causing thunderous booms. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, thousands of viewers watched the crazed one-armed old soldier on screen, watching the faces of those whose battle spirit had reignited. Their blood began to heat up, to boil. The humiliation and unwillingness suppressed for 30 years found an outlet at that moment. Well said. If we lose, we fight back again. When have we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, ever been afraid of death? Lin Xuan. Kid. Don't be afraid. We're watching you. The whole country is watching you. Just as the military and the people were once again united, something unexpected happened on the battlefield. Moo. A bellow, as if from the depths of hell, drowned out all the sounds of battle. In the sea of demons, a bull-headed demon over 3 meters tall, covered in black armor, holding a giant blood-stained battle axe, pushed aside the smaller demons and stepped forward. It snorted, releasing 2 columns of sulfurous smoke from its nostrils, its blood-red eyes, the size of bronze bells, completely ignoring the cannon fire from the barrier and locking its gaze on Lin Xuan in the trench. A cold, violent, oppressive aura, like that of a superior, immediately enveloped Lin Xuan. Fresh, the scent of the chosen one. The bull-headed demon spoke in a deep, cruel voice, tinged with a hint of greedy excitement. Minions. It raised its battle axe and pointed at Lin Xuan, its voice carrying across the entire battlefield. The eye of the heavens commands. Kill this generation's chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, and reward the bloodline of the demon general. Boom. At these words, the entire tide of demons erupted. The bloodline of the demon general. That was the supreme reward, enough to make all the low-level demons go mad. In an instant, countless crimson eyes turned in unison, like a school of sharks scenting blood, all locking onto the slender figure of the boy standing in the trench. Lin Xuan was no longer just a small, unnoticed stone on the battlefield. He became the most noticeable, the most tempting prey. Not good. Zhao Tieshan's face changed dramatically. Protect the chosen one. He roared, ready to charge forward with his men. But it was too late. Before the bull-headed demon's words had finished, 5 lightning-fast black figures shot out from the tide of demons. They were 5 hyena demons, crossing a distance of dozens of meters. He leaped high, with sharp claws and a chilling, bloody wind, turning into 5 black cannonballs, charging straight at Lin Xuan. This strike was fast, accurate, deadly. Chapter 4, Burning Life, One Shot Shocks the World. Death. The breath of death solidified, pressing down on Lin Xuan's soul. The leading hyena demon's claws enlarged in his pupils, and the sharp screech that tore through the air filled his ears. Too fast. So fast that Zhao Tieshan couldn't even come to his aid. So fast that in the highest command center, Lin Xuan could only let out a scream. So fast that the hearts of Dragon Kingdom's audience stopped at this moment. It was over. The chosen one of Dragon Kingdom, in less than 10 minutes, was about to be surrounded and killed. In the international livestream, the mocking comments were already prepared, ready to tear Dragon Kingdom's last dignity apart in the next second. However, just as the claws were about to touch Lin Xuan's crown, a fire of burning will appeared in Lin Xuan's eyes. Detection: host's guardian will exceeds critical value, automatically triggering initial authority, burn life. Burn life, also known as burning blood as fuel, is a forbidden secret method that exhausts the origin of life, using lifespan as a price, to exchange for an overwhelming combat strength beyond one's limits. If there's no future, I will fight to the death. Burn for me. With Lin Xuan's roar, the cold system prompt echoed again. Forbidden has been triggered. Starting to burn host's lifespan. Burning life, 365 days. Acquiring supreme amplification. In an instant, a sharp pain ignited from the origin of his life. It was not a physical pain, but the hollow feeling of life being forcibly drained for an entire year. Lin Xuan felt as if he had been emptied. This extreme emptiness instantly transformed into a violent power, filling his limbs and bones. His body was wailing, his cells trembling. But his world had never been clearer. This all happened in an instant. On the outside, the leading hyena demon's claws were less than 3 inches from his head. The bloody wind disheveled his hair. No! Zhao Tieshan let out a desperate howl. In the highest command center, Lin Xuan leaned forward, pounding his fists on the control panel, his face twisted on the screen. In the global livestream, countless Dragon Kingdom viewers closed their eyes. However, the expected sound of a head exploding didn't come. A gunshot rang out. Clang. Lin Xuan moved. No block, no dodge. He simply raised his hand and shot. One shot. Pure speed and power. The standard long spear in his hand tore through the air with the tip of the spear, creating a white shockwave, arriving ahead of the leading hyena demon's claws. Poochie. A soft sound. The claw that could tear through steel was pierced under the tip of the spear. The long spear's momentum didn't decrease, penetrating through the hyena demon's lower jaw, and exiting through the back of its head. Time froze. The leading hyena demon remained in the posture of a killing strike, its blood-red eyes now devoid of ferocity, leaving only astonishment. Boom! The force infused into the spear erupted. The hyena demon's head, along with its upper body, instantly exploded into a bloody mist. This sudden scene made the other 4 hyena demons, who had already pounced, freeze in place. They forcibly turned their bodies, landing around Lin Xuan, their eyes filled with fear and wariness. On the Yanhuang barrier battlefield, the sounds of fighting and explosions seemed to be paused. Dead silence. Even the fall of a needle could be heard. Zhao Tieshan stumbled as he rushed forward, nearly falling. His single eye widened, staring at Lin Xuan and the humming long spear, his mouth opening and closing but no sound coming out. Did he make a mistake? Those 5 hyena demons, he recognized them. The elite scouts of the demon race, Calamity Hyenas, each with strength above the chi condensation realm. But now, this kid, at the 8th stage of body tempering, killed one with one shot? After a brief moment of shock, one of the slightly larger hyena demons regained its senses. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Xuan, letting out a low and greedy growl. Don't be afraid. He used a forbidden technique, he can't hold on for long. Kill him, the bloodline of the demon general is ours. Under the promise of great rewards, fear was overpowered by greed. Kill. The remaining 4 hyena demons howled, charging toward Lin Xuan from 4 directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Boy! Zhao Tieshan roared, about to charge forward. But Lin Xuan was faster than him. Facing the encirclement, Lin Xuan showed no fear on his face, the strength earned by burning his life surged relentlessly within him. He let out a long howl, and the spear in his hand turned into a black lightning bolt. The spear shot out like a dragon. Puff. 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 For sounds of blood holes piercing through almost connected in a line. Lin Xuan's figure, like a ghost, flashed between the 4 hyena demons. When he stood still again, the 4 hyena demons still held their attacking posture, but their heads and vital organs were all pierced by one spear. Boom! 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 4 bodies fell to the ground with a loud thud. 5 in, 5 out, 5 corpses. The entire process took just a few breaths. After finishing all of this, the faint blood-red glow around Lin Xuan instantly extinguished, and an extreme sense of weakness surged in like a tidal wave. He staggered suddenly, propping his spear on the ground just to barely stay upright, his face as pale as paper, breathing heavily. Dragon Country, the highest strategic command center. Lin Xuan remained bent forward, his whole body motionless. The officers and generals behind him were all petrified. What just happened? A young staff officer stammered. Replay it. Quickly, replay it. Lin Xuan snapped back to his senses, his voice trembling with excitement. A 0.5x speed replay appeared. They clearly saw Lin Xuan, with a speed beyond human understanding, one-shot 5 chi condensing stage demons. Secret technique, a kind of instant explosive secret technique. A white-haired martial arts advisor breathed heavily. Such a secret technique must come with a huge price. Overdrawing life, burning essence blood, even burning lifespan. This child, he's gambling with his life. Within the command center, the overwhelming joy that had just risen was replaced by a heavier sorrow. Lin Xuan's eyes instantly reddened. He stared at the staggering young man on the screen, his heart gripped tightly. Burning lifespan, exchanging for divine power. Child. Lin Xuan's burly body swayed, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together. At this moment, in the global livestream, all the bullet screens mocking Dragon Country disappeared without a trace. In their place were overwhelming exclamations and question marks. WTF? What just happened? Cheating. This must be cheating. How could a body-refining stage person possibly one-shot 5 chi condensing stage demons? Dragon Country, what kind of dark magic did they use? And in the Dragon Country livestream, after an extreme silence, erupted a tsunami-like cry and cheer. Aha! We won! We won! Lin Xuan is amazing! Whoa, my child! My hero! I knew it! I knew our Dragon Country people were not cowards. The despairing darkness was pierced through by that single shot. The humiliation that had been suppressed for 30 years was fully released at this moment. Chapter 5, Old Soldiers Going to Die, Blood Staining the Robe. Brothers. 10 years. We've waited 10 years, just for today. Zhao Tieshan suddenly turned around, looking at the veteran soldiers around him who were equally shocked, but then ignited with battle intent, and let out his last roar. Our old bones, if we die here, it's worth it. But he. Zhao Tieshan pointed his one arm at Lin Xuan behind him, his voice thundering, he cannot die. He is hope. He must live and get out. Listen to my orders. Everyone. Follow me, charge. We will use our lives to carve a path of life for the chosen one. For Dragon Country. Zhao Tieshan roared, without hesitation, the first to leap out of the trench and charge straight into the black tide of demons. For Dragon Country. Kill. One by one, the tattered, bloodied old soldiers no longer had any trace of despair or numbness in their eyes. What replaced it was a madness, fearless of death, just like Zhao Tieshan. They shouted, roared, leapt out of the trench, and followed that one-armed figure, like a tragic arrow shot into the black ocean, resolutely. They used their flesh and blood to forcibly tear open a gap between Lin Xuan and the demon army. This scene, through the eye of the sky. The sound clearly spread across the world. At the Dragon Nation's command center, Lin Xuan suddenly stood up, his fists clenched, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. Madmen, all of them are madmen. He roared, his voice filled with an uncontrollable sob. In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the 1.4 billion viewers who had just been lost in joyous ecstasy now had their smiles frozen on their faces. Tears, once again, broke the dam. But this time, it was not because of humiliation and despair. It was because of that undying, burning, loyal soul that crossed time and space. No. Come back. Come back quickly. They are using their lives to pave the way for Lin Xuan. For the Dragon Nation. Zhao Tieshan let out his final roar. Like a bull charging into a mountain, with his remaining arm, he swung the heavy great sword, rushing first into the black demonic wave. Kill. Behind him, dozens of tattered and scarred old soldiers no longer had a trace of numbness in their eyes. Instead, there was a near-mad, suicidal determination, just like Zhao Tieshan. They roared, leaping out of the trenches, following the one-armed figure, like a tragic arrow shooting into the black ocean, without turning back. They used their flesh and blood to forcefully tear a gap between Lin Xuan and the demonic army. This scene, through the sky eye, clearly spread across the world. In the international live broadcast room, mocking comments once again flooded the screen. Oh? A group of ants who haven't even reached the chi condensation stage dare to charge forward? Truly a foolish and laughable collective suicide. Is this the last struggle of the Dragon Nation? Like moths flying into the fire, pitiful and meaningless. Are they trying to touch themselves? What's the use? In the face of absolute power, willpower is worthless. I bet they won't last 10 seconds. But the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence. The 1.4 billion viewers, who had just cheered in excitement when Lin Xuan killed with a single shot, had their smiles frozen on their faces. Tears, once again, broke the dam. This time, it was not because of humiliation and despair. It was because of that undying, burning loyal soul that crossed time and space. No. Come back. Come back quickly. They are using their lives to pave the way for Lin Xuan. Countless people covered their mouths, sobbing uncontrollably. At the highest command center, Li Xuan suddenly stood up, his fists clenched, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. On the battlefield. The bull-headed demon looked at the group of ants charging toward it, its bloodshot eyes filled with disdain and impatience. It was too lazy to even lift a finger. But Zhao Tieshan's target from the very beginning was it. Monster! Die! Zhao Tieshan roared, exerting all his strength, pouring every ounce of power into his one arm, his great sword slashing a brutal arc, aiming at the bull-headed demon's head. You overestimate yourself. The bull-headed demon snorted coldly, casually raising its giant axe, as large as a door. Clang! The deafening clash of metal. The refined steel blade in Zhao Tieshan's hand shattered into pieces like fragile glass the moment it collided with the giant axe. The terrifying backlash hit, and Zhao Tieshan's one-armed bones instantly shattered. The impact struck him like a heavy hammer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward, crashing to the ground not far from Lin Xuan. Puff! He struggled to rise, only for more blood to surge from his mouth. Old Captain. Lin Xuan's eyes were about to burst. He wanted to rush forward, but the backlash from burning a year's lifespan felt like countless steel needles piercing his bones, making it impossible for him to move a single finger. Kill! Avenge old Zhao! The other soldiers saw the scene, their eyes instantly turning blood red. They were not scared off, on the contrary, they became even crazier, charging at the bull-headed demon. A group of insects. The bull-headed demon impatiently swung its giant axe, and every swing brought a bloody storm. An old soldier was cut in half at the waist, but he held onto the bull-headed demon's calf with his upper body, biting and tearing at its flesh with his teeth. An old soldier was smashed into a meat pulp by the back of the axe, but before he died, he detonated the last rune grenade in his arms. An old soldier was trampled to death, and in his crushed hand, he still tightly held a blood-stained Dragon Kingdom battle flag. In just a few breaths, the dozens of warriors who had charged were slaughtered completely. Blood dyed the earth red. Severed limbs and broken arms scattered all over the ground. This was a complete massacre. The power of a chi transformation realm expert was fully displayed at this moment. Lin Xuan stood still, his blood seemed to have frozen. He looked at the bodies of his fallen comrades on the ground, and at Zhao Tieshan, who lay in a pool of blood not far away, his chest weakly rising and falling, an indescribable rage began to surge within his chest like molten lava. One face-off. Just one face-off. Those dozens of veteran soldiers, who had just burned with fierce battle intent, were torn to pieces by the demonic beast of the chi transformation realm. The entire battlefield fell silent once again. Only the terrifying sound of monsters chewing on bones and the bull-headed demon's contemptuous breathing remained. Did you see that? Little one. The bull-headed demon dragged its giant axe, taking slow steps toward Lin Xuan, the ground trembling with each step. This is the fate of the weak. This is the fate of your weak human race. It looked down on Lin Xuan, and with one more kick, sent Zhao Tieshan's body flying, its eyes full of mockery. Now, it's your turn. Zhao Tieshan rolled over, using the last of his strength to turn his head. His cloudy single eye fixed on Lin Xuan. Blood foam constantly spilled from his mouth, his voice weak like a mosquito's buzz, yet it was clearly transmitted to every Dragon Kingdom citizen's ears through the Sky Eyes receiver. Chapter 6, Burn for 3 years, Blood for Blood. Warning. The host is in the life-burning backlash period, blood chi is declining, and meridians are exhausted. Forcibly burning life again will cause 3 times the lifespan consumption, and permanently damage the origin of life. The cold warning exploded in Lin Xuan's mind. But he couldn't hear it. In his world, only the image of Zhao Tieshan lying down, and that unblinking, single eye staring towards his homeland remained. Rationality? It was already burned to ashes in the desperate charge for the Dragon Kingdom. The future? If he cannot avenge his comrades, if he cannot make these demons pay with their blood for their debts, what use is the future to him? I told you. Lin Xuan's voice was deep like thunder under a tombstone, every word soaked in blood. Give me Fire! He shouted into the void, issuing the most reckless, consequence-free command of his life. The command exceeds the safety threshold, second confirmation. Burn! Command confirmed. Forcibly activating second life burn. Burning life, 3 years. Boom! If burning 1 year of life is like the emptiness of life being pulled away, then right now, it was as if his entire soul was being violently torn apart and thrown into the magma of the earth, repeatedly roasted. The searing pain no longer came from his skin or flesh, but from every smallest particle that made up his existence, erupting explosively. Lin Xuan's body convulsed violently, veins bulging under his skin, twisting and wriggling, like countless red snakes trying to break through his flesh. He could no longer hold it back, letting out an inhuman scream of pain as he fell heavily to one knee. Veins on his forehead swelled, almost ready to burst. Cold sweat the size of beans poured out, only to be evaporated into white vapor by the extreme heat of his body. Even more terrifying changes occurred under the watchful eyes of everyone. His hair. That dark, resolute short hair seemed to be gripped by the god of time, with vitality being violently squeezed out. The black color was rapidly fading. A strand. A patch. Black turned gray, gray turned to snow. In just one breath. A head of black hair turned into 3,000 pieces of frost and snow. His skin lost all its luster, becoming pale and shriveled, with fine wrinkles around his eyes and forehead appearing far too soon for his age. That face, once youthful and handsome, now appeared aged beyond recognition in just a few seconds. The transformation was so extreme, it seemed like he was being drained of his very essence, every second adding years to his face. But in his eyes, a fierce and unyielding fire burned brighter than ever. He clenched his fists, the bones in his hands cracking from the pressure, but his resolve never wavered. This is not over, this is just the beginning. His voice was no longer the youthful one from before, it was deep, heavy, carrying the weight of countless battles and sacrifices. Lin Xuan's body trembled from the strain, but his mind remained clear, focused only on the demons before him and the blood debt that must be paid. He took a deep breath, the air burning in his chest, as if he was inhaling the very flames of hell itself. But the pain only made him stronger. His body may be breaking down, but his will, his spirit, was unbreakable. The battlefield, now eerily silent, seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the storm that was about to erupt. And in the distance, the monstrous creatures, once so certain of their victory, began to feel the first stirrings of fear. Lin Xuan's fury was not just for his fallen comrades, but for the very essence of life and death itself. He would make them pay for every drop of blood spilled. I will burn the heavens if I must. His voice echoed, filled with defiance, filled with a promise of vengeance that would shake the very foundations of the world. The ground beneath his feet cracked as the power he unleashed began to ripple through the air, like a force of nature too wild to be contained. The demons hesitated, for the first time feeling something unfamiliar: fear. But Lin Xuan was beyond reason now, beyond pain, beyond the limits of human endurance. He was a man reborn in the fires of wrath, and there was nothing left but the inevitable clash between him and those who dared to defy his fury. It added more than 10 years of hardship. It revealed a sense of imminent decay, as if nearing death. This scene, through the eye of the sky, ruthlessly pierced the eyes of global viewers. Dragon Country, the highest strategic command center. No. No. Li Xuan stared at the snow-white-haired young man on the screen, his muscular body shaking violently. He instinctively reached out his hand, as if trying to grab something through the cold screen. He is burning his own future. He is burning the last future of our Dragon Country. He let out a beast-like wail, and his fist slammed down on the command desk. Crack! The sturdy alloy surface cracked like a spider web. A metal shard cut through the back of his hand, blood dripping, but he felt nothing. Quick! Contact the Academy of Sciences. The Martial Arts Research Institute. What is the secret method? Is there a way to stop it? Is there? He was like a madman, roaring at the expert group behind him. What answered him was only silence and faces filled with the same fear and despair. Dragon Country livestream. All the cheers, cries, and shouts stopped abruptly in this moment. Across the entire country, countless people stared blankly at the snow-white-haired figure. They watched as the one who should have been their youngest hero instantly aged. A feeling heavier than despair, called heartbreak, enveloped the entire nation. My child. An elderly mother, looking at the snow-haired youth on the screen, covered her mouth, and murky tears silently slid down her cheeks. He is only 19, he is still a child. Countless people wept uncontrollably. They finally understood the cost of Lin Xuan's earth-shattering shot. And finally understood, this price, their Dragon Country, could never bear. On the battlefield. The bull-headed demon stared at Lin Xuan's transformation, stunned for a moment, then let out a more cruel laugh. Ha ha ha. This trick again? Burning your life? How much did you burn this time? Can your small body still hold up? Look at the way you're about to die. You foolish humans, for a meaningless revenge, you throw away your life. Before its voice even faded, Lin Xuan slowly raised his head. What kind of eyes were they? No longer clear, no longer calm. The whites of his eyes were completely covered with jagged bloodlines, and deep in his pupils, two golden, crazy, otherworldly flames burned. His aura at this moment broke free from all shackles, wildly rising. Body refining, concentrating, converting strength. First level of conversion, third level, fifth level. In the end, it stabilized at the peak of the conversion realm. Exactly the same as that bull-headed demon. Life burning successful. Host's current realm, peak of conversion realm, temporary, Detected host's intense revenge will, resonating with the souls of the fallen warriors, activating the only innate ability Blood Debt. Blood Debt, human race's war song, the souls of heroes never die. Whenever a friendly unit within visible range dies, the host's next attack will carry a Blood Debt mark. Each mark adds 1% real damage, ignoring defense, ignoring realms. The marks can stack. Lin Xuan's gaze swept across the scattered limbs and broken arms. Zhao Tieshan. And those 50 or so old soldiers whose names were unknown. 57 men. 57 souls that died for him. He seemed to hear their last roar in his ears. Blood Debt marks stacking. Current stack level, 57. Lin Xuan moved. His figure vanished from the spot. The bull-headed demon's pupils shrank sharply, its mocking smile frozen on its face, as it completely lost track of Lin Xuan. Poof! A soft, cloth-ripping sound echoed. Next to the bull-headed demon, a jackal demon, preparing to charge, suddenly froze. Its head and body silently separated, shooting into the sky. The severed end was smooth like a mirror. Lin Xuan's figure appeared behind it, the long spear still dark, but the tip showed no trace of blood. He did not stop. He transformed into a white-haired specter, a whirlwind of death that harvested lives. He took the initiative and charged straight into the black tide of demons. Puff! 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 Every time the spear was thrust out, it left a trail of death behind it. No fancy moves, only the fastest speed and the most precise killing strikes. One spear, one life. A hyena demon pounced, and without even a glance, Lin Xuan swung his spear in return. The steel tip slammed down, directly crushing its skull, sending red and white matter splattering everywhere. Another bear demon swung its sharp claws toward him, but Lin Xuan didn't retreat, he advanced. His figure flickered, and the spear shot out like a venomous dragon emerging from its hole, instantly piercing its heart. The spear trembled, and the violent force shattered it into a blood mist. He was like the most efficient butcher, moving through the demon horde, and wherever he passed, corpses piled up. Those demons, which appeared terrifying and vicious in the eyes of ordinary soldiers, now fell like ripe wheat in the field, collapsing in large clusters. 5, 10, 30, 50. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, fast to the extreme. In the international livestream, all the ridicule and mockery had long disappeared without a trace. What replaced them was deathly silence, and rows of bullet comments filled with horror and confusion. This is the body refining stage? He's gone mad. He's crazy. People from the Dragon Kingdom are all insane. Peak of the strengthening stage. How could he suddenly have this kind of power? What kind of forbidden technique is this? A devil, he's not a man, he's a white-haired demon. Chapter 7, 3,000 White Hairs, Faith Erupts. The bull-headed demon watched as its subordinates fell one by one, and the mockery in its eyes had long been replaced by terror and fury. Stop him. Everyone, go. Tear him apart. It roared, commanding the demons to surround Lin Xuan. But it was useless. Lin Xuan's figure weaved through the demon horde, the spear shadows like a forest. Not a single demon could block him, not even for a moment. When the 57th demon's throat was pierced by the spear, nailed to the ground, struggling before turning into a corpse, Lin Xuan stopped his steps. He stood amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, his white hair moving without wind, and his body was spotless. Behind him, a bloody path of death was laid out, made up of 57 demon corpses. He slowly turned, and his eyes, burning with golden flames, pierced across hundreds of meters, locking onto the bull-headed demon like a vice. The bull-headed demon shivered under that gaze, instinctively taking a half-step back. From that white-haired figure, it sensed a deathly aura that made its soul tremble. It's your turn. Lin Xuan's voice rang out, hoarse, cold, devoid of any emotion. He moved. No charge, just step by step, stepping on the corpses underfoot, walking toward the bull-headed demon. The spear in his hand was slowly raised, and on the tip, a sharp blood-red light began to form. 57 blurry, unyielding shadows appeared around the spear, letting out silent roars. That was Zhao Tieshan. It was all the fallen soldiers. Their blood, their debts, all of it was now transferred onto this spear. No, impossible. The bull-headed demon felt an unprecedented deadly threat. It let out a fearful roar, pouring all its power into the giant axe. Die! It leapt high, holding the axe with both hands, its force enough to split mountains, and brought it down with overwhelming power. Facing this earth-shattering axe strike, Lin Xuan simply, calmly extended his spear. This spear. His voice echoed across the entire battlefield, also reaching every Dragon Kingdom citizen's ears. Is for the 57 loyal souls. Sending you, on your way. Buzz. The blood-red spear light shot out. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a flash of extreme blood-red in the air, gone in the blink of an eye. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The bull-headed demon, in the midst of its earth-shattering axe strike, paused in midair. It lowered its head in disbelief. And saw that its battle-hardened magic steel axe, from the blade to the handle, had a small hole in the middle. And on its chest, where the heart was, there was also a blood hole that pierced through from front to back. The edges of the blood hole were without any scorch marks, only a suffocating aura of annihilation, wildly destroying its vitality. How is this possible? It muttered to itself, the light in its eyes quickly dimming. Boom! Its enormous body crashed to the ground with a loud sound, kicking up a sky full of dust. The bull-headed demon, dead. After doing all this, the tip of the spear in Lin Xuan's hand, the 57 ghostly souls, seemed to fulfill their final wish, deeply bowing towards Lin Xuan, then turning into specks of light, disappearing into the world. The terrifying aura of the peak of the transformation realm on Lin Xuan's body receded like a tidal wave. Extreme weakness and pain once again submerged him. Put. He could no longer hold on and suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In the blood, there were even fragments of internal organs mixed in. Lin Xuan knelt on one knee, using his long spear to support his wobbling body, breathing heavily. His white hair in the blood-red sunset looked especially sorrowful. Remaining life, 3 years, 245 days. The cold data appeared before his eyes. The huge body of the bull-headed demon collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire Yanhuang Wall battle zone fell into a deathly silence. All the remaining demons, looking at the young man standing in the sea of corpses and blood, his white hair like snow, in their eyes, there was only the fear that came from the deepest part of their souls. They stopped their charge, even unconsciously starting to retreat. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream, a line of blood-red characters slowly appeared in the center of the screen. We won. However, there were no cheers. No celebrations. The 1.4 billion viewers in Dragon Kingdom stared at the screen. Their gazes, passing through the demon corpses all over the ground, crossing over the frozen blood and fire, finally all gathered on the young man, kneeling on one knee, holding up his body with a long spear, breathing heavily. His full head of white hair, in the battlefield's dim light, stung everyone's eyes. That was not the posture of a victor. That was the sorrow of a hero burning out themselves, walking toward the end. He won the battle. But it seemed like he lost all of his future. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The suppressed crying spread from one family to a city, and eventually, it echoed throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. People covered their mouths, not wanting the crying to disturb the hero who was enduring immense pain, but tears could not be stopped no matter what. The heart shattered. At the highest strategic command center, Li Xuan looked at the lonely white-haired figure on the screen, his burly body no longer able to support itself, collapsing wearily onto the command chair. He raised his hand, wanting to give an order, opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Everyone could see it. That was not a wound. That was an irreversible mark left after life was savagely drained. Lin Xuan, with his future, exchanged for this brutal victory. General. A staff officer, also with red eyes, walked up, his voice choked. What can we do for him? Li Xuan closed his eyes, 2 lines of iron tears silently slid down from the corners of this iron-blooded general's eyes. What can we do? We can do nothing. We can only watch him, like a candle, burning out completely, losing the last drop of wax at the brightest moment. To the hero. Li Xuan suddenly stood up, straightened his wrinkled military uniform, faced the screen, and with all his strength, gave a standard military salute. Salute! Li Xuan roared. In the command center, all the generals, all the staff officers, all the workers, stood up. They faced the white-haired young man, their expressions solemn, their movements neat and uniform. At this moment, in the central squares of countless cities in Dragon Kingdom, in the living rooms of countless families, in the hospital beds of countless patients, in the sentry posts on the border, all the people in Dragon Kingdom watching the live stream seemed to be infected by this tragic emotion. They stood up on their own. The old man, the child, the man, the woman. They learned from Li Xuan, facing the screen, bowing deeply toward the young hero whose full name they didn't even know, or giving an imperfect military salute. Chapter 8, The Hero's Soul Carved in Stone, His Soul Returns Home. 1 million. 10 million. 100 million. The numbers of belief values burst through the sky like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. In the end, it stopped with a thunderous crash just after breaking through the 200 million mark. Belief value, 200,347,821 points. A brand new golden prompt appeared. Detected that the host has completed the heroic feat of national grief, the people's prayers, and the torrent of faith has triggered a system rule resonance. Lin Xuan's consciousness was violently impacted by this string of numbers, and his scattered mind regained a bit of clarity. 200 million. This is the response of the Dragon Kingdom. A warm current flowed through his cold heart. He knew his life was not meant to end. Detected that the host's life source is severely damaged and on the verge of collapse. Do you wish to consume belief value for repair? Yes. Lin Xuan roared with all his will in his mind. Life exchange function activated. Current exchange rate, 10,000 belief value equals 1 day of life. Life source repair function activated. Repair requires 15 million belief value. Do you confirm? Repair. Exchange. Give me 30 years of life. Command confirmed. Belief value minus 15 million, life source repair begins. Beginning life exchange, 30 years, 10,950 days, belief value consumed, 109,500,000. Exchange successful. Obtained 30 years of life. Boom. The exchange was complete. A massive torrent of life surged through his withered body. His body, once a dry and cracked riverbed, was now being flooded by the Milky Way. The jagged cracks in his life source quickly healed under the cleansing power of belief, even becoming more resilient. The broken meridians were reconnected, and the withered organs came back to life. Every cell was cheering. The 3 years of life that had been taken were fully returned, and even more, it soared out of nowhere. Remaining life, 33 years, 245 days. Remaining belief value, 75,847,821 points. The cold numbers now felt incredibly warm in Lin Xuan's eyes. He survived. He now had more than 30 years of combat capital and a huge belief reserve. The extreme weakness vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Lin Xuan could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a kind of essential transformation in this repair, which broke and then rebuilt him. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes had regained clarity, yet were even deeper than before. He lowered his head, glanced at the spear stuck in front of him, then looked at the distant, already cold body of Zhao Tieshan. Lin Xuan let go of the spear that had been supporting his body. Then, under the gaze of the entire world. Under the disbelief of Li Jinnan at the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom. Under the heartbreak and worry of the Dragon Kingdom's people. That white-haired boy, kneeling on one knee, wavered. He, with a body that everyone thought was a flickering candle in the wind, slowly but surely stood up, inch by inch. In front of the screens around the world, time froze. The white-haired boy, kneeling on one knee, moved at the moment everyone thought he would extinguish. His body swayed, ready to fall apart at any moment. But the spear stuck in the ground became his support. He leaned on the spear. 1 inch. Another inch. He stood up. Like a spear, though battered, yet unbent, he stood up straight. He did not look at the fleeing demons, nor did he pay attention to the indifferent eyes in the sky watching everything. His gaze fell in the distance. It fell on the already cold body of Zhao Tieshan, on that one eye which remained wide open until death, gazing towards his homeland. Lin Xuan quietly stared at it. Then, he let go of the spear in his hand. The spear fell to the ground with a clattering sound, creating a crisp noise. He bent down. He extended his hands, gently brushing over Zhao Tieshan's wide-open eye, letting this indomitable soldier rest in peace. The motion was soft, afraid of disturbing the hero's eternal sleep. Then, with those hands that had just slaughtered countless demons and monsters, he carefully lifted Zhao Tieshan's body. Step by step. He walked toward the blood-soaked trench. He gently laid Zhao Tieshan's body inside the trench. Having done this, he did not stop. He walked toward another broken corpse. It was an old soldier who had been severed at the waist, his upper body still in the pose of biting the demon's calf. Lin Xuan pieced together his upper and lower body, wrapped him in his torn military uniform, and carried him back to the trench. He walked toward the next one. A soldier, trampled into a pulp of flesh, Lin Xuan used both hands to slowly peel the flesh and dirt away, carrying him back to the trench. A soldier, holding the Dragon Kingdom flag, his chest cleaved open by a giant axe. 57 people. Not a single one was left behind. He was like a devout believer, carrying out a sacred mission. His movements were not fast, but every step was incredibly steady. His face had no expression, but his clear eyes, now restored, held deep sorrow. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the crying had stopped. The people of the whole country quietly watched. They watched the white-haired young man, on the battlefield of blood and fire, collect the remains of his comrades, the heroes of Dragon Kingdom. This scene was even more shocking than any earth-shattering battle before. In the highest command center, Lin Xuan stared fiercely at the screen. In his bloodshot tiger-like eyes, the hope and joy that had just sparked were now all transformed into sorrow and respect. This child was never just a soldier. He was a tomb keeper. Whether it was for the loyal Lin family or for the 57 fallen comrades of this moment, his fate was to carry the souls of the dead and guard the spirits of the heroes. On the battlefield, Lin Xuan placed the last remains carefully. He looked around at the 57 heroes arranged neatly in the trench. He had no tools, so he used his own hands. Those hands that could tear demons apart, now deeply plunged into the blood-soaked scorched earth. One scoop. Another scoop. Lin Xuan was digging their grave. Immense vitality surged through his body, healing his flesh and giving him strength far beyond the ordinary. Dirt flew. A massive burial pit was quickly dug by his hands. He placed the 57 heroes' bodies one by one into the pit, allowing them to rest side by side. Then, he picked up the long spear, still dark and black. Using the spear as a pen, the earth as a monument, he carved a deep line of text in front of the grave. The grave of the 57 heroes of the Dragon Kingdom Yanhuang Barrier Guard Army. After carving this line, he then carved his only known name next to it in smaller letters. Zhao Tieshan. Having done all this, he reinserted the spear into the ground in front of the grave, like a tombstone that would never fall. Lin Xuan took 2 steps back. Chapter 9, Codename Ember, A New Beginning. Lin Xuan turned and walked toward the Great Pass. Behind him was a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, a new grave. Ahead, the road home. He walked slowly but with incredible steadiness. His white hair, like a frosty snow, looked like a silent burning flame in the dim light, dazzling and lonely. At this moment, the muffled roar of an engine tore through the battlefield silence. Several heavily armored off-road vehicles, painted in dark gray camouflage, sped out from the hills on the side and formed a perfect tactical encirclement, sealing off the area. The doors opened, and a team of soldiers streamed out. They seemed to come from 2 different worlds compared to the tattered old soldiers like Zhao Tieshan. These people, each wearing tailored special operations uniforms, equipped with weapons so advanced that it made their teeth ache, exuded an air of calmness like the depths of the ocean. Their movements were silent, their formation orderly, and an iron-blooded, cold-killing aura thickened the very air. One of the Dragon Kingdom's most elite legions, the Demon Guard. At the forefront was a tall woman. She also wore a deep gray combat uniform, yet it could not conceal her breathtaking and delicate curves. Her black long hair was tied up in a neat ponytail, striking and heroic. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet as cold as ice, as if she could freeze a person's gaze. Especially those deep black eyes, sharp and profound, sweeping across the battlefield with an absolute rationality of scrutiny and analysis. When her gaze finally moved away from the corpses of demons scattered across the ground and landed on the white-haired boy, even she, with her eternally icy face, showed a moment of stillness. The leader of the Demon Suppression Corps of the 13th Army, Mu Qingxue. The order she received was to welcome the first and last chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom in 10 years. The order said he was named Lin Xuan, a private, and at the 8th level of body tempering. For this, she had prepared 17 different plans. How to protect him, how to reassure him, how to bring this spark of hope, who might not have seen blood yet, back to the fortress unscathed. But what she saw before her was a stretch of land filled with the efficiently slaughtered bodies of demons. A demon with a bull's head, shot through the heart with a single blow, died with its eyes wide open. A grave, newly covered with soil, marked with a long spear. And a boy with white hair like frost. This scene hit her like a heavy hammer, crushing all her data models and battle plans to pieces. The elite soldiers of the Demon Suppression Corps behind her were equally shocked, their scalps tingling at the sight before them. They had seen death, but they had never seen such a fierce yet clean battlefield. No signs of struggle, almost all demons were killed with a single blow. That bull demon is Blood Axe. An A-level threat target in the core database. Last time we encircled it, we lost a 100-man team. This battlefield, from the battle marks analyzed, from start to finish, shows signs only of one person's actions. What kind of monster is this white-haired boy? Suppressed gasps arose in the team channel, but soon fell silent under Mu Qingxue's cold glare. Mu Qingxue stretched her long legs and walked alone towards Lin Xuan. The specially designed combat boots crackled over the shattered bones of demons, sounding exceptionally clear in the silent battlefield. She stopped 3 steps in front of Lin Xuan, her gaze complex as she evaluated him. She saw his young face, which was so mismatched with his white hair, saw the depth in his eyes that didn't belong to a 19-year-old, and saw his old military uniform, faded yet still crisp. "You are Lin Xuan?" Mu Qingxue spoke, her voice cold but tinged with a subtle tremor she did not even notice. Lin Xuan raised his eyes to look at her. He nodded. That's me. With the affirmative response, Mu Qingshua's chest rose and fell violently. She instinctively wanted to gently touch the faint scar below her left eye, a movement meant to force herself to remain calm. But this time, her hand froze midway, slowly retracted, and clenched into a fist. What did you do? Her tone carried an undeniable shock and a vague sense of sorrow. Lin Xian's gaze passed over her, looking towards the elite soldiers behind her, and replied calmly. Did what a Dragon Kingdom soldier should do. This sentence made all the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Corps behind Mu Qingshua's hearts shake, instinctively straightening their chests. Mu Qingxue fell silent. She looked deeply at Lin Xian once more, then glanced at the lonely grave. She did not press any further. She turned around, faced Lin Xian and that lonely grave, and solemnly rendered a standard military salute. This was not a gesture from a superior to a subordinate. This was a soldier, showing the highest respect to another hero. Leader of the Demon Suppression Corps of the 13th Army, Mu Qingxue. On the orders of the Supreme Commander, I have come to escort the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom. Welcome back to the team. Comrade Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan returned a salute, his movements standard, his expression grave. Inside the military off-road vehicle, Lin Xuan sat in the back seat, watching the scorched earth rush past the window in silence. Mu Qingxue sat beside him, the atmosphere in the vehicle oppressive like solidified mercury. Your hair. Mu Qingxue finally broke the silence, her gaze fixed on Lin Xian's white hair, her brows knitted tightly. I've seen a forbidden technique that can drain life force in a short time to gain immense power. The price is a permanent depletion of the source of life. Her tone was not a question, but a statement. As the commander of the demon-subduing army, she had seen too many secret methods. Lin Xian's change made her immediately think of those desperate, reckless ways of fighting for life. Lin Xian did not deny it. Upon getting confirmation, Mu Qingshue's breath quickened suddenly. She turned her head sharply, and for the first time, a clear anger ignited in her icy eyes, only to be forcibly suppressed, turning into a more chilling coldness. Do you know what you are doing? Her voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable pressure. You are the only hope that Dragon Country has waited for in 10 years. Your life, from the moment you were chosen, no longer belongs to you. From the moment you were chosen, you represented the future of Dragon Country, sustaining the fate of 1,400 million people. How dare you so easily exhaust it? A series of questions struck Lin Xian like cold knives. The driver and the guard in the passenger seat were so frightened they even quieted their breaths. They had never seen the frozen rose so uncharacteristically agitated. Yet Lin Xian remained calm. He finally turned his head to look into Mu Qingshue's fiery eyes. Commander Mu. He spoke. At that moment, if I hadn't done it this way, I would have died. Chapter 10, National Mourning, Vowing to Protect with Life. The oxygen in the car was so thin it felt suffocating. Mu Qingshue's tense jawline leaked her inner turmoil. This bastard. Lin Xian did not look at her again, his gaze returning to the outside. Amidst the rapidly retreating scorched earth, that lonely new grave appeared smaller and smaller in his view, eventually fading into an almost imperceptible black dot. Like a bloodstain dripping on the heart, burning hot and never fading away. His voice rang out again, calm without a hint of fluctuation, as if recounting a fact unrelated to himself. Commander Mu, I have remembered your order. But my gun listens to the call of the charge, not the sound of retreat. If next time, there are comrades behind me who need my protection, I will still choose to burn out everything. The anger in Mu Qingshue's eyes extinguished at that moment, leaving only cold ashes. She wanted to roar, to use military law, to use all means to bind this ignorant rookie. But when she met Lin Xian's deep, calm eyes, all words became stuck in her throat. In those eyes, there was no mania, no impulse, not even anger. Only a silent, already resigned sea of death. Deep and bottomless, devouring everything. She suddenly understood. He was not speaking out of anger, nor was he countering a superior. He was merely stating a conclusion that he had long chosen for himself. An unfamiliar chill crawled up her spine, freezing the iron-blooded commander's limbs and internal organs. It was a feeling she had never experienced, called powerlessness. Her clenched fists, white from the strain, slowly relaxed finger by finger. She leaned weakly against the seat, shutting her eyes. The whole person lost all strength. The atmosphere in the car grew even more oppressive, as if even the air had solidified into a shape of sorrow. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, when Mu Qingshuai and the Exorcism Army appeared, the suffocating live room was instantly drowned by a tidal wave of sound. It's the Exorcism Army. It's our most elite unit. Great. Hero Lin Xian is saved. He has been rescued. After a brief moment of joy, as the camera zoomed in to give a close-up of the military off-road vehicle, all the viewers' hearts were once again tightly clenched. In the image, the white-haired boy quietly leaned against the window, his side profile thin, yet his lines were incredibly firm. Next to him was Mu Qingxue, the so-called frozen rose, known for her coldness and iron-fistedness, but at this moment, she had her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed, her face showing an unprecedented fatigue and powerlessness. Look at Commander Mu's expression. She seems very angry and very sad. I think I heard Commander Mu ordering Lin Xuan to stop using that ability. Yes. I heard it too. The country is protecting him. The country doesn't want him to sacrifice anymore. Lin Xuan, please, listen once. We don't need you to be a hero, we just want you to live. He's only 19, his life has only just begun, why should he bear so much alone? The sorrowful emotions once again enveloped the entire nation. But this time, amidst the sorrow, there was an unprecedented will known as guarding. Countless tears had dried, replaced by clenched jaws and tightly clenched fists. They looked at the lonely white-haired figure on the screen as if they were looking at their own most stubborn and heart-wrenching child. They wished they could pass through the screen, take on his pain, and tell him, "Child, enough, take a break." At the highest strategic command center, Li Xuan stared fiercely at the screen, his eyes full of bloodshot intensity, not blinking. He watched as Mu Qingxue got Lin Xuan into the vehicle, as he observed the silent standoff between the two inside the car, and as he saw the rare defeat on Mu Qingxue's face. "General." The aide beside him approached, his voice hoarse. "Commander Mu has done her best, but Lin Xuan, this child, his temper is too fierce." "Fierce?" Li Xuan chuckled bitterly, his voice filled with shattered gravel. "That is not fierceness, that is the soul of our Dragon Kingdom soldiers, engraved in our bones. Usually, I am proud to have such a soldier." He slammed his fist on the armrest, his voice filled with suppressed pain. "But now, the Dragon Kingdom has no choice." He gasped violently, as if wanting to expel all the pent-up frustration in his chest. After a long time, he straightened his body again, regaining the dignity and calmness of the highest commander. "Send my orders." "Yes, sir." "Order the entire army. From this moment on, all war zones in the Dragon Kingdom are to enter first-level combat readiness. All personnel on leave must return immediately. Activate the beacon fire plan." Li Xuan's voice was steady as a mountain. "The war against beasts is fully underway." The command center fell into a dead silence, everyone holding their breath. "Orders. The Eastern Warzone Navy is to block all seas where beasts may appear. The Western Warzone Air Force will patrol 24 hours to ensure absolute air safety. The Northern and Southern Border Corps will advance 10 kilometers along the entire line, building a 3-layer defensive position." He looked at the white-haired figure on the screen, speaking each word deliberately. His gaze swept across all present, and in his bloodshot eyes, a resolute flame blazed. "We cannot establish contact with the battlefield, but what we can do is clear away all his worries. We believe in this child, he will surely win. And we must prepare the battlefield for his victorious return." After ending the communication, Li Xuan slowly stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the prosperous night view of the Dragon Kingdom, lights like stars scattered across the sky. Behind this piece, a young man was gambling his future on a grand bet. The off-road vehicle sped onward through the night. On the horizon ahead, a huge black shadow stretched across the sky and the earth. It was a grand fort that couldn't be described with words. It was too high enough to devour the skyline, brutally dividing the sky and the earth. It was too lone, with no end in sight, an endless black wall that felt less like a protector and more like a prison for the entire world. The wall was covered with countless scars. There were gashes torn by massive claws, charred craters blasted by horrible energy, and numerous marks eroded by time and blood. It remained silent, scarred and battered, quietly guarding the billions of lives behind it. The Yanhuang Barrier. Lin Xuan looked at the grand fort, and finally a ripple stirred in his calm eyes. Through the gap in the car window, he seemed to smell the wind blowing from ancient times. The wind carried scents of rust, gunpowder, and the will of countless heroic souls from the past that lingered on. Chapter 11: A City's Lament, Fires Burning in Every Home. The off-road vehicle bumped along the scorched earth. The horizon ahead was completely swallowed by a massive shadow stretching across the sky. That was not a wall. That was a black cage imprisoning the entire world. Its height brutally split the sky from the earth. Its length was boundless, swallowing the end of vision. The wall was covered in scars, terrifying gashes torn by huge claws, charred craters from energy strikes, and countless blemishes eroded by endless time and blood. It stood silently, using its scarred back to protect the billions of lives behind it. The Yanhuang Barrier. Lin Xuan looked at the grand fort, and finally a ripple stirred in his deadpan eyes. The wind slipped through the car window, entwining with rust, gunpowder, and a kind of tragic combat spirit that was carved into this land, never to dissipate. "We have arrived." Mu Qingxue's voice broke the stillness in the car. She opened her eyes, pushing all fatigue and weakness back beneath the ice, restoring the coldness of the demon-slaying army leader. Here is the Lin Xuan barrier. The last stronghold of the dragon nation on the battlefield of gods and demons. Ahead, a massive gate stood as heavy as a mountain, slowly opening with the sound of grating metal. Light spilled out from the crack of the door. It wasn't the murky, blood-soaked light of the battlefield. Instead, it was warm, with the aroma of human life and warmth from lamps. The off-road vehicle drove steadily into the barrier, completely isolating the scorched earth and slaughter from the outside. A whole new world unfolded before Lin Xuan's eyes. This was not a pure military fortress. This was a city. On both sides of the wide streets, buildings were neatly planned. People in various work uniforms hurried by, while old men in tattered military uniforms sat by the roadside, silently polishing weapons. And there were children too. A group of 7 or 8-year-old children chased each other in an open space, holding not toys, but wooden knives and guns. Their playful shouts were not "You can't catch me," but "Monsters, don't run. Watch me slay you." In the air, a strange mixture of scents lingered. The aroma from the cafeteria, the smell of disinfectant from the medical station, the oil and metal burning from the factory in the distance. These scents, which should not coexist, strangely merged here into a proof called living. Everything revealed a kind of exhausted order. And beneath that exhaustion was a breath of sheer determination. As the demon-slaying army's convoy passed, people on the street stopped and turned their gazes. The vehicle stopped in front of a square. "Get out!" Mu Qingxue was the first to push the door open and step out. Lin Xuan followed her out, and the moment he stepped onto the square, all the surrounding noise came to a halt. Countless gazes gathered on him like iron filings drawn to a magnet. More accurately, they focused on his head of gleaming frost and snow, which was out of place with his young face. The eye of the heavens had long branded the brutal battle into the minds of everyone within the barrier. They recognized this face. A deeper understanding of this overnight white hair. An old soldier, who was wiping a war knife, suddenly stiffened, his murky eye sockets rapidly reddening. He dropped the knife cloth and stood up abruptly, using all his strength to salute Lin Xuan with a standard military gesture. A woman distributing food saw Lin Xuan, and the spoon in her hand clattered to the ground. She tightly covered her mouth, and tears silently broke through the dam. The playful children also stopped, staring wide-eyed with curiosity and admiration at this legendary white-haired big brother. No one spoke. But Lin Xuan could feel countless gazes weaving into a net, wrapping around him. In that net, there was sorrow, heartache, and admiration. More importantly, hope. That hope, desperately clinging to something in a bottomless abyss of despair. This heavy emotion pressed down on Lin Xuan's chest, making it hard to breathe. He looked at these faces, these compatriots struggling to live under the shadow of war, and something deep within him was profoundly touched. He thought what he was guarding was the vast, unseen homeland outside the barrier. At this moment, he finally understood. What he was guarding were also these living, breathing people before him. They... Lin Xuan swallowed hard, glancing at Mu Qingxue beside him. Are they military families? Yes and no. Mu Qingxue's gaze swept across the square, a complex softness emerging on her stern face. Most of the first generation of soldiers defending the barrier died in battle. Now, 90% of the residents here are descendants of those sacrificed soldiers. They were born here, grew up, and received training. She pointed at the children playing. Their fathers may have sacrificed themselves on the city walls just yesterday. But since they were old enough to understand, they knew their mission. Grow up, enlist, go to the walls, kill monsters. Then, die in battle. Round and round, generation after generation. Mu Qingxue's words were calm as water, yet they were like the sharpest knife, cutting open a deep wound in Lin Xuan's heart. He looked again at those children, at their faces holding a determination that did not belong to their age. Why? Lin Xuan's voice felt dry. Why not send them back to the homeland of the dragon country? They should have a peaceful childhood. Choice? Mu Qingxue's voice was extremely low, like it was dipped in ice. That was a luxury that disappeared 10 years ago. She suddenly turned her head, staring fiercely at Lin Xuan. Do you know how we came here in the 10 years after the Chosen One severed our hope? We filled it with lives. With the young lives of generation after generation, consuming monsters to barely maintain the defense. This barrier is not just a defense line, it's the last reservoir of hope for the dragon country. We preserved the most complete techniques and the strictest training system here. These children, from the moment they were born, have been preparing to become qualified warriors. We once thought hope had been extinguished, that this place was the last grave, where generations just needed to lie down until the last drop of blood was shed. Mu Qingxue paused, her cold eyes reflecting Lin Xuan's white hair, also reflecting a flicker of struggling light. Until your appearance. Her words struck Lin Xuan like a bolt of lightning, clearing the fog in his heart. Lin Xuan looked at those children, at the old woman sewing military uniforms, at the one-armed instructor. He suddenly understood. He was never fighting alone. He wasn't some unlucky soul chosen by fate. From the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, the people standing behind him were this group, the unyielding souls of 1.4 billion in the Dragon Country. They were providing him with backup strength. They were training his future comrades. They were waiting for someone to lead them out of 30 years of darkness, the chosen one. And he was that chosen one. I understand. Lin Xuan said softly. Guarding. These two words have never been so clear in his heart, nor so heavy. At that moment, a little girl holding a shellflower pot unexpectedly gathered courage from somewhere, and ran on her small legs to Lin Xuan. She tiptoed, raising the wilted little yellow flower pot to Lin Xuan's chest. She tilted her small face up and said in a clear voice, "Brother with white hair, this is for you. My mom said you are a great hero." Lin Xuan's body stiffened. He slowly lowered his head and looked into those clear eyes, devoid of any impurities. He reached out his hand to take the shellflower pot, but his fingers trembled slightly in the air. Lin Xuan. Mu Qingshue's voice interrupted his thoughts. Commander Han Cheng wants to see you. Lin Xuan raised his head. Commander Han Cheng? The highest commander of the Yanhuang barrier, the one-eyed old general, Han Cheng. Mu Qingshue's tone carried deep respect from her heart. He has been waiting for you at the command center. Chapter 12, National Crisis, Fight to the Death. The path to the command center was a cold and long alloy corridor. On the walls, every 10 meters, a solemn black plaque was embedded, inscribed with golden names. First chosen one, Zhang Qingji, died in Wailing Stone Forest. Second chosen one, Wang Jiangwo, died in Crimson Plain. 19th chosen one, Li Hao, died in Black Mist Swamp. 19 names, 19 invisible tombstones. Lin Xuan walked slowly, his gaze sweeping over each name. He could clearly feel that every time a new name was engraved here, it brought an overwhelming despair to this barrier. Mu Qingxue walked beside him, silent. She had walked this path countless times, each time felt like reliving the 30-year blood and tears history of the Dragon Country. At the end of the corridor, the heavy alloy door slid open silently. A high-speed operating war world, wrapped in the smell of sweat, oil, and strong stimulants, rushed toward them. On a massive holographic sand table, the blue light spot representing the Dragon Country was surrounded by endless crimson, its light weak, like a candle flame that could go out at any moment in a storm. Hundreds of screens flashed cold battle damage data, the sounds of keyboard typing and deep reporting intertwined to create a heavy yet orderly symphony of steel. The moment the door opened, all sounds came to an abrupt stop. Dozens of gazes crossed Mu Qingxue and were firmly glued to Lin Xuan's striking white hair. Astonishment, shock, compassion. Ultimately, all emotions transformed into an incredibly pure respect. Everyone present, whether military or civilian, had seen that live broadcast, and they knew better than anyone what this white hair meant. Everyone stopped their work and stood up abruptly. Facing Lin Xuan, they saluted him. Lin Xuan returned a standard military salute. At this moment, a steady and hoarse voice came from above. Let him come up. Lin Xuan looked up. On the second-floor circular command platform stood a man. In his 50s or 60s, his stature was not imposing, yet he stood like an old gun weathered by storms. Dressed in faded olive-green military uniform, his left eye was covered by a terrible scar and a black eye patch. He was tightly gripping the alloy railing in front of him, his knuckles turning pale from the excessive force. The only remaining right eye held no appreciation, no excitement, only a deep silence. And a slight, heavy sorrow that made Lin Xuan's heart sink. The steadfast anchor of the Yanhuang barrier, Han Cheng. Lin Xuan could feel Han Cheng's gaze like an invisible scalpel, dissecting him inch by inch. From his white hair, to his calm eyes, to the decayed energy still lingering in his body that had been repaired but remained wilted. Report to the commander, the chosen one Lin Xuan has been brought here. Han Cheng nodded slightly, releasing the railing. Qingxue, you've worked hard. Go sort out the latest frontline battle damage report. Yes. Mu Qingshue's gaze lingered on Lin Xuan for a moment, filled with concern, before she turned and left. On the command platform, only 2 people remained. Sit. Han Qing pointed to the chair beside him, his voice hoarse as if burned by war. Lin Xuan complied and sat down. Han Qing walked around him, the emotion in his one eye complex to the extreme. Pain, confusion, ultimately transformed into suppressed rage, making the air feel thick. 19 years old. Han Qing finally spoke, his voice very low, but it rubbed together like 2 stones. With a head full of white hair. Burning lifespan to reach the peak of transformation, killing the blood axe. Good means, good bravery. The words were a compliment, but the tone was cold and piercing. Commander, you flatter me. Lin Xuan replied calmly, there was no other choice. No other choice? Han Qing's voice suddenly rose, the suppressed rage erupting like a volcano. He slammed his fist down on the control table, creating a loud bang that made everyone in the command center shudder. Do you know what you are in the eyes of us old-timers? He almost roared in question. Lin Xuan remained silent. You are the spark. The last spark that Dragon Country has waited 10 years for, at the cost of countless lives. Han Qing's voice carried heart-wrenching pain, the muscles under his eye patch twitching. The spark is meant to ignite the prairie, not to be used as firewood, to be burned up all at once. Commander. Lin Xuan raised his head, facing Han Qing's fury, his gaze unwavering. If you can't even break through the darkness in front of you, how can you talk about igniting the prairie? Han Shang was choked by these words, the anger in his eye fading into deeper sorrow. He turned around, facing away from Lin Xuan, looking at the enormous holographic sand table below, his voice filled with unresolvable fatigue. Child, you don't know how difficult it is for us right now. He raised his hand and swept it across the sand table. The blue points of light representing Dragon Country's forces were being forcefully squeezed by vast areas of deep red, as if they would be completely swallowed in the next moment. In 30 years, we have lost 90% of our original territory. Han Qing's voice was heavy as iron. With each defeat, our national fortune declines, and the monsters grow stronger by one. The soldiers who can fight are almost wiped out. Now, guarding the city, besides the demon suppression army, are old veterans like Zhao Tieshan and a group of, still immature children. His finger heavily pointed at the blue point representing the Yinhuang barrier. Do you know who, besides you, the temporary peak of transformation, is the highest combat power in the entire barrier? Lin Xian's heart sank little by little. It's me. Han Sheng's single eye looked at the sand table, his voice filled with endless sadness. Peak transformation. But I am old, blood and energy are declining, my left eye has been corroded by demonic energy, and my strength is less than 1/10. The only ones who can still fight are Mu Qingxue and 2 other corps commanders, all 3 are at the late stage of transformation, but they all bear old injuries. And across from us, Han Qing's hand suddenly waved over the area of deep red on the sand table, several blood-red heads lighting up, terrifying and ghastly. There are more than 10 named monster generals. You killed 1 blood axe, but there are at least 5 more like him. This is a situation where victory is impossible. Han Qing turned around and looked back at Lin Xuan, his single eye filled with an unshakable pain. So, do you understand now? Why we can't let you burn your life? Because if you die, we truly have no hope left. In the command center, an eerie silence fell. The truth revealed by Han Qing felt like an invisible mountain, heavy and oppressive on Lin Xian's heart. More hopeless than he had imagined. Lin Xuan listened silently, images flashing in his mind of Zhao Tieshan's outstretched hand before he died, of the 57 loyal souls paving the way for him. Deep in those clear eyes, not only did the fire not extinguish, but instead, it ignited a more resolute flame. So that's how it is, this is the real dead end. Then, his choice was even more right. I understand. Lin Xuan stood up, his voice not loud, but exceptionally firm. It is precisely because of this that I must take the fastest route. Han Qing's brow furrowed, what do you mean? Commander, I want to go to a place. Lin Xuan looked at Han Qing, each word clear and precise. The Skill Pavilion. Chapter 13, Forbidden Techniques, Trading Life for Destiny. The Skill Pavilion? Han Qing was momentarily stunned by these 3 words. Then, a wave of intense unease seized his heart instantly. He stared at Lin Xuan, his voice deep and trembling. What do you want to do there? The Skill Pavilion, the martial vein of the Yinhuang barrier, the last bastion of the Dragon Kingdom's thousands of years of inheritance. But Han Qing knew too well. With Lin Xian's current determined mindset to face death, what he sought was certainly not the long and tedious righteous path. The commander should understand. Lin Xian's response was devoid of any evasion, like a spear thrusting forth, revealing its sharpness. The Dragon Kingdom does not have time to wait for my slow growth. I also do not have the right to grow slowly. His voice was calm, yet every word struck the heart. I want to become stronger in the fastest way. The fastest way. These 5 words hit Han Qing's chest like an enormous invisible hammer. Han Qing's face instantly drained of all color, turning a shade of iron blue. He certainly understood. Deep within the Skill Pavilion, there were indeed a group of secret techniques that could make one's strength soar, even enabling them to defeat stronger foes. But their names were forbidden techniques. Cultivating them required sacrificing one's lifespan, burning one's essence, and overdrawing the future. That was the last tragic song forged by the Dragon Kingdom's ancestors in the darkest times, a song that perished with the enemy. No! Han Qing nearly roared, his voice filled with the utmost pain and anger. I absolutely cannot allow it. His chest heaved violently, his single eye a bright red. Lin Xuan. Do you think that burning 3 years of your life and killing a cow demon makes you impressive? Let me tell you, you are looking for death. Those forbidden techniques will utterly drain you. They will turn you into an empty shell. It might even cause you to die on the spot. The Dragon Kingdom can no longer afford to lose. I cannot watch as our only spark turns into a meteor that can only shine once. Han Qing's voice echoed in the command center, every word soaked with the anxiety and despair of a mentor. Lin Xuan just silently listened. His face was unperturbed. Yet his heart was as bright as snow. A death pact? No. These forbidden techniques, seen as a path of destruction by Han Qing, were treasures bestowed upon him. What was the core of his system? Trading life for power, faith for life. Ordinary people's cultivation was a one-way consumption, a path toward destruction. But he had a perfect closed loop. As long as millions of compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom still needed him, as long as his faith value flowed endlessly, he could transform this consumption into a sustainable cycle like a perpetual motion machine. Betting life for life, using war to sustain war. This was his greatest trump card as the chosen one. Commander, my mind is made up. Lin Xuan's voice remained calm but carried an unshakable power. You. Han Qing shook with anger, pointing at Lin Xuan, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence for a long while. He had seen all kinds of stubborn people in his life of battles. But the one before him was not stubbornness at all. He was a stubborn rock, preparing to sink into the deep sea, filling a gap. The two stood there at a standstill. One glaring with anger, heart-wrenching. The other calmly making eye contact, not yielding an inch. The command center was silent, everyone suffocated by the heavy atmosphere. After a long while, Han Qing seemed to have had all his strength drained, and he waved his hand wearily. The spine that had stood straight all his life slightly hunched at this moment. All right. His voice was filled with unresolvable fatigue and desolation. Follow me. In the end, he still compromised. He knew that blocking would not work. Better to let him see the horrors of those forbidden techniques with his own eyes, to let him know when to retreat. Han Qing led Lin Xuan down from the command platform, through multiple sentry posts, coming to a huge stone chamber deep hidden beneath the barrier. On the stone door, 3 ancient characters were carved. The Technique Pavilion. The Technique Pavilion is a massive bunker deeply embedded in the mountain. At the entrance, there were 2 3-meter-thick alloy doors covered in mysterious runes. Han Qing personally verified his identity, and with a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache, the giant doors slowly opened, releasing a blend of stale books and faintly bloody air. The Technique Pavilion is divided into 3 levels. Han Qing's voice echoed in the cold corridor, heavy as a funeral. The outer layer, basic techniques, can be practiced by all soldiers. The middle layer, advanced martial arts, requires enough military merit for exchange. The inner layer. He paused, his one eye fixed intensely on Lin Xuan. It is a forbidden area. What is stored there are the shortcuts you desire. Lin Xuan said nothing, only silently followed. The outer layer resembled a simple library, with several blue-green jade tablets placed on metal shelves. Lin Xuan casually picked one up. Basic breathing technique, draw in energy, 1 cycle per day, 10 years to reach the condensation stage. He expressionlessly put it down. 10 years? By then, the weeds on the walls of the Yanhuang barrier would have changed 10 times. Tiger Fist, body refining technique that can increase one's strength to that of a tiger. He set it down. Windwalking step, bodily technique that leaves no trace in the snow. He set it down. Lin Xuan walked on, looking, and putting things down along the way. These techniques were balanced and peaceful, things any righteous sect would praise. But their only flaw was that they were too slow. Slow enough to make him despair. Han Qing followed behind, watching Lin Xuan unhesitatingly pass through shelves layer by layer, the last glimmer of hope in his one eye slowly fading. This child really has no salvation? The path of martial arts is like climbing a towering mountain, each step leaves a print. Do you think you can soar to the sky with just reckless courage? That price, you can't afford. Finally, Lin Xuan's footsteps stopped in front of the door leading to the innermost layer. It was a ferocious stone door coiled in red chains. The door had no extra decorations, only blood that wrote 4 chaotic characters. Death without life. A bone-chilling cold and deathly silence seeped from the crack in the door, as if countless unwilling souls were imprisoned behind it. I want to go in. Lin Xuan turned to Han Qing, his tone frighteningly calm. Han Qing's one eye was instantly filled with blood. The muscles under his eye patch twitched violently in extreme pain. Lin Xuan, do you know what's inside? I don't know. Lin Xuan shook his head, but his gaze was remarkably clear. But I know the things I need must be inside. Foolish. Han Qing finally couldn't help but roar, his voice filled with suppressed sorrow and anger. Do you want to die that badly? I want to live. Lin Xuan nodded, his gaze frighteningly clear. But Zhao Tieshan and 56 brothers just used their lives to tell me that sometimes, in order to live, you have to first not fear death. These words shook Han Xing to his core, all the impending rage choked back in his chest, turning into a deeper desolation and helplessness. He stared fiercely at Lin Xuan, as if trying to find a flicker of hesitation on this young face. In the end, he fumbled out a black tiger talisman from his pocket, trembling hands pressing it fiercely into the slot beside the stone door. Alright, this road can be said to be a dead end. I just hope you don't regret it. Chapter 14, Forbidden Techniques as Steps, Ascending to the Heavens with Life. The stone door opened wide. A chilling, icy breath swept out, mixed with the staleness of blood and lingering resentment. The inner space was small, with only a dozen stone platforms. On each platform floated a blood-red jade tablet, emanating an ominous red light. Lin Xian's gaze was instantly captured. He walked to the nearest stone platform. 7 kill shattering star steps, an ancient fragment. 1 step, 1 kill, 7 steps shatter stars. Each step causes irreversible permanent damage to one's meridians. After 7 steps, the meridians are severed, and even a deity cannot save you. A spark ignited deep within Lin Xian's pupils. Irreversible damage? The system can repair it. He moved to the next stone platform. Undying golden body, using one's own blood and lifespan as fuel, forge an indestructible body. Entering training costs 10 years of lifespan. Achieving small success, another 20 years lost. Great success. Practitioners all turned to dry bones, none spared. Lin Xian's breath suddenly came to a halt. Lose lifespan? Faith value can be exchanged. His gaze swept across the room. Beneath that calm expression was a raging joy like a volcano erupting. This is not forbidden technique. This is clearly a divine ladder custom made for his guardian system. Burn life for power, faith prolongs life. A perfect closed loop. As long as the faith of the Dragon Kingdom does not perish, the dead end in the eyes of these ancestors is his unstoppable path to divinity. Fire bathing technique, draw the evil fire of the 9 heavens into the body, temper bones and burn veins, exchanging supreme pain for unparalleled cultivation. Each advancement consumes 5 years of lifespan, and the training process is 9 lives at risk. A slight mistake turns one to ashes. That's it. Lin Xian's gaze locked onto the blood-colored jade slip. His eyes showed no fear, no hesitation, only the greed and thirst of a hunter discovering the perfect prey. This expression sent chills through Mu Qingshuo standing beside him. That was not a resolution to face death, that was a fervor of finding a supreme treasure. Commander! Mu Qingshuo's voice trembled uncontrollably. He is looking at the fire bathing technique. What? Han Chang lunged forward, and when he saw the undisguised desire in Lin Xian's eyes, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Madman! This total madman! He is not choosing a cultivation method, he is choosing his own death method. Put it down. Han Cheng's voice was hoarse, a plea tinged with desperation. Lin Xian. I order you. Put it down. Why? Lin Xian turned, his eyes clear and filled with confusion. Is this cultivation method not good? Not good? Han Chang was so angry that he trembled all over, pointing at the jade slip, his lips opening and closing several times before he could squeeze out the words. 20 years ago, during the 3rd selection of the Dragon Kingdom, a natural sword heart, a prodigy. He chose this cultivation method. 3 years. Just 3 years to achieve small success. With 1 sword, he forced 3 demon generals to retreat. And then? Lin Xian continued to ask. And then? Han Qing's solitary eye turned blood red, the hideous scar twisting in agony, his voice like weeping blood. Then on his 25th birthday, his lifespan was exhausted, and he passed away without a trace. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. We watched helplessly, our Dragon Kingdom's brightest star turned into a handful of ashes in front of us. Is this the good method you want? Is this your so-called hope? Han Qing gestured at all the blood-colored jade slips, his voice filled with endless sorrow. Behind each of these cultivation methods lies at least one chosen one. It carries a blood-soaked history of our Dragon Kingdom. We have tried. This path cannot be walked. It only turns our best children into fleeting meteors, streaking across the sky, leaving nothing behind. He grabbed Lin Xian's shoulders, his bony fingers like iron claws digging into Lin Xian's bones. Child, listen to my advice. Calm down, let's take it slow. You are still young, you have plenty of time. We will use 10 years, 20 years to lay a solid foundation. As long as you are alive, there will always be hope for the Dragon Kingdom. We can't afford to lose anymore. The old general's voice echoed in the stone chamber, each word soaked in blood. Mu Qingshuo turned her head, her eyes red. Lin Xian listened quietly, feeling the tremble of the old soldier on his shoulders. He remained silent for a long time. Long enough that Han Qing thought he had finally swayed this stubborn madman. Commander. Lin Xian slowly spoke, his voice calm and unwavering. I saw the children inside the barrier, saw the elders polishing their weapons. 10 years? 20 years? Do you think the demon clan outside will give us 10 years, 20 years? By the time I steadily cultivate to the peak of transformation, will this Yanhuang barrier still exist? Can those kids still grow up? His voice was not loud, but it gripped Han Chang's heart tightly. Han Qing's body stiffened abruptly. Lin Xuan broke free from his hand, turned back, and his gaze fell on the jade slip of the flame of regret technique. A self-mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You said, many chosen ones are buried here. Then I want to ask, those 19 chosen ones in the corridor, they did not practice these techniques, they took steady steps, but they still died, right? They died, not because of recklessness, not because of impulse. It's simply because they were not strong enough. Not strong enough to crush all conspiracies. Not strong enough to dominate their own fate. Lin Xuan stretched out his hand. In the incredulous gaze of Han Cheng and Mu Qingxue, he fiercely grasped that blood-red jade slip. As the jade slip came into his hand, a terrifying aura that froze souls and burned spirits surged in. Images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the intense pain of being burned by fire flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. Not only did he not feel fear, but a nearly mad smile also curled at the corners of his mouth. This is power. So, you are wrong. Lin Xuan turned around, facing Han Cheng's single eye filled with mixed emotions of grief, anger, and despair. Word by word, he said firmly. I do not choose a dead end. But with my life, I will exchange for a single way to live for the Dragon Kingdom. Put it down. Han Qing used all his strength, roaring almost to the point of collapse. That's an order. Lin Xuan looked at him, slowly shaking his head. He said no more, pressing the jade slip tightly against his forehead. A torrent of spiritual power surged into him like a flood breaking its dam. Report, Commander. I refuse. Chapter 15. One word shocks the heavens. Old General bows down. Inside the stone chamber, the air froze into ice. Han Qing's roar still echoed, each word smashing against the walls, breaking into painful echoes. I refuse. Lin Xuan's voice was not loud, but it pierced through all the noise and rage like a red-hot steel needle. The blood in Han Cheng's single eye instantly froze. He stared hard at this white-haired boy in front of him. That face, calm to the point of coldness, made him feel a powerlessness from the depths of his soul. This was not defiance. This was not rebellion. This was judgment. A 19-year-old boy was judging their group of old men who had upheld the so-called right path for 30 years. Do you know what you are saying? Han Qing's voice was dry and trembling, like a dead branch burned by fierce fire. I know. Lin Xuan nodded, slowly taking the hot blood-red jade slip away from his forehead. The intense pain burning his spirit flashed a barely noticeable pleasure across Lin Xuan's eyes. He did not look at Han Qing, his gaze passed over the old general's shoulder as if piercing through the heavy bunker, seeing the weary city outside, and the children playing war games on the streets. Commander, you just asked me if I want to die. My answer is, I want to live. Lin Xuan turned around, finally meeting Han Cheng's single eye full of grief and anger. I want Zhao Tieshan and the others to live. I want the children inside the barriers to have a childhood without wooden guns as toys. I want all the heroic souls who died for the country to see the sun of their homeland again. I want the Dragon Kingdom to survive. His voice was calm but carried an absolute coolness after the baptism of blood and fire. But, Commander, you tell me, what do we rely on to live? Lin Xuan took a step forward, staring at Han Cheng. Do we rely on basic techniques that take us 10 years of step-by-step practice to get started? Do we rely on our fated combat power that can't even produce 2 peak-level fighters? Or do we rely on using the lives of generation after generation of children to fill that never-to-be-fulfilled blood and flesh Great Wall? 3 questions in a row struck like heavy hammers, fiercely hitting the heart of Han Cheng. Han Cheng's body swayed violently, his lips quivered, but he couldn't say a word. Lin Xuan did not stop. He pointed at the corridor outside that was engraved with 19 names. Those 19 chosen predecessors, were they not steady enough? They did not touch these forbidden techniques, they walked the path you hoped I would take. But what was the result? They died. Not from recklessness, not from impulse. Lin Xuan's voice suddenly rose, like a sword unsheathed, radiating cold light. They simply weren't strong enough. Not strong enough to crush all conspiracies. Not strong enough to control their own fate. In the face of an absolute power gap, all steadiness, all endurance, is just a joke. It's another way of saying slow death. Han Cheng's muscles twitched violently under his eye patch. He wanted to argue, but found that every word from Lin Xuan turned into bloody reality, blocking all his words. Lin Xuan's tone returned to calm, but beneath that calmness was a heart-pounding madness. So, the path I choose is not theirs. What you see as burning life is not simply overdrawing, it is not an irreversible self-destruction. In the depths of Lin Xian's pupils, a rapid growth of numbers flashed across the system panel, huge amounts of faith gathered during the nation's grief. He certainly could not reveal the existence of the system. But he could say it differently. A way that these elders could understand, and feel even more heartache. It is more like a transaction. A transaction that can be compensated with other things, a transaction with a price. Han Qing suddenly raised his head, an unbelievable light bursting from his one eye. Compensate? You say it can be compensated? It can. Lin Xian nodded, his tone becoming even deeper, but the price may be heavier than death. He did not lie. Faith is the hope, sorrow, and longing of billions of compatriots. With each exchange, he felt the mountain he bore grew heavier. This weight is indeed heavier than death. Han Qing stared at Lin Xian, as if trying to see through him. Compensating with a price. Could it be some kind of sacrificial secret method? Using precious treasures? Or the lives of others? No, this child is not that kind of person. What could it be? Countless possibilities flashed through Han Qing's mind, but no matter which one, it pointed to a conclusion that made his heart ache. This child must have mastered some forbidden method they had never heard of, exchanging vitality for a great price. He burns his life for power, then uses another, more painful way to fill the void of life. That's why he said he wanted to live. That's why he was fearless. In an instant, Han Qing understood. He looked at Lin Xian's youthful face, which bore too much, and that glaring white hair. This child had never intended to be a shooting star that only shines once. What he aims to be is a star. A star that continuously burns itself, illuminating the darkness, and maintaining this light and heat with unimaginable pain, a sun. While these old folks were still thinking about how to preserve the spark. This child was already ready to use himself to become the scorching sun that shines everywhere. Han Qing opened his mouth, the emotion that had been suppressed for a lifetime could no longer be controlled. This iron-blooded general, who had never frowned amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, this one-eyed commander who merely grunted even when his left eye was eroded by demonic energy. At this moment, in that lone remaining right eye, hot tears poured down like a flood. Thud. In the horrified gaze of Mu Qingxue. Han Qing, the supreme commander of the Yanhuang barrier, the stabilizing force of the Dragon Kingdom on the battlefield of gods and demons. Before Lin Xian, this only 19-year-old boy kneels on one knee. He did not speak. He only used that hand filled with calluses and scars to tightly grasp his chest, deeply lowering his proud head that had never bowed to any enemy. This kneel was not a commander to a soldier, but a helpless elder. To a child who bears the future of an entire nation, the most painful yet noble, tribute and entrustment. Commander! What are you doing? Lin Xian's heart trembled, and he immediately reached out to help. Don't move! Han Qing's voice was hoarse, carrying an undeniable command. He slowly raised his head, and on his tear-stained face, there bloomed a smile more hideous than crying. I was wrong. We old bones, we were all wrong. You are right, Dragon Country has no time left. He braced himself on the ground, slowly standing up, and at that moment, his slightly hunched back straightened again. But within that uprightness, there was a determination of burning everything to ashes. From today on. Han Qing's voice spread throughout the entire command center, seeming to pierce through time and space, resonating in the sky above every inch of Dragon Country. Yanhuang Barrier, all resources, tilt towards you without limit. Merid La Pavilion, all forbidden techniques, yours to study. I, Han Qing, give my old life, and the lives of 100,000 soldiers of the Yanhuang Barrier, to you. He turned his head and issued the craziest order of his life to everyone in the command center. Pass my military order. From this moment on, Lin Xian is the only sequence of my Yanhuang barrier. Wherever he points, that is where the Dragon Country's blade points. If he wants to fight, then let there be a fight. If he wants the heavens, we will defy this heaven for him. Our Dragon Country. Han Qing's single eye locked onto Lin Xian, burning with unprecedented madness and hope. I gamble. Chapter 16, The Nation is Fuel, the Divine Demon's Command. Inside the stone chamber, it was as silent as a tomb. Han Qing's figure solidified into a weathered stone sculpture. He knelt on one knee. A hot tear fell down. Drip. The sound was very light, but it was like a thunderclap, instantly exploding in the hearts of hundreds of millions of people in Dragon Country through the live broadcast. Dragon Country, the highest strategic command center. Li Jiannan tightly gripped the armrest of his chair, the hard alloy twisted under his grasp, groaning under the unbearable burden. On the screen, the old subordinate he valued most, who would rather bend than break, bowed his head to a 19-year-old boy. Han Qing. Li Jiannan's voice trembled, and in his bloodshot tiger eyes, flowing down was not tears, but blood. Behind him, the entire command center, with hundreds of iron-blooded officers shining like stars, lost their wits at this moment. They looked at the calm yet cold face of the white-haired youth on the screen, listening to his heart-piercing questions. Do we use generation after generation of children's lives to fill that never-ending flesh and blood Great Wall? They are only because they are not strong enough. What I choose is not a dead end, but to use my life to exchange for Dragon Country, a unique way to live. When Han Chang's heartbreaking "I was wrong" rang out. When his life-risking declaration, "If he wants the heavens, we will defy this heaven for him," echoed through the stone chamber. Thud. In the command center, an elderly academician responsible for data analysis, hair gray, could no longer hold on, his knees buckling, kneeling heavily on the ground. He did not cry, only slowly paying the most solemn tribute to the white-haired boy on the distant battlefield. 1. 2. Hundreds of the top military minds and strategic experts of Dragon Country, at this moment, all knelt down together. The entire command center was left with silent sobs and a sense of desperate solemnity called entrustment. Dragon Country live broadcast room. At the moment Han Chang knelt down, time stopped in front of billions of screens. All the bullet screens, all the noise, all the discussions vanished. Dead silence. Countless people stared with wide-open mouths and eyes, their hearts gripped tightly by an invisible hand, unable to breathe, unable to think. That is Han Chang. The one who guarded the Yanhuang barrier for 30 years, a one-eyed commander experienced in battles. A spiritual monument of Dragon Country that never falls in the battlefield of gods and demons. He, actually, knelt? He was facing that 19-year-old, their child, Lin Xuan. When Lin Xuan's calm yet crazy debate ended, and when Han Chang's fateful bet for the nation's future was spoken, the sorrow and shock, built up to the extreme, finally transformed into a world-destroying tsunami, sweeping across the entire nation. Whoa whoa. Whoa whoa. A young worker, watching the live broadcast in a factory, could no longer hold back and collapsed to the ground, crying like a child. He's just a child. Why does he have to bear all this? Why? In a classroom, a young female teacher looked at the screen, tears streaming down her face. She turned around and choked to her class of elementary school students. Children, remember the older brother with the white hair on the screen, remember him. He is the hero we need to learn from. An old veteran, sitting in a wheelchair with both legs lost, was fiercely punching his own numb legs, unable to speak through his tears. My legs were left behind in that hellish place. I know how hard it is. I know. But why does it have to be a child who walks that hardest path? At this moment, the Dragon Country had no ridicule, no doubt, no retreat. There was only one emotion. Protection. To protect this child, who was using his life to protect them. They wished they could break through the screen, take on his pain, and tell him, "Child, don't be afraid, we are all here." This wish, coming from the depths of their souls, this protection, fused with the will of billions of people, became an invisible torrent. It surged into the sky, crossing dimensions, piercing through the cold heaven's eye. Precisely, it infused into the body of that white-haired boy. In the pavilion of techniques, the stone chamber. Lin Xuan was about to help Han Chang, but his body suddenly stiffened. An indescribable, overwhelming warm current was crazily flooding into his limbs and bones from the void. It wasn't true chi, nor was it energy. It was the heartbeat of billions of people. He heard the crying of workers, the shouting of children, the anger of the old soldier, the prayers of mothers, countless wills, converging into a river of faith across time and space, washing over his soul. The system panel in his mind suddenly, without warning, erupted with a dazzling light like the sun. Ding! Detected strong protective intent from Zhang Wei of Dragon Country, faith value +10. Ding! Detected extreme reverence from Wang Jianjun, a soldier of Dragon Country, faith value +100. Ding! A massive, ultra-pure flood of faith value pouring in. Faith categories: responsibility, protection, pride, determination. Purity assessment, purest. Scale assessment, national level. Lin Xuan was stunned. The faith value numbers in front of him began to rise at a speed he couldn't comprehend. 100 million. 300 million. Finally, after breaking the 500 million mark, it slowly stopped. Remaining faith value, 534,520,000. Lin Xuan looked at this number, completely dazed. 1 billion? What happened? Detected that the host completed the extreme debate, convincing the commander feat, triggering the nation's trust, people's unity resonance, the flood of faith breaking through the system threshold. System upgrade in progress. Life exchange rate optimized. Current exchange rate, 5,000 faith value equals 1 day of life. Martial arts cultivation accelerator unlocked. Faith value can be consumed to activate multiple times the cultivation speed, greatly improving the efficiency of martial arts and techniques. Lin Xuan looked at the series of system prompts, his heart beating wildly. The exchange rate, from 10,000 to 1, was directly optimized to 5,000 to 1. And the martial arts cultivation accelerator was unlocked. This was truly heaven's help. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. This massive national-level flood of faith, capable of affecting the rules, seemed to have touched some supreme existence. The entire Yanhuang barrier, even the entire divine and demon battlefield, the sky above, the cold, indifferent heavens. I trembled suddenly. It seemed as if for the first time, it truly looked at the area where humanity resided. A grand voice, devoid of any emotion yet commanding enough to make all things submit, echoed in the minds of every living being. Chapter 17, Cash for Acceleration, Doubling the Cultivation. It's over. Beside Han Sheng, Mu Qingxue trembled uncontrollably, her face, always frozen, drained of color, leaving only ashes of despair. She knew too well the current state of the Yanhuang barrier. The military strength was already at its limit. Forget about total war, even a medium-scale beast tide could completely collapse the defenses. The entire command center was wrapped in a vacuum of despair, crushing the bones of those inside. Everyone was shattered by this sudden death sentence. However, in this dead sea that drowned everything, there was one person, calm like an ancient reef. Commander. Lin Xuan spoke. His voice wasn't heavy, but like a steel needle, it pierced the frozen air, stabbing into everyone's eardrums. Han Qing turned suddenly, his red eye locking onto Lin Xuan, his pupil filled with incomprehensible shock. What did he see? This 19-year-old boy showed no fear, no panic, not even a hint of seriousness. His eyes remained clear, still deep. That absolute calmness stood out in this apocalyptic atmosphere, even glaring enough to cause unease. 1 month. Lin Xuan repeated this number. A faint smile, sharp as a blade, appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's enough. 3 words. Lightly spoken 3 words. Yet they left Han Sheng and Mu Qingxue's minds instantly blank. Enough? Did he know what he was saying? This is total war. It's a life and death gamble for 2 races. Lin Xuan. Mu Qingxue finally lost control, her voice sharp, believing Lin Xuan had been crushed by the immense pressure. This is not a game. You. I certainly know. Lin Xuan directly interrupted her, his gaze fierce, staring intently at Han Qing, his seriousness leaving no room for doubt. Commander, you've already gambled, haven't you? Han Cheng's heart was struck hard by this statement. Yes. He had already gambled. Gambled everything. He looked into Lin Xuan's fathomless eyes, where there was no madness, only a heart-stopping absolute confidence. Where did this confidence come from? I need more. Lin Xuan didn't give Han Qing time to think, he stretched out his hand, opening it. The ancient dragon-elephant suppression technique is only to forge a strong enough container. I also need a sufficiently sharp knife. His voice was as calm as if he were listing a shopping list. What is the strongest gun technique in the technique pavilion? Han Qing's mind was nearly led away by Lin Xuan's rhythm. The second before, he was heartbroken over the deadlock a month later. The next second, this boy was already calmly choosing weapons for this war. This reckless attitude of calculating how many enemies could be crushed before the sky fell, unexpectedly dissipated a third of the desperate gloom in Han Qing's heart. He instinctively replied, it's the 9 layers gun technique. Like the ancient dragon-elephant suppression technique, it is a forbidden technique. It nourishes the gun intent with one's own vital energy, each layer crafted more domineering than the last. Cultivating to a profound level, a single shot can boil rivers and fry oceans. The price is that every advancement will lead to permanent depletion of one's internal organs' vital energy. Historically, no one has been able to practice past the 3rd layer, they all eventually succumbed into exhaustion. Very good. Lin Xuan nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. That's the one. He looked at Mu Qingxue, Commander Mu, I'm counting on you. Mu Qingxue was still caught in the immense shock, subconsciously looking at Han Sheng. Han Sheng looked at Lin Xuan, that young face was filled with the calmness of having everything under control. He suddenly remembered Lin Xuan's earlier mention of compensation. Could it be does he really have a way? A madness repressed to its peak surged again from Han Sheng's heart. He has knelt once. The fate of the entire Dragon Kingdom rests heavy on the shoulders of this young boy. At this point, aside from believing in him, what else can be done? Give it to him. Han Cheng's roar was filled with a determination that consumed everything. Whatever he wants, give him whatever he wants. Mu Qingxue, go get it yourself. Also, clear out the best spirit gathering room from the barrier. From now on, no one is allowed within 100 meters of the spirit gathering room without my command. Move all the blood essence pills, body quenching liquid, and spirit nourishing incense and stock every usable resource for cultivation, move it all over. I don't care what methods you use. Han Qing's single eye swept over everyone in the command center, where the last and most intense flames flickered. In this month, even if we have to burn the Yanhuang barrier for firewood, we must make the flame burn brightly. Yes. The entire command center was inspired by Han Qing's relentless spirit, and everyone's eyes reignited with fierce bloodlust. A deadlock? Then let's carve out a path to life. Spirit Gathering Room. The hollowed mountain belly, covered in dense runes, glimmering brightly. The air was thick like mercury, and with every breath, vast amounts of spiritual energy were violently poured into the lungs. In the corner, mountains of jade vials and wooden boxes were the entire store of the Yanhuang barrier accumulated over decades. Blood essence pills, body-quenching liquid, spirit-nourishing incense. Any one of these rare resources would drive outside warriors mad. Now they piled up like sand. Mu Qingxue handed the jade slip of the ninefold spear technique to Lin Xuan, her fingertips cold. Everything is here. Her voice held a dryness she wasn't even aware of. Lin Xuan, we are waiting for you. Lin Xuan took the jade slip, nodded. All right. One word, no further promises. The heavy 5-meter-thick alloy door, with a painful grinding sound, slowly closed, completely isolating the two worlds. Outside the door, Han Qing and Mu Qingxue waited anxiously. Inside the door, Lin Xuan stood alone on the battlefield. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into his brain. In that place only he could see, a golden panel glowed brightly. Faith value, 1,034,000,000 points. 1 billion. Even Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He knew better than anyone how much sorrow, hope, and trust were behind this number from 1,400 million compatriots. Current exchange rate, 5,000 faith points equals 1 day of life. Lin Xian's mind stirred. How many years can I exchange for all of it? Ding. 1,034,000,000 faith points can be exchanged for 206,904 days of life, roughly equivalent to 566 years. 566 years. Lin Xuan let out a long sigh of turbid air. The 3 years of burnt lifespan seemed like a drop in the ocean before this majestic reserve of life. The corners of his mouth finally curled into a genuinely relaxed arc. Chapter 18, The Dragon and Elephant begin to show, divine might shocks the world. Inside the Spirit Gathering Room. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, 2 blood-red jade slips floated, radiating ominous red light. Ancient Dragon and Elephant Suppression Technique. Ninefold Spear Technique. As he issued the command, the 16 times speed of time twisted the entire world. The spiritual energy points swirling in the air were stretched into brilliant trails, fantastical and dreamlike. He did not waste a single second. His spiritual power reached out and directly touched the jade slip containing the Ancient Dragon and Elephant Suppression Technique. Boom! Lin Xian's consciousness was violently pulled into a chaotic blood-red space by an unreasonable force. There was no sky, no earth. Only a horrifying giant that could not be described in words. Its head resembled a divine dragon, its majestic dragon horn seemed to pierce through the cosmic wasteland, its body like an ancient elephant, every minor movement of its 4 legs caused the surrounding starry illusions to collapse. Just staring at it, Lin Xian's soul cried out from the unbearable pressure. That domineering will, suppressing eternity and treating all beings as dust, made him feel as small as a grain of sand ready to be crushed. Ancient Dragon and Elephant. This was the source of the power of visualization. If an ordinary person were to see this scene, they would. The mind was on the verge of collapse, forever falling into madness. But Lin Xuan did not. The shock in his eyes quickly transformed into an almost greedy fervor. Come. He actively opened his soul, like a piece of dried sponge thrown into the ocean, crazily welcoming the overwhelming torrent of will that could wash away everything. Warning. Host soul is impacted by ancient will and is about to be extinguished. Detected that the host is practicing forbidden techniques with the intent to die, triggering faith command. Faith value transforms into indestructible soul protection. Consumption of faith value, 1000 points/second. On the system panel, faith value poured down like a golden torrent. Warm and vast power instantly enveloped his soul, which was about to collapse, allowing him to barely maintain a thread of clarity under that terrifying will, crazily analyzing the structure and charm of the ancient dragon elephant. Not knowing how long it lasted. When he successfully branded the first wisp of dragon elephant charm. In the real world, his body began a brutal transformation to the extreme. Crack. The first sound came from his left arm bone. Without any external force, it shattered from the inside, piece by piece. It was a kind of pain far beyond ordinary fractures, as if someone were using a hammer to crush his bones into burning powder. With the sudden pain, Lin Xian's body jolted, his forehead veins bulging. But he did not scream. He just gritted his teeth tightly, letting cold sweat soak his whole body in an instant. This was just the beginning. Crack. Crack. Crunch. 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 The dense and muffled sound of bones cracking did not come from the outside but roared crazily from deep within his marrow, in his cochlea. From limbs to torso, from ribs to spine. All 206 bones in his body were being ruthlessly crushed and restructured one by that unmatched force. Warning! Host's entire skeleton is undergoing shattering reconstruction. Initiating life source repair. Faith value transforms into blood of gods and demons, reforging the foundation. Consumption of faith value, 10,000 points/second. Faith value burned madly again. Enormous vitality transformed into golden blood, flowing into his body, wrapping around those bone fragments, forcibly forging them in a stronger and denser way. On the restructured bones, even faint dragon patterns flashed and disappeared. Broken but reborn. If the pain of shattered bones was hell, then next, it was the furnace of purgatory. Once the skeletal reconstruction was completed, that overpowering force began to surge into his flesh, meridians, organs, and bowels. Tear. Crush. Restructure. Lin Xuan's body was like a skin bag being repeatedly ravaged, sometimes swelling, sometimes shrinking. On his skin, blood streaks burst forth, the blood not yet flowing out, was forcibly healed by the newly born flesh that sparkled faintly with treasure light. From his 7 orifices, black blood clots and foul-smelling tissue fragments were constantly expelled. This was the filth that the mundane body must wash away when transforming into a divine and demonic body. Is it painful? Pain to the point where the soul trembles. But the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth curved into a twisted, satisfying arc. Zhao Tieshan, are you seeing this? This is my path. Exchanging the utmost pain for the most overpowering power. He could clearly feel that with each round of heart-wrenching reconstruction he experienced, his body became stronger. This feeling of madly drawing power on the edge of destruction intoxicated him. Just as Lin Xuan's body was undergoing a rebirth transformation, behind him, a fearsome dragon head phantom, formed of blood red and golden light intertwined, slowly emerged. That dragon head had its eyes tightly shut, yet exuded an unparalleled dominance, looking down on the world, viewing all things as mere dogs. Outside the gathering spirit room, time flowed second by second. Han Shang stood with his hands behind his back, like a wounded tiger trapped in a cage, anxiously pacing back and forth. With each step he took, the alloy floor beneath him trembled slightly. Mu Qingxue stood like an ice sculpture at the door, completely motionless. But her fists, which were white from exerting too much force, it exposed her inner unrest. 5 hours. Han Shang stopped in his tracks, glancing at the time, his voice hoarse. Not a single sound. This kid, could he really be in trouble? Cultivating forbidden techniques, especially a domineering art like the ancient Dragon Elephant Prisoning Sutra, is most fearful of a wandering mind. Once it fails, the lightest outcome is to go mad, and the heaviest is to die on the spot. Mu Qingxue did not answer, her gaze becoming increasingly heavy. At that moment, boom! An indescribable terrifying pressure surged out, like an ancient god waking, suddenly bursting out from the crack of the gathering spirit room's door. This pressure was not true energy, but an absolute oppression from the level of life. It was like a divine dragon looking down upon ants. Thud. Thud. The 2 guards stationed 100 meters away had no chance to react, as if their souls were grabbed by an invisible hand. Their legs went weak, and they fell to the ground, desperately pressed down, their faces pale, unable to take a deep breath, only twitching like fish out of water. This is... Mu Qingxue's face changed dramatically. The power within her surged wildly, barely resisting that pressure, but she still found it hard to breathe, her heart feeling like it was gripped by a cold hand, beating uncontrollably. Han Shang's pupils shrank sharply. He had experienced countless battles and was all too familiar with this aura. It's the ancient Dragon Elephant Prisoning Sutra. It's the might of the Dragon Elephant. He exclaimed in shock, his single eye filled with the horror of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting. He succeeded? No. This is impossible. Han Xing's voice trembled, even breaking slightly. 5 hours. Just 5 hours, and he's made an entry? He remembered clearly that 30 years ago, a person hailed as the martial champion, born with divine strength, took a full year to reach the entry of this technique, with countless resources aiding him. Chapter 19, Dragon Elephant Power, 1 second collapse. Martial champion, used a year. Han Xing's voice broke, like rusty iron scraping together. This kid, 5 hours? This was not cultivation. This was using his life to break through the dead end built from the bones of predecessors. Mu Qingxue stood frozen, her fingertips digging into her palm. It was as if she pierced through that door and witnessed the young man being repeatedly crushed and remade in a brutal scene. Boom! The heavy alloy door let out a groan, unable to bear the pressure. It wasn't being pulled open, but was being forcibly pushed open by a terrifying pressure exploding from within. A figure stepped through the dissipating mist of spiritual energy, emerging. His white hair remained. But the one standing there was no longer the lean young man. That was a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Lin Xuan did not release any true energy. But just standing there, the air began to feel heavy and stagnant. Every muscle in his body felt as if it had been forged from divine iron, containing explosive power capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. Beneath his skin, it seemed as if the pulse of a prehistoric beast was pounding. He lifted his gaze. Those eyes were as clear as ever, but deep within the pupils, there was now a kind of indifference that overlooked all life. Lin Xuan. Han Qing spoke. He realized his voice was actually trembling. Facing this youth, he, a battle-hardened commander, felt a kind of suppression from the level of life itself. Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon him, and the suffocating pressure instantly dissipated. Commander. He spoke calmly. Han Qing stepped forward, grabbing Lin Xuan's arm. Where he grasped felt as hard as divine gold. But beneath that rolling, boiling blood, Han Qing clearly saw the life force within Lin Xuan rapidly collapsing. 10 years. Just reaching the entry point burned away 10 years of lifespan. Han Qing's pupils suddenly tightened. You. How does it feel? He asked tremblingly. Very good. Lin Xuan replied, his fingers slowly clenching in front of him. Snap. A loud explosion. He actually crushed the air in front of him. He could feel that what flowed in his body was no longer blood, but golden magma. Ancient dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, entry. The price, 10 years of life. But on the system panel, that 500 million belief points remained completely still. Only having power is not enough. A cold voice cut through the brief silence. Mu Qingxue stepped forward. She stared at Lin Xuan, her phoenix eyes filled with scrutiny and shock. 5 hours, this monster. Peak of body refinement realm. Mu Qingxue's evaluation had no warmth at all. Having divine power but being easily defeated. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, looking at this frozen rose. He did not refute. Han Qing took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, his expression solemn. Qingxue is right. A month later, there will be a bloody battle for the survival of our race. Han Qing's gaze locked onto Mu Qingxue, issuing a deadly command. Qingxue. Here. I want you to be his whetstone. With everything you have, sharpen this unparalleled deadly weapon for me. Yes. Mu Qingxue turned around, her gaze sharp as a knife. Follow me. Gravity training ground number 7. Mu Qingxue tossed away her sword and picked the most ordinary standard long spear from the rack. Buzz. The spear trembled. A killing aura soaked in mountains of corpses and seas of blood exploded. Let me see your battle. Without another word, Lin Xuan gripped the spear. Boom. He stepped forward, and the alloy ground instantly shattered. The power of the dragon elephant surged through his entire body. He transformed into a white lightning bolt, the spear whistling with a piercing sound, aiming straight for Mu Qingxue's throat. This thrust could penetrate an armored vehicle. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Mu Qingxue reacted. She did not take it head-on. The spear in her hand brushed against Lin Xuan's spear, gently rotating and pulling. Clang! Lin Xuan felt his strength hit a high-speed rotating whirlpool. That violent force was instantly redirected to the ground. Boom! The ground 3 meters away from Lin Xuan exploded into a deep pit. He himself, due to inertia, stumbled forward, leaving his defense wide open. Too fast. Snap. A crisp sound. Mu Qingxue's spear accurately struck Lin Xuan's wrist pulse point. Lin Xuan's entire arm instantly felt sore and numb, his fingers loosened. The spear dropped to the ground. The next second. The icy spear tip was already pressed against his throat. 1 second. From the beginning to the end, it took only 1 second. Lin Xuan stood frozen on the spot. He didn't even manage to push the opponent back half a step. Did you see clearly? Mu Qingxue put away the spear, her voice cold as ice. Your power is strong. But your battle skills are worthless. On the battlefield, you are already dead. She thrust the spear into the ground, not hiding the disappointment in her eyes. Having the power of a god, yet only fit for demons as a snack. If the enemy is me, you wouldn't survive a single move. Lin Xuan stood there, the pain in his wrist reminding him of his recent defeat. He closed his eyes. In his mind, Mu Qingxue's unloading technique, like a graceful antelope, kept replaying. After a long time, Lin Xuan opened his eyes and picked up the spear again. He pointed at Mu Qingxue in the distance, the fire in his eyes burning even brighter than before. Let's go again. Lin Xuan's voice was calm, without a trace of frustrated impatience. He gripped the spear tightly again, the pain in his wrist sharpened his chaotic fighting intent into clarity. Mu Qingxue said nothing. She stood still, her cold and beautiful face showing no signs of emotion. She just reassumed her stance, the spear slanting towards the ground, her entire being like an unmelting ancient iceberg. Boom! Lin Xuan charged again. This time, he didn't release all the power of the ancient dragon elephant suppressing prison technique in his charge. He remembered the pull technique Mu Qingxue had just demonstrated. At the instant the spear tip was about to make contact, Lin Xian's waist and abdomen suddenly twisted, the dragon elephant power penetrating his spine, forcefully changing the direction of his attack in midair. Power split. The spear no longer stabbed straight but swung down with immense force. Poof. A faint cold snort escaped from Mu Qingxue's nose. Facing this mighty blow, she didn't retreat but advanced. The long gun in his hand hissed like a poisonous snake, striking precisely at the power point of Lin Xian's gun barrel. Clang! A harsh sound of metal colliding echoed. Lin Xian felt an even greater recoil surge through the gun barrel, shattering the skin of his palm, blood pouring out. Too slow. Mu Qingxue's voice rang in his ears. Using his force against him, the tail of the gun rose sharply and crashed into Lin Xian's chest. Puff! Lin Xian was struck as if by lightning, his whole body flying backward, heavily smashing against the alloy wall, creating a spiderweb-like dent in the hard surface. Do you think strength is everything? Mu Qingxue slowly lowered her gun, her icy gaze fixed on Lin Xian, half kneeling on the ground. On the battlefield, idiots like you, who rely solely on brute force, die the fastest. Chapter 20, Ultimate Training, The Might to Burn Life. Inside the gathering spirit chamber. Time was completely distorted at 16 times the speed. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, before him was the crimson option of Burning Life Burst. Consume 1 year of life, gain full attribute enhancement. He did not hesitate, his thoughts sinking in. Boom! This time's burning life was completely different from before. There was no overwhelming power leaking out, all the rage was forcibly constrained within Lin Xian's body by the formless field of the martial Dao accelerator. The domineering ferocity of the ancient dragon elephant suppression and the fierce killing intent of the ninefold gun decision were brutally crushed, collided, and merged into a horrifying torrent of energy created by the sacrifice of a year of life. This was a cataclysmic storm raging within Lin Xian's body. Meridians melting, being reforged. Bones breaking, being reborn. Soul crying out, condensing. Golden blood threads seeped from Lin Xian's 7 orifices, a sign that his life source was being forcibly squeezed to the limit. He gritted his teeth, allowing the pain that could tear him apart to wash over his consciousness again and again, bringing him to the brink of collapse. The pain was at its peak. But amidst this extreme suffering, his mind was clearer than ever. He saw the bones of the dragon and elephant, the soul of the gun intent. Refine. Lin Xian roared silently in his heart. The massive reserve of faith transformed into a continuous source of vitality, protecting his heart pulse, allowing him to hold on to the last breath in this self-destructive refinement. Outside, 3 days passed. Inside, 48 days. When the final shred of violent energy was completely tamed, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering momentum. The blood threads in his eyes faded, returning to a deep clarity. The arrogant and overbearing pressure of the dragon elephant around him also completely receded, returning to its true essence. He sat there, like the most perfect jade sculpture, reserved and calm, yet holding a power that made one's heart race. System notification: the host has successfully refined the power of the dragon elephant and the essence of the gun techniques, transcending the level of life. Current status: normal. Current realm: Qi gathering realm, early stage. Normal. Lin Xian slowly clenched his fist. He could feel that this body had fully adapted to the explosive power. If the previous dragon elephant entry was like forcing mercury into a porcelain bottle, then now Qi gathering realm was like refining that bottle into divine iron capable of holding magma. He no longer needed to keep his nerves taut to control his power. Every move he made was in harmony with the dragon elephant. System. Lin Xian's voice was eerily calm. What is my current limit? Ding. The host's physical body has undergone dual refinement through the dragon elephant suppression and the power of faith, reaching initial divine nature, increasing the upper limit of life burning. Current maximum single burn limit, 10 years. Lin Xian's pupils shrank slightly. 10 years. He clearly remembered that burning his life for 3 years had instantly turned his hair white, bringing him to the brink of death. Estimated effect: burning 10 years of life, the host can forcefully step into. Transformation, early stage, in a short time. Transformation. That was the level Mu Qingxue belonged to. The true pillar of the Yanhuang barrier. A gradual smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. Very good. Outside the gathering spirit chamber, Mu Qingxue still stood at the door, awaiting. Like an eternal ice sculpture. Han Chang was in the command center, mobilizing all available resources to prepare for the destined brutal battle a month later. Creak. The giant alloy door opened again. Mu Qingxue's gaze immediately locked onto Lin Xian, who walked out. She was slightly taken aback. Lin Xuan in front of her seemed no different from 3 days ago when he went in. White hair, slender, calm. But as a master of transformation, Mu Qingxue keenly sensed a fundamental difference. Danger. 3 days ago, Lin Xuan was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, danger written all over his face. Now, Lin Xuan resembled a bottomless cold pool. Beneath the calmness lay a deadly killing intent. You have tamed it? Mu Qingxue's voice carried a hint of scrutiny and barely detectable surprise. Lin Xuan in front of her had lost the almost uncontrollable wild aura from 3 days ago, replaced by a deep restraint. He was like a lurking fierce beast, beneath the calm was an even more dangerous undercurrent. He did not step into a focused state as she expected, but it seemed he had thoroughly mastered the entry-level form of the dragon elephant power. Try it. Lin Xuan moved his neck, the joints producing a series of crisp popping sounds. He looked at Mu Qingxue, his eyes clear but carrying an overwhelming pressure. Mu Qingxue narrowed her phoenix eyes, okay. She withdrew her gun with a swift motion, this time using 50% of her strength. Boom! Lin Xuan acted first, still a simple shot. But this shot, the strength was condensed and undispersed, fast as lightning. Mu Qingxue dared not be careless, drawing her spear with grace to counteract his strength. Clang! With a muffled sound, Lin Xuan felt as if his powerful shot had been stabbed into a whirlpool, immediately followed by a clever force rebounding from the gun body. Ugh! Lin Xuan grunted, shaken back 3 steps before barely standing firm. While Mu Qingxue remained completely still. The power has refined, but the gap in realms still exists. Mu Qingxue stood with her weapon lowered, her voice cold. Under normal circumstances, you are not my opponent. Lin Xuan steadied himself, his eyes showing no signs of defeat, but rather increasing calmness. I know. He nodded slowly. Under normal circumstances, I can only be considered a qualified iron ingot. He raised his head, staring into Mu Qingxue's eyes, a crazy flame burning within them. So, I need you as this whetstone, to be a bit tougher. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, his voice deep and resolute. Use your full strength and transformation to kill me. Mu Qingxue's expression instantly darkened. Are you crazy? In your current state. Who says it's my current state? Lin Xuan interrupted her, a fierce grin tugging at his lips. Come. Seeing his determination, Mu Qingxue spoke no more. She knew, in Lin Xuan's world, there was no word for retreat. As you wish. Boom. The pressure of peak transformation erupted explosively. Mu Qingxue turned into a sharp cold light, her spear carrying terrifying power capable of piercing armor, aimed straight at Lin Xuan's throat. This shot was a killing move. Just as the gun tip was about to touch him. Burn, 10 years. Lin Xuan's roar sounded like thunder exploding. Boom. An indescribable terrifying energy burst from his body. His white hair stood on end, and deep in his pupils, golden flames blazed, as if wanting to burn away the heavens. Life burnout, consumes 10 years of life, briefly steps into. Transformation, initial stage. Bang! Facing Mu Qingxue's deadly shot, Lin Xuan did not dodge or avoid, his right arm muscle coiling like a dragon python, using his palm as a knife, wrapped in the newly born transformation power, striking hard against the side of the spear. Clang! With a deafening clash of metal, a shockwave swept across the arena. What? Mu Qingxue's body shook violently, feeling a force that was no less domineering than her own overwhelming her like a tidal wave, causing her to retreat step by step 4-5 steps. Her beautiful eyes widened, incredulously looking at Lin Xuan, who seemed like a different person in front of her. That aura was transformation. He actually forcefully elevated his realm to be on par with hers at the brink of life and death. Lin Xuan slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him. He looked at Mu Qingxue, who was horrified, his eyes filled with fervent combat intent. Now, we can begin. Lin Xuan's voice was soft, but it was like a cold hurricane, sweeping across the entire training ground. Mu Qingxue shuddered violently. She looked at the boy before her, whose eyes burned with golden flames, showing no trace of regret for the 10 years of life he would lose. There was only pure desire for power and madness for battle. That indifference towards self-destruction sent a chill from the depths of her soul, as well as an uncontrollable sadness. She thought back to her years guarding the borders, having seen too many extraordinary talents. They boldly stepped onto the battlefield, shouting the slogan "Fight to the death," only to become cold gravestones in the end. They paved the way for their successors with their own lives, but that road was paved with their bones. How cruel it was. Lin Xuan was only 19. His life had just begun. Do you think I will sit back and watch you become the next Zhao Tieshan? At that moment, the ancient ice in Mu Qingxue's heart shattered, turning into raging fire and sorrow. Absolutely not. There must be another way. Before finding that way, she could not let Lin Xuan tread further down this self-destructive path. Lin Xuan. There is more than one path. Mu Qingxue shouted sharply, her voice like icy frost from the heavens, carrying a piercing pain. The one you chose is the most foolish and cowardly one. The sorrow in her eyes instantly turned into a chilling killing intent. Stop him. With the toughest means, even if she had to injure him or imprison him, she must pull him back from the edge of the cliff. I'm sorry. Boom. The terrifying force of the mid-stage strength erupted completely. The air in the training ground even produced a layer of thin frost. The long spear in Mu Qingxue's hand was covered by a layer of thin but indestructible icy crystal energy. She moved. Dawn of the Cold Star, Heartbreak. This time, she held nothing back, it was a true killing move. But the goal was not to kill, but to cripple Lin Xuan's combat ability. The spear tip tore through the air, letting out a piercing shriek. That blue light, wrapped in extreme cold power, locked onto Lin Xuan's arm joints. Fast. Faster than anything. In the 16 times accelerated perception, that cold light remained as swift as lightning, with hopeless precision and power. The shadow of death and failure loomed like monstrous waves of the deep sea, crashing down upon him. With no retreat, no way to avoid. A sound erupted from Lin Xuan's throat, not sounding human. The dragon's roar and elephant's trumpet intertwined. He burned a decade of life to exchange for the power of early-stage strength, pushed to the limit in that moment. He would fight back. He aimed to break through with strength. The long spear lunged out violently, carrying an unwavering resolve. However, just as the two weapons were about to collide, Mu Qingxue's wrist trembled slightly. That blue light twisted strangely in the air, drawing a breathtaking arc, barely evading Lin Xuan's sharp attack and heading straight for his vital points. Again with this move. Lin Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. The gap in realms, the chasm of experience, was vividly showcased at that moment. Definite defeat. Life and death hanging by a thread. Under absolute oppression, in the extended awareness magnified 16-fold, time seemed to freeze. Countless images exploded in his mind. Zhao Tieshan, bloodied and severed, still smiled earnestly, urging him to hurry away. Han Qing, devastatingly determined, risking everything in a kneel. In the command center, hundreds of pillars of the nation, each face filled with entrustment and sorrow. And the silent hopes of billions of compatriots. My spear. Lin Xuan's soul trembled, he saw the long spear in his hand, as it cried out in sorrow. It should not only be a weapon to vent strength. It must bear the weight of this land and rivers. The trust of all people. It must have its own will. Combine my life, my soul, my path, into one. Give me, condense. At that moment, the golden divine fire in Lin Xuan's eyes seemed to be compressed to its limit, turning into pure, heart-pounding bright white. He poured all of his determination for revenge, his obsession with protection, the will to suppress the ancient dragon, and his fiercely burning soul into the tip of the spear. Buzz. A strange sound resonated, as if it came from deep within the soul, instantly overwhelming all the howling and screeching in the training ground. On the black alloy spear, a blade of light, about an inch long, burst forth. This was not a dazzling light, but a kind of dead white. It seemed to swallow all vitality, and all possibilities. The embryonic form of spear intent. Break. Lin Xuan no longer thrust directly. The spear, moving in a way that completely contradicted martial arts principles and even the laws of physics, surged upward with the terrifying will of everything returning to nothingness. Clang. The two spears collided. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined, only a sharp sound that seemed to cut through space, making one's teeth ache. Mu Qingxue's lethal strike, infused with powerful energy enough to pierce armor, upon touching that pale light, was not deflected, nor shattered, but rather, it melted away. Yes, it melted. That invulnerable icy energy, that unmatched spear momentum, instantly vanished like snow under the scorching sun. Mu Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning. She seemed to glimpse the fading of stars, felt the silence of the universe's end. That pure end concept surged violently through the spear, ruthlessly crashing into her meridians, smashing through her protective energy. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, transforming into a beautiful blood mist in the air. Mu Qingxue's proud martial arts will was weak and could not withstand this Tao. She flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, the spear slipping from her hand, emitting a heart-wrenching wail as it deeply embedded in the alloy wall, trembling endlessly. The training ground was silent. Mu Qingxue half supported herself, staring at her trembling hand with a split palm, her phoenix eyes filled with shattered disbelief and confusion. She had lost. The dignified commander of the demon-subduing corps and a mid-stage master had actually been defeated by a boy with a single spear in pure martial arts combat. Lin Xuan stood leaning on his spear, gasping for breath. The power brought by burning his life was rapidly receding like a tide, his body instantly returning to its normal condition, an immense sense of weakness nearly consuming him. He looked at the dissipating pale light on the tip of his spear, his eyes filled with the emptiness after madness and the rekindling of intense heat. Is this spear intent? In the observation room, Han Chang was trembling violently, even forgetting to breathe. He fixedly stared at the spear in Lin Xian's hand, that fleeting pale deathly calm. Like a thunderbolt, it split open his sealed memories, making him recall an ancient record classified as the highest taboo by the Yanhuan barrier. Using the soul as fuel, igniting the fire of the Tao, one can glimpse the laws. Its light is pale white, containing the meaning of endings. However, when the soul fire burns out, eternal silence and reincarnation. Soul fire. Han Qing felt the world spinning, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. This boy. He was not only burning his lifespan. He ignited even his own soul to win this battle, to comprehend the elusive Tao. Madman. You are a complete madman. Han Qing could no longer stand. This iron-blooded commander, who had never bowed in a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, felt his legs give way and collapsed heavily to the ground. He covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently. Between the fingers of this one-eyed commander, hot tears silently slipped down, falling onto the cold metal floor, splashing desperate droplets. That was awe for this boy's defiance. Even more, it was deep to the marrow, unspeakable fear and sorrow. Chapter 22, The Command of the Demon Emperor, Blood Red Live Broadcast. On the battlefield of gods and demons, at the other end. On a wasteland made of bones and black crystals, a gigantic, hive-like demon palace rises into the crimson sky. Inside the demon palace, the throne looms high. A tall man in tight black battle armor lounges lazily upon it. He has short, dark golden hair, each strand sharp, and his eyes are blood red, as if countless complex honeycomb patterns flow within. This is the Blood Bee Emperor, known among the 72 demon kings for speed and deadly poison. Your Highness, several fearsome demon generals crouch on the ground, breathing cautiously. Among them, a long-faced, fanged mountain demon named Fong is obsequiously reporting. Your Majesty, that blood axe is really useless. It was actually exchanged for the life of an old human who was nearly dead. It is simply a shame for our demon race. The Blood Bee Emperor remains silent, gently tapping a large human skull on the armrest of the throne with his long fingers, producing a monotonous and chilling knock-knock sound. Another demon, a graceful snake demon named Shadow, giggles softly. Your Majesty, that human isn't really old. It is said he is only 19, just doesn't know what dark magic he used to burn out his life, turning his hair white and reaching a moment of peak power. He thinks he is tragic? But to me, he is just a moth to the flame, pitiful and laughable. Laughable, pitiful. The Blood Bee Emperor finally speaks, his voice carrying a peculiar buzzing sound, low yet instantly drowning out all heartbeats in the palace. His gaze seems to pierce through endless void, landing on a scene projected by the eye of the sky. In the scene, Lin Xian's back is seen walking into the spirit-gathering chamber. Humans always love to pull these self-pitying tricks. The corner of the Blood Bee Emperor's mouth curves into a contemptuous arc. They think that desperate screams can win the sympathy of the gods? They think that by igniting themselves, they can burn away the darkness? How naive, like a group of larvae that haven't learned to fly yet. He stands up, his black film-like wings slowly unfold, an aura of terrifying pressure spreads like a tide over the entire demon palace. All the demon generals bury their heads deeper, trembling violently. The pressure of the great demon realm, like a chasm, like a prison. But, these larvae remind me. The Blood Bee Emperor strides down, his blood-red pupils flashing with the mockery of a cat playing with a mouse. Don't they love watching shows? Don't they think that white-haired boy is the last hope? Then I shall let them see with their own eyes how hope is crushed bit by bit. He looks at the mountain demon named Fong, who is kneeling on one knee. Fong. I'm here. Fong shivers, eagerly lifting his head. I shall give you 3,000 demon soldiers. The Blood Bee Emperor's voice is cold and cruel. Go, take the outmost stronghold Eagle's Worry Cliff from the human defense line for me. Remember. He extends a finger, with a wisp of dark poison swirling at the tip. Do not kill too quickly. I want a grand performance. I want those pitiful people from the Dragon Kingdom to see how their compatriots are slaughtered like livestock while their so-called hero is in seclusion. I want their faith to turn into fear. I want their hope to turn into despair. I want that so-called national fortune condensation to become a huge joke. Understood. Your command. Fong's eyes erupt with bloodthirsty excitement. He kneels heavily and lets out an excited roar. On the battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom, at the Yanhuan barrier. 3 days have passed since Lin Xuan entered seclusion. Han Qing has almost lived in the command center, his single eye bloodshot, fixated on the faint light spot on the sand table representing Eagle's Worry Cliff. That is a reconnaissance outpost at the very edge of the barrier, garrisoned by 36 Demon Suppression Army soldiers and over 100 veterans. For 3 days, the entire Dragon Kingdom was immersed in a heavy yet hopeful atmosphere. Lin Xuan was in closed-door meditation, Han Chang was all in, everyone held their breath, waiting for the decisive battle a month later. However, on this day, an sudden change happened. The eye of the sky, that cold live broadcast, switched without warning. The screen was no longer the tightly shut door of the gathering spirit room, but shifted to a steep cliff. Cries of battle, screams, and the wild laughter of demons instantly spread through the live broadcast, reaching every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. Countless viewers in the Dragon Kingdom gasped. They saw. A sea of demons was crazily attacking a makeshift outpost. Leading them was a savage-looking mountain demon wielding a giant axe. It was the demon general, Fangya. Kill. Annihilate these two-legged sheep. With a swing of his axe, a Dragon Kingdom soldier was instantly cut in half, blood and guts spilling across the ground. It laughed maniacally, stepping on the corpse of a comrade, and aimed its blade at the next target. The entire slaughter was broadcasted in the clearest and cruelest perspective to billions in the Dragon Kingdom. They saw an old veteran, with a broken leg, clutching the demon's thigh, detonating his last grenade. They saw a young soldier, pierced by several steel blades, still fiercely biting the demon's throat, refusing to let go. They saw the commander of the outpost, in the final moment, pulling the trigger to blow up the entire base, but was struck down by Fangya's axe, the explosives futilely detonating in midair, like a powerless firework. Ha ha ha! Where is the hope of humanity? Where is your white-haired war god? Fangya stood atop a mountain of corpses, its face nearly pressed against the camera, filled with mockery and ridicule. He is hiding like a turtle. He is waiting for death. And you can only watch. Like a group of helpless, furious dogs. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom fell into a dead silence. The flame that had just gathered, named Hope, was doused by this mixture of blood and mockery. Sadness, anger, and then, helplessness. A bone-chilling sense of powerlessness, watching fellow citizens slaughtered but being unable to do anything. In the gathering spirit room, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged like a bell. Under 16 times acceleration, 10 days in the outside world had become 160 days for him. He had long mastered the methods of the ancient dragon elephant suppression technique and ninefold spear technique. At this moment, he was fiercely absorbing the vast spiritual energy in the gathering spirit room, attacking the first barrier of the technique. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's body trembled violently, his brow furrowing tightly. The river of faith flowing endlessly from the void into his body, a river of life built on the hopes and expectations of millions of fellow citizens. At this moment, it surged violently. A wave of panic, despair, and powerlessness mixed in like impurities, making the originally pure stream of faith murky and sluggish. In Lin Xuan's mind, the faith value on the system panel began to slowly drop at the speed of tens of thousands of points per second. Though the rate of decline was far less than that of growth, this trend pierced deeply into his heart. Lin Xuan did not open his eyes. But he saw countless fellow citizens' tears in front of the screen. He heard their wails from hope to despair. He felt that trust that was rapidly flowing away. Demons. Lin Xuan's chest let out a dull roar like that of a great beast. The stone platform beneath him cracked in a web-like pattern from this roar. Beneath his tightly closed eyelids, golden divine fire began to burn wildly at an unprecedented speed. Chapter 23, The Dragon Elephant Roars, Gods and Demons Break Free. Eagle Cry Cliff. Blood. A sea of blood covered the mountains and plains. Ha ha ha. Humans. Is this your spirit? The demon general, Fangya, crushed the head of a Dragon Kingdom veteran underfoot, its crimson brain matter splattering across its legs. It not only felt no disgust but instead excitedly licked its lips, revealing an extremely cruel smile at the cold lens of the sky eye. Beside it stood another demon general, larger in stature, covered in a rock-like carapace. Rock. Both at the peak of their strength, he was another fierce general under the command of the Honeycomb Emperor. He was not as insane as Fangya, but silently, with each punch, smashed the resisting soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom into shapeless piles of meat. Efficient and cold-blooded. Fangya, stop playing around. The Emperor sent us here for serious matters, Rock said in a deep voice, kicking the last flagpole of the watchtower down. What's the rush? Fangya cackled, grabbing the half-body of the watchtower commander and holding it up in front of the camera. See this. You scraps of the Dragon Kingdom. This is your officer. Where is your hope? Where is that white-haired kid named Lin Xuan? He is hiding in his comfortable nest as your savior, while you cannon fodders are out here dying. Your faith, your hope, is worth nothing. It's a huge joke. Fangya's words clearly spread to every corner of the Dragon Kingdom through the sky eye. In the live stream room, after a brief moment of silence, the bullet screen exploded. Damn. Beasts. Those beasts. Eagle Cliff, my god, that's the place where my brother is stationed. Wang Hu. You better respond to me. Why? Why is this happening? Where is our war god? Where is Lin Xuan? Closed door? Close your damn door. The brothers at the front are almost dead, and he is still in retreat? Is this the hope you praised? I see it as cowardice. A turtle hiding its head. I was really wrong, I shouldn't have trusted him. What crap, Hope, it's all fake. Sadness, anger, under the merciless mockery of the demons, rapidly fermented and changed. It turned into doubt, curses, and betrayal. The flame just gathered, named Hope, was nearly extinguished by this filthy water mixed with the blood of compatriots and enemy mockery. In the highest strategic command center of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Xuan tightly gripped the armrests of his chair. The hard metal was deformed by his squeeze, letting out unbearable groans. He watched the two peak-strength demon generals rampaging on the screen, and the despairing bullet comments filled with rage and cold power in his crimson eyes. It's the Honeycomb Emperor. Lin Xuan's voice was dry. This is not a massacre. This is a strike to the heart. The hundreds of generals behind him fell silent. They all understood. The Honeycomb Emperor wanted to use this most cruel and direct method to tell all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, your resistance is meaningless, your heroes are a joke, your hope is worthless. What it wanted was not the broken land of Eagle Cliff. What it wanted was to break the spines of 1,400 million people of the Dragon Kingdom who had just stood up. Can we do nothing? A young staff officer, clenching his fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, asked with a choked voice. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, offering no reply. What to do? What can be done? Inside the Yendi barrier, Han Chang was the only peak strength, and he had to control the center, unable to move. Send a regiment commander from the Qi-gathering realm? To deliver food to two demon generals at peak strength? This was fundamentally an unsolvable open conspiracy. In the gathering spirit chamber, the flow of time was twisted to 16 times. 3 days outside had become 48 days for Lin Xuan. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform, his body like an ancient, unmoving statue. After extreme training with Mu Qingxue, he had glimpsed the embryonic form of gun intent, and was now trying to fully master it by integrating that pale intent with the first layer of the ninefold gun decision, the burning blood heart method. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's body shook violently, and his brows instantly furrowed tightly. At this moment, the river of faith built from the hopes and guardianship of billions of compatriots violently surged. A stream of blackness, filled with panic, despair, anger, and betrayal, surged like a deadly poison into the once pure golden river of faith, staining it murky and filthy. Warning! Detected immense negative emotions of despair, doubt, and betrayal corroding the river of faith. The cornerstone of national fortune is shaking. The value of faith will no longer increase. Lin Xuan did not open his eyes. But his consciousness flowed upstream along the murky river of faith. He saw the corpse mountain and blood sea of Eagle Cry Cliff. He heard the piercing laughter of the fangs and the heart-wrenching wails of his compatriots in front of the screen. He felt that rapidly dissipating trust and that relentlessly crushed hope. Demon race. A dull roar, like the low growl of a giant beast from the abyss, emerged from Lin Xuan's chest. The grief of betrayal, the anger at seeing his compatriots slaughtered, all turned into fuel, thrown into the pale Tao fire in his soul. Suppression. Fusion. Turning this endless negative emotion into the sharpest blade of gunlight. Boom! The stone platform beneath him cracked with a snap, revealing a spiderweb of fractures. Under the tightly closed eyelids, golden divine fire and dead white light intertwined, devouring, ultimately returning to a point of ultimate destruction. Ancient Dragon Elephant Jail Suppression Technique First Level, Jail Suppression Divine Body. 9 Heavy Spear Technique First Level, Burning Blood Spear Light. Almost at the same time, outside the spirit gathering room, Han Chang and Mu Qingxue were anxiously waiting. Suddenly, the 5-meter-thick door of the spirit gathering room, forged from special alloys, able to withstand missile bombardment, suddenly fell silent. All the glowing runes dimmed at that moment. Then, in the horrified eyes of Han Chang and Mu Qingxue, a figure appeared at the door. He stretched out his finger, and on the tip, a sharp white light about an inch long flickered uncertainly. He used his finger as a gun, lightly drawing downward from top to bottom against the heavy alloy door. No sound. No explosion. Wherever the sharp white light passed, the indestructible alloy melted away as if devoured by emptiness, leaving a smooth cut that could reflect a person's shadow. Clang. Half of the door, weighing over 50 tons, slowly slid down along the cut and crashed to the ground, making a dull thud. Dust filled the air. A figure slowly walked out from behind the torn door. White hair, moving without wind. Chapter 24, A Scheme That Strikes the Heart, Gods and Demons Respond. Command Center. The air was frozen, a pin drop could be heard. Han Qing's bloodshot single eye stared fiercely at the white-haired boy coming out from behind the torn metal door, his hand shaking uncontrollably. This boy had just walked the path that countless geniuses could never reach in 10 days. And the price? Han Chang dared not think further. He only knew that this boy was the last and sharpest knife of the dragon country. Play the footage just now. Lin Xuan's voice was bland, showing no emotional fluctuations. Play it again. Han Qing's heart jerked violently. He glanced at Mu Qingxue, who looked as grave as water, her eyes sharp as an eagle, and finally nodded with difficulty. Play. One word, exhausting his strength. The main screen of the command center lit up again. The blood-red purgatory of Eagle Cry Cliff was presented before everyone in the highest definition, the cruelest perspective. The arrogant and hideous face of the demon General Fong was almost filling the entire screen. See? Dragon Country's trash. This is your officer. Where is your hope? That white-haired boy named Lin Xuan? He is hiding in his cozy nest as your savior, while you cannon fodder die outside. Your faith, your hope, is just a joke. A huge joke. Ha ha ha. The piercing laughter, accompanying the images of Dragon Country soldiers being brutally slaughtered, felt like countless red-hot dull knives, repeatedly cutting through the nerves of everyone in the command center. A young officer could no longer bear it and rushed to the side, bending over and heaving violently. More people gripped their fists tightly, their nails digging into their flesh, blood dripping through their fingers, yet they were completely oblivious. Their eyes were red, jaws clenched tightly, bodies trembling violently from extreme anger. However, in this ocean drowned by anger and sorrow, Lin Xuan quietly stared at the screen, his black pupils reflecting a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, yet his face showed no sadness or anger. This extreme calmness was more chilling than any roar. Mu Qingxue closely watched his pale profile. As a commander, she had seen countless types of anger, but she had never seen this kind. That was not rage but a devastating singularity formed by collapsing emotions. He was only 19 years old. What kind of pain must one endure to refine a young man into this form? The image finally froze on the face of a toothy monster close to the camera, filled with mockery. The screen went dark. The command center fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, Lin Xuan finally moved. He turned around, his black pupils sweeping across everyone present. I'll kill the monster. His tone remained flat and devoid of warmth. For words, yet they exploded in everyone's mind like a thunderclap from the heavens. Han Qing suddenly looked up, his one eye filled with bloodshot veins. Lin Xuan. Don't be impulsive. You just came out of seclusion, your realm is unstable, and those two are peak monster generals. This is not coordinates. Lin Xuan interrupted him directly, spitting out two words. His gaze finally showed a slight change. It was an undeniable, absolute will. Han Qing looked into those eyes, all words of persuasion choking in his throat. He suddenly understood what lay beneath that calmness. Overwhelming killing intent and a resolute will. This young man before him might have gambled everything. At this point, what else could he do besides trusting him? All right. Han Qing squeezed out a word through gritted teeth, slamming the table and roaring. Give him the precise coordinates of Eagle Sorrow Cliff. I want you. Han Qing's voice was hoarse, laced with a sense of bloodshed, to bring back the heads of those two beasts intact. This mission is dangerous. I will lead the guard team to assist you. Mu Qingxue stepped forward, her voice cold and firm, radiating an undeniable commanding presence. She could not let Lin Xuan face a certain death trap alone, it was her duty as a commander. However, Lin Xuan turned around, looking at her calmly. You can't go. Mu Qingxue was taken aback. Here, Lin Xian's gaze swept across the command center as if penetrating the walls to see the entire defense line. Needs you to guard it. The monster race's target is me, but they won't give up attacking here. His voice was completely flat, as if stating an established fact. Mu Qingxue's straight back suddenly stiffened. Who is she? The commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Frozen Rose, one of the top commanders of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, this 19-year-old boy was issuing orders to her in an irrefutable tone. This was not provocation, but a deeper, strategically confident deployment. Lin Xuan looked at her, his black pupils unfathomable. Trust me. These three words were light, yet seemed to carry the power of 1,000 tons, crashing heavily into Mu Qingxue's heart. She instinctively raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing over the nearly invisible scar beneath her left eye, and for the first time, shock emerged in her dark pupils that she could not suppress. From those calm black eyes, she read an undeniable will. Lin Xian's gaze returned to Han Qing. I'll go alone. Enough. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to anyone. Turning, he walked to an unused control panel, picking up an unopened energy bar on it. Rip. He tore open the packaging. Break the energy bar in half. Under the astonished, shocked, and incomprehensible gazes of hundreds in the command center, he slowly stuffed half of the energy bar into his mouth, chewing seriously, bite by bite, and swallowing. As if he were not heading to a blood-soaked battlefield, not facing two terrifying demon generals at their peak strength, but merely taking a stroll in the park downstairs. After finishing, he casually placed the remaining half of the energy bar on the console. Then, he moved. No running start, no warning. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded loudly in the command center. Lin Xuan's figure instantly vanished from his spot. The special alloy floor where he stood cracked like a spider's web, forming a clear footprint that sank downwards. A violent airflow erupted outward, blowing surrounding instruments and equipment askew, countless sheets of paper swirling into the sky, falling like snowflakes. The two heavy automatic doors of the command center were directly blown off their frames by this unbeatable wave of air. Clang! The two doors slammed against the hallway, making a loud sound that snapped everyone out of their stupor. People rushed madly to the giant gap created by the collision, looking outside. They could only see a white shadow flash by in the corridor inside the barrier, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't capture it at all. Chapter 25, A Thought Away from Heaven, Gods and Demons Roving. In the United States, Pentagon Level 3, the highest intelligence analysis center. The air here was heavy as lead. Report. Target speed has exceeded 3 Mach. The trajectory is an absolute straight line, ignoring any terrain obstacles. Fuck. Physiological feature scanning has completely failed. All equipment cannot define its existence form. The Deep Blue analysis model is collapsing. The Deep Blue computing module is overloaded by 370%. The logic core is polluted by an incomprehensible data flood. Requesting forced restart. No. An old 5-star general, eyes blood red, pointed at the screen where a white comet seemed to tear the earth apart, roaring like a beast. Keep calculating. I must know what kind of monster the Dragon Kingdom has summoned from hell. Before he could finish his words. Puff. The supercomputer named Deep Blue erupted with dense electrical sparks from its interior, letting out a sharp, mournful wail. On the wall, hundreds of surveillance screens flickered in unison with blood-red data error, then fell into a dead silence of darkness. The entire analysis center was silent. General. A chief technician, looking like death, spoke with a shaking voice. Deep Blue, its logic core has been burned through. The 5-star general slumped in his chair, eyes vacant, repeatedly chewing on 2 words. Monster. A living monster that cannot be defined by science. On the battlefield of gods and demons, in the hive of extermination be emperor. On the throne, the extermination be emperor watched the images transmitted back by his subordinates, gazing at that white stream of light, with laziness and mockery completely fading from his blood-red pupils. Replaced by greed like a volcanic eruption. The ancient dragon elephant suppression technique. He uttered an ancient name, the corners of his mouth lifting into a cruel arc. So it's the legacy of those old things. No wonder they can refine their bodies to such an unbelievable level. He issued a new order to the 2 demon generals beneath the throne. Fangs, rock. At your command. Change the plan. The voice of the extermination be emperor trembled with excitement, carrying an irrefutable authority. Don't kill him. Bring him to me alive. What's in his mind is worth 10,000 times more than his life. On the wasteland, Lin Xuan was running wildly. He had no road. Wherever he passed, there was the road. A straight line of death plowed out on the vast earth with his own body. The wind in his ears was no longer a piercing howl, but a tangible wall of air, violently broken by his flesh. The earth crazily retreated beneath his feet, and the whole world turned into a blur of flowing light. Every drop of golden blood within him, under the activation of the ancient dragon elephant jail suppression technique, transformed into rushing lava. Each heartbeat resounded like the drums of war from a giant beast, rumbling endlessly. Ahead, on the horizon, a watchtower built from black giant stones appeared. On the tower, dozens of wolf-headed demons had just discovered the rapidly approaching white line, and the piercing alarm had only sounded half a note. A rain of poison arrows, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, surged towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan did not raise his eyelids. Roar! A roar mixed with dragon's cry and elephant's roar suddenly erupted from deep within his throat. The sound waves transformed into visible golden shockwaves, spreading with a speed faster than his running. The countless arrows in the sky were instantly turned into powder by this unparalleled sound wave. The fragments of arrows, accompanied by the demon's terrifying, distorted howls, fell to the ground. Lin Xuan did not slow down, nor did he dodge, turning himself into a pure white human cannonball, crashing directly into the watchtower. Boom! That sturdy blackstone watchtower, along with the dozens of demons on it, was completely erased in an instant by that unreasonable, brutal force. It was not a collapse, nor was it shattered, but directly evaporated into countless dust from a material level. One crash, one watchtower destroyed. This scene, captured by the celestial eye, was unreservedly blasted into the eyes of billions of viewers in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the barrage that had just been covered by despair and betrayal fell into a 3-second silence before it exploded in a nuclear blast-like manner. What the hell? What did I just see? That tower just vanished? Smashed down in one hit? Is that a special effect? No. That's real. Is that a high-level being? Is Lubu coming to life with unmatched power? Where are the ones cursing Lin God earlier? Come out. All of you, crawl out and bow your heads. Is this what you call a cowardly turtle? Are your eyes covered in dog shit? Lin God. My God. I was wrong. I truly was. I should not have doubted you. Please. Kill them all. Wipe out those beasts. Panic and doubt were crushed to dust in the face of absolute power. In their place was an even more fervent worship and belief than before. Streams of even more magnificent and purer golden faith surged, transforming into a golden tsunami sweeping across the heavens and earth. From all corners of the Dragon Kingdom, it surged into the sky, crossing endless void, madly pouring into Lin Xuan's body. Lin Xuan could feel that the massive faith value he had consumed from cultivating was being crazily filled up by this vast power, even overflowing once more. His aura steadily climbed as he ran. Finally, Eagle Cry Cliff had arrived. The moment Lin Xuan's foot touched this land, he stopped. A thick scent of blood that could not dissipate, mixed with the odor of scorched earth, madly rushed into his nostrils. What he saw was all hell. Broken limbs, congealed blood, stained the entire cliff a horrifying dark red. The bodies of Dragon Kingdom warriors were carelessly piled together, forming a shocking mountain of corpses. On their faces still lingered the ferocity of not retreating in the face of death. Atop the mountain of corpses, a tattered Dragon Kingdom battle flag was firmly pinned to the ground by a broken demon spear, letting out a powerless wail in the cold wind. Lin Xuan's gaze swept across every corpse. In his spiritual perception, vague and unwilling heroic spirits emerged from the bodies, silently roaring, showing him their last desperation in life. His body, his soul, was carving this blood debt into his marrow, line by line. Ding! Strong intent of revenge detected in the host, resonating deeply with the spirits of the fallen heroes. The blood debt mark has been activated, stacking up. Current stacking layers, 136 layers. Each layer will grant you the final judgment over the demons. Yo! A fearless one really came? A mocking voice sounded. The demon general Fanya, carrying a giant axe, and the silent boulder, stood before Lin Xuan, one on each side. Chapter 26, The End of the Gun, the demons come to collect debt. You. Who will die first? Lin Xuan's words floated lightly at the mountaintop, yet it was like the freezing frost of the nine heavens, solidifying the entire world. The demon general Fanya was momentarily stunned, then felt an immense insult, and burst into wild laughter. Brat! You really think so highly of yourself. It licked its fangs, eyes filled with cruelty. The emperor has commanded, alive. So I will first break your 4 limbs. As soon as the words fell, Fanya's entire body swelled up. The terrifying pressure of peak transformation burst forth without reservation. It raised the heavy giant axe with both hands, rich demonic energy surged out like ink, wrapping the entire axe body in black as night. The air hummed under this force. Die, human trash! Fanya roared, bearing the terrifying might capable of cleaving mountains, as the giant axe swung down. The axe blade tore through the air, creating sharp sonic booms. The power of this axe was enough to sever a small mountain in half. However, facing this killing blow, Lin Xuan didn't even move the war flag on his shoulder. He simply slowly raised the ordinary standard long spear in his hand. Against the descending giant axe, he casually swiped. There was no earth-shattering collision. No explosive waves bursting out. Only a flash of pure white sharpness, fleeting at the tip of the spear. In the demon battle arena, within the magic palace of the Slaughter Bee Emperor. The Slaughter Bee Emperor, watching through a crystal ball, felt its pupils suddenly shrink to dangerous pinpoints. The embryonic form of the Tao. It exclaimed in disbelief, the blood-red pupils filled with incredulity. How is this possible? He is so young. It clearly saw. That white spear light was not any technique, nor the release of true energy, but a pure principle. Where it passed, Fanya's axe, capable of cutting iron like mud, had its concept directly severed. The hard axe blade began to dissolve into thin air, large chunks disappearing in the void. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Slaughter Bee Emperor shook its head madly. How could a human comprehend the embryonic form of the Tao at such a young age? On Eagle Cry Cliff, Fanya watched helplessly as its proud giant axe gradually dissipated under that white sharp light. Fear surged like a tide. But that spear light did not stop. It glided past the broken axe body, maintaining its force, and gently swept across Fanya's chest in its petrified gaze of terror. Time stood still in that moment. A thin white line appeared on Fanya's body. From chest to abdomen, straight and smooth. The next second, Fanya's upper body and lower body silently dislocated along that white line. Separated. Then transformed into the tiniest particles, gently scattered by the mountain wind. There was barely time for a scream to escape. In one move, the peak transformation demon general, with both form and spirit extinguished. The entire battlefield fell into total silence. In the Yanhuang Barrier Command Center, Han Qing's mind went blank. Mu Qingshua's cold phoenix eye showed an expression called shock for the first time. She had seen countless strong individuals, but had never seen such a terrifying method of attack. That was not the crushing of power, but a denial of existence itself. The Dragon Kingdom livestream exploded after 3 seconds of silence. What the hell did I just see? That demon general just vanished like that? Lin God is awesome. This is our Dragon Kingdom's war god. Damn, I actually doubted him just now. I'm a dog. Is he even human? This is a deity descending to Earth. On the system panel, belief values soared at an unprecedented speed. A line of golden characters appeared. The foundation of national fortune has been stabilized, belief torrent surging. Current belief value, 990 million. On the other side, Demon General Pancher saw this scene, and a look of fear appeared on its rock-like face for the first time. It did not hesitate. Turn and run. At the same time, it crushed the jade talisman at its waist, sending a distress signal to the hive tyrant. It knew very well that what it faced was not a human boy at all, but an ancient god in human skin. Did I let you go? A cold voice echoed behind it. When it glanced back, Pancher was horrified to find Lin Xuan standing in its escape path without knowing when. Shouldering a battle flag, holding a long spear. Like an insurmountable marker. How is this possible? Your speed. Pancher's voice trembled. Lin Xuan did not answer, only looked at it calmly. That gaze was still as if looking at a dead object about to be erased. Pancher, pushed to desperation, let out a desperate roar. Its entire body glowed with a yellowish light, as it concentrated all its strength into a punch, striking the ground. Earth-splitting fury. Boom. 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 The earth began to shake violently, countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, creating a devastating wave of stone, engulfing Lin Xuan. Each stone spike was as thick as a water barrel, sharp as a knife. This was Pancher's killing move, a technique it had once used to obliterate an entire human town. However, Lin Xuan didn't even glance at it, allowing the stone wave to strike him. Every stone spike shattered upon contact with his body, not even tearing the corner of his clothes. The prison body refined by ancient dragon elephant prison suppression technique was indestructible. He walked leisurely through the stone wave, arriving before Pancher. Impossible. This can't be. Pancher retreated frantically. What kind of monster are you? Pay with your life for my comrades. Lin Xuan whispered, thrusting the long spear forward straightforwardly. This time there was no spear light, but on the spear body, a phantom of a dragon elephant flashed and vanished. The spear easily pierced Pancher's impenetrable chest. Pancher, however, felt no pain, only a domineering power exploding inside. The imprisonment power of the ancient dragon elephant prison suppression technique directly affected its organs. Under the gaze of a global audience, golden cracks began to burst forth from Pancher's massive body. Its entire body became like a fragile porcelain about to shatter. 3 seconds later, accompanied by a dull roar, it exploded, turning into a rain of flesh and blood. From the moment Lin Xuan struck to the end. 10 seconds. 2 peak demon generals, completely annihilated. Lin Xuan wiped the blood from the spear tip and silently walked to the highest point of Eagle's Cliff. With force, he deeply reinserted the Dragon Kingdom battle flag that he had shouldered into the mountain soil. In the cold wind, the battle flag rustled, as if declaring the return of this land. He turned around and began to carefully collect, organize, and align the scattered remains of his compatriots. For every corpse, he gently touched their eyes, making those unwilling spirits rest in peace. After doing all this, he faced the camera of the Eye of Heaven. Those lifeless black eyes seemed to silently declare war on the entire demon race. The whole Dragon Kingdom held its breath in awe of this godlike figure. However, at this most solemn moment, an out-of-place voice, transmitted through the broadcasting system, clearly resonated worldwide. Goo! The stomach growled. Lin Xuan froze for a moment, instinctively covering his stomach. Suddenly, he remembered he had only eaten half an energy bar since entering closed-door training. The livestream instantly turned from fervent admiration into shock. Then it erupted into a tsunami of comments. My Lin God is hungry. Crisis alert. He's still a child. Quick, feed my God. Who dares let my Lin God go hungry? So heart-wrenching. He killed 2 demon generals and is still starving. Han Qing, watching the screen at the command center, could no longer hold back his tears at the sight of the still expressionless yet instinctively clutching his stomach boy. And Lin Xuan only paused slightly. Then he raised his head, as if his gaze penetrated the eye of heaven, looking deep into the battlefield of gods and demons. Towards the direction of the Hive Tyrant's palace. He slowly raised the long spear stained with the blood of demon generals. The tip of the gun pointed far away in that direction. The sound was as light as a feather, yet it echoed clearly throughout the entire world. The dead is not yet settled. Killing be king. In half a month, it will be your death date. Chapter 27, The Nation Boils, the World Destruction Declaration. That faint gurgle, broadcasted through high-definition audio equipment, clearly spread across Dragon Country and the entire world. In the previous second, billions of viewers, still immersed in the endless shock of Lin Xuan's divine arrival and his wave that killed 2 demon generals, suddenly stood still. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the barrage that scrolled faster than graphics card performance experienced a strange pause for 1 second. It was as if time had been pressed on pause. The next second, a torrent of bullets 100 times more intense than before erupted violently, in a nearly frenzied manner. I'm breaking down. Brothers, I'm really breaking down. He's just a kid. He's only 19. He killed 2 demon generals, and he's hungry. Who the hell said Lin Xuan was a monster just now? Come out. He's not a monster. He's just a hungry boy fighting for us. My heart hurts. My heart is about to break. What about logistics? What about the logistics of the Yinhuang barrier? Quick, send Lin Xuan food. Send the best food in the world. From today on, whoever dares to say anything bad about Lin Xuan, I'll come through the internet and twist their head off. We owe him. All 14 billion of us in Dragon Country owe him. I was wrong, Lin Xuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't doubt you, I shouldn't scold you, boo-hoo. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone. I said I was kneeling to our guardian god. At this moment, the whole world owes him a hearty meal. He is safeguarding us with his life, yet we let him fight on an empty stomach. Are we still human? The doubts, betrayals, and despair that had just arisen due to the slaughter were completely washed away, purified, and then sublimated by an emotion called heartache. If before, faith was based on the admiration of great power, then at this moment, the foundation of faith transformed into the purest protection and compassion. Countless people looked at the screen where the white-haired, black-clothed, thin boy bore the tattered battle flag on his shoulder, watching his instinctive action of clutching his stomach, as tears burst forth. He is a god. But he is also a human. He gets tired, he gets hungry, he feels pain. He carries the responsibilities of gods and demons, yet remains a flesh and blood mortal. This extreme contrast struck hard, like a heavy hammer smashing into the hearts of every person in Dragon Country, sparking the hottest sincerity. Ding! Faith form detected a qualitative change. Admiration and fear have sublimated into protection and sincerity. The purity of the faith torrent has increased by 120%. The foundation of national fortune is being reshaped, strength skyrocketing. Current faith value, 310 million. And it continues to skyrocket at a speed of 30,000 per second. Lin Xuan felt the golden river inside him, surging and roaring, becoming unprecedentedly pure and vast, and he paused slightly. He looked down at his hands, those hands that once held a sword, now trembling slightly due to battle. So this is their response? Not out of fear, not out of respect, but because of heartache? Lin Xuan felt an unprecedented warmth, the purest care from billions of compatriots, more precious than any power. He did not speak, but slowly walked to the highest point of Eagle's Cry Cliff. There should have been a flagpole. But now, only a broken stump remained, hacked down by the demon's axe. Lin Xuan gently unfolded the Dragon Country battle flag he had shouldered. In the bloody wind, the golden red flag fluttered, as if proclaiming an indomitable will. Lin Xuan gripped the flagpole tightly, deeply and forcefully, and drove it back into the hard rock at the mountain peak. The flag flew high, reinstating the declaration of this land's ownership. Then, he began to gather the scattered remains of compatriots one by one. Carefully tidying up, gently brushing over every pair of unclosed eyes. Let those souls who died in battle rest peacefully. Brothers, rest easy, Lin Xuan whispered softly, your sacrifice will not be in vain. 136 bodies, neatly arranged under the battle flag. Lin Xuan knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed lightly against his chest, his head bowed. Silent mourning. Unvoiced comfort. After a long time, Lin Xuan stood up, raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the heavens, landing on that crimson demonic realm. In his black pupils, a fire of unprecedented determination burned. In the battlefield of gods and demons, a wasteland of bones. Inside the demon palace of the slaughter be king, a dead silence reigned. All the demon generals, including the recently recalled Shadow, Phantom Moon, Swift Wind, Dreamweaver, and Shadowscale, all lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to draw a breath. The air was thick with the smell of fear. On the crystal ball, the scene of Fanya and Rock being instantly obliterated was being reflected. Especially Fanya, who, with a white line slicing through, silently dislocated and decomposed into dust, made all the peak demon generals tremble from deep within their souls. This was not merely a crushing force, but a negation of existence itself. Your Majesty. The seductive snake demon Shadow spoke with an uncontrollable tremble in her voice. What kind of power is that? Fanya and Rock didn't last even a breath. Even though they are the strongest demon generals, they are still at the peak of transformation. Will of martial arts. On the throne, the blood-red pupils of the Slaughter Be King lost their laziness and mockery for the first time, leaving only a greed and seriousness akin to a volcano erupting. The human race has produced an unparalleled talent this time. And... He paused, his voice laced with disbelief. He is only 19 years old. At these words, the Hall of Demon Generals was filled with shock. 19 years old, with such martial will. This was unheard of in the entire history of the battlefield of gods and demons. Your Majesty. This child cannot be left alive. Please allow me to lead the Shadow Division to assassinate him right now. He has just experienced a great war and must be weak. A slender eagle demon, Swift Wind, raised his head, his eyes filled with a fierce zeal for battle. No, I will go. Another shadowy figure, a human-faced spider demon, Dreamweaver, chuckled softly. Such perfect material should be woven into the most magnificent artwork, not killed crudely. Your Majesty, hand him over to me, and I guarantee I can extract all secrets from his soul. Everyone shut up. The Slaughter Be King's furious shout was like the collapse of the heavens, instantly pinning all the demon generals to the ground, their bones groaning. The palace floor cracked like a spider web. His gaze was fixed fiercely on the crystal ball, at the white-haired youth pointing his spear towards him. Listening to that clear death proclamation coming through. In half a month, it will be your death date? The Slaughter Be King laughed. It was a laugh of extreme cruelty, mixed with the utmost arrogance. Chapter 28, 10 Days of Concentration, Blood Red Countdown. When Lin Xuan's figure stepped out of the jagged gap he had crashed through. In the command center, all sounds vanished. Hundreds of star generals and staff maintained their stiff postures. Their breathing halted, as if the air in their lungs had been instantly sucked out. Their gaze fixed like nails on that white-haired youth. In their eyes, there was shock, the ecstatic joy of survival, and a deep, marrow-level respect. He had returned. From the guaranteed deadly encirclement of 2 peak demon generals and 3,000 demon soldiers. He was completely unharmed. Dressed in black, pure as snow, without a speck of dust. Only his common long spear, with its tip frozen in dark red blood clots, exuded a murderous aura. That was the blood of demon generals. Han Sheng's throat rolled violently, producing not a sound. He wanted to say something, but found he could only manage a single word, good. Mu Qingxue stood there. Her usually straight back felt slightly stiff at this moment. Her eyes were filled with confusion. In her mind, the last images from the eye of the sky crazily replayed. That stark white flash of the gun. That was not martial skill. Not true energy. That was the trace of the Tao, easily erasing the power of existence. The intent of the gun. Its embryonic form had appeared. A 19-year-old boy. A person who started cultivating from scratch only 10 days ago. He had actually touched a threshold that she, soaking in a sea of corpses and blood for 30 years, had never glimpsed. In the deathly silence, Lin Xuan seemed unaware of the eyes around him. In his world, there was only the road ahead. He walked straight to the control panel. There lay half an energy bar he had left uneaten before. The wrapper was torn, making a slight crisp sound. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the white-haired figure who had just slaughtered gods and demons. Silently, he ate that cheap compressed food, bite by bite. The godly aura of killing contrasted sharply with the ordinary act of eating. The stark contrast made everyone's heart clench violently. A sourness surged up his throat. He had gone to kill that demon commander on an empty stomach. Lin Xuan. Mu Qingxue finally found her voice. Raspy and terrifying, with a slight tremor that was hard to detect. What is your true realm now? Lin Xuan swallowed the last bite of food. He carefully folded the wrapper into a small square and set it aside. After doing all of this, he finally raised his eyes. His black pupils were calm and unruffled. Peak of the concentrating mind realm. These 4 words were like invisible thunder, exploding in everyone's mind. The chair behind Mu Qingxue was crushed by her unconscious grip. The martial arts building she had established for 30 years collapsed at this moment. Peak of concentrating mind. 10 days. 10 days ago, he was at the 8th level of body refinement, a boy who couldn't even withstand a single move under his hand. 10 days later, he could erase the peak of the transforming strength with the body of concentrating mind. This is impossible. This defies common sense. Mu Qingxue muttered. The calm of the Demon Suppression Legion commander completely shattered. She fixed her eyes on Lin Xuan's overly youthful face, her voice trembling. The history of the Demon Suppression Army records that the most gifted martial saints took 3 years to go from body refinement to the peak of concentrating qi. The last generation's prodigy took a full 2 months to move from 0 to transforming strength. You took only 10 days. Suddenly, she looked up. This means your cultivation speed is 100 times theirs. Her gaze suddenly became horrifying. At this rate, before the decisive battle, you will surely reach transforming strength. The audience was shocked. 1 month to reach transforming strength. This was a complete subversion of the history of human martial arts. It was a myth breaking into reality. Lin Xuan simply nodded calmly. Okay. Lightly spoken, as if it were natural. The command center fell into a complete standstill. But Mu Qingxue's heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. A bone-chilling cold surged to her heart. She understood now. Han Xing, Li Zhennan, and the others, why they risked the entire fate of the Dragon Kingdom. The boy before her was not some extraordinary genius. He was a martyr, burning himself and exhausting his future in the most brutal and resolute way. Every step he took filled with his life. Han Xing staggered back 2 steps, leaning against the wall. His single eye filled with deep sadness and guilt that could not dissolve. What he saw was not hope, but a final strong light withering in the most brilliant manner. Lin Xuan crossed over the crowd and walked up to Han Xing. He stared directly into that single eye. Killing be king. He spat out this name, his tone steady but heavy as thousands of pounds. I want all its intelligence. Han Xing closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing the swirling emotions. He rasped, follow me. He led Lin Xuan and Mu Qingxue into the battle simulation room. On the giant sand table, the terrain of the god-demon battlefield was revealed in detail. Han Xing's finger pointed heavily at the black area marked as a forbidden zone deep in the demon clan's territory. An illusion of a hive demon palace made of bones and black crystals slowly rose from the ground. Killing be king. The 36th of the 72 demon kings, title bone ruler. Han Xing's voice was heavy as a mountain. The original body is an ancient, otherworldly species called god-slaying demon bee, in charge of death and the decaying of souls. Its cultivation. Han Xing paused. He spoke the word, one by one, each syllable heavy with hopelessness. Great demon realm, peak. Great demon realm? Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Corresponding to the human races. Martial Dao Grandmaster. Mu Qingxue's face instantly turned pale. That was a whole new level of life. A Grandmaster was an existence capable of suppressing the luck of a nation, of moving mountains and filling seas. Before a Grandmaster, even the peak of Qi transformation was nothing more than a larger insect. Not only that. Han Xing's eyes were filled with deep dread. It, like you, grasped the will form 100 years ago, and perfected it completely. Its will is called decay. Any life that touches it will die. True Qi, blood, even the soul, will be instantly drained and turned to ash. Han Xing looked at Lin Xuan, speaking the harshest truth. There is a vast difference between the peak of Qi transformation and a Grandmaster. It's a crushing difference on the level of the rules. Even if you reach the peak of Qi transformation before the final battle, against the fully powered Slaughter Bee King, your chances of winning are less than 1 in 10. This was a death sentence being declared. If it has such great power, why doesn't it simply crush the Yanhuang barrier? Mu Qingxue asked hoarsely. She didn't want to believe that this was a certain death situation. Han Xing gave a bitter laugh and raised his hand, pointing to the towering barrier outside the window. Because it cannot cross. This Yanhuang barrier was built on the bones of the first generation of chosen ones, using the essence of the 9 provinces' dragon veins. It is not a wall, it is a living national protecting artifact. Here, the human race's luck is thriving and can suppress all foreign races. Within a 1,000-mile radius of the barrier, any great demon's cultivation will be forcefully suppressed, dropping back to the peak of Qi transformation. Han Xing's voice was filled with melancholy. This is the fundamental reason why we have struggled to survive and hold on for 100 years. He looked at Lin Xuan, his gaze filled with both apology and determination. Lin Xuan, do you understand? It gives you 1 month, not out of mercy. It is forcing you. Forcing you to leave the city, forcing you to go to that desolate land it dominates, and fight a deathmatch with a fully powered, decay-wielding supreme demon monarch. A plot. In the simulation room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Xian's expression did not change in the slightest. He absorbed all the information, then slowly nodded his head. Got it. After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Where are you going? Mu Qingxue instinctively asked. Her voice carried a hint of panic. Lin Xuan did not stop his steps. He did not turn around. His voice was cold and calm. To cultivate. Before it kills everyone. I will kill it. Chapter 29, 100 Years of Burning Life, all for one battle. The battlefield of gods and demons. The blood-red moon hung in the sky. The Yanhuang barrier. Time was like an invisible knife, each passing second cutting into the hearts of 1,400 million Dragon Kingdom citizens. Today was the 10th day of the blood-red countdown. On the screen, the demon soldiers under the command of Black Marsh King were slaughtering a forward station called Lonely Peak. That place only had 37 old Dragon Kingdom soldiers left. They did not retreat. They did not beg for mercy. At the moment when they were torn apart, devoured, and crushed, they desperately saluted the sky with blood-stained hands. Then, the bloody image in the sky was replaced by a black screen. In the live stream room, the bullet comments froze. After a while, countless people cried, pounded their chests, then began to flood the screen with messages. 10th day. This is the 10th day. Lonely Peak. Brothers, rest in peace. Slaughter be king, you beast. Don't vent your anger on ordinary people. Come out, if you dare. Lord Lin. We know you're strong, but we really are scared. These past half a month have felt like waiting for a death sentence. He will come out. He won't abandon us. He is our hope. He will create a miracle. But he is still at the spirit-gathering realm. That's a grandmaster. How can he fight? How could he possibly defeat it? Doubt appeared once again. But it was quickly drowned by a flood of even more furious comments. Shut up. Whoever dares to doubt Lord Lin, I'll fight them to the death. Lord Lin killed a peak chi transformation with the spirit-gathering realm. Why can't he use the chi transformation realm to kill a grandmaster? I trust him. I believe in him. He is my god. We all owe him a good meal, and now, all we can do for him is to believe in him steadfastly. The emotions of billions of people are crazily tugging back and forth on the edge of a cliff of despair and hope. This feeling is more tormenting than death. In the torment, time finally reached the 10th day. Inside the highest strategic command center. The air was oppressive to the extreme. Li Xuan's white hair had aged much more in just half a month. He stared at the red dot on the screen that represented Lonely Peak extinguishing, with eyes red as fire. His right hand kept trembling slightly. That was powerless rage and unspeakable sorrow. He had mobilized all the forces he could to attempt a rescue. But each time, he was crushed back by the 3 demon kings of the demon clan in the most contemptuous and cold-hearted way. This was not a slaughter at all. This was clearly the Bee Queen using the most brutal way to tell them, your resistance is a joke. It was forcing. Forcing Lin Xuan to break open. Forcing him to die. Li Xuan suddenly remembered Lin Xuan's calm words, before it kills everyone, I will kill it. But, how to kill? With what to kill? He glanced at the tightly closed spirit-gathering room door, where lay the only hope of the Dragon Kingdom, and also the only bet. There's still 1 day left. Mu Qingxue stood beside him, her voice hoarse. She stared at that metal door, her heart filled with mixed emotions. 10 days ago, that boy, with his state of concentration, crushed the peak of transformation. And now? How far can he go? Can he really reach that step? Just as everyone was in anguish and despair. Inside the spirit-gathering room, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged. The rich spiritual energy was almost liquefied, soaking his black clothes tightly against his skin. His head of black hair had turned completely frost-white. He opened his eyes, the depths filled with an emptiness that devours everything. Consciousness submerged into the system. Host, Lin Xuan. Level, transformation, initial stage. Technique, ancient dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, first level perfect. Martial skill, 9 heavy spear technique, first level perfect. Faith value, 280 million, explosive growth ongoing. Remaining lifespan, 40 years. Lin Xuan's pupils slightly constricted. 1/16. He used 160 years of life to exchange for this 10-day transformation. He felt the explosive power within him. Golden blood flowed like mercury, rumbling in the veins. He stood up. Boom! An invisible force field exploded centered around him. That was the momentum only a master of transformation could have. He raised his hand. In the palm, a pale white spear light flickered. It was no longer a prototype, but condensed into substantial intention. It could slice through matter, could dismantle concepts. The cost was 160 years of life. But, behind him were 1.4 billion people. He had no choice. Lin Xuan walked toward that giant alloy door. 10 days ago, he opened it with a finger. Now, he pushed it open with force. Bang! The heavy alloy door burst open with a loud bang. In the command center, all eyes were instantly drawn to it. White hair. Black clothes. That boy stepped out from the boundary of light and shadow. His figure was still slender. But with each step down, the solid alloy floor groaned under the unbearable weight. The air parted before him. That was a pure, tyrannical, unreasonable martial pressure. Han Qing's single eye widened. He felt a rush of warmth flood his brain. Hope. He saw Dragon Kingdom's sharpest blade. You. Han Chang opened his mouth, his throat felt blocked. Mu Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning. She clearly sensed the wave that made her soul tremble. Transformation. You did it. A staff officer cried out in grief. The emotions suppressed for 10 days burst forth, and the command center was filled with cries. Lin Xuan stopped. He looked indifferently at everything. Ecstasy, grief, relief, these strong emotions surged like a tide, but were blocked by an invisible barrier 3 feet around him. Good, child. Han Chang's old tears streamed down his face, his outstretched hand froze in midair. He did not dare to touch. He feared his own filth would tarnish the boy who had sacrificed his life. Mu Qingxue bit her lip tightly, her nails digging into her palm. 160 years. She finally understood how heavy these two words, transforming strength, were. In the chaos, Lin Xuan moved. He did not respond to anyone. He passed by Han Chang and Mu Qingxue. His steps were steady, his gaze unwavering. The frenzied cries abruptly ceased as he passed. Everyone instinctively held their breath and made way. They looked at that figure. That was not a triumphant hero. That was a lonely warrior, walking towards the final battlefield. Lin Xuan walked to the front of the command center. On the massive screen, there were no victory flags. Only a glaring red number was wildly jumping. Final battle countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Below the number were the names of 136 extinguished outposts. Lonely Peak. Iron Chain Pass. Hometown Viewing Platform. Lin Xuan's shadow overlapped with those names. He stood for a long time. So long that a pin drop could be heard in the command center. Finally, he slowly turned his head to look at the one-eyed old general behind him. His voice was cold and devoid of any warmth. Next. How to kill. Chapter 30, discussing military strategy, winning with unconventional means. The air in the command center was so thick it felt like it could drip with water. Hundreds of eyes, filled with the joy of survival, unbelievable shock, and deep worry for the future, were all focused on Lin Xuan. Next. His voice was so cold it lacked any warmth. How to kill. That voice was like a cold blade, accurately cutting through everyone's complex emotions, bringing them back to the harsh reality. The tears in Han Qing's eyes instantly retracted, turning into the seriousness of a seasoned commander. He stared at the white-haired boy before him. In those pitch-black pupils, at this moment, it seemed to reflect the flames of battle from the entire demon war, deep enough to make one's heart race. How do you want to kill? Han Qing rasped his voice in reply, each word heavy as a mountain. Lin Xuan did not answer immediately. He turned and walked slowly to the huge battle situation sand table, extending his pale finger to gently tap on the cold surface. The purpose of slaughtering the Bee King is to strike at the heart. It is not a massacre. It is a performance. These 4 words made the hearts of all the generals on scene suddenly tighten. A performance? Mu Qingxue's brow furrowed tightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her phoenix eyes. Lin Xuan turned his face, his gaze terrifyingly calm, as if it could penetrate all the illusions of the world. Yes. It turned every massacre into a global live broadcast. It uses the bloodiest images to impact the psychological defenses of the Dragon Country people, destroying our beliefs and crushing our fighting spirit. What it wants is for us to collapse on our own, to give up ourselves. Lin Xuan's finger slowly traced over the extinguished red outposts on the sand table. Lonely Peak, Iron Chain Pass, Hometown Viewing Platform, behind each name were dozens of vibrant lives. These outposts are just bait. Behind the bait are 3 paths of demon generals and tens of thousands of elite troops. Lin Xuan's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder exploding in the command center. Every time you send troops to rescue, you fall into their trap, being surrounded and consumed by them while they wait idly. The morale of the army is thus worn down time and again. This is an open plot. Betting on the faith of the human race, using the lives of our compatriots as chips, forcing me out of the city, forcing me to die. This analysis was like a lightning bolt, splitting the fog in Han Chang and Mu Qingxue's minds. They had always known the other was striking at the heart, but never had they seen it so clearly, so essentially. That feeling of being toyed with left Han Qing's single eye instantly filled with bloodshot. So what? Mu Qingxue coldly pressed for an answer, her voice laced with urgency. What method do you have to break this deadlock? Lin Xuan said nothing. He just raised his hand. Zoomed the map in to the maximum. The technician's finger trembled as he enlarged the projection of the core area of the demon battlefield. Mountains, chasms, the wasteland, every detail visible. Lin Xuan picked up the laser pointer and pointed it at a dark area on the eastern side of the sand table. Black Mire, the lair of Black Mire Lord. 600 kilometers from here. His light moved, pointing north. Rift Lizard, 1,200 kilometers. Then it moved to the west. Thousand-Eye Demon Butterfly, 1,500 kilometers. The distribution of their forces forms a perfect triangle. There was a hint of coldness in Lin Xuan's voice. And the Yan Huang barrier lies right at the center of this triangle. We are prey within their cage. These three armies are the tightening net for capturing beasts. The command center was silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Han Qing and Mu Qingxue both held their breath. They knew the real killing move was coming. The red dot of the laser pointer slowly moved on the sand table. It did not point to any of the three armies of monsters. Instead, it drew an unbelievable arc, bypassing all defenses, and landed directly at the heart of the Black Mire. Lin Xuan raised his eyes and calmly uttered two words. Surprise attack. Deathly silence. After a brief silence, Han Qing's suppressed anger erupted explosively. Absurd. Han Qing slammed the sand table, and a clear handprint appeared on the hard alloy surface. His hair stood on end as he roared, Lin Xuan. Do you know what you are saying? We only have 30,000 soldiers. That is our last spark. You want me to send troops to sneak attack Black Mire Lord's lair? There are over 10,000 demon soldiers stationed there, and a peak-level Mire Lord in command. Once surrounded, there's no way back. Han Qing's voice was hoarse. You are sending us to death. You are destroying the future of Dragon Country. This completely overturned the iron rule the demon suppression army had adhered to for a century. Leaving the barrier means 9 deaths out of 10. Facing the commander's roar, Lin Xuan remained unshaken. He simply placed the laser pointer down gently. He said a sentence that made everyone's soul tremble. In reality, it is false. If it is false, it is real. Lin Xuan stared into Han Qing's angry eyes, his gaze like a torch. The three armies stationed outside may seem real, like fangs. But their true purpose is to encircle me. That is false. They believe that once I leave the city, I will fall into their encirclement. They think their main forces are outside. So, Lin Xuan's finger pressed heavily on the Black Mire, his fingertip almost piercing through the light curtain. Their lair is emptier than ever. Han Qing's pupils suddenly constricted. He was stunned by this crazy yet entirely reasonable deduction. I don't need you all to throw everything into motion. Lin Xuan looked at Mu Qingxue and issued the first command. I need you to lead the elite of the demon suppression army and be on standby. When I attract all their attention at the front, I want you to plow Black Mire Lord's lair to the ground. Mu Qingxue's body trembled, her eyes bursting with incredible brilliance. She instantly understood Lin Xuan's intention, surrounding way to rescue Zhao. Lin Xuan, even if you have no mistakes in your calculations. Han Qing took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and raised the sharpest question. How can you attract 3 peak-level demon generals at the same time? Once they realize their lair is being attacked, they will immediately return. Lin Xuan smiled. That smile had no warmth, only pure killing intent. When did I say I was going to attract them? He took a step forward, and fierce flames ignited in his black pupils. I'm going to hunt them. Boom. Those words hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Every commander present took a sharp breath. 1 against 3? No. It was an active hunt. Han Qing's heart raced. He looked at the boy before him, as if seeing the founding emperor who swept across the land 100 years ago. How confident are you? He asked hoarsely. Lin Xuan did not answer about his confidence, he simply began to calmly analyze the prey, as if stating an inevitable result. Chapter 31, Burning Blood breaking the formation, surprise attack on the mire. The blood moon hung high in the sky. The Yan Huang barrier, the highest strategic command center. All eyes were fixed tightly on the massive light screen. On the screen, the bloody countdown finally hit 0. Action. Han Qing's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping against metal, as he suddenly swung down his arm. Boom, boom, boom. The Yan Huang barrier, silent for 100 years, opened its fangs for the first time. Thousands of heavy cannons roared simultaneously, and dense flames instantly tore through the night. The first round of bombardment, target, the forward position of Black Marsh Lord's troops. This was not a probe. This was the prelude to a full-scale attack. In the live broadcast, 1 billion people held their breath. They saw the world-destroying artillery fire, and they saw a thin, almost illusory black figure, leaping down from the city wall under the cover of fire. Lin Xuan. He wore no armor, holding only a long spear, his white hair dancing wildly in the shockwave of the cannon fire. He landed silently, then his entire being transformed into a black lightning bolt that skimmed the ground, vanishing instantly into the shadows of the wasteland. Lin God charged. He really charged. Oh my god. What speed! Is this the initial stage of transformation? This is absolutely cheating. Commander Han is awesome. Lin God is awesome. Kill those beasts. The comments exploded, the suppressed emotions of 10 days were completely unleashed at this moment. Lin Xuan's speed was pushed to the extreme. He burned 160 years of lifespan to achieve transformation, exhibiting a despairing mobility under the enhancement of the prison godbody. 600 kilometers, to him, was just a few breaths. Black Marsh. Here, the sun never shines, and miasma fills the air. Black Marsh Lord, a terrifying demon resembling a giant toad, covered in disgusting boils, was raging. Damn human race. Daring to provoke us. The 10,000 demon soldiers under his command suffered heavy losses in the first round of bombardment from the Yin Huang barrier, their formation thrown into chaos. Order. All forces attack. I will smash that broken wall. Black Marsh Lord's roar suddenly stopped. Because in its huge, bulging eyeball, a cold light was reflected. Put. It was the sound of something being easily pierced. Lin Xuan stood right in front of it, less than 10 meters away. That standard long spear had already penetrated its probably tough toad skin, comparable to fine steel. When did you? Black Marsh Lord's poison sac shrank violently, looking down in disbelief at its chest. There was no expected spray of blood. At the wound, only wisps of pale gunlight twirled, mixed with a hint of disturbing dark red that was the burning blood energy. Too slow. Lin Xuan's voice was terrifyingly calm. He flicked his wrist. Ninefold spear technique, flame blood. Boom. The enormous body of Black Marsh Lord felt as if a blazing sun exploded inside it. Its body, which was said to be immune to 10,000 poisons and unbeatable by water and fire, began to collapse and vaporize from within under the power of Lin Xuan's combined will and flame blood spear light. No. I am a demon lord. A chilling scream barely made it out. Black Marsh Lord's mountain-like body melted away inch by inch before the eyes of all, turning into a stinking puddle of black pus swallowed by the swamp. One spear. Instant kill. The surrounding demon soldiers were completely stunned. Their commander, the peak demon of transformation ruling this area, just disappeared? Run. It's that white-haired killing god. He's here. He's here to collect debts. Fear spread like a plague among the demon army. 10,000 demon soldiers instantly collapsed, fleeing in all directions, crying for their mothers. And Lin Xuan didn't even glance at them. He wiped the pus and blood off the spear tip, raised his head, and looked deep into the swamp. There was the lair of Black Marsh Lord. He slowly raised his left hand, facing the lens of the heavenly eye, and raised 3 fingers. Then, he gently bent down 1 finger. This scene spread around the world through the live broadcast. Silence. A silence that lasted 3 seconds. Then, Long Kingdom erupted in an unprecedented frenzy. Wow. 1 spear. Just 1 spear. 66,666. Lin God's operation gets full marks from me. Black Marsh Lord, I was so scared at that moment. And then I was gone. So handsome. I could watch this countdown 100 times. On the system panel, the flood of faith poured in like a vast galaxy, current faith value, 850 million. Beautiful. In the command center, Han Qing fiercely swung his fist, joy exploding in his one eye. He immediately connected to Mu Qingshue's communication, Qingxue. Lin Xuan succeeded. The enemy is in chaos. Execute Plan B. Received. Mu Qingshue's voice was calm and sharp. Demon Suppression Army, strike with me. The elite of the Demon Suppression Army, already ready, charged out from the side like fierce tigers, pouncing toward the empty lair of Hei's. As Lin Xuan had expected. Hei's Zhao Jun, in order to block Lin Xuan, sent out all his elites, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the lair. Mu Qingshue's surprise attack was like entering a no-man's land. They not only burned down the demon lair and destroyed the poison cultivation pools, but also rescued hundreds of captured and tortured human compatriots from the underground prison. When these emaciated people, filled with despair, saw the blood-stained golden-red battle flag, they all kneeled down, crying, "We are saved." On the other side, Lin Xuan did not chase after the fleeing troops. He walked through the wreckage, heading toward a mass grave on the edge of the battlefield. Here were buried the sentinels cruelly killed by He Xiaojun over the past half-month. There were no tombstones, only scattered bones. Lin Xuan quietly walked over, squatting down, and slowly began to dig the soil with his hands. His movements were gentle and slow. Those hands that had just cut through enemy lines and melted demon generals now seemed infinitely tender. He carefully extracted the incomplete remains from the mud, one by one. "I'm here," he whispered, the voice so soft that only he could hear it. "Going home." He took off his black robe, wrapping the scattered bones tightly in it, holding them close to his chest. This scene was faithfully recorded by the Eye of Heaven. The live stream broke into tears again. Wowo Lin God, he always carries his comrades in his heart. He just killed a demon general. How can he be so gentle? This is our guardian. Decisive in killing, yet compassionate at heart. Brothers, you can rest now, Lin God will take you home. The faith value surged again, breaking through 1 billion. Lin Xuan stood up, holding those remains. He did not look back at the victorious flames on Mu Qingshue's side. His gaze crossed the 1,000-mile wasteland, directed toward the north. There, the earth trembled. The rift lizard, sensing the change here, was rushing over frantically. The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth curved into a cold smile. Chapter 32, The Rift Roars, Gun Intent Shakes the World. Lin Xuan, holding the remains of 136 compatriots, stepped back onto the scorched land ravaged by artillery fire. The moonlight was as cold as ice, shining on him. His black robe was already soaked with dried blood and dust, stiff as iron. On his shoulder, the tattered golden-red battle flag made a whimpering sound in the night wind, silently telling of a recently ended slaughter. Mu Qingxue had already led the main force of the demon suppression army, solemnly waiting at the spot. When she saw the outline of the remains wrapped in black robe, faintly revealing the eerie white bones, this cold renowned Valkyrie felt a sharp pain in her phoenix eyes. All calmness instantly collapsed, leaving only uncontrollable grief. She took a step forward, her military boots crunching on the scorched earth with a dull creak. No extra words were spoken. She just raised her hand, performing a standard, solemn, and heavy military salute to the remains in Lin Xuan's arms. "You've worked hard." Mu Qingshue's voice was hoarse, each word rolling like gravel. "They have gone home. The rest of the road, we will take care of." The soldiers of the demon suppression army had red-rimmed eyes, quietly gathering around. Their trembling hands seemed to be not holding bones, but the shattered souls of the Dragon Kingdom. Their movements were as slow as possible, afraid to disturb the sleeping heroic spirits as they carefully took the bones from Lin Xuan's hands. He accepted the heavy yet light weight. Lin Xuan slowly released his hand. His arms suddenly felt empty, but the weight engraved with the lives of 136 souls had deeply embedded itself in his soul, turning into an unquenchable rage. He did not look at the fellow countrymen who were saved and weeping with joy. Nor did he respond to Mu Qingshue's gaze filled with worry and awe. His eyes transcended the endless wasteland, piercing through the thick night, firmly fixing on the distant north. There, the mountains rolled, like the back of ancient beasts lying in wait. The Rift Mountain Range. Next. Lin Xuan's voice carried no ripple, as if reading an established death list. Before his voice faded, the scorched earth beneath his feet violently exploded into a deep pit. He transformed into a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the air, not looking back, unmistakably charging toward the dark depths that represented a more terrifying enemy. Mu Qingshuo watched that resolute figure, her red lips moved, wanting to say 1,000 words, but finally only turned into a soft sigh, scattered by the wind. She knew. This god of death who returned from hell would not stop before the blood debt of this land was paid, before burning away his last bit of vitality. The Yanhuang Barrier, the highest command center. Death-like silence. Han Qing's lone eye stared fiercely at the giant tactical sand table, where the blue light spot representing Lin Xuan was crazily advancing northward at a spine-tingling speed, directly into the depths of the Rift Mountain Range. He won't even take a breath? A young officer's voice trembled, carrying a tone of crying. From the surprise attack to the retrieval of the remains, it's been less than 20 minutes. Is he going to confront another peak demon of transformative strength? Can his body really handle it? It's burning his life away. Han Qing did not answer. He just tightly gripped the alloy armrest, his knuckles turning pale from excessive force, veins bulging on the back of his hand like coiling angry dragons. He understood better than anyone. Lin Xuan couldn't afford to stop. The blade of the bee-killing queen that hung over the Dragon Kingdom was still dripping blood. Every second wasted meant that more fellow countrymen were dying in screams where they couldn't see. This was a race against death. A race that was destined to be tragic. Lock on to Lin Xuan. Holographic projection. Rift demonic lizard. Han Sheng almost squeezed out this roar through clenched teeth. He had to witness for himself the horror that Lin Xuan was about to face alone. The globally live-streamed images abruptly switched. Rift Mountain Range. The earth seemed to have been violently cleaved open by ancient giants, leaving behind hideous scars. Beneath the abyss, crimson magma roiled, sending up suffocating waves of heat. Lin Xuan's figure, wrapped in cold killing intent, tore through the scorching air and landed steadily at the edge of the rift. His arms were empty, but that weight made his gaze colder than eternal ice. Boom! What responded to him was the violent tremor of the ground beneath, as if the entire mountain range was awakening. Between two peaks, a massive head slowly rose. No. That was not a head. That was a moving hill, a fortress covered in dark blue-black, shimmering with metallic luster. Rift demonic lizard. It was over 100 meters long, with limbs as thick as towering pillars. Each breath released columns of scorching smoke laced with a sulfuric smell. Those yellow vertical pupils, larger than grinding wheels, looked down to lock onto Lin Xuan, who was as tiny as dust. That good-for-nothing he eyes actually died? The voice of the demonic lizard was heavy as a landslide. Killed by a lowly human bug in the initial stages of transformative strength? It bared its giant mouth full of sharp teeth, producing a screech like rocks grinding against each other, as if mocking. Little bug, you've come to the wrong place. Here will be your burial ground. Lin Xuan did not respond. He simply slowly raised the blood-stained long spear in his hand, the tip pointing towards the mountain of flesh. So much nonsense. Before the words fell, only a remnant shadow remained in place. Boom! A visible wave of white air exploded in the atmosphere. Lin Xuan's speed broke through the limits, transforming him into a pure, fierce white light, carrying a destructive momentum, piercing straight towards the magic lizard's brow. The Nine Heavens Spear Technique, Burning Blood. This strike contained his will earned by burning 160 years of lifespan, the ultimate power that could slice material at the level of rules. When? A deafening sound of clashing gold and iron echoed through the sky, the sound sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Sparks exploded, resembling a meteor shower. The tip of Lin Xuan's spear solidly stabbed into the center of the magic lizard's brow. But the terrifying spear light that could instantly melt the Black Marsh Lord, at this moment, seemed to have crashed into a wall made of ancient divine metal. The tip of the spear couldn't penetrate even a tiny bit. It only left a faint, almost invisible white scratch on that layer of dark green keratin. Lin Xuan's pupils slightly constricted at that instant. So hard. Ha ha ha. The rift magic lizard let out an earth-shattering roar of laughter, the sound stirring up a storm, causing rocks around to tumble down like rain. Is this all you have? Not even enough to scratch my back. It suddenly swung its massive tail, the tail covered with sharp bone spines, creating a sharp sonic boom, and fiercely swept towards Lin Xuan. Chapter 33, Ants Shaking the Sky, Costs Exposed. Useless, insect. The rift magic lizard's roar shattered rocks, the stench of sulfur and lava rushing towards him. It raised its gigantic foot, the massive shadow darkening the blood moon, turning the area surrounding Lin Xuan into a desperate ground. That foot carried the terrifying power to crush the earth's crust, wrapped in a storm, crashing down. It aimed to crush this ant who dared to challenge the mountains, along with this scorched earth, into the dust of the abyss beneath the earth. Lin Xuan did not move. The wild wind tore at his blood-stained battle robe, emitting a low roar like a cornered beast. The bloodstain at the corner of his mouth froze instantly. He did not look up. In his world, there remained only the wind speed, the pressure, and that mountain of flesh's only structural weakness. He was calculating. The ancient dragon-elephant suppression technique rumbled within him like thunder, golden life energy surging, crazily analyzing the moving mountain. Too big. Too big is a flaw. He found the fulcrum. But it was not enough, the power was not enough. Lin Xuan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Beneath that ultimate calmness was a determination to burn everything to ashes. Ding. Detecting host's will. Would you like to burn your life? Yes. Burn life, 3 years. The system's prompt sound was as cold as ever. Boom. A scorching pain from the depths of his soul erupted violently. It was not spiritual energy, nor true energy, but the purest source of life, being brutally squeezed and ignited. Sizzle. Golden steam erupted from all his pores, completely enveloping him. At this moment, his breath brutally broke through the barrier of mid-transformation. Exchanging 3 years of life for power that could shake heaven and earth. Boom. The giant foot landed. The earth let out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. A shocking deep pit suddenly collapsed, the ground within 1,000 meters cracking inch by inch. A towering dust wave mixed with rubble swept in all directions, devouring everything. You hiding rat! Are you dead? The magic lizard roared furiously, sensing no presence of Lin Xuan amidst the dust. Its massive head swung around, that mountain-like giant tail, carrying the sweeping force of 1,000 armies, slammed towards the ground. It aimed to level everything here. In the next moment, billions of viewers around the globe witnessed an unforgettable scene. The dust exploded. Lin Xuan did not dodge. He bathed in the golden life source steam, his bones cracking with snapping sounds. He charged forward madly, not retreating but advancing. His whole being surged towards the base of the sweeping giant tail where the power was unleashed. Also the only dead corner. He's gone mad. Lin Xuan, come back quickly. In the command center, Han Qing's eyes were about to burst, his voice hoarse from shouting. Lin Xian's feet were like nails, deeply wedged into the rock layers. He lowered his shoulders, dropped his elbows, his spine like a dragon, every muscle in his body tightened to the limit. At the moment the power of the demon lizard, which crushed mountains, collided with him. Ancient dragon elephant earthquake strike. Lin Xian's throat scratched, unleashing a beastly roar unlike a human, the sound waves rolled, even overpowering the demon lizard's roar. Roar! The ancient dragon's chant resounded through the sky. Golden life essence turned into fuel, a shadow of the dragon elephant suppressing hell solidified behind him. With his flesh and blood, he staunchly resisted that earth-shattering blow. Get up for me. He let out a beast-like roar, his arms bulging like dragons, his nails cracking bit by bit under the overwhelming force, blood gushing out. Crack, crack, rumble. The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking echoed from within the demon lizard. Its center of gravity was completely shattered by Lin Xian's unreasonable brute force. Balance was broken. Everyone held their breath, watching that moving fortress begin to tilt. Roar? No. This is impossible. The demon lizard screeched, its limbs thrashing wildly, but it was futile. Rumble. Heaven and earth collapsed. The chasm demon lizard, weighing thousands of pounds, was forcefully flipped by Lin Xuan. Its massive body crashed into the ground, shaking the entire mountain range, the shockwaves blowing away rocks within a radius of several miles. Beneath layers of impenetrable armor, its soft and most vulnerable belly was completely exposed to Lin Xuan. The battle opportunity had come. Lin Xuan soared into the air, his white hair danced wildly in the wind, the golden steam on him became increasingly intense. Die! The demon lizard desperately opened its mouth, spewing out the last stream of magma fire. Lin Xian's body twisted in the air, narrowly brushing past the fire wave. In his hand, the long spear swirled with pale intent and dark red burning blood power, a killing blow bought with his life. Your shell can't save you. The spear shot out like a dragon. Put. The demon lizard's belly, claimed to be a fortress of absolute defense, was as weak as a cicada's wing in front of the shot, providing no resistance. Explode. Lin Xuan flicked his wrist, all his power poured out in an instant. Aoo! The horrific scream stopped abruptly. This defenseless giant beast had its entrails reduced to ashes in an instant. Its massive body convulsed twice, the light in its vertical pupils dimmed completely, fading into silence. The world fell silent. Following that, was the frenzied cheer after a peak of oppression in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Xuan landed, withdrew his spear. He didn't even glance at the mountain-sized corpse, the golden steam around him slowly dissipating, a piercing frostwhite spreading quietly from his temples. He turned, looking towards the west. There, colorful butterflies danced, hiding a deadly plot. Under the gaze of billions, Lin Xuan raised his left hand. The second finger bent down calmly and decisively. The live stream, after a brief frenzy, instantly froze the bullet screen. Everyone noticed the oddity during his earlier explosion. Wait, that golden, isn't spiritual energy. A bullet pierced through the clamor, bringing deeper fear. That's life essence. God, he is burning his life. That strike just now, at least burned 3 years of lifespan. Deathly silence descended once again. Cheers caught in throats, turning into indescribable sorrow and shock. Deep in the battlefield of gods and demons, within the skeletal devil palace. The Slaughter Bee King stared at the gradually dissipating golden steam and the crystal ball, a twisted smile of sickness formed on his handsome face. Burn. It raised the wine glass, gently swirling the red liquid inside. Burn your life clean. The stronger you are, the quicker you die. It suddenly pointed at the crystal ball, the massive corpse of the chasm demon lizard sprawled out, while in the distance, a black figure turned into a streak of light, rushing westward. Thousand-Eye Ghost Butterfly. The Slaughter Bee King's voice penetrated the void, bearing undeniable killing intent. Did you see it? That madman burning his life is racing towards you. He is using his life as fuel, his speed and strength have surpassed your imagination. Now, your stronghold will also become his target. But, the Emperor, the Rift Valley Lizard is already dead, and now he is alone. I can't stop him. The void trembled, and a sharp, fearful voice came through. It was the Thousand-Eyed Ghost Butterfly. Fool! The queen of bees roared angrily, and the wineglass shattered with a loud bang. He is alone, but he has no worries. He has burned his life, he wants to drag all of you down to hell. He is forcing me to take action. Suppressing the fury, its voice turned cold and seductive like a snake hissing. Ghost butterfly, remember. Do not confront him head-on. His power comes from burning his life, and he can't hold on for long. You just need to delay. Use your illusions, use your clones, use your most skilled trickery to drag him down. As long as his life burns out, he will be a corpse. I will be here, waiting for him to give his last breath. And thousands of miles away, Lin Xuan frowned as he rushed forward. The air ahead started to become humid and sweet, and the scenery seemed to distort slightly under the moonlight, as if stepping into an invisible quagmire. A fatigue and drowsiness, stemming from the soul, quietly crept in. Chapter 34, Heart-Slaughtering Illusion, Gun-Intent-Shattering Reality. West. In the depth of the fog, colorful butterflies flew. This place is called the Dream Realm, the domain of the thousand-eyed ghost butterfly. There is no heat of the rift, no stench of the swamp, only deathly silence. A sweet, cloying fragrance of flowers floated in the air, inhaled into the lungs, softening the soul, and even the bones felt lazy. Lin Xuan's figure pierced through this gentle land like a bloody knife. The golden steam from burning his life energy had completely dissipated. Here it comes. A voice, indistinguishable as male or female, sticky enough to pull threads, drilled into his mind. So tired. You've done enough, why bother? Take a nap, my child, you are already a hero. Sleep now, it all should come to an end. As the voice fell, colorful phosphor dust fell like the gentlest early snow, silently engulfing Lin Xuan's figure. The globally live-streamed scene bizarrely distorted at that moment. In the next instant, the fog and phosphor dust all faded away. Replaced was a clear sky and a small courtyard in the northwest basking in warm sunlight. Familiar courtyard walls, rustic doorframes, and a pair of stone lions engraved with the word Lin at the entrance. At the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, a staff officer stared at the screen, his voice trembling out of tune. General, that's the old house of the Lin family. Where he grew up. Li Zhennan and Han Chang's pupils instantly shrank to needlepoints. An illusion. This sorcery has manifested Lin Xuan's deepest desires and broadcast them to the whole world. In the scene, Lin Xuan was stunned. He stood in front of his home, like a statue eroded by wind and sand for 1,000 years. Inside the courtyard, smoke from cooking rose, carrying the rich aroma of stewed lamb. Xuaner, why are you standing at the door? Waiting for me to chase you with a stick? A voice rang out, gripping the hearts of 14 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom tightly at that moment. With a creak, the courtyard door opened. Lin Zhan. Lin Xuan's father. He was not wearing that blood-soaked military uniform, but a worn-out white apron tied around his waist, holding a spatula, with a face full of smiles, feigning anger as he stared at his son. Damned kid, where have you run off to? Your mother cooked meat for you, hurry in and wash your hands. Lin Zhan walked over, that hand which taught him to hold a gun, stained with demon's blood, and patted his head countless times, was now warm and dry, gently ruffling Lin Xuan's hair. Just being back is enough. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom fell silent. Countless people covered their mouths tightly, but tears gushed through their fingers, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. What did they see? In the courtyard, grandfather Lin Xiao sat in a rattan chair, fanning himself, squinting in the sun. Great-grandfather Lin Yuan, under the eaves, was teasing a thrush. They were not wearing military uniforms. They were not dead. They were not cold tombstones. They were family. Why are you just standing there, waiting for your father to invite you? A voice so gentle it felt like it could squeeze out water floated from inside the house, as Lin Xuan's mother carried out a plate of hot dishes. Come on, we've been waiting for you. The Lin family, a house full of loyal heroes. At this moment, the heroic spirits returned, and the family was reunited. This scene was beautiful like the most malicious lie. A lie that everyone was willingly sinking into, never to awaken. No. Lin God. It's fake. Wake up. You beast, beast slayer. After a brief silence, the live stream was engulfed by endless panic and despair. They feared Lin Xuan was suffering too much. So much that he would rather embrace this lie than return to that bloody hell. In the illusion, Lin Xuan let his father take his hand, walking into that unreal warm courtyard. He felt the long-lost weight and warmth that nearly brought him to tears. He sat down. Sitting at the dining table. He looked at his mother's gentle smile, his grandfather's kind eyes, and his great-grandfather's proud expression. He slowly reached out his hand, under the breathless gaze of the entire world, gently covering his father's warm hand. It was very warm. Very real. Lin Xuan's Adam's apple rolled fiercely. He spoke softly. Thank you. The hearts of global audiences dropped straight into the abyss. It's over. He gave up. He was too tired. But the next second, Lin Xuan's words stopped everyone's thoughts. Thank you. Let me know that what I lost was such a wonderful thing. He was not speaking to his father. He was speaking to the thousand-eyed ghost butterfly that wove this illusion. At the dining table, his parents' smiles froze. The air froze in an instant. At that moment, Lin Xuan's gaze became clear and cold again. But this hand is not right. He raised his head, looking at the concerned face of Lin Xuan in front of him. He did not withdraw his hand, instead, he held it tighter, as if wanting to imprint this false feeling deep into his soul. My father's hands are covered with calluses from guns, his fingernails eternally smell of gunpowder that cannot be washed away, not the scent of soap. Lin Xuan stood up. A suffocating sense of oppression instantly shattered the entire warm home. My family sacrificed themselves to ensure this world could have such warmth, already turned into heroic spirits, guarding the nation. And you? Lin Xuan's gaze pierced through his parents before him, through the courtyard, directly staring at the void sky. Gives only false peace. He closed his eyes. A line of clear tears rolled down from those decisive eyes, hot and burning. When he opened his eyes again, there was only resolve. Boom! The gun intent within him erupted violently. Gun intent shattered the illusion. Break for me, shatter. Lin Xuan's voice was hoarse, every word sounded like it was weeping blood. His fingers pointed like a gun, gently swiping at the empty space before him, at the gathered family, at that dreamlike home. Crack! A sound of the soul-shattering echoed through heaven and earth. Under the gaze of billions around the world, the warm home collapsed inch by inch. The smile on his mother's face froze into shock. His father's outstretched palm turned to dust. All beauty turned to dust in an instant. Lin Xuan personally killed his own home. He returned to that mist once again. The scent of flowers remained. But that sweet smell now only made him feel nauseated and angry. No, impossible. How could you break free from the heart demon's pull? How could you let go? That was what you desired the most. The thousand-eyed ghost butterfly's voice changed pitch in its terrified scream. Its strongest trump card was ruthlessly crushed by Lin Xuan in the most ruthless, decisive, and painful way. Lin Xuan did not respond. That brief return home gave his heart, soaked in slaughter, a moment of peace. It also made him understand more clearly why he was fighting. Why he must win. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, his black pupils showing no trace of wavering. I've found you. Looking toward 3 strides to the left front. Chapter 35, The flames of fire spread, the whole nation fights to the death. The night wind carried the smell of burning and pungent odors. Blood and smoke hit the city walls of the Huang and Yan, already riddled with countless wounds. Left flank. The left flank defense formation is overloaded. Divine mechanism camp, fire spouts go up. Hurry. Medic. Area B needs medics. Hurry and save people. On the walls, the killing, roars, and cries of agony intertwine into a chaotic hell. Han Shang stood on the command tower, his one eye filled with web-like blood vessels, staring intently at the glaring and ever-expanding red area on the tactical panel. His shoulder insignia flickered in the swaying firelight, and he looked like a crumbling statue. The demon race has gone mad. During the time Lin Xuan rushed 1,000 miles and beheaded 3 major demon generals, the wall endured the most violent impact since the war began. The Emperor B's conspiracy forced the Dragon Kingdom's most elite demon-suppressing army to respond with Mu Qingxue, leaving the pressure on the wall suffocatingly high. General Han. The heavy artillery brigade has run out of ammunition. The Divine Mechanism Camp is running out. The young officer's voice trembled with tears, and despair spread through the command center. Han Qing's veins bulged on his hands, and his nails dug deeply into his palm. He scanned the surroundings, the faces of the young soldiers were marked with exhaustion and fear. Running out? Without ammunition, use bayonets. Bite with your teeth. Han Qing's voice was low and hoarse, each word squeezed from his lungs. As long as there are people in the city, we have to hold on with our lives. At this moment of desperation. Crackle. Suddenly, the communicator blasted a violent noise, followed by a voice mixed with ecstasy, tears, and disbelief. We won. God Lin won. The thousand-eyed ghost butterfly is gone. It's shattered. Triple kill. God Lin has beheaded 3 peak demon generals. Inside the command tower, time froze. Everyone stared blankly at the communicator, unable to believe their ears. In the next second, a surge of electric sensation instantly spread throughout every corner of the fortress. No way. Is this real? Triple kill? God Lin, he did it. Brothers. God Lin has completed the hardest task. It's our turn now. The despair, fear, and anger that had been suppressed for an entire night erupted at this moment, turning into a volcanic battle intent. Han Qing suddenly turned around, and a terrifying light burst forth from his one eye. He grabbed the communicator with all his strength and roared at the entire army, his voice piercing through the roar of the battlefield. Did you all hear that? Lin Xuan has forged a bloody path for us with his life. Do we deserve to just wait for death here? Divine Mechanism Camp. Fire all stocks, everything that can be thrown must be fired. Demon-suppressing army, counterattack with me. Han Qing drew his war knife, its blade pointing straight at the sky. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom will be punished no matter how far they are. Will be punished no matter how far they are. 100,000 soldiers roared in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, scattering the gloom that enveloped the fortress. Below the walls, the demon army that had surged like a tide was instantly engulfed by the vengeful firepower of the Dragon Kingdom's defending troops. On the battlefield's flank, Mu Qingxue beheaded a demon general trying to counterattack with a single strike of her sword. Cold blood splattered across her beautiful face, and she gasped heavily, looking up toward the towering morale of the wall. She felt it. That spirit and blood of Dragon Kingdom people, nearly extinguished in 30 years of blood warfare, was now burning fiercely like a wildfire. In the eyes of the soldiers, there was no longer the numb vacancy, but a blazing fire of desire for victory and revenge. Kill. Leave none behind. Mu Qingxue pointed her sword forward and charged once more into the demon crowd. Kill. The tsunami-like response transformed into a torrent of steel, rushing from the walls back into the demon horde. This was the first time in 100 years that the demon-suppressing army took the initiative to launch a full-scale attack. Just as this fervent battle intent reached its peak, a black streak of light in the eastern sky, coming closer and closer, too fast to be caught by the naked eye. All the soldiers engaged in fighting, whether human or demon, felt something in that instant. Instinctively stopped their actions. They felt an indescribable pressure. It was pure, extreme, and overshadowing all living beings, a killing intent. The flowing light faded away. A figure landed atop the highest flagpole of the Yanhuang barrier. White hair like snow. Black clothes stained with blood. He stood there quietly, overlooking the blood-soaked battlefield below. He said nothing. He did nothing. But the moment he appeared, the entire battlefield fell silent. All the Dragon Country warriors instinctively looked up, gazing at that figure. In their eyes, there was fervor, worship, and faith. He had returned. That man who, in one night, beheaded 3 peak-level demon generals and shattered the demon clan's heart-killing conspiracy. He had returned. Lin. God. It was unclear who was the first to whisper these words. Lin God. It's Lin God. He has returned. Lin Commander. Lin Commander. Upon shouting the title Commander with fervor, immediately, this title spread like an epidemic, and 100,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Lin Commander. He used the heads of 3 great demons, his blood-stained white hair, and his lonely figure to earn the respect of everyone. Lin Xian's gaze slowly swept across the blood-bathed warriors below, a slight, almost imperceptible ripple emerged in his eyes, cold enough to freeze for 1,000 years. His figure flickered, becoming a shadow that appeared on the command tower. Han Chang's one eye was red, and he hurried forward. This pillar of the Dragon Country, when facing this young man, showed no hesitation, standing at attention and giving a standard military salute, his voice strong and powerful. Lin Commander. The Yanhuang barrier did not fail its mission. This shout of Lin Commander meant that Han Chang willingly handed over the highest command power. He understood that he was old, while the young man before him was the true future and hope of the Dragon Country. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, his voice hoarse and terrible. Battle casualties. Han Chang's face darkened for a moment but then straightened his back. The heavy artillery brigade lost over half, the divine machine camp suffered 372 casualties, and the demon suppression corps, lightly wounded but still on the line. But we held our ground. He paused, looking directly at Lin Xuan, his eye filled with trust and entrustment. Moreover, morale is intact. All the soldiers are waiting for your orders. Lin Xian's gaze passed over Han Cheng, looking at Mu Qingxue, who had just climbed up the command tower, drenched in blood. The Valkyrie's cold and beautiful face was marked with unmistakable fatigue, but her dark eyes shone brighter and more determined than ever. She said nothing, merely stepped forward, and solemnly nodded her greeting to Lin Xuan. You've worked hard. Lin Xuan briefly uttered 3 words. Chapter 36, Global Ridicule, Hell Begins. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. On the Yanhuang barrier, the crimson countdown felt like the footsteps of death, striking against the hearts of all Dragon Country people. 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Silence. A silence like death. In the command center, Han Cheng's one eye was bloodshot, his hand gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, knuckles turning white. Behind him, some young staff members were silently shedding tears. 1 million demon troops. This number had exceeded the scope of tactics. This was a catastrophe. The live signal from the sky eye had not been interrupted, it faithfully transmitted this suffocating despair to every corner of the world. But unlike the deathly silence within Dragon Country, the international public channel's comments, after a brief shock, erupted into nauseating revelry. Oh, God! 1 million-strong army. Did the Dragon Country poke a hornet's nest? Ha, is this the mysterious power of the East? Delayed for 30 years, and they raised such a monster? LOL. Hell mode unlocked. Thank you, Dragon Country, for testing the final boss's strength for us. IDs from Eagle Sauce Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and even Curry Country filled the screen, mocking and looking down from above. In their perception, the invasion of the God-Demon battlefield was staged in batches. Their defense zone. To this day, they are still just minor disturbances. They have plenty of time to train the chosen ones in the rear, enjoying the last rays of peace in this era. Cherry Blossom Nation, Sword Saint Air, inefficient. Too inefficient. The defense system of Dragon Country is simply a joke. If we took over that barrier, we would never let the situation decay to this extent. Eagle Sauce Nation, Wings of Freedom, you guys, get ready for popcorn. Our freedom barrier is as strong as iron, the dragon people are just unlucky, or, too weak. Kimchi Nation, the best master in the universe, that white-haired kid can fight pretty well, but unfortunately, he is alone. Dragon Country is dragging down the global progress. Every word pierced the heart. These comments were like sharp knives, brutally stabbing into the hearts of the Dragon Nation audience. We have fought bloody battles for 30 years. We exchanged generations of lives for the preparation time of other countries. In the end, we became their joke and drag? Too much bullying. In the Dragon Nation Command Center, a young messenger stood up abruptly, his eyes red, voice choked. Commander Li. How can they say this? Li Xingwa shut his eyes, his chest heaving violently. He wanted to roar, wanted to retort. But he knew better, any argument at this moment would be pale and powerless. A weak nation has no diplomacy, and neither does a battlefield. Only by surviving can one have the right to speak. He suddenly opened his single eye, looking up at the top of the flagpole. There, Lin Xuan stood still. The night wind rustled his black robe, and his glaring white hair shone lonely and resolute under the blood moon. Lin Xuan did not need to think, he knew well what kind of gloating mockery and uproar filled the other side of the sky's eye at this moment. But so what? Lin Xuan slowly lowered his head, his mind sinking into his thoughts. On the golden panel. Remaining faith value, 1.28765 billion points. System. Lin Xian's thoughts were calm as ice, exchange lifespan, reserve 400 million faith points. Command confirmed. 880 million faith points will be exchanged for lifespan. Exchange successful. Host's remaining lifespan, 486 years. A surge of mighty life energy instantaneously filled his limbs and bones, repairing the deficits and dark injuries caused by burning life before. These 400 million faith points were his trump card, prepared to fight against the backlash from the next more insane life burn. But Lin Xuan knew well that facing the King and a million demon army, even nearly 500 years of lifespan would just be more energetic firewood. He lifted his head, feeling the power refilling inside him, and the unvanishing killing intent bubble to the peak. Commander Lin. Mu Qingxue walked up behind him, her voice soft as if afraid of shattering something. Can you still fight? Lin Xuan did not answer. He only reached out, gently stroking the tattered battle flag of Dragon Nation on his shoulder. The fabric was cold, stained with dried blood. He smiled. That smile made Mu Qingxue's heart clench tightly. Captain Mu. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse and dry, yet exceptionally calm. My gun is still here. Time continued to flow. Tick. Tick. In the Yanhuang Barrier, Command Center. On the huge tactical light screen, the Scarlet Countdown only had the last 5 minutes left. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Silence. The entire command hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Han Shang stood at the front, his single eye fixated on the light screen, his eye sockets dry, yet no tears would flow. Behind him, the staff and messengers all maintained a sculptural posture. The devices before them had long stopped operating. Because it was useless. In the face of absolute power, all strategies and firepower calculations seemed pale like a joke. 1 million demon army. That was enough to fill the ocean. And there Commander Lin. Han Shang slowly turned his head, looking at the figure standing at the top of the command tower, facing the wind. White hair blown into disarray, his figure thin as if a gust of wind could blow him down. How much life had he just consumed while slaying 3 major demons? No one dared to ask. Worldwide, billions of people held their breath. The eye of the sky faithfully recorded all of this. On one side, there was the towering but scarred Yanhuang barrier. On the other side, on the horizon, that suffocating black was approaching. That was pure malice. Eagle Sauce Nation live room, oh god, the Dragon Nation is finished. They have angered the existence they should not have. Sakura Nation live room, this is the end of defying the laws of nature. Lin Xuan's struggles only speed up the extinction. Dragon Nation live room, the comments are sparse, filled only with desperate prayers and cries. The sky darkened. Not because of dark clouds, but because that overwhelming aura of evil blocked the moonlight. Buzz. A slight tremor, which seemed to resonate deep within the soul, spread across the entire battlefield. Everyone's heart felt as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. It has come. At the horizon's end, the black ahead suddenly distorted the space. The next second, a figure appeared out of thin air, 1,000 meters in front of the Yanhuang barrier. He appeared without warning. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling lights. Only that terrifying pressure that made people want to kneel and submit immediately. The Hive Emperor. He hovered in midair, the black membrane wings behind him gently flapping, bringing with it a bone-chilling wind. His dark golden short hair stood on end, and his blood-red eyes were like two bottomless wells of blood. He looked down, gazing at the mighty pass, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Insects. His voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears, carrying a metallic friction-like quality. Struggling so hard. Buzz. That trailing sound caused a few weak-willed soldiers on the city wall to bleed from their 7 orifices and collapse to the ground. Just from his voice. Hive Emperor. Han Cheng's eyes were bloodshot with rage, roaring, "You!" The Hive Emperor slightly tilted his head, his blood-red eyes scanning the command tower, finally resting on Han Cheng. He seemed to see something interesting, and chuckled softly. "Oh? One-eyed dragon. Still not dead?" This Emperor remembers, 10 years ago, it was this eye of yours that luckily caught a glimpse of my shadow. Chapter 37, The Benevolent Heart of the Hive Emperor, White Hair and Bright Spear. 10 years ago. The Hive Emperor hovered in midair, his blood-red eyes flashing with a cat-and-mouse-like mockery, extending a pale finger that pointed at Han Cheng's forehead. "Your one eye doesn't see clearly enough. Today, this Emperor will help you." Before the words fell. Buzz. A sharp buzzing sound that seemed to tear apart souls exploded between heaven and earth. The Hive Emperor's figure vanished. No, it didn't vanish. It was so fast, leaving behind a lingering black shadow that didn't dissipate for a long time. Swift shadow. Han Cheng's one eye suddenly shrank to a needlepoint, he could only let out a roar, but his body could not keep up with his consciousness. Too fast. It was a speed that surpassed the peak of transformation, almost like teleportation. Puff. A muffled sound. The Hive Emperor had already appeared before Han Cheng, his finger covered with black bee armor casually pressed against Han Cheng's chest. No earth-shattering explosion. Only a cold, domineering, and corrosive evil power instantly invaded Han Cheng's meridians. Han Cheng gagged, black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his withered face instantly plummeting in color, as if struck by lightning, stumbling back. "Commander Han! Commander!" The command tower was in chaos, Mu Qingshua's eyes were bloodshot, raising her sword to charge. "Just a mere insect, how dare you dance with a sword in front of this emperor?" The Hive Emperor did not turn back, merely snorted coldly. Buzz. An invisible sound wave swept out, Mu Qingxue stumbled, feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer, her long sword clattering to the ground, and she was pushed back several steps. The might of the Demon Emperor, terrifying like this. Is this the highest battle force of the Dragon Nation? The Hive Emperor brushed off non-existent dust from his fingertips, a lofty mockery on his face, slowly turning to look at the Dragon Nation command level, which was firmly suppressed and barely able to fight back. Too disappointing for this emperor. He shook his head, his blood-red eyes sweeping over the desperate faces on the city wall, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew brighter. In the global live broadcast room, after a brief silence, laughter erupted once more. Eagle Nation Wings of Freedom, ha! With one move, the leader of Dragon Nation has fallen. Is this their backbone? Cherry Blossom Nation, heir of the Sword Saint, so weak. Struggling in the face of absolute power is pointless. Where is that white-haired kid? Why is he too scared to come out? Pickled Cabbage Nation audience, just surrender. Don't waste our time. The Insect King seemed to relish this attention, stretching his arms wide as if to embrace the land that was about to belong to him. Insects, the game is over. I give you one last chance. He lifted his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto the figure at the top of the flagpole. Lin Xuan. His voice carried a strange magnetism, piercing through the battlefield and reaching every ear. I admit you are interesting. The taste on you makes me very pleased. The insect king took a deep breath, a look of ecstasy appearing on his handsome face, the fragrance of life's essence burning. The power you gained by burning your life barely qualifies you to talk to me. He extended a finger, pointing at the million demon army behind him and then at the Yanhuang barrier beneath his feet. Now, choose. First, you, take your own life here. Use your life to quell my anger. I might consider leaving this empty city and letting these trembling insects live another day. Second, I will flatten this place, leaving not a single soul. Then, I'll slowly deal with you. Heart-rending. These were blatantly heart-rending words. He wants Lin Xuan to make the most humiliating, most painful choice in front of millions of his fellow citizens, under the watch of the world. No matter how Lin Xuan chooses, the backbone of Dragon Nation will be utterly broken. Choosing the first option, he would become the abandoner of his people. Choosing the second, he would be the criminal who caused the death of the entire city's citizens. What a wicked plan! On the city wall, everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with pain and conflict as they stared at Lin Xuan. Silence. Only the howling wind remained in the air. The insect king calmly crossed his arms, waiting for his prey to crumble in despair. Have you made your choice? He urged, his tone slightly impatient. You don't have much time, Lin Xuan. Your life is also slipping away. On the flagpole. Lin Xuan quietly listened to everything. There was no anger on his face, no conflict, not even a ripple of emotion. So frighteningly calm. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his dark eyes piercing the distance, locking onto the insect king's blood-red eyes. Are you done talking? Lin Xuan's voice was soft, yet it clearly cut through the sound of the wind. The insect king paused slightly. No, this script is wrong. The struggle, the pain, the humiliation he had imagined, none of it was present. You are done. Lin Xuan repeated, then he moved. He leaped down from the flagpole, his figure leaving a shadow in the air, landing steadily in front of Han Qing. He didn't look at the insect king but instead bent down and placed his palm on Han Qing's chest, where a dark wound lay. Boom! Golden flames erupted from his palm, fiercely flowing into Han Qing's body. This was a power he accidentally discovered while burning his life, able to purify others' wounds. Demon poison retreated step by step, and color returned to Han Qing's face. Han Qing's ashen face visibly regained its color. He let out a low grunt, struggling to get up. Commander Han, you should rest. Lin Xuan pressed down on his shoulder, his voice gentle yet firm. Then, he stood up straight. Lin Xuan paid no attention to the barrier behind him or the overwhelming demon army. He simply turned calmly, facing the eye of the sky broadcast camera. He stared directly into the eyes of billions worldwide. In his pitch-black eyes, no anger, no despair, not even a ripple. Only pure dead silence. Like watching a group of dead people. Noisy. He softly spat out 2 words. These 2 words, through the live broadcast, clearly reached the ears of every mocker. The celebratory comments, strangely, halted for a moment. The next second. Zheng. A clear gunshot rang out, echoing through the heavens and earth. Lin Xuan pulled out that ordinary standard long gun. He pointed his toes, and his whole body soared into the air, actually leaping out of the Yanhuang barrier. What is he going to do? Is he going to face a million army alone? Lin Xuan. Han Qing's eyes were about to split. General Lin. 100,000 soldiers cried out in sorrow. The global audience, at this moment, was completely speechless. They saw that thin figure carving a decisive arc in the air, then steadily landing in front of the barrier. One person. One gun. Standing between the million demon army and the homeland behind him. Demonic energy blotted out the sky. The earth trembled. The beautiful yet eerie figure of the beast-slaughtering king appeared at the front of the demon army. It looked down at Lin Xuan, its blood-red pupils full of mockery. Oh? Bug, are you eager to send yourself to death? Lin Xuan did not look at it. He heavily planted the long gun into the ground. Boom! An invisible force, centered on him, burst forth with a loud bang, actually forcing back the front row of over 1,000 demons. Lin Xuan slowly raised his head, staring directly into those million bloodthirsty eyes. His voice was not loud, but clearly spread across the entire battlefield. Behind me is the Dragon Kingdom. This road. He tightened his grip on the gun again, and his black robe moved without wind. A crushingly intense killing intent surged into the sky. Is impassable. This road is impassable. Lin Xuan's voice, carrying the breaking illusion gun intention, penetrated the roars of a million demons, clearly stamping itself deep into the soul of every living being. He stood before the barrier. One person. Facing an endless, dark, raging tide. The global mocking voices weirdly froze at this moment. Roar! Answering him was a front-row demon, a towering bear demon general, standing over 5 meters tall, like an iron tower. This bear demon was the vanguard general under the bee-slaughtering king, at the peak of the refining chi stage, known for its strength and defense. It swung its giant axe, as wide as a door, with a crushing momentum towards Lin Xuan. In its eyes, this tiny human was nothing but a mantis trying to stop a car. Lin Xuan did not move. He simply slowly raised the gun. Ding! Host's will is firm, facing absolute peril. Life flame for 5 years is undamaged from the source. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lin Xuan's life flame was once again brutally drawn out and ignited. But this time, unlike the previous golden life source steam, when that immense power merged with the boiling burning blood gun technique within him, Lin Xuan's entire body suddenly erupted with a dazzling dark red light. In that light, mixed with countless unwilling roars of the brave and fallen souls. Burning blood, piercing rainbow. Lin Xuan growled, merging with the gun, transforming into a dark red lightning that tore through the heavens. Dang! An earth-shattering sound. The bear demon general's giant axe, upon touching the tip of the gun, instantly vaporized. Yes, vaporized. That dark red gunlight, carrying high temperature and destructive power, instantly melted through the steel giant axe. Roar! The bear demon general's sneer froze on its face, turning into unbelievable terror. Its prideful skin, comparable to fine iron, was rendered useless in front of that gun. Puff! The long gun's force did not stop, piercing through its chest and exiting from its back. Explosion. Lin Xuan's wrist flicked. Boom! The bear demon general's mountainous body erupted from the inside. Flesh, bones, and demon core turned to dust in that dark red light. One gun. A peak demon general at the refining chi stage turned to ashes. Silence. The entire battlefield fell into a moment of dead silence. The momentum of the million demon army charging forward was unexpectedly halted by this bloody scene. Suppressed to the core. For the first time, those bloodthirsty monsters revealed an emotion called fear in their eyes. And the global live broadcast room was completely blown away. Eagle Sauce National Commander, what fuck? What kind of power is that? The defense of the violent bear was instantly evaporated? Sakura Nation commentator, voice trembling, this is impossible. Wasn't he already drained of strength? That red flame is a devil. He is a devil. Dragon Nation audience, Commander Lin. Invincible. Ding. The host overwhelms 1,000,000 troops with a single shot, faith value plus 500 million. Lin Xuan ignored the prompt sound in his mind. He shook off the non-existent blood from the gun tip, and his eyes, burning with dark red light, coldly scanned the dense tide of monsters ahead. He moved. Kill. A single understated word. Lin Xuan actively charged into the million-strong monster army. He did not choose to fight evasively, did not choose to maneuver around. He chose the most barbaric, direct, and shocking way. To pierce through. Boom! The dark red lightning dove into the black ocean. Screams instantly became a chorus. Wherever Lin Xuan passed, no monster could survive a single encounter. Burning blood sweep. With a long spear swung in a circle, the dark red crescent-shaped spear light took away patches of life as if cutting grass. Burning blood pierce. The spear shot out like a dragon, accurately penetrating the heads of elite monsters one after another. He was like a never-ending meat grinder, forcibly plowing a bloody path through the tide of monsters. Oh my god. What is he trying to do? Is he going to kill his way through alone? Han Shang watched from the city wall, his eyes bulging with rage, blood surging. Lin Xuan's speed was at its peak. But the number of monsters was just too great. Puff. A lurking shadow leopard monster left a deep claw mark visible to the bone on Lin Xuan's back as his previous strength faded and new strength had yet to arise. Lin Xuan's figure paused slightly. Blood stained his black robe. His speed visibly slowed down. But his momentum, at that moment, became even more terrifying. Roar! Lin Xuan emitted a roar that did not seem human, and the dark red flames in his body instantly surged by another fold. He turned his hand and fired, blasting the shadow leopard into the air. Killing made him stronger. Every wound on Lin Xuan's body seemed to turn into a giant mouth that devoured life, becoming more frenzied and more deadly. Monster suppressing legion. Follow me out of the city. Han Shang could no longer hold back. He drew his battle knife from his waist, his single eye burning with blazing fire. With Commander Lin leading the way, how can we survive? Kill out. Support Commander Lin. Boom. The massive steel gate of the Yanhuang barrier, sealed for 30 years, thunderously opened at this moment. Long live Dragon Nation. Kill. Han Shang led the charge, Mu Qingxue followed closely, and tens of thousands of monster-suppressing soldiers, embracing a determination to die, surged like a flood toward the tide of monsters for a desperate counterattack. Two streams of steel collided violently at the barrier. The fiercest battle thus erupted. And in the center of the battlefield, Lin Xuan was still moving forward. He no longer knew how many monsters he had killed. All he knew was that the temperature of the gun tip was getting hotter, his consciousness was becoming more blurred, and only the obsession of fighting to the death supported him in continuing to swing the gun. He was like a nail, firmly wedged into the heart of the monster tide, preventing the million-strong army of the Honeycomb King from forming an effective encirclement against the barrier. Tick. Tick. Lin Xuan's blood, mixed with monster blood, continued to drip. The dark red flames on him began to flicker unpredictably. His 5-year lifespan was about to burn out. System, Lin Xuan silently chanted in his heart, reignite, 5 years. Boom. The fire of life surged once more. Lin Xuan's breath instantly soared to an unimaginable level. He suddenly looked up, piercing through the dense monsters to gaze at the figure floating in midair, always watching coldly. The Honeycomb King. Upon sensing Lin Xuan's gaze, a genuine interest finally flickered in the corner of the Honeycomb King's mouth. Interesting. He clapped his hands, and the applause was clearly audible amidst the chaotic battlefield. Really splendid. The Honeycomb King elegantly adjusted his cuff, as if a noble appreciating a performance in a theater. Lin Xuan, your life's portrayal of this dying struggle has pleased this emperor. He looked down, watching the white-haired figure fighting desperately in the tide of demons, his eyes holding no anger, only calmness. But, a bug is ultimately just a bug. Do you think that killing all these cannon fodder can change the outcome? The Hive Emperor shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his blood-red eyes. Your passionate blood, your sacrifices, in the eyes of this emperor, are merely. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to the center of the battlefield, where Lin Xuan was knocking a giant lizard into the air with a single shot. An appetizer. The real show has just begun. Chapter 39, Burn the Sky, Spine of the Dragon Kingdom. An appetizer. The real show has just begun. The voice of the Hive Emperor spread across the world through the eye of the sky. His indifferent attitude made Lin Xuan's awe-inspiring 5-year-long shot seem trivial, like mere warm-up. The global public channel stirred up another wave of mocking frenzy. Eagle Sauce Country, Wings of Freedom, did you hear that? An appetizer. The hero of the Dragon Kingdom is just a joke in front of true gods. Sakura Country, heir of the Sword Saint, a pathetic struggle. His burning life could not even make the Hive Emperor take him seriously. This is the gap of racial hierarchy. However, on the battlefield. Boom. The sky shattered. Lin Xuan's burning dark red body, like a meteor flying against the current, crashed hard into the black ocean of demons. He had no defense. His gun was the best defense. Burning blood 100 cuts. The gun tip transformed into countless sparks, each spark precisely taking a life. Flesh and blood flew. A no man's land of absolute death formed 10 meters before Lin Xuan. But there were too many demons. They charged recklessly, one after another, filling the gaps with their bodies, fiercely squeezing Lin Xuan's living space. Commander Lin. I'm here to help you. Han Cheng's roar came from behind, the one-eyed dragon commander bathed in blood, leading the demon suppression army to forcefully tear open a gap on the flank of the demon tide. Kill. Mu Qingshua's long sword was like frost, freezing the surrounding Tianjiang into an icy hell. The Yanhuang fortress, this war machine that had been silent for 30 years, finally showed its fiercest fangs. Artillery fire, magical arrays, passionate blood, broken bodies. A meat grinder, running at full speed. The demon suppression army led by Han Qing seized this fleeting opportunity, like a red-hot pointed knife, stabbing fiercely into the heart of the demon clan. The balance of the battlefield tilted subtly at that moment. The smile on the Hive Emperor's face slightly stiffened. The live broadcast footage of the Eye of the Sky faithfully recorded this breathtakingly brutal scene. The global ridicule miraculously vanished at that moment. What did they see? They saw that in front of a million demon army, that thin white figure was knocked back again and again, only to rise again and again. His black robe was already tattered, revealing deep, intersecting wounds that could be seen to the bone beneath. But from those wounds, what gushed out was not ordinary blood, but dark red flames. It seemed he did not know pain. Eagle Sauce Country military base, God, he is still moving forward? The commander's voice trembled. They had calculated that under such impact, a human body would be instantly shattered. Yet Lin Xuan, under the charge of 1,000,000 troops, was still inching forward. Sakura Country Prime Minister's residence, Baka. This is impossible. How could he possibly have any strength left? In their eyes, Lin Xuan was already at the end of his strength. And at this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom. Silence. Billions of people watched that burning figure alone in the dark through their screens. In a normal residential building in the capital. An old retired soldier trembled as he reached for the military medal he had cherished his whole life. Tears rolled down from his murky eyes. "Child," he choked, "don't fight anymore, come back." In a temporary shelter converted from a residential building in the Demon City. Hundreds of people crowded in the dim hall, staring intensely at the screen. Before this, the place was filled with desperate cries and oppressive silence. But at the moment when Lin Xuan left the city alone, piercing through the enemy lines, all sounds vanished. An elderly professor with gray hair trembled as he adjusted his glasses, and in his murky old eyes, a fierce light burst forth. He is dying for us." A young mother held her child tightly, tears streaming down her face, yet she gritted her teeth and did not cry out. "Mom, who is that white-haired brother?" the child asked innocently. "He?" The mother choked on her words, and finally it turned into a strong answer. "He is the backbone of Longhua." At that moment, countless people of Longhua saw clearly the figure burning in the darkness. He is not a god. He is just a young man, like them, who can bleed and get hurt. But he is using his life to exchange for their lives. We cannot just watch like this. In the shelter, a one-armed veteran suddenly stood up, looking around with a hoarse voice. "Commander Lin is fighting hard in front, and we are waiting to die in the back. What kind of Longhua people are we? What kind of Longhua people?" The repressed emotions erupted like a volcano. "I will donate all my savings. Support the front lines. I have a hereditary remedy for injuries. Who can send it over? I volunteer. As long as I can go to the front lines, even as cannon fodder is fine." This scene happened in every corner of Longhua. In the capital, the highest command center. Li Xuan stared intensely at the bloody figure of Lin Xuan on the screen, tears in his fierce eyes. "Chief. The support organized spontaneously by the public, the supplies and volunteers' enlistment letters are already overflowing." The correspondent's voice was filled with tears. "Good. Good." Li Xuan slammed the table with force, tears flowing. "The flame will never die. Longhua will not perish." He suddenly raised his head and looked at the live broadcast camera. Global announcement. Li Xuan took a deep breath, his voice using the highest authority, connected to the global public channel, "Our Longhua, though with thousands of people. I shall go forward." This roar drowned out all the rumblings on the battlefield. Ding. Host ignited the national spirit, faith value plus 1 billion. Ding. Host gained that national will boost, battle intent never fades. Lin Xuan trembled in spirit on the battlefield. He felt it. That warm and powerful force surged from behind, from the hearts of billions of compatriots. Ah! Lin Xuan howled to the sky, the dark red flame surged once more. He felt as if he had endless strength. Kill. Lin Xuan's speed increased again, he was no longer limited to piercing through but began to plow the field among the enemy troops. Where the spear pointed, destruction followed. How can he still be this strong? Isn't he burning his life? Why does he become braver the more he fights? On the international public channel, those mocking comments finally began to turn panicked and incredulous. They could not understand the power of faith. They could understand even less, the bloodiness that erupted from a nation at the brink of life and death. Eagle Sauce Nation, wings of freedom, this is not scientific, he should have fallen. Sakura Nation, heir of the Sword Saint, silence. In the live broadcast image. With one man and one spear, Lin Xuan fought through millions of troops, killing 7 times in and out. Chapter 40, The Might of the Grandmaster, Despair Descends. The show has just begun. The Killing Bee King appeared in front of Lin Xuan, a mock smile on his handsome face. He slowly raised his right hand. A finger stretched out. Buzz. A slight tremor spread from the tip of his finger. No energy fluctuations. It was ordinary. However, Lin Xuan, who was burning his blood, suddenly stiffened. He felt an irresistible pressure. It was not the crushing of power, nor the invasion of demonic energy, but a suppression of rules from a higher level. Unresistible. That finger, seemingly light, locked onto all of Lin Xuan's energy and boldly pointed toward his chest. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Boom! The Killing Bee King's fingertip effortlessly pierced through the boiling dark red flames surrounding Lin Xuan. The burning blood power, fueled by life, was utterly helpless against this finger. Crack! The sound of bones shattering, sharp and piercing. Lin Xuan's chest bone was directly punctured by that finger. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs spewed from Lin Xuan's mouth. His body was pierced by a tremendous force, and he flew backward, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Boom! Lin Xuan's body was brutally smashed into the wall of the Yanhuang barrier. The fortress, made of special alloy, quivered violently, a deep crater several meters deep appearing in the center of the wall. The white-haired figure, who had killed his way through the battlefield, was thus nailed into the wall alive. Rubble and blood fell like rain. Silence. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. The sounds of battle, roars, and cries for help all disappeared in that moment. Han Qing's battle knife dropped to the ground, his one eye wide open, his body drenched in blood but feeling no pain at all. His heart was being slowly crushed. He dared not look at the figure embedded in the wall. Global Public Channel. The barrages froze for a second, then exploded. Eagle Nation Wings of Freedom, what the heck? Just one finger. He only used one finger. Cherry Blossom Nation Heir of the Sword Saint, ha ha. I knew it. The struggles of an ant are nothing before a true master. Kimchi Nation audience, oh my god. This is the real god. Dragon Kingdom people, is this your hero? Schadenfreude comments flooded the screen. It was as if they could already smell the scent of Dragon Kingdom's demise. The Queen Bee of Slaughter hung in the air, retracting his right hand. He dusted off the non-existent dust with that pale finger. Tisk. He shook his head slightly, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. Really can't take a hit. The Queen Bee of Slaughter looked down at the dent in the wall, speaking with disdain, yet his words rang clearly in everyone's ears. You humans have a saying that is quite right. Below a master, everyone is but an ant. What this ruler speaks of is a true master. He turned his tone, mockery lacing his voice. Not your kind that can only rely on burning lifespans and stealing faith to falsely elevate yourselves. His words were like venomous knives, stabbing into the hearts of all Dragon Kingdom people. Your proud national soul is, in this ruler's eyes, worth nothing. He laughed, his laughter more piercing than any sound on the battlefield. You do not have the right to stand. Kneel. Buzz. An invisible pressure erupted from the Queen Bee of Slaughter, directly affecting their souls. On the wall, tens of thousands of blood-soaked demon suppression army soldiers trembled uncontrollably. Their eyes were red, biting down hard on their teeth, using every ounce of strength to try to straighten their backs. But that pressure was too tyrannical, too heavy. It was an absolute order from a higher life to a lower one. Thud. A young soldier's knees buckled, and he knelt humiliatingly on the ground. Once there was one, there would be a second, a third. Reluctant tears slipped down their cheeks, but their bodies disobeyed their will. No. Han Qing's eye was blood red, his legs trembling, his spine cracking under the unbearable weight. He desperately held onto the ground with his battle knife, his teeth almost grinding to dust. Who dares to kneel? Everyone stand up. His roar was weak and pitiful in the face of the Queen Bee's pressure. He watched helplessly as his comrades, whom he regarded as family, knelt down one after another. On the global live broadcast, the laughter reached its peak. Eagle Nation Wings of Freedom, ha ha. Look. This is their spine. How pathetic. Cherry Blossom Nation Heir of the Sword Saint, from now on, there will be no more heroes in the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. The screen was blank. No barrages. Only on the other side of the screen, billions of Dragon Kingdom people felt like their hearts were being torn apart. They looked at the sea of kneeling figures, gazing at the white-haired hero nailed to the wall. Despair, helplessness, anger, yet powerless. Lin Xuan's consciousness sank into darkness. The severe pain in his chest was the wail of his very essence being torn apart. He could not hear the sounds from outside, he only felt himself sinking deeper and deeper, falling into an endless abyss. He knew. Sinking down, never to wake again. But unwilling. Unwilling, oh. That unyielding fighting spirit propelled him, wanting to struggle, wanting to grasp the last glimmer of light. Suddenly. In the darkness, voices rang out. 1, 2, 3. Countless voices gathered from all directions. They carried warmth, carried heat, carried raw emotion. Commander Lin, don't fall. Brother, you are our backbone. My hero, you can't fall yet. Get up. Stand up. Didn't you say, this road is blocked? The prayers and shouts of billions of the Dragon Kingdom turned into a torrent, breaking through all obstacles, pouring into his withering soul. That was not cold system data. That was the boiling hearts of people. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. Countless calls echoed in the depths of his soul, time and again. They urged, they awakened. Lin Xuan's consciousness was forcibly pulled back from the abyss by this immense will. He opened his eyes. Before him, still was the black wall. He felt the deadly wound in his chest, heard the mockery from outside, and sensed the pressure that bent the spines of his compatriots. System. Lin Xuan silently chanted in his heart. Burn 20 years of life, restore the source. Command confirmed. Deducting faith value. Repair successful. A powerful surge of life force flooded into his chest, shattered bones and organs visibly mending. But Lin Xuan knew this was not enough. far from enough. He must stand up. He must give those desperate compatriots behind him an answer. System.
Lin Xuan's voice rang out again.
Burn life again. This time. Chapter 41, This body is a blade, representing the nation in battle. He stood.
Under the gaze of billions of eyes, in the silence of the humiliation kneeling behind, Lin Xuan stood. The intertwining golden-red flames were a resonance of life and faith, crazily burning beneath his tattered black robe, making him look like a war god rising from mythology. The mockery on the face of the Beast-Slayer Emperor finally disappeared completely. He withdrew the finger that had ignited Lin Xuan's chest. Then, he clenched his fist. Buzz. A force even more terrifying, more pure than before, exploded violently. The entire space trembled under his fist, as if it would collapse at any moment. That was a true master, moving seriously. Very good. The Beast-Slayer Emperor spoke coldly, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravitas. You have succeeded. You are qualified to make this emperor take you seriously. Above the Yanhuan barrier. Han Chang looked at the young man in front of him, who stood up again with life and faith, looking at his lonely figure supporting the entire nation's backbone. The one-eyed dragon commander, who had been iron-blooded all his life, trembled violently. He wanted to rush forward, to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But on that battlefield, he couldn't even withstand the aftershocks. Sorrow, respect, anger, helplessness, countless emotions finally turned into a furious roar that echoed through the skies. In this life, to stand shoulder to shoulder with Commander Lin, Han Chang has no regrets. He suddenly pulled out the battle knife stuck in the ground, the blade pointing directly at the sky, blood tears rolling down from his one eye. Demon-suppressing legion, obey orders. Hold the barrier with our lives. Never retreat. With our blood and flesh, for Commander Lin paved the way for counterattack. Roar. Behind them, those soldiers who had just been humiliated and knelt under the pressure looked at the burning figure at the top of the city wall, looking at their roaring commander, their humiliation and rage transformed into boundless fighting spirit. One by one, they struggled, roared, and stood up again. With their own will, they fought against the pressure that came from their souls. The Beast-Slayer Emperor slightly raised an eyebrow, glancing at the group of insects that had stood up again on the city walls, a true interest flashing in his blood-red eyes for the first time. Interesting. They can actually resist this emperor's imperial might with will. His gaze returned to Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, how long can you maintain this state? Little insect? He finally no longer underestimated them, his body slightly sinking, the surrounding air distorting because of him, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Lin Xuan did not waste words. He didn't even pay attention to the words of the Be-Destruction Emperor. At this moment, he poured all his anger, pain, and determination, the prayers and faith of billions of compatriots behind him, and the unyielding struggle of Dragon Country for 5,000 years into the ordinary spear in his hand. Buzz. The spear let out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight, and on its body, the golden-red flames flowed wildly, forming ancient and mysterious patterns. He moved. There were no extra movements. His figure turned into a golden-red lightning that tore through the heavens and the earth, carrying the will to burn everything, and thrust violently towards the Be-Destruction Emperor. This thrust was named the Spear of National Stabilization. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, the Be-Destruction Emperor's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. He did not dodge. As an emperor of monsters, he had his own pride. Boom! A sound so deep it seemed capable of shattering hearts. The finger he stretched out, covered in black bee armor, once again accurately blocked Lin Xuan's unstoppable thrust. Where the spear tip met the fingertip, the space visibly twisted and collapsed, forming a pitch-black small point. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The next second. Boom! A destructive shockwave exploded in a circular wave centered on the two. The ground under the Be-Destruction Emperor's feet instantly cracked and collapsed. The enormous shock force caused his figure, which had always been as stable as a mountain, to slide uncontrollably backward for the first time. 1 meter. 3 meters. 5 meters. His feet plowed 2 terrifying furrows, half a meter deep, in the charred earth, sliding nearly 10 meters before finally stabilizing his form. And in the path where the shockwave spread, within hundreds of meters, low-level monsters were turned into a cloud of blood mist without even having time to scream in the terrifying golden-red aura. The power of that thrust cleared 100 meters. The global live broadcast room went completely silent. Those IDs who had just been reveling seemed to have their throats choked, unable to utter a single word. On the yellow wall, Han Chang and Mu Qingxue stared at this scene, a glimmer of ecstatic hope rising in their hearts, but what followed was endless sorrow. They saw it clearly. That burning golden-red flame was hope, and also a tribute. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the dense barrage of comments, after a brief pause, crazily flooded the screen again. Lin God. Awesome. Breaking voice. Whoa whoa.
He pushed that monster back. But, that flame. Lin God, don't ignite it anymore. Please, stay alive.
Billions of people felt immense pride for Lin Xuan's astonishing thrust, but their hearts were twisted with pain at his tragic sacrifice.
In the center of the battlefield,
Lin Xuan maintained the stance of thrusting his spear, completely still.
His mind was as heavy as it could be.
This was his most powerful blow, burning 10 years of life, fusing the faith of billions of national souls, betting everything he had.
But
it only made the opponent retreat 10 meters. For the first time, he clearly felt what a heavenly moat truly meant. The power of this great demon before him far exceeded his imagination. It was an insurmountable chasm of despair.
Cough.
The Bee-Destruction Emperor slowly raised his head, and on the finger that blocked the spear tip, the covering of black bee armor had appeared a barely noticeable crack. He looked down for a moment and then a rare look of genuine appreciation appeared on his handsome and demonic face.
Not bad, not bad.
He raised his blood-red eyes and looked at Lin Xuan, his tone still lofty. Below the Grandmaster level, being able to comprehend the rudiment of force and merge it with one's own martial skills to injure this Emperor's demon armor.
You are worthy of pride. Unfortunately.
The corners of the Bee-Destruction Emperor's mouth curled cruelly.
So, you can die now. No sooner had the words fallen. His figure suddenly flickered. Buzz. Without leaving any afterimages, he vanished into thin air and reappeared at Lin Xuan's left side. Fast. So fast it surpassed the vision. Beyond the nerve response. A whip kick, like lightning, swept toward Lin Xuan's waist.
Lin Xuan's pupils didn't have time to contract, his battle instincts had made him madly twist his body, trying to block.
But it was all in vain. Crack.
A sound that made one's teeth ache, clearly spread across the silent battlefield.
The leg of the Hive King accurately struck Lin Xuan's side, where he couldn't block in time. The game is over, Grasshopper. Chapter 42, The Law of Despair, The Whisper of Demise. The game is over, Grasshopper.
The Hive King's whip kick struck precisely at Lin Xuan's waist. The sound of cracking bones that made one's teeth ache spread clearly across the silent battlefield, tightening the hearts of every Dragon Kingdom citizen staring at the screen on the walls. But Lin Xuan did not fly back. His body, burning with golden red flames, knelt down like soft mud under that whip kick. The long spear in his hand clanged and fell to the ground weakly, splashing up a small patch of blood and mud. The golden red flames quickly dimmed.
Like an illusion, a powerless bubble.
The Hive King's blood-red eyes, with a hint of interest, fell upon Lin Xuan's white hair that burned with faith. It extended a finger and lightly flicked out a wisp of black gas. That black gas, so fine it was almost invisible, floated gently and entered Lin Xuan's chest. At the moment the black gas touched Lin Xuan's body, his once violently heaving chest suddenly stagnated.
Who? His breathing instantly weakened.
His burning white hair lost its luster, quickly turning dry like frost and snow. The golden red flames, like a candle extinguished by a strong wind, flickered violently a few times, then went out.
Not scattered. It was extinguished.
The vitality within Lin Xuan's body, once as mighty as the sea, was now silently leaking away like a sandglass with a hole.
Extreme weakness.
A fatigue that came from deep within his soul. This black gas did not attack Lin Xuan's flesh and did not erode his spiritual energy. It acted directly on his life's essence. That life, sustained by burning life and constant repair, was as fragile as a thin paper before that black gas.
Was this wilt?
The true essence of martial arts. A thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. He personally felt the meaning contained within that black gas.
Wilt.
A direct annihilation of the law of life. What he comprehended became meaningless before that wilt.
Because death is the end of everything. You are strong.
The Hive King's voice pierced through Lin Xuan's blurry consciousness. You burn life for a momentary outburst, using the humble flesh and blood of humanity to reach the level of a false master.
What a pity. The Hive King shook its head. A real boredom finally appeared on its face.
Your strength is merely physical. It extended another hand, spreading it out before Lin Xuan. In its palm, a flower formed from black mist slowly bloomed.
And this emperor has already comprehended the meaning of death and wilt. This realm is neither martial skill nor technique. It is one of the most basic rules of this world.
That black flower withered in an instant in the palm, turning to ash and dissipating.
It represents the end.
The continuation of the flame that you humans take pride in this emperor's eyes, is merely a blade of grass growing towards the sun. And this emperor is the one who governs autumn and winter, bringing wilt.
How can a blade resist?
The Hive King's voice was like the whisper of death, echoing in Lin Xuan's ears.
It raised its head, looking at the person in mid-air.
In its blood-red eyes, there was no anger, no disdain, only a detached indifference that saw through all things in the world. In its eyes, the outcome had long been foreseen.
The battlefield once again fell into a dead silence. Han Chang looked at Lin Xian's kneeling figure, watching the flames on him extinguish. His single eye instantly turned blood red. Lin Xuan.
His trembling voice carried a shattering sorrow. In the global live broadcast room, the Dragon Kingdom audience, who had just ignited hope, suddenly had their pupils contract upon seeing Lin Xian's dim figure.
What happened? Commander Lin. Stand up. Please, stand up. Why has the light gone out? Despair swept through the entire Dragon Kingdom like a winter cold wave.
Everyone's hearts felt as if they were being cut into pieces. They had just seen hope, just seen a miracle. But all of this was ruthlessly crushed after that puff of black gas appeared. On the public channels of other countries, after a moment of dead silence, joyous laughter erupted in celebration of misfortune.
Eagle Sauce Country, wings of freedom, I said it. The ants of the Dragon Kingdom can never shake the great tree.
Sakura Country, heir of the Sword Saint, look.
This is the outcome of burning your life.
The people of the Dragon Kingdom have no masters, no power of that level, all struggles are meaningless.
Kimchi Country audience, ha ha ha. What white-haired war god? What backbone of the Dragon Kingdom? In front of true masters, they are just pathetic jokes.
That mocking laughter stabbed fiercely into the hearts of every person from the Dragon Kingdom, like arrows dipped in poison. Lin Xian's consciousness felt like a candle flickering in the wind.
He was very tired. Truly, very tired.
He felt the sense of withering in his chest, like a black hole, wildly devouring his life. In his mind, the cold system alert rang out like a death knell.
Warning! The host is being eroded by the death-withering rule. The source of life is being erased. Remaining lifespan, 436 years. 412 years. 401 years.
Lin Xian even sensed that he could no longer burn his life. The source of his life's essence was constantly being disrupted by will. That black gas seemed to occupy the initiative of his life. At this moment, he felt like a prisoner sentenced to death.
He couldn't even self-ignite.
Lin Xian felt he was slowly being peeled away from this world. Images blurred before Lin Xian's eyes. His father Lin Zhan's tall figure turned into blood mist on the Great Wall. The tombstones of his grandfather and great-grandfather stood in the wind, and Zhao Tieshan's hand reached out to him, ultimately falling powerless.
No. He didn't want to kneel. He couldn't fall down.
He was the tomb keeper of the Lin family, the last spark of the Dragon Kingdom, and the hope of billions behind him. Lin Xian raised his head, and before him was only that handsome yet indifferent face. The insect emperor slowly walked closer. It stopped in front of Lin Xian, looking down at this young man who knelt on the ground yet still tried to struggle.
You are strong. The insect emperor repeated, as if bestowing the last pity upon a dying ant.
But, you were born in the wrong race, and in the wrong place.
Your fire is destined to extinguish.
The insect emperor raised its hand. There was no energy fluctuation in its palm. It was just slowly pressing down towards Lin Xian's head. It aimed to end this battle, which it considered meaningless, in the simplest way possible. The global live stream froze at this moment.
That hand. That face. That kneeling figure. The backbone of the Dragon Kingdom was about to break. Chapter 43, The Wall of Flesh and Blood, The Flame of Hope Does Not Die. That hand had no energy fluctuation at all. It was just slowly pressing down towards Lin Xian's head. Under the gaze of billions of eyes, the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom was about to break. Silence. The entire battlefield seemed to have been pressed on pause. All the killing, roaring, and wailing stopped abruptly at this moment. On the city wall. Those soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army who had just kneeled due to the royal power looked at this scene, their hearts felt like they were being cut into pieces. They wanted to stand up, wanted to rush forward, but the pressure from their very souls made it difficult to even move a finger. Lin. Commander, a young rookie's voice was hoarse, tears mixed with bloodstains left 2 mottled marks on his face.
His body trembled, but his heart roared.
They couldn't watch their hero. Their faith, just like that, fell down. Behind them was their homeland, was family, was billions of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens.
And their hero was shedding his last drop of blood for them.
Suddenly,
a roar that shook the earth and sky came from the other side of the city wall.
You dare to touch the sons of the Dragon Kingdom. Han Chang.
His one eye was blood red, and his body, which was barely supported by his war blade, stood straight like a gun. He suddenly threw out his military knife from his waist.
Die.
The military knife turned into a streak of flowing light, carrying the last bit of his strength, fiercely shooting toward the head of the Hive Queen. The hand pressing down on Lin Xian paused slightly.
The Hive Queen didn't even turn around. It just dismissively flicked a finger. Buzz.
The military knife, which contained all of Han Chang's will, instantly shattered in the air, turning into countless dust. The finger that the Hive Queen flicked continued with undiminished force and directly pierced through Han Chang's chest.
Poof! Han Chang's chest was penetrated by that dark energy. The intense pain did not make him fall.
That thing called decay was madly eroding his organs, stripping his life force away. He could feel that his time was running out. Han Qing raised his head, and the only remaining eye reflected Lin Xian's figure kneeling on the ground. That glaring white hair was now dim and lifeless, like withered grass in winter. That body, which had just been burning with golden red flames, was now left in utter silence. Han Qing's heart ached more than his pierced chest.
Is it over? The last hope of the Dragon Kingdom is about to extinguish like this?
A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, Lin Xian's words on the city wall.
If there's no future, we shall fight to the end. Yes. The future. If today cannot be survived, what future is there?
Han Qing's gaze swept over those soldiers on the city wall, who were kneeling in humiliation under the pressure, yet still struggling to stand up. He scanned that tattered Yan Huang battle flag, which was still flying amidst the smoke. The monster clan invades, we are willing to use our flesh and blood to build the Great Wall to protect our homeland. He didn't know who it was, but under extreme oppression, used the last bit of strength to roar out this vow.
This sentence was engraved in the bones of every soldier in the Dragon Kingdom. Blood and flesh Great Wall. Han Qing smiled.
Blood foamed from the corner of his mouth, that smile was sinister and tragic. He, Han Qing, the commander of the Yan Huang barrier, an old general of the Dragon Kingdom. His whole life was spent fighting for the Dragon Kingdom. Dying on the charge, dying on the battlefields where he covered for his comrades and heroes, was his best homecoming.
General Lin.
Han Qing whispered softly, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together.
I, old man, don't have your extraordinary skill. Cannot learn your heroic way of burning life.
But this old man's life can still burn. This iron-blooded dragon general, who guarded the border all his life, condensed all his unwillingness, all his will, all his loyal soul into his final breath. Suppress the monster army. His voice was no longer emitted through his throat but was a roar of the soul. This voice pierced through the pressure of the Hive Queen, ringing clearly in the ears of every soldier in the monster suppression army. The iron hooves of the monster clan trample over our homeland, I will lead everyone to protect this land with our lives.
And now, General Lin is our last hope for the Dragon Kingdom. We are willing to pave the way with our broken bodies. To kill our way to a future for him. Han Chang's single eye erupted with the final light, that light was enough to burn the sky. For General Lin. Buy time. Even if. Only 3 seconds. Roar. That roar exhausted his last spirit. Han Chang's body heavily fell forward. This one-eyed dragon general maintained the posture of charging until his death. Silence. On the battlefield, there was a death-like silence. Then. Roar. On the city wall, tens of thousands of soldiers of the monster suppression army, who were immobilized by imperial might, let out a thunderous roar after hearing Han Qing's soul-shattering shout. One by one, young or old soldiers, their eyes blood-red and neck veins bulging. Crack. One soldier's leg bone broke from forcibly resisting the pressure. But he did not fall. He used another leg and the weapon in his hand to support himself, rising gradually from a kneeling position. Crack. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed back and forth. But no one knelt anymore. They stood up. They used broken bones, with iron will and burning military spirit, to rise again. This scene made the beautiful and enchanting Killing Bee monarch in midair show a hint of astonishment in its blood-red pupils. Interesting. A group of insects can actually use self-harm to resist this monarch's will? Its astonishment vanished in an instant, replaced by deeper disgust. At that moment. Buzz. A fierce frost suddenly bloomed behind it. Mu Qingxue. She had somehow circled to the back of the Killing Bee monarch, her last trace of spiritual power exploding, transforming into a cold ice rose capable of freezing mountains, angrily blooming toward the monarch's back heart. Ice seal, rose. Her cold voice carried a determination to perish together. However, that beautiful ice rose shattered into countless ice crystals when it approached 3 inches from the surface of the Killing Bee monarch's body. Puff. Mu Qingxue was struck by lightning, blood spraying wildly, her delicate body flying out. But she did not fly anywhere else. Instead, she used her last strength to adjust her direction and fell heavily in front of Lin Xuan. She opened her arms, using her blood-soaked, trembling body to protect the white-haired youth who had collapsed behind her and was unconscious. Do not move him. She raised her head and looked at the approaching Killing Bee monarch. In her eagle-sharp dark pupils, there remained only the purest protection. The Killing Bee monarch stopped, looking down at these ants with a cruel arc at the corner of its mouth. Touching protection. Too bad, it means nothing before this monarch. It raised its hand, ready to crush these two annoying bugs together. But just then. Roar! A more furious roar came from the city wall. Leader Han, be well. Brothers!
A remaining one-armed Zhao Beifacheng stood on the very edge of the city wall, raising his broken war knife high, blade pointing directly at the killing bee monarch.
Revenge for Leader Han. For Leader Lin. Fight to the death. Chapter 44. 3 seconds of agreement, everyone faces death. For Leader Lin. Fight to the death. Zhao Beifacheng was the first to leap down from the city wall. Without using any spiritual power techniques, just purely using his body, he became a bullet, carrying unyielding anger and smashing toward the killing bee monarch. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The 2nd, 3rd, 10th, 100th. Tens of thousands of demon-subduing army, like a rain of blood-colored meteors. They bravely leaped from the 100-meter-high city wall, charging desperately at the figure of the killing bee monarch. They knew they couldn't hurt the other party in the slightest. They also knew that this trip would leave them with no corpses, even leaving no whole body behind. But they pushed forward with no regrets. Their goal was not to kill the enemy. It was to use their flesh and blood to block. To delay. To buy that elusive 3 seconds for the white-haired hero kneeling on the ground. The global live broadcast room fell completely silent at this moment. Eagle Sauce Country, Wings of Freedom, crazy, they are all crazy. Sakura Country, successor of the Sword Saint, silence. Kimchi Country audience, this is suicide. A meaningless suicide. Yes, in their view, this was the most foolish, most worthless suicide. But in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of people watched those figures leaping down from the city wall like dumplings. Tears had already burst their banks. There were no comments. Only a silent sadness. They understood. They all understood. That was not suicide. That was the military spirit of the Dragon Country. A group of oblivious insects. The astonishment on the killing bee monarch's face turned into cold disgust. It looked at the fearless, charging ants, an expression of impatience flashing in its eyes. It was even too lazy to move. Just standing still, letting the first limbless centurion rush in front of it and strike its head with a battle knife. Clang! The battle knife was blocked by an invisible force field just an inch from its skin, then shattered into pieces. At the moment the centurion hit the force field, he burst into a cloud of blood mist like a fragile blood bag, with a bang. Not even a momentary obstacle could be created. Bang! 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 The 2nd, 3rd, 4th. One by one, vibrant lives exploded into a rain of blood before the Blood Bee Emperor. They couldn't even get close to the body of the Blood Bee Emperor. They charged with the last bit of their lives, only to build a wall of flesh and blood, rising higher and higher, yet constantly shattered by the subsequent impacts. This scene was so tragic that even gods and demons would be moved by it. A flash of murderous intent gleamed in the Blood Bee Emperor's blood-red eyes. It despised this pointless struggle. Fingers, once again, reached forward. But, for the first time, there was a barely noticeable pause in its actions. Because, at that moment, Han Qing leading the demon-vanquishing army had already fearlessly charged forward. The knives in their hands let out their final cries. Their roars shook the last vestige of dignity. They used their own flesh and blood to desperately block the seemingly dismissive finger of the Blood Bee Emperor. A young soldier's body was crushed into a mist of blood by the pressure of the Blood Bee Emperor. His blood splattered all over Lin Xuan's face. That warm and boiling blood jolted Lin Xuan's nearly frozen consciousness. No. He felt it. He felt the blood debt mark rising wildly within his body. Blood debt mark accumulating. Current accumulation layers, 368 layers. Current accumulation layers, 672 layers. That line of cold system prompts was so glaring in Lin Xuan's eyes at this moment. Each jump of the number represented a living person giving their life for him. No Zhao Lao Han Shui Mu Jun Commander no. He wanted to struggle. He wanted to roar. But the decay feeling in his chest firmly suppressed him. It was like the cruelest executioner, slowly extracting his vitality from the depths of Lin Xuan's soul. The Blood Bee Emperor withdrew its hand, no longer dismissive, with a strange light flickering in its eyes. It looked at those soldiers who fought for Lin Xuan with their flesh and blood to buy him time. It saw Han Qing, who had fallen but still stared at it with his one eye, an unyielding body. It looked at Mu Qingxuan kneeling on the ground, yet still using her body to shield Lin Xuan with her stubborn figure. For the first time, it felt true bewilderment toward these beings before it. It did not understand. It did not understand why these weak beings could unleash such terrifying will. It did not understand what this pointless sacrifice was for. You all, the Blood Bee Emperor slowly spoke, with a hint of confusion in its voice, its gaze sweeping across the bloody, blurry battlefield. You bugs, is such struggle worth it? Its voice spread across the battlefield. It reached around the world. Everyone's heart shook. They saw it. They saw the fallen figures. Those who fell were not just soldiers. They were the military spirit forged with blood over 30 years by the Dragon Country. Commander Lin. A young soldier, his legs eaten by demons, still struggled, crawling toward Lin Xuan with only half of his body left. He wrote 2 bloody large characters on the ground with his broken hand. Live on. At that moment, his body was torn apart by another demon. But his severed hand still pointed at Lin Xuan. We are here to buy you time. Endless voices, endless blood, endless sacrifices crashed against Lin Xuan's heart like the hottest magma. Boom! Lin Xuan's consciousness exploded at that moment. He could no longer endure. Even with that decay feeling in his chest, representing death and ending. Yet behind him stood the unyielding spirits of billions. It is the blood and tears of all soldiers of the Dragon Nation. He cannot die. He must live on. He wants blood debts to be repaid with blood. Aha! A roar like never before burst forth from Lin Xuan's chest. That sound was no longer pain, no longer despair. It was, from the depths of his soul, an unyielding battle intent. Boom! The flame of belief within him burned wildly again under his resolute will. This time, what burned was no longer just life. What burned was the sorrow and anger from billions of compatriots. Warning! The host is being eroded by the death decay law. But at the same time, he is receiving a strong feedback from the blood debt talent. The two are in fierce conflict. The origin is about to collapse. Chapter 45, Flames of Life, Spear of Flames. The spear was in hand. That cold metal burned in Lin Xuan's palm at this moment. It was no longer an ordinary standard long spear. After drinking the hot blood and unwillingness of tens of thousands of loyal souls, the spear body flowed with intertwining golden red patterns. Each pattern bore the name of a soul about to perish. Each ray of light carried a fierce roar of defiance. It had a new name. Spear of Flames. It carried all of the determination that a civilization could burst forth within its darkest moments. Warning! The host's origin is heading towards collapse in the conflict of decay and blood debt. Detected that the host's will to survive and will for vengeance have reached a critical point. Would you like to consume 20 years of life to forcefully break through the second stage of 9 heavy spear techniques, soul burning? Would you like to consume 80 years of life to forcefully break through the second stage of ancient dragon elephant prisoning technique? The cold system prompt flashed crazily before Lin Xuan's eyes. The price, 100 years of life. Normally, this would be a cost that made any chosen one hesitate. But at this moment, Lin Xuan did not hesitate. He looked at the indifferent figure in front of him. He felt the scalding blood of his comrade that had yet to dry on his face. His will turned into a roar that tore at the soul. Agree! Boom! The moment the will fell, Lin Xuan let out a painful howl. That sound did not come from his throat, but was squeezed out from every cell in his body, from every inch of bone. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The bones in his body made unbearable cracking sounds under the immense burden. A violent strength of the dragon elephant rampaged within him, trying to completely burst his mortal body. His skin cracked inch by inch. Golden red blood oozed out from the cracks, only to be evaporated by the higher temperature in an instant. The prisoning divine body was forcibly reshaped on the edge of collapse. His organs suffered excruciating pain from being burned by the flames. The breakthrough of the 9 heavy spear techniques poured a volcano into his meridians, trying to burn him to ashes from the inside out. Collapse. Rebirth. Destruction. Reshaping. Lin Xuan's body reached a terrifying balance amidst these two extremes of pain. The essence flowing from his 7 orifices was no longer blood, but golden red burning mist. In the intertwining of extreme pain and the unyielding will of countless heroic souls, his true martial intent erupted dramatically. He looked up, and in his eyes, burning with golden red flames, the world changed. The mysterious black mist surrounding the Hive King appeared in his eyes, revealing its most fundamental form. It was lines of cold laws composed of annihilation. They were merciless, indifferent. They led all nearby life towards the end. Lin Xuan unconsciously thrust the spear forward. A faint golden red flame at the spear tip touched a drifting decay black mist before him. Hiss. That mist, enough to erase a peak master of transformation, burned instantly, emitting a slight blast before completely vanishing. Effective. The Hive King's indifferent blood-red pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, he felt a sense of being restrained before his proud decay law. The Hive King's face showed no anger. All contempt was retracted. It revealed an extreme interest, mixed with a sickly madness. So it is. To use will against rules.
To fight against the most fundamental death law of the universe with the obsession of a group of ants gathering for warmth. The Bee King murmured to himself. A joyful look appeared on his handsome face, like discovering a new toy. Your human race's fire can actually give birth to such an interesting monster. I am increasingly interested in you. Before the words had finished, he no longer held back. Buzz. The translucent black membrane wings behind the Bee King suddenly spread wide. It was not the sound of wings flapping cutting through the air, but a higher frequency hum that directly shook the soul. His figure vanished, replaced by dozens of elusive black lightning bolts, attacking Lin Xuan from all directions at a terrifying speed that surpassed sound. Each bolt of lightning carried a soul-corroding poison. Each remnant shadow wrapped in the power that could annihilate life. This is the true speed of a master. This is the true killing move of the Demon King. Faced with this overwhelming siege, Lin Xuan slowly closed his eyes. He did not rely on vision to catch it. Because he was not fighting alone. He used his heart to feel those gun souls connected to his soul, resonating with his blood. Marshal Han, lend me your heart of death battle. Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. He did not retreat but advanced, recklessly sweeping his spear to the left rear at an impossible angle. The spear light burst forth, condensing in the air into a blood-red single eye. That single eye was filled with unyielding resolution and fury for death battle. Clang! With a crisp sound, that single-eyed spear light precisely blocked the Bee King's whip leg from a blind spot. Old Zhao, lend me your courage to charge. Lin Xuan took a step forward, causing the earth to crack. The spear in his hand no longer defended but transformed into an attack, suddenly thrusting towards a blurred black shadow in the right front. The spear surged like a dragon. This thrust had no technique, only a brutal forward charge. That momentum was clearly the desperate charge Zhao Tieshan launched at the last moment of his life. The Bee King's tail spike, about to strike out, was forced to pause by this fearless gun intent and had to retreat. For a moment, in the center of the battlefield, the golden red figure and dozens of black lightning bolts collided fiercely. Lin Xuan's figure, surrounded by countless remnants, was like a small boat in a furious sea, yet it never capsized. With each thrust, he carried the shadow of a comrade. Some were valiant, some cunning, some steady, some wild. Those were the final spear techniques practiced for him with the lives of tens of thousands of demon suppression army soldiers. It's over. The Bee King seemed to lose patience. All the black lightning bolts suddenly merged, and his true body appeared above Lin Xuan. He embraced his arms, condensing a black energy ball the size of a human head, made of pure decay law, and smashed it down towards Lin Xuan. This shot. Lin Xuan looked up. He stared at that black ball capable of turning a 1,000-meter radius into a dead zone. His roar echoed through the heavens and earth. For the 8,678 brothers who died in battle. He held the spear with both hands and unreservedly poured the terrifying power within him, on the brink of collapse and rebirth, into it. The second level of ninefold spear decision. Soul-burning spear prison. Buzz. The long spear in Lin Xuan's hand shot into the sky. The golden red spear light suddenly burst in midair, not attacking that black ball, but transforming into an enormous golden red cage made up of countless mysterious runes. It arrived first, trapping the Bee King, who had just thrown the black ball, firmly within. Inside the cage, thousands of sacrificed valiant souls transformed into burning chains of revenge. They wrapped around the Bee King from all directions. What is this? The Bee King's face changed drastically. He wanted to break free but found these chains were illusory, directly penetrating the demon power shield and branding themselves on his demon soul. Ah! A wailing cry, so chilling it did not seem to belong to a living thing, erupted for the first time from the lofty demon emperor's mouth. Those resentful thoughts of the heroic souls. Those wills of guardianship. For a self-serving ruler like the Hive Queen, who viewed all as mere food, this was a poison more terrifying than any toxin. Black cracks appeared on the beautiful face, scorched and burnt. The demon power within him became chaotic in an instant. He was horrified to discover that this force was not only burning the demon souls but also polluting. It was tainting his pure, cold, and ruthless heart, which regarded all races as mere insects, with emotions like guardianship and sacrifice that he despised the most. No! Get away! This is the plague of civilization. Chapter 46, The End of Heroes, Breaking Through with a Life. Within the soul-burning gun prison, the Hive Queen's howl was not like any sound a living being could produce. It was a fear and rejection, forcibly infected by the will of an alien civilization, that originated from the depths of his soul. Guardianship. Sacrifice. Legacy. Those most despised words became burning irons, marking his demon soul. He felt his ruler's heart being polluted, on the brink of madness. In pain and fear, a Hive Queen's blood-red eyes locked onto Mu Qingxue outside the gun prison. A malicious and insane thought occupied his mind. The Hive Queen revealed a crazed smile, letting out a sharp, ferocious laugh under the burning of the heroic soul chains.
Hero of the human race. Lin Xuan. Since you love guardianship so much, then this emperor will give you a choice. Before his words faded,
he made a move that sent shivers down the spines of all spectators. Lifting his right hand, he fiercely grasped the huge poisonous stinger connected tightly to his life source at his tail.
Put.
Accompanied by a muffled sound of flesh tearing.
That stinger, shimmering with a dark glow, was actually pulled out of his body with brutal force.
Dark green demon blood splattered like a fountain. It splashed onto the heroic soul chains, making a hiss-hiss corrosive sound.
The intense pain twisted the Hive Queen's beautiful face completely. But the madness in his eyes burned even fiercer.
This stinger was a manifestation of his power.
Pulling it out was equivalent to severing an arm.
But he didn't care at all. The Hive Queen poured all the remaining decay laws and the most pure poison from his bloodline into the detached stinger without holding back.
Buzz. That stinger instantly transformed into pure black.
It could absorb even light, emitting an aura of terror that could end everything. He, from within the wobbling gun prison, exhausted all his strength to let out a hate-filled roar towards Lin Xuan. Let this emperor see your ridiculous guardianship.
Is it to kill me, or to save her? Choose one. Whoosh.
Before the roar faded, the stinger, containing all his original power, transformed into a silent black lightning. With precise aim, it headed straight for the heart of the unconscious Mu Qingxue.
At this moment,
in the global live broadcast room, billions of hearts suddenly stopped beating.
It's over.
These were the two words that surfaced in everyone's hearts.
This was a deadlock.
If Lin Xuan maintained the gun prison, the Hive Queen would undoubtedly die, but Mu Qingxue would absolutely not survive. But if he withdrew the gun prison to save her,
then all efforts would be in vain.
All the sacrifices would turn to nothing. In the Dragon Kingdom Command Center,
Li Nan's eyes were bloodshot.
With a punch, he smashed the command platform, creating a gruesome imprint in the alloy surface.
Despicable. Shameless.
Li Nan stared at the screen, his heart in agony. He knew how Lin Xuan would choose, and knowing made it even more painful. Everyone thought Lin Xuan would hesitate, but he did not. There was no struggle in his eyes, only heart-wrenching determination.
This was not a question of choice. To abandon a comrade was not the way of a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Do you dare? A roar shook the heavens. Lin Xuan forcibly reversed the soul-burning gun prison that was operating at full power. This was a self-harm 1,000 times more painful than tearing veins or burning souls. Poof.
Lin Xuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden red blood. The sound of shattered bones and broken veins echoed within his body. The countless blazing chains of heroic souls emitted a mournful cry, instantly retracting into a giant shield engulfed in golden red flames, barely shielding the fallen Mu Qingxue before him.
All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The black poisonous stinger approached in an instant. Shoo!
That light shield, hastily formed from the will of countless heroic souls, blocked the stinger for less than a fraction of a second. It was quickly corroded by the ultimate power of withering, creating a massive hole.
Then, the stinger, with its unstoppable momentum, fiercely pierced Lin Xuan's back heart. Poof!
A torrent of burning golden red blood erupted from his chest.
It splattered all over Mu Qingxue's face.
That blood was hot and scorching, as if it came from the deepest well of his soul. The soul-burning spear prison completely collapsed. Lin Xuan's tall body shook violently. The spear of fire in his hand could no longer be held, clattering to the ground.
He staggered, heavily kneeling on one knee. He couldn't even feel the pain.
That coldness, erasing him from the source level, surpassed all senses.
In midair,
the insect queen broke free from the crumbling prison. Its whole body was charred black, covered in the burns and cracks of the demon soul, its breath weakened to the extreme. Clearly, it had also paid a heavy price. But it survived. The insect queen floated in midair, looking down at the white-haired young man below, who was pierced by its source poison stinger, his life rapidly fading. A sickly and cruel smile spread across its face.
Ha 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 ha. Foolish. Truly foolish to the extreme. The insect queen looked down on Lin Xuan with eyes full of disdain.
For an unimportant, soon-to-die female, you actually gave up the only chance to kill this emperor.
Its laughter was filled with mockery and incomprehension, pouring out like venom. Your human race's fire, the inheritance of your civilization, is based on this utterly meaningless, foolish emotion? Your protection, your sacrifice, are nothing but a joke digging your own grave. Ha 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 ha. You deserve to be eliminated. You deserve to be extinct.
The sharp pain in his chest had gone numb. In its place was a bone-deep coldness. That stinger was erasing his existence from the world at the source level.
The cold system prompt sound now resonated in Lin Xian's mind, transforming into the death knell. Warning!
Host has been struck by Insect Queen's source poison stinger. Death withering law is erasing your existence from the source level.
Your life source is being polluted, assimilated, annihilated. Remaining lifespan, 263 years. Remaining lifespan, 213 years. Remaining lifespan, 165 years. Remaining lifespan, 110 years. Remaining lifespan, 68 years. Life force was draining at an unprecedented terrifying speed.
Lin Xuan felt his soul being forcefully pulled from this body by an irresistible power. The world started to fade in his eyes.
Sounds became distant. Lose?
Lin Xuan lowered his head, looking at the ever-expanding black hole in his chest. The corner of his mouth instead curled into a blood-stained, crazy arc.
Chapter 47, The God-Slaying Spear, Never Fall. Boom!
A force capable of destroying the world erupted within Lin Xuan. It was not a growth of power, but the awakening of some essence, like an ancient demon god sleeping at the end of the abyss, opening its eyes. The golden red belief flames that originally burned with hope and protection on Lin Xuan were completely devoured by an even more tyrannical power in that roar of burning 20 years of life.
Utterly pitch black.
The flames did not extinguish but were stained a color representing end and revenge. If golden red was the fire of civilization's continuation. At this moment, the pitch black was hellfire, a wrath of heaven ignited for all the departed.
Warning!
Hosts will has surpassed the limit, forcibly executing the burn life command.
Burning 20 years of lifespan.
Congratulations, host, for comprehending the true meaning of martial arts, the will to kill. Congratulations, host, for breaking through the cultivation barrier and stepping into Master Realm, temporary. The system notification flashed through Lin Xian's consciousness, but he had no time to pay attention. In his mind, there was only Han Qing's one-eyed, unyielding death struggle, only Zhao Beifacheng's roar of desperate charge, only the 8,678 brothers turned into blood mist. He could feel that the withering law, which aimed to extinguish the source of his life, was crumbling in fear before the newly awakened will to kill, like a death row inmate meeting the executioner. Withering guides all things toward the end. And killing directly creates the end. This was the crushing of rules. Lin Xian slowly stood up. The wound on his chest, pierced by the poison sting of origin, was wrapped in black magic flames, flesh and blood twisting wildly, forcing itself to heal. That soul-tearing pain was, at this moment, merely a distant background noise to him.
He didn't say a word. He only extended his right hand. The flame of heritage gun, which had fallen to the ground and soaked in the hot blood of tens of thousands of loyal souls, emitted a resounding hum that shook the heavens and earth, the roar of a million heroes. The long spear burst from the earth, turning into a streak of light that flew into his palm. The moment the spear touched the black magic flames, the originally intertwining golden red patterns completely turned into an unfathomable pitch black. It was no longer the spear of protection. It was the blade of revenge. Lin Xuan raised the spear. He infused all the tremendous power of his temporary master realm, the suppressive force of the ancient dragon elephant, the blood debts of 8,678 brothers, and his unmatched will to kill. Into the tip of the spear. And then, two chilling words cold enough to freeze time and space escaped his lips. Slay. God. In that instant, the black long spear vanished. No sound of breaking air, no trajectory, no warning. It seemed to be erased directly from this world, only to reappear in the next moment before the chest of the Bee-Killer Emperor. The Bee-Killer Emperor's sickly, fervent blood-red eyes suddenly froze at this moment. He wanted to dodge. He wanted to defend. But under the purest and most extreme will to kill, his body, demon power, and laws all lost their meaning, pinned in place by an invisible force. That unmatched will shattered all his defenses like rotten wood. Put. Clean and smooth.
The black long spear pierced through his chest.
Ah!
A roar filled with endless pain and intense disbelief echoed through the sky. The Bee-Killer Emperor's body plummeted from the air, crashing heavily into the earth.
Boom! Smoke and dust shot up 100 meters into the sky.
The entire battlefield, even the global live broadcast room, fell into silence at this moment. As the dust slowly settled. In a massive deep pit, the Bee-Killer Emperor propped himself up with his arms, struggling to rise from his charred body. He looked down at the bull-sized hole in his chest. At the edge of the hole, the black flames of slaughter burned stubbornly, constantly consuming the flesh and blood he tried to regenerate. His proud recovery power had failed. He raised his head, gazing at the distant figure engulfed in black magic flames, white hair dancing chaotically. On that exquisitely beautiful, eerie face, all the arrogance, disdain, and cruelty had vanished. In its place was, for the first time, genuine fear.
No way.
His voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with the shock of survival.
My withering has been suppressed? How could an ant like you comprehend a killing that surpasses rules? What, on earth, are you? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone watching globally. On the international public channel, all the previously gloating comments vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a long, suffocating silence. And then, it completely exploded. Eagle Sauce Country, Wings of Freedom, shit. He became a master? In battle? Sakura Country, Heir of the Sword Saint, he severely injured the Demon King with one shot. Kimchi Country Audience, Western 8. This is not scientific. Are people from Dragon Country monsters? In the higher level meeting channels of the chosen ones from Meili Jian, Sakura Country, and others, alarm bells rang loudly. Analyze immediately. Highest priority. We cannot let Dragon Country rise again. That white-haired youth, he must die. However, on the battlefield, faced with the fearful questioning of the Demon Emperor, Lin Xuan did not respond. He didn't even take another glance at the defeated one in the deep pit. He slowly turned around. The black demonic flames that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth receded like a tide, transforming back into dim golden red embers. As the flames faded, it revealed a youthful face filled with endless sorrow and exhaustion. He ignored the still hideous wound on his chest. One step. He slowly walked towards the one-eyed dragon commander, who lay in a pool of blood, maintaining his charging posture until death. He walked towards those comrades who turned into sky-high flesh and blood to buy him 3 seconds. Under the gaze of billions of global viewers, this white-haired demon god, who had just killed a god with one shot, at this moment looked like a child who had done something wrong. He knelt on the ground, using his trembling hands to gently and solemnly embrace Han Qing's broken body. Then, it was the broken arm of Captain Zhao, and those blood and flesh that could no longer be identified. He gathered these loyal bones, piece by piece. At last, Lin Xuan slowly stood up, straightening his back that seemed able to support the sky. He plunged the black spear that had just drunk the Demon Emperor's blood, yet also carried the souls of countless loyalists, heavily into the ground before him. The spear hummed, as if weeping and lamenting. Lin Xuan raised his head. His gaze swept across the charred earth, scanning every camera in the global live broadcast. His voice was hoarse but carried a power strong enough to be engraved in the epic of civilization. That power resonated in the depths of every Dragon Country person's soul. This body, as a blade. This soul, as a spear. He paused, speaking word by word. I, Lin Xuan, hereby vow. As long as I still draw breath, the Yenuang barrier shall never fall. Chapter 48, Burn my remains, fight once more. I, Lin Xuan, hereby vow. As long as I still draw breath, the Yenuang barrier shall never fall. This final vow, through the global live broadcast channel, transformed into an invisible wave, crossing the ocean of stars, shaking every corner of Blue Star. Hundreds of millions of Dragon Country viewers, tears streaming down their faces, were already speechless with grief. In their eyes, that figure kneeling on the scorched earth, holding the souls of the loyal, was no longer a frail youth. He became an indomitable blade, a resilient flag, an eternal monument. Lin God! Lin God! Lin God! Countless shouts burst forth from every city and corner of Dragon Country, merging into a wave like a surging tide, drowning out all other sounds. Dragon Country Command Center. Li Xuan, the iron-blooded commander, could no longer contain his inner sorrow and joy, tears blurring his vision. He heavily pounded on the command platform, creating a dull thud. Good. A great vow of never falling. Li Xuan suddenly straightened his back. He looked at the chief of staff behind him, his voice hoarse but every word resounding. For 10 years, our Dragon Country has finally produced a martial arts master who can stand against demons. These words struck everyone's hearts like a flash of invisible lightning. In their eyes, Lin Xuan had used his flesh and blood to pave a martial arts bridge to the future for Dragon Country on the battlefield of gods and demons. And at the same time, the international public channel fell into a long silence after Lin Xuan issued his vow. It was a silence filled with fear, awe, and disbelief. Everyone felt a chilling dread rising within them. They looked at the white-haired youth, watching him gather his spirit, watching him make his vow, each movement like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking at their proud values. One fights with life, one guards with flesh and blood. What kind of monster is this man from the Dragon Nation? Until a trembling audience from America sent out a message in the chat. This man from the Dragon Nation, he is not fighting. He is using his life to hold the most tragic baptism for his Dragon Nation. This message acted like a key, unlocking the deepest fears within everyone's hearts. They looked at the figure on the screen, their disdain replaced for the first time by true awe. In the center of the battlefield, the Bee King crawled up from the deep pit. The blood hole in his chest, pierced by the god-slaying shot, continued to writhe, but could not heal. The ink-colored flames of slaughter, like maggots, were tightly attached to his demonic soul.
This force made him feel an unprecedented pain. What he could not tolerate even more was the humiliation that could not be erased.
He, the Bee King. Under the eye of the heavens, one of the oldest and most powerful demon kings. He was actually heavily injured by an ant in his eyes. Moreover, he was publicly provoked by that ant's vow. You are very good.
The Bee King's voice squeezed out from deep within his throat, each word filled with extreme resentment. He slowly raised his head, his blood-colored eyes locking onto the kneeling figure not far away. A more violent and pure killing intent erupted from his body.
I, the Bee King, acknowledge that you have won my respect.
His voice boomed like an ancient bell, resonating across the battlefield.
But the land beneath your feet, and the race behind you, will pay the price for your arrogance.
The Bee King slowly raised his hands towards the sky.
On his handsome and demonic face, a mad smile emerged. In the name of the Bee King, I command.
1,000,000 demon soldiers, offer your reason, and present a furious tribute for our king.
Buzz.
A thunderous bee-like buzz erupted from between his palms.
That sound, like some forbidden horn, directly affected the bloodline of every demon.
In front of the Yanhuang barrier, the 1,000,000 demons that had already been slightly dispersed suddenly had their eyes turn pure blood red.
Their sanity was completely stripped away at that moment.
That violent aura gathered like dark clouds, condensing into a sea of blood-red clouds, pressing down on the Yanhuang barrier.
Kill!
The 1,000,000 demons let out a unified roar, their voices shattering the heavens. They no longer had tactics, no longer had fear. They had only one instinct left. Tear apart everything in front of them, to offer a slaughter tribute for their god.
He. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
The Bee King's mad laughter pierced through the blood-red sea of clouds, directly reaching Lin Xuan's ears.
Lin Xuan, do you think you won? Do you think you can shake the foundation of my demon clan with that laughable life? Pitiful ant, in my eyes, you are merely an interesting toy.
The Bee King's voice carried a high and mighty mockery, each word like a knife, stabbing into Lin Xuan's heart.
You burn your origin, and how does it matter if you temporarily step into a master? This emperor is just the weakest among the 72 demon kings. You can't even kill me, yet you dare to oppose the entire demon clan?
Pitiful ant, take your glory, and turn into dust beneath the iron hooves of my demon army, alongside your civilization. These words acted like thunder, instantly shocking the global audience.
The weakest one? This demon king before them was actually not the end. Everyone's face was filled with undeniable fear. In the center of the battlefield,
Lin Xuan held Han Qing's broken body. When the Bee King said the weakest one, his clear eyes suddenly narrowed. On his chest, the wound pierced by the poison thorn. At this moment, it erupted violently once again.
The dark magic flames rapidly dimmed.
The power of the temporary master realm ebbed away like a receding tide. Lin Xuan could feel the power within him being drained at an astonishing speed.
Warning! Host is being eroded by the death decay law. Life's essence is being erased. Remaining lifespan, 38 years. 37 years? 36 years? He understood clearly. Forget about 1,000,000 monsters. Even an ordinary demon commander passing by him at this moment could easily kill him now. Weak. Extremely weak. Lin Xuan's consciousness, at this moment, felt as if it had plummeted into an endless abyss. The power of the temporary master realm faded away like a retreating tide, and the dominating will to slay gods fell into silence. Replacing it was a numbness of being completely hollowed out, along with the coldness gnawing at his soul from the source of his being, inflicted by the decay law. He held Han Qing's gradually cooling body in his arms, and before him was the black spear plunged into the ground, bearing the souls of countless loyal spirits. In his ears was the vengeful, maniacal laughter of the queen of slaughter bees, and the earth-shattering roars of 1,000,000 demons. The blood-colored demon clouds had already pressed down to the foot of the city. At the forefront, the brutal claws of the demons were less than 100 meters from the fiery yellow barrier's wall. Have we lost? Lin Xuan lowered his head, looking at the lifeless face in his arms, its single eye wide open in death. He seemed to hear Han Qing's final roar. For Commander Lin, by time. Chapter 49, Irreversible, The Cost of Bloodline. For Commander Lin, by time. That echoing roar deep within his soul made Lin Xuan feel as if he saw once again Captain Zhao and the tens of thousands of comrades, turning into a blood-colored meteor shower, charging forward with determination. Their blood had not yet dried. Was their sacrifice to become a complete joke? No. A beast-like growl squeezed out from Lin Xuan's throat. He wanted to stand up, to use all his strength, even if it was just to fire one more shot. But his body felt as heavy as a mountain, not even having the strength to move a finger. That so-called decay death force was greedily devouring everything he had. Warning! Host's essence is collapsing. The death decay law is accelerating its erosion. Remaining lifespan, 25 years. 24 years. 23 years.
The system's prompt sounded like death's countdown, cold and mercilessly declaring his end.
What else can I do?
Lin Xian's vision began to blur, the world faded to colorless black and white. On top of the fiery yellow barrier, the remaining few hundred demon-suppressing troops stared helplessly at the figure that had just seemed godlike and towering, now unable to even stand.
They looked down at the boundless, soon-to-be overwhelming blood-colored beast tide. Despair once again gripped everyone's throats. It's over.
An old soldier with a broken leg leaned against the crumbling battlement, mumbling to himself, his eyes dull like dead ash. Beside him, a newly enlisted soldier who had just turned 18, still with innocent features, trembled like a leaf, his long knife clanging to the ground.
Are we going to die too? Die?
That old soldier abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him, his voice rasping like sandpaper.
If you're afraid of death, then don't bother being a soldier. The old soldier's gaze crossed over the new soldier's shoulder, toward the white-haired figure kneeling before the loyal spirits below, the dullness in his eyes replaced by a mad flame. Do you see? Commander Lin is still here. Commander Han is dead, Captain Zhao is dead, more than 8,000 brothers are dead. They used their lives to bring Commander Lin back from the gates of hell. Now, it's our turn.
The old soldier's face showed no fear, only a near martyr-like calmness. He trembled, using his only good hand, he took out a blood-soaked, yellowing family photo, gently rubbing his thumb over the smiling faces of his wife and children, then carefully put it back into his chest, pressing it close to his heart.
He leaned on the broken weapon.
Dragging a broken leg, struggling, step by step he crawled to the edge of the city wall.
Brothers! The veteran used all his strength to let out a roar. General Han and the others die for General Lin. We, these useless survivors.
He opened his mouth, revealing a bloody, hideous smile.
We can charge for General Lin one more time. Kill those damn monsters. Roar. The new soldier, trembling in fear, shook violently upon hearing this roar. He looked at the resolute back of the veteran, at the endless monsters below, and at the frail figure of white hair that wobbled yet never fell. Fear, in this moment, was completely ignited and evaporated by a hotter, more intense emotion. He picked up the knife from the ground, gripped it tightly, and let out his first and last battle cry of his life. Protect General Lin. The new soldier was the first, like those predecessors before him, transforming into a shooting star, leaping down from the city wall. Protect General Lin. Protect General Lin. The second, the third.
The remaining hundreds of demon suppression army, old, young, wounded, crippled at this moment, transformed into the last, insignificant blood-red meteor shower. They did not charge into the monster horde, for they knew they could not kill many. Their target was Lin Xuan. They wanted to use their last remains to build a final, flesh-and-blood dam in front of Lin Xuan. This scene was clearly presented to billions of Dragon Kingdom viewers through the live broadcast. Tears could no longer describe their emotions at this moment. It was a heart-wrenching pain mixed with extreme grief and immense pride. No. Please, don't jump anymore. We can afford to lose. Whoa, why do our heroes have to die so tragically? Oh heavens. Open your eyes. Save our children. Save the Dragon Kingdom. Countless people from the Dragon Kingdom knelt before the screen, hands clasped together, in the most devout posture, sending out the most desperate prayers. They turned all their sadness, unwillingness, and hope into the purest torrent of thought. On the battlefield, Lin Xian's consciousness was about to sink into eternal darkness. At that moment, a warm flow surged from the depths of his soul. That warmth was vast and immense, carrying the blood, tears, and wishes of 1,400 million compatriots, with the mournful cry that crossed the starry sea, crashing into him like a gushing river. Detected massive faith pouring in. Faith value skyrocketing. Faith value, plus 370 million. Faith value, plus 890 million. Faith value, plus 1.52 billion. Warning. Host's origin is about to be obliterated, the withering rule has tainted the foundation, and faith value can no longer be directly exchanged for lifespan. Do you want to execute the final protocol, blood burning? Blood burning, burn the dragon blood flowing within the host, using bloodline as fuel, forcibly reconnect the origin, to gain a brief, final fighting strength. This operation is irreversible. It will permanently damage the bloodline foundation, severing future paths. Thud. Thud. One by one, the demon suppression army soldiers fell heavily around Lin Xuan, weapons in hand, facing the overwhelming tide of monsters, forming a circle with their backs to protect Lin Xuan. A blood and flesh wall that swayed but would not retreat. Lin Xian's eyes regained a hint of clarity. He looked at those familiar or unfamiliar, resolute backs, watching them block death for him with their lives. His heart felt as if it had been brutally crushed by a large hand. Cut off the future? Without them, without the Dragon Kingdom, how can I, Lin Xuan, talk about the future?
In the end, all the unwillingness and anger transformed into a final declaration of war against this unjust fate. Burn! When Lin Xian's hoarse yet resolute will exploded in his mind. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. No earth-shattering energy bursts, no dazzling pillars of light soaring into the sky. A silence deeper than death enveloped the battlefield. The warm flow of faith from 1,400 million compatriots did not repair his broken body, but became the spark that ignited a legend. Boom! A sound of vast and ancient dragon's roar, as if it came from eons ago, thundered deep in Lin Xian's heart. Ancient, noble dark golden dragon scale patterns spread out from Lin Xian's heart. They were not branded on his skin. Instead, they seeped out from his bones, from the depths of his blood, carrying the supreme pressure of ruling over all. As if he was no longer a flesh and blood body, but a long-sealed, human-shaped dragon soldier, awakened from the dust at this moment. Final agreement: burning blood has been activated. Burning the host Lin's dragon blood essence. Bloodline resonance activated. Temporarily gaining ancient battle soul's blessing. Warning: the duration of this state depends on the host's bloodline burning level. Once the state ends, permanent and irreversible damage will occur to the bloodline foundation. Chapter 50: One glance sees life, one glance sees death. Burn! When Lin Xian's hoarse yet determined will exploded in his mind. The whole world seemed to be muted. Ancient dark golden dragon scale patterns seeped out from Lin Xian's bones, from the depths of his blood, carrying the supreme pressure of ruling over all. Inside Lin Xian, the death law called withering seemed to encounter its eternal nemesis. No resistance, no struggle. Only fear and submission, originating from the deepest essence of status. Boom! The sound of a fierce heartbeat. A mournful, ancient dragon's roar, as if crossing through countless eons, heavily resounded inside Lin Xian's chest. Intense pain vanished, coldness receded. The cracks in the soul caused by burning life were completely repaired by a warm current that nurtured all, becoming unprecedentedly solid and pure. At the same time, 3 blurry and towering wills imprinted from the source of Lin Xian's bloodline emerged, climbing up along his spine, segment by segment. Finally transforming into 3 eternal battle maps, deeply engraved on his spine. The first map was a blurry figure, opening the first spark of survival for all humanity amidst chaos and ignorance. Open. The second map was endless city walls, where countless ancestors fought heroically, supporting a homeland with their spines, guarding the thousands of homes behind them. Guard. The third map was a solitary back, facing the indifferent giant eye in the sky, issuing the ultimate question from civilization. Heaven's question. At the moment the 3 imprints were etched into his spine, Lin Xian's embrace, the already cold and broken body of Han Qing, unexpectedly radiated a faint but sacred golden light. That was the resonance of the bloodline, the recognition of the heroic spirit. Lin Xian slowly stood up. The fierce wound on his chest, pierced by the source's poison, no longer flowed blood at this moment. A dark golden liquid, as if forged from divine gold, oozed out from the wound, then slowly flowed back inside. Flesh and blood reshaped and healed at a visible speed, finally becoming smooth as before, leaving only a dark golden dragon-shaped mark. His hair danced wildly in the wind. One half, the frosty white of burnt life, representing the past and endless sorrow. The other half, the deep black of rebirth, symbolizing unyielding will and the beginning of revenge. Black and white intertwined, god and demon in one. Lin Xian raised his head. At this moment, the world became silent. His left eye burned with the golden dragon flame of creation. His right eye revolved with a pitch-black vortex of endings. One glance sees life. One glance sees death. An indescribable pressure, centered on Lin Xian, violently expanded. Behind him, hundreds of town demon soldiers, holding onto the heart of certain death, built a solid wall of flesh and blood for him, felt an irresistible sense of submission deep in their souls. The weapons in their hands clanged to the ground, their bodies uncontrollably dropping to one knee, bowing their heads. That was a kind of reverence, the most instinctive awe when mortals face a god walking among men. And before them, the million-strong demon tide, rushing to the city and about to drown everything, suddenly froze the moment it encountered this overwhelming pressure. It was as if an invisible giant hand pressed the pause button on time. All the movements of the demons were frozen in the second before. The madness in their blood-red eyes was devoured by fear rooted in their very bloodline. Roar! A peak-stage demon wolf at the front let out a low growl filled with endless confusion and fear. Its claws, which were about to strike, trembled violently in mid-air, unable to move an inch forward. In the sky above. What is that? The manic laughter on the face of the Hive Queen froze. It felt no fluctuations of demon power or spiritual energy from Lin Xian. But that ancient aura sweeping in made this royal demon feel small for the first time. You useless fools! What are you doing? Kill for me! The Hive Queen roared in anger, trying to rekindle the madness of the demon horde. However, the only answer it received was deathly silence.
At this moment, the million demons seemed like snakes encountering a true dragon, crawling on the ground, trembling, having lost even the courage to look up. The Hive Queen's fury was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling cold. It stared intently at the distant figure with long black and white hair dancing wildly, a sense of ominous premonition flooding its heart.
I must take action myself.
But Lin Xuan did not give it the chance. Lin Xian's movements were gentle as he solemnly laid Han Qing's body, along with the retracted loyal bones, on the ground. Then, he extended his right hand, palm facing up. The black spear, embedded in the ground and carrying the souls of countless loyal souls, let out a mournful hum, responding to its master's call. Whoosh! The spear shot out from the earth, transforming into a streak of flowing light, firmly landing in Lin Xian's hand. He did not attack immediately but raised the spear horizontally in front of him, slowly closing his eyes, one alive and one dead.
The entire world quieted down at that moment. He opened his mouth lightly, his voice was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated every corner of the battlefield, reaching the ears of everyone in the world. The demon race invades, our homeland is shattered. I am willing to use my flesh and blood to build the last great wall to protect my fellow countrymen. The moment these words fell, heaven and earth changed color. Above the Yanhuang rampart, the sky, stained red by demon clouds and blood, suddenly deepened and became distant. 1 point, 2 points, millions of points. Countless star-like lights ignited on that deep curtain. The lights rapidly elongated, condensing into vague human figures. They wore military uniforms from all eras of the Dragon Kingdom, some held long spears, others carried great blades, and some had broken arrows stuck in their bodies. They were all the heroic spirits who had died under the steel Great Wall in the past 30 years. Tens of millions. Thick and numerous, covering the sky and blocking the sun. This army made up of souls quietly floated behind Lin Xuan, their hollow eye sockets fixed on that figure with long black and white hair. At the forefront of the formation, 19 figures were especially clear, the pressure they emanated far exceeded that of other heroic spirits. These were the first 19 chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom over the past 30 years. They had come home. The global live stream exploded. Eagle Sauce Country, Wings of Freedom, oh my god. What is that? Is it an illusion? Is it some secret weapon of the Dragon Kingdom? Sakura Country, Sword Saints Air. Silence. Kimchi Country audience, what the heck? What is this? Summoning an army of the dead? Cheating. This is blatant cheating. Gallo Chicken audience, my god, this is a miracle, or is it a magic curse? And in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, there was no barrage. Only a sea of tears, suppressed to the extreme. Countless people covered their mouths, kneeling in front of the screen, looking at the faces that were both familiar and strange, crying their hearts out. Chapter 51, a single shot to slay the god, using my body to stabilize the nation. With the vow established. The spear in Lin Xian's hand slipped from his grip, hovering in the air. He lifted his head, his left eye reflected creation, while his right eye devoured all things, the eyes of the divine and demonic. Gazed at the starry sea above, composed of loyal souls. Our ancestors, forefathers, loyal and brave martyrs, countless noble souls. His voice pierced through time and space. Please lend me the last bit of strength. Buzz. Above the heavens, the starry sea of countless noble souls received the final command at this moment. They were no longer silent shadows in the river of history. Countless beams of light transformed into a brilliant galaxy, rushing towards the spear that floated between heaven and earth. That scene left both gods and demons speechless. The entire battlefield was illuminated by this golden flood that transcended eons. At the forefront of the flood, the glow of 19 figures was the brightest. They were the first 19 chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom who had passed on. The 19 figures paused in midair and deeply gazed at the black and white-haired figure below. Then, they simultaneously saluted Lin Xuan, the last guardian, with a solemn military salute. After the salute, the 19 most dazzling golden light beams resolutely merged into the spear first. Boom! The spear absorbed the loyal souls of an entire civilization, emitting a dazzling light that could not be looked at directly. The magic flames and dragon patterns on the spear faded completely. In their place was pure, sacred, eternal gold, formed by millions of beliefs and the will of loyal souls. A vividly alive 5-clawed golden dragon spiraled up from the hilt of the spear, its head as the spear tip, its eyes tightly closed, radiating unparalleled dragon might that suppressed eternity. Dragon spear. It's done. In the sky, the Hive Queen gazed at this scene that could rewrite the rules, and on its handsome face, arrogance was shattered by a fear originating from the depths of its soul. Guardian of noble souls, impossible. This is just a legend. How can you, a cursed and abandoned civilization, still possess such power? It could no longer care about the dignity of the Demon Queen and turned to flee like a beam of light. It knew that if it did not leave now, it would truly be buried along with this land and its history. However,
Lin Xuan simply stared at it, his eyes showing no signs of fluctuation.
He didn't even chase.
He slowly raised his hand towards the endless wave of millions of demons below.
With a gentle wave. That sacred and majestic dragon spear did not shoot towards the sky.
Instead, the spear tip turned heavily towards the ground.
Thud.
There was no deafening sound. Only a clear sound like a great bell, reverberating in the heavens and the earth. Centered on the point where the spear landed, a visible golden ripple gently yet irresistibly spread out in all directions. That ripple carried no killing intent. It brushed past Lin Xuan, as well as the demon-suppressing soldiers who had built a flesh and blood dam for him. The old soldier with a broken leg only felt a warm current flow through his body.
He looked down. That mutilated leg was visibly wriggling, healing, and growing back. Bones reshaped, flesh regenerated. This.
The old soldier stared in disbelief. He tried to move that leg, which had been broken for half his life, and it was as good as new. He jumped up and stamped his foot hard, feeling that incredibly real power. Tears instantly streamed down his face.
Not just him.
All surviving demon-suppressing soldiers, regardless of internal or external injuries, were healed in an instant under the caress of the golden ripple. The golden ripple continued to spread. It reached the battered Yanhuang barrier.
Crack, crack, crack.
The city wall groaned under the unbearable burden. But under the nourishment of the golden ripple, the fierce cracks miraculously sealed.
Fallen bricks returned to their places, shattered battlements were remade. This iron wall that had protected the Dragon Kingdom for 30 years became new and unbreakable at this moment.
Having completed all this, the golden ripple finally surged towards the million demons that had already reached the foot of the city. In the global live broadcast room, everyone's hearts rose to their throats.
However, nothing happened.
That blood-red ocean capable of drowning everything. At the moment of touching the golden ripples, the collective froze.
Then,
the body of the first demon wolf, starting from its sharp claws, silently transformed into a bit of golden light dust, drifting away with the wind. Next came the second, the third, the 100,000th, the 1,000,000th. No screams, no struggles, no bloody flesh scattering. That million demons, so quietly, uniformly, dissolved from their physical forms into the purest golden dust.
1 second.
The vanguard of the demon tide turned to nothingness.
2 seconds.
The middle army of the demon tide vanished into thin air.
3 seconds. 3 seconds later, before the Yanhuang barrier, there were no more demons.
That once dreaded blood-colored beast tied around the globe turned into countless golden specks of light, like a divine, purifying light rain.
This scene completely shattered the understanding of all observers.
Eagle Sauce Country, Wings of Freedom, a stream of garbled text.
Sakura Nation, Heir of the Sword Saint, God. Punishment. Pickle Nation Audience, Western 8. This is special effects. Definitely the effects of Dragon Country. In Dragon Country's live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of people, unable to cry or laugh anymore. They just stared blankly at the screen, watching that figure standing alone between heaven and earth, a feeling called pride burning wildly in their chests. In the sky, the figure of the Hive Queen suddenly froze. It looked at the empty ground below, its beautiful face overtaken by an emotion called collapse. Heroic spirit. Dragon blood.
It muttered in a daze, its voice tinged with a sob.
The legend is true.
How could you cursed race still have someone awakening this bloodline?
Fear completely consumed its reason.
It urged its demonic power to the extreme, transforming into a pitch-black lightning bolt, tearing through space, trying to escape this nightmare land.
However,
Lin Xuan finally lifted his head. Those eyes, one alive and one dead, calmly locked onto that escaping black lightning. He slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, gently gripping in the direction of the fleeing Hive Queen.
Then, 2 cold, emotionless words left his mouth. Those 2 words transformed into the final decree of this world. Decree. Seal. Boom. The space around the Hive Queen suddenly froze. Then, like glass being crushed by immense force, with a crack, it shattered inch by inch. Countless black cracks in space spread like a spider web, trapping it firmly within, unable to move. No. The Hive Queen let out a desperate roar. Lin Xuan didn't pay it any mind. This shot. He slowly raised the hand holding the panlong spear, the tip of the spear pointing far at the imprisoned Hive Queen. Chapter 52, The Dust Settles, The Lie of the Sky. The golden divine spear pierced through the Demon King's brow. All expressions on the Hive Queen's face, whether fear, unwillingness, or resentment, completely froze at this moment. Its body, starting from the purified wound at its brow, crumbled inch by inch. Its proud demonic soul, its demonic power that could pollute a realm, were ruthlessly turned into a sky full of drifting golden dust before this force gathering the unyielding will of an entire civilization. The wind rose. The light dust scattered.
This ancient demon king who brought endless disaster and pain to Dragon Country vanished without a trace, not leaving a speck of ash behind. It was completely erased by the land it tried to conquer.
Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Country, successfully slaying one of the 72 demon kings, Hive Queen.
Congratulations to Dragon Country, winning the final victory in the demon control battle on the first battlefield.
Final rating calculation ongoing. Final rating, SSS+. Unprecedented. National Fortune reborn, reward calculation ongoing. The cold, vast, and emotionless announcement echoed in every corner of the globe at that moment. We won. Dragon Country won. On the Yenawang barrier, after a brief silence, there was volcanic-like joy and cheers. We won. We did it. The surviving demon-slaying soldiers tossed aside their weapons, tightly embracing their comrades beside them, crying heartily. They cried, not because of sadness.
At this moment, the humiliation, unwillingness, and despair that had been suppressed in the heart for 30 years were finally washed away completely. In the Dragon Nation live broadcast room, the bullet comments had completely disappeared. Instead, there were overwhelming gift effects and lines of text formed by tears and pride. Long live the Dragon Nation.
God Lin.
Forever young. In this life, no regrets to enter the Dragon Nation. In the next life I will still be a citizen of the Dragon Nation. I declare that from today, I am a devoted fan of God Lin. Whoever dares to criticize him, I will confront them. At this moment, 1.4 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation stood tall.
At the same time,
in the sky above, the indifferent giant eye watching the world shuddered violently at the moment the system announced victory. Visible golden ripples spread from above the Dragon Nation, turning into a nationwide gentle rain that fell upon the earth. In the west, the long dry Taklamakan desert saw ancient riverbeds flowing with fresh spring water, nourishing the cracked land. In the east, the polluted coastal waters for decades, under the baptism of golden rain, became crystal clear, and countless endangered fish once again came back to life.
In the southern region, the vast mountains released spiritual energy, and countless rare herbs burst through the earth overnight, growing wildly.
In the northern country, beneath the frozen ground, all things revived. Countless bedridden elderly threw away their medicine bottles, got off their sickbeds, and felt an unprecedented vitality within themselves. Countless patients troubled by chronic illnesses, at this moment, recovered completely, like being reborn. In the Dragon Nation Command Center.
Report, General.
An intelligence officer was so excited that his face turned red, and his voice trembled.
The final rewards have been calculated. Our Dragon Nation's national fortune rating is SSS+. Reward 1, National Spiritual Energy Concentration increased by 300%. Reward 2, Average life expectancy of citizens increased by 10 years. Reward 3, All citizens receive a full physical enhancement. Reward 4, 3 interstellar technology permissions unlocked, and the data has been transferred to the highest database. Boom! The entire command center erupted with excitement. Li Xuan, the iron-blooded commander, could no longer hold back.
He suddenly turned around and punched the wall behind him, his shoulders shaking violently, as tears he had suppressed for half his life finally streamed out.
He did not cry out loud.
He just repeated over and over in a voice that was hoarse to the extreme.
We won. We finally won.
The global celebration and the excitement in the Dragon Nation had nothing to do with the figure at the center of the battlefield. At the moment the killing bee emperor turned to ashes. The spinning dragon spear in Lin Xuan's hand also exhausted its last strength and fell from the sky.
Clang!
It transformed back into an ordinary standard long spear, quietly lying on the ground. In the sky, the brilliant sea of stars composed of millions of heroic spirits gradually became transparent. In the front, the 19 former chosen ones of the Dragon Nation deeply glanced at Lin Xuan below, and then, they saluted him with a solemn military salute again. Their figures turned to flecks of stardust, scattering in the wind.
They could rest now.
And in the moment all his power faded, Lin Xuan was instantly swept by an indescribable weakness. The cost of burning blood fiercely rebounded at this moment. His recently regained black hair, at a visible speed, turned snow-white again. Wrinkles appeared on his face, and his skin lost all its luster. He felt as if, in that instant, decades of time were pulled away from him.
Puff!
Lin Xuan could no longer hold on, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was no longer the fiery golden red but a dark, lifeless color. His tall body shook and heavily knelt on one knee. The world, in his eyes, faded in color once more. Everyone's cheers became distant and blurred. He had exhausted everything.
Just as Lin Xuan's consciousness was about to sink into eternal darkness,
a barely noticeable remnant soul of the killing bee emperor emerged from the void.
With a trace of mockery and pity, it slipped into his mind. Haha, poor little ant.
That was not the voice of the Wasp King, but a more ancient, more weathered thought.
Do you think you have one? Do you think you have saved your civilization? Lin Xian's consciousness trembled violently.
Look at the battlefield beneath your feet, look at the eye above the sky. The lingering soul of the Wasp King let out a vengeful yet relieved mad laugh. You, me, all the chosen ones, all the demon kings, we are nothing but the bugs it raises. It has thrown us into this cauldron called the battlefield of gods and demons, making us slaughter and consume each other. What it wants to see is not who can survive,
but who can evolve into the most poisonous, strongest, and perfect Bug King in this endless slaughter.
These words echoed in Lin Xian's soul like thunder from the heavens, shaking him to his core. He suddenly lifted his head, looking at the indifferent giant eye in the sky. An unprecedented chill shot from his spine straight to the crown of his head.
Become the Bug King, and then what? Lin Xian roared in his mind with his last will. And then? The lingering soul of the Wasp King laughed even more crazily.
Then, you, the strongest Bug King, will replace this current eye, becoming a new cauldron to watch over and raise a broader and more brutal, next arena.
Chapter 53, The hero returns to silence, a nation mourns.
At the moment Lin Xian's body fell forward. The globally live-streamed scene seemed to be paused by an invisible giant hand. The cheers of victory stopped abruptly. In the Dragon Nation. In a key high school experimental class, a short-haired girl, who had been secretly watching the livestream under her desk and was flushed with excitement, had her smile freeze in an instant. She looked at the youthful face on the screen, rapidly losing its color, watching the eyes that slowly closed. Clatter. The pen in her hand fell to the ground.
Her deskmate nudged her arm and asked softly, "Hey, what's wrong? Didn't we win?" The girl did not answer.
She just suddenly lowered her head, covering her face tightly with a thick exercise book. Choked, fragmented sobs came from under the book, like a wounded little beast.
In Kyoto, in the special care ward.
An old grandmother, who had just stood up from her bed in the golden drizzle of national fortune, trembled as she reached out her withered hand to touch the pale face on the TV screen. Her old partner excitedly said beside her, "It's all right.
It's all good. We won. Hero Lin."
Before he could finish, the old grandmother interrupted him.
"Don't say it."
Two streams of hot tears silently flowed down from the cloudy eyes of the old grandmother. She looked at her hands, which had just regained their color and stopped trembling, then looked at the unmoving boy on the screen, her heart aching like being cut with a knife.
"I'd rather not get up. I'd rather lie in bed and wait to die. I have lived for over 80 years, enough for me, he is only 19. His life has not even begun. Heaven, I beg you. With my old life, bring him back to life, is that possible?"
At this moment, similar scenes played out on every inch of land in the Dragon Nation. In factories, the roar of machines stopped. On the streets, car horns fell silent. Countless people spontaneously walked out of their homes and offices, gathering in the city center under the huge screen.
No one organized it. No one called out.
They just stood silently, looking up at the screen, at the figure that had fallen in the scorched earth, silent forever.
Sadness surged like a silent tsunami, drowning the entire nation.
But the end of that sadness was not despair, but a kind of, nearly crazy unwillingness and prayer.
Why should it?
Why should our hero pay with his life for victory?
I don't want this national fortune. I don't want this lifespan. I just want him to live. Take my life. I beg you. Come back to life.
These heartfelt, pure cries.
A heart-wrenching scream resonated deep within the souls of 1,400,000,000 people. The next second,
a sudden change occurred. A bit of golden dust floated from the face-covering crying high school girl. A bit of golden dust also rose from the silently weeping old grandmother. In the square, among the silent sea of people, countless points of light rose from the hearts of every person from the Dragon Nation. The light points gathered into streams. The streams surged into rivers. Finally, above the 9 provinces of the Dragon Nation, it gathered into an unprecedented golden river of faith, spanning the sky and more dazzling than the sun. That was the embodiment of 1,400,000,000 people's will to exchange all I have to let him live. Buzz. The river of faith, carrying the prayers of 1,400,000,000 people, roared and tore through space, rushing to the battlefield.
Divine and demonic battlefield.
Mu Qingxue slowly awakened from a wave of intense pain. In the first moment of her consciousness returning, she felt the dried blood scab on her face. It was Lin Xian's blood. This thought made her heart suddenly tighten. She suddenly sat up, and in her eternally calm phoenix eyes, for the first time, confusion appeared. Then, she saw it. She saw the still figure lying on the scorched earth she had purified with her own hands not far away.
No.
This commander of the demon-suppressing corps, cold as ice and unchanging in the face of danger, lost her composure for the first time. She even forgot she was a peak-strength warrior. Mu Qingxue rushed over, rolling and crawling, kneeling beside Lin Xian. Those hands that had fought for decades, steady as a rock, were now trembling uncontrollably.
She trembled, reaching out 2 fingers to touch Lin Xuan's neck. Cold. Deathly silence. No pulse beating.
Mu Qingxue stood frozen in place. At this moment, the sounds of the entire world faded away from her. In her mind, there was only blankness. 10 years of warfare, 10 years without shedding a single tear, now finally broke. A drop of scalding clear tear slid from the corner of her eye and fell onto Lin Xuan's cold cheek.
It's my fault. If it were not to save me. Endless self-blame and despair completely consumed her. However, just then, the sky brightened.
The blood-drenched sky was torn apart, and a river of faith, carrying the will of 1,400,000,000 people, surged in, precisely pouring onto Lin Xuan's cold body.
Boom!
The entire battlefield was dyed a sacred gold. That warm and overwhelming power made even Mu Qingxue, a peak-strength warrior, feel a wave of soul-deep insignificance and shiver. She could even clearly feel every emotion contained in that golden flood.
Sadness, unwillingness, pleading, hope. And the purest of them all, at any cost protection.
Deep within Lin Xuan's consciousness,
a realm of eternal darkness.
The system's cold prompt was announcing the final conclusion.
Warning.
Host's life signs have completely disappeared.
Confirming death. But in the next second, the flood of faith that could drown everything roared down. Detecting an oversized flood of faith being injected.
Intensity has surpassed national fortune level.
Conducting final judgment.
Detecting that the host's core will to protect has not extinguished.
Warning. Will to protect is deeply resonating with the flood of faith. System authority forcibly activated.
The consciousness on the brink of death was forcibly awakened by this magnificent power. The desperate and vengeful curse of the honey-slaughtering queen echoed wildly in Lin Xuan's mind.
You are not a hero, Lin Xuan. You are merely the next sacrifice.
Lin Xuan seemed to see, above the sky, that indifferent giant eye, interestingly gazing at him. An unprecedented wave of despair and anger almost completely swallowed his newly awakened will.
It turned out, everything was a deception.
It turned out, the so-called victory was merely a ticket to become the next higher-level prisoner.
Perhaps dying would be fine. Since everything is in vain, why struggle any longer?
But just as Lin Xuan's consciousness was about to completely fade away, it was as if he was pulled back to that scorched earth. He saw the solitary graves he had stacked up with his own hands, and the black spear he had used as a gravestone, stuck in front of Han Qing's grave.
Chapter 54, The Way of Heaven rewards effort, promotion to master. Execute everything. Use all the remaining faith to exchange for my lifespan. With Lin Xuan's roar of will, the faith river formed by billions of wishes transformed into the purest flow of life, violently pouring into his cold body.
Mu Qingxue knelt beside Lin Xuan, blankly watching this incomprehensibly sacred scene before her.
She could feel it. The body that had just been cold and stiff under her fingertips was now regaining warmth in an unreasonable way. It was a heat even more intense than the midday sun, filled with endless vitality. Dawn. The silent heart thudded heavily, resonating under the torrent of vitality. Immediately after. Dawn. Dawn. Dawn.
Heartbeats were like war drums beating, and brilliant dark golden dragon patterns spread from his heart throughout his body. Where it passed, the withered skin regained life, filled with explosive power. The deadly wound on his chest healed rapidly, transforming into a sacred and majestic dragon-shaped mark.
Back from the dead. In the next second, Lin Xuan's eyes suddenly opened wide.
In his left eye, the golden dragon flame of creation burned fiercely, warm and sacred. In his right eye, the black whirlpool of destruction slowly swirled, indifferent and domineering. The laws of creation and destruction intertwined for a moment in his eyes, then all faded, settling into a pair of deep black pupils like before.
And at that moment, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the already dim screen suddenly lit up. In the picture, that fallen figure slowly sat up from the ground. The live broadcast room was filled with lines of blood-red large characters formed by coagulated blood. Hero returns. After a moment of silence. Mountains collapsing. Tsunamis. He's alive. He has come back to life. I knew it. I knew Lin God wouldn't abandon us.
The short-haired girl who had been crying with her exercise book covering her face in the classroom suddenly raised her head, looking at the newly reborn face on the screen. She cried and laughed at the same time, laughing more ugly than crying. The old grandma praying by the hospital bed was tightly hugged by her old partner, and the two elders combined were over 150 years old, crying like two children.
In the city square, the gathered crowd exploded.
Countless people danced and shouted, tightly hugging the strangers beside them, expressing their joy at regaining what was lost in the simplest way. On the battlefield of gods and demons. In the sky above the Yanhuang barrier, that cold, all-seeing eye of the heavens descended once more.
But this time, it brought not the cold rules, but rewards. A golden light pillar more dazzling than the sun shot out from the pupil of the eye of the heavens, precisely enveloping the just recovered Lin Xuan. Warmth. Mighty. It was a power great enough to rewrite reality. However, Lin Xuan, bathing in this sacred light pillar, showed no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he slowly raised his head, gazing at the source of the light, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold and mocking arc. In the Dragon Country Command Center, a technical officer jumped up from his chair, looking at the data on the screen that was off the charts, and shouted excitedly. General! It's the final reward. The SSS plus level victory's personal final reward has been settled. Li Xuan's tiger eyes fixed on the figure bathed in golden light on the screen, his fists clenched, veins bulging. Good. 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 He repeated the word good 3 times, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Heaven rewards effort. Our hero of Dragon Country should receive this honor. In the golden light, Lin Xuan slowly straightened his body. That warm power was furiously repairing his bloodline foundation that had been damaged by burning blood, even making it tougher and purer. The cold system prompt tone, at this moment, turned into the most beautiful music from the heavens. Detected SSS plus level national fortune victory, personal final rewards are starting to be given out. Reward 1, Cultivation Guidance. At the moment the voice fell, that golden light beam suddenly shrank, transforming into an energy torrent pure to the extreme, wildly pouring into Lin Xuan's limbs and bones. Initial stage of transformation power. Middle stage of transformation power. Late stage of transformation power. Peak of transformation power. Bottleneck? No such thing exists. The energy torrent swept away like a storm, instantly pushing Lin Xuan's cultivation to the limit of the mortal realm. Then, it crashed heavily against that invisible barrier separating mortals from the extraordinary. Break for me. Lin Xuan let out a long howl to the sky, and the dragon blood within him began to boil. Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed from the depths of his soul. A brand new, masterful power that gazes down upon all beings, erupted within him. The world suddenly became different in his senses, the spiritual energy flowing in the air, the silent pulse under the earth, and even the space filled with invisible threads of rules. And at the end of all those threads, they connected to a cold giant eye in the heavens. Martial Arts Master. Achieved. At this moment, the entire world shook. American Command Center. Fuck. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. General White Eagle looked at the screen, his face pale. Our chosen one, Star of Hope, barely touched the threshold of late transformation power at 25, and he is only 19. Master level. Sakura Country Prime Minister's office. What the hell? Why is it again the Dragon Country? The Prime Minister looked at the figure bathed in golden light on the screen, like a deity, filled with jealousy and fear. His old face twisted beyond recognition, and he suddenly smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country Command Center, there was a wave of wild joy. A genius. Our Dragon Country has finally welcomed an extraordinary genius. Li Xuan howled to the sky. The hope of our Dragon Country has come. On the battlefield, Lin Xuan felt the earth-shattering power within him and slowly clenched his fist. This is Master. One thought can summon the power of heaven and earth. And the rewards are still continuing. Reward 2, Personal Divine Weapon. In the golden light, a dazzling golden source material slowly gathered, eventually transforming into a long spear forged from an unknown divine metal, coiling with a vividly alive 5-clawed golden dragon. The moment the spear appeared, the dragon blood within Lin Xuan began to boil, emitting the most eager resonance. Divine weapon name, Panlong Soul Suppression Spear, Growth Type Artifact. Trait 1, Bloodline Connection. This spear is bound with the host's bloodline, sharing a mutual understanding, like an extension of the body. Trait 2, Eternal Dragon Soul. This spear can grow together with the host's strength and has no upper limit on growth. Trait 3, Soul Suppression. This spear has absolute restraint and suppression effects on all spirits, illusions, and mental-type monsters. Lin Xuan reached out his hand, and the divine spear emitted a joyful dragon roar, automatically flying into his palm. Chapter 55, Universal Cultivation Technique, The World Envious. Limit, this cultivation technique is only for those with Dragon Country bloodlines to practice. When this line of golden, supremely authoritative law imprint appeared on all the screens worldwide, the world fell into a strange silence, then completely exploded. If Lin Xuan advancing to master level made the high-ranking officials of various countries feel threatened and wary, if that growth-type artifact, the Panlong Soul Suppression Spear, made them feel jealousy and envy, then the appearance of this all paths return to one technique, and that phrase exclusive to the people of Dragon Country, completely ignited the fear and madness of all foreign powers. In America, 5-star building. Bang!
That elderly 5-star general smashed his fist fiercely onto the ally conference table, his face turning red with anger, with veins bulging.
God-level cultivation technique. The most suitable foundational technique for universal practice? F***K. Is the eye of heaven crazy? What is it trying to do? Is this to turn the Dragon Kingdom into a nation of soldiers?
The general forcefully suppressed the raging anger in his heart and suddenly turned to the CIA's senior advisor beside him, who wore golden-rimmed glasses and had a cold demeanor, asking in a hoarse voice.
Tell me, can our Star of Hope do it? Can he bring back an SSS Plus reward for the United States? That, I'm afraid, is impossible, General. The face of the CIA senior advisor looked worse than crying. This is not a simple battle. This is a national defense war that the Dragon Kingdom has fought for 30 whole years with the blood and lives of tens of millions of soldiers. Heaven's Eye has determined in this war's rules that the Hive Queen is an unbeatable existence.
Lin Xuan's success is not just one victory, it is the reversal of an entire civilization's fate with his own strength in a doomed conclusion. So, he has created a miracle. The fury on the 5-star general's face gradually faded under the advisor's calm analysis, replaced by an unprecedented, cold gravity. He slowly sat back in his chair, looking complicatedly at the figure enveloped in golden light on the screen and the dissipating starry sea made up of countless heroic spirits behind him. As a soldier, he knew better than anyone the weight of the words 30 years and millions of loyal souls.
A group of respectable madmen.
The 5-star general slowly closed his eyes, his voice full of heartfelt respect. When he opened them again, they were icy cold. Immediately launched the highest-level strategic assessment, simulating the changes in the global power landscape over the next 50 years after the Dragon Kingdom obtains this technique.
We need a new plan. Sakura Nation, Prime Minister's residence.
The Prime Minister, who always maintained an elegant demeanor, could no longer keep his composure upon seeing that line of exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom limit. He puffed out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person swayed, about to fall.
The national fortune. Is the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune about to reverse? The Prime Minister sat slumped on the tatami mat, his gaze empty. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. We Yamato people are the race favored by Amaterasu. Send my orders. He suddenly raised his head, eyes flickering with sickly madness. Activate the Yamata no Orochi plan. Let those shadows hiding deep in the Dragon Kingdom move.
I don't care what methods they use, whether it be seduction, assassination, or theft. That technique must become something belonging to our Yamato people.
In an instant, dark currents surged globally.
Countless greedy, jealous, and resentful eyes crossed oceans, fixating on that celebrating land in the east. The previous 4-tier rewards had already made them restless. And now, the one method made them tear off their disguises completely, revealing their fangs. They knew very well that this technique, no matter which country it was placed in, was supreme enough to be regarded as a national treasure. What it represented was not just power. What it represented was a civilization, an absolute lead in the coming hundreds, even thousands of years. And at this moment, the Dragon Kingdom was immersed in an unprecedented, almost manic joy. Ha ha ha. Divine level technique. Our Dragon Kingdom is about to rise. My God. Ignoring qualifications, ignoring age.
Does this mean that I, a middle-aged man nearing 40, can practice? I can go to the battlefield and kill demons too? Exclusive to the dragon people. Seeing these 5 characters, I directly cried. Finally, I can hold my head high. This is what it means to hold my head high. Brothers. What are we waiting for? Hurry. Where is the technique being released? I want to practice first. From today on, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom will be like dragons. On the internet, in reality, everywhere there were boiling voices. That humiliation and unwillingness suppressed for 30 years transformed at this moment into soaring ambition and pride. Dragon Kingdom Command Center.
Li Xuan looked at the slowly condensing golden ancient book on the screen.
And that domineering introduction.
This iron-blooded old man, whose eyes were filled with bloodshot gleams, burst forth with a light that pierced the darkness. He did not cheer. He slowly raised his slightly trembling hand and heavily pressed it against his heart, as if trying to suppress the heart that was about to explode. A drop of scalding tear finally broke through the dam of willpower. He straightened his heavy spine, as firm as a mountain, and with a voice raspy to the extreme, he declared word by word. This is the foundation of my dragon country's martial arts for eternity. This is the cornerstone of my dragon country's immortality for 1,000 years. He knew that from this moment on, the fate of dragon country was completely rewritten by that 19-year-old boy. The battlefield of gods and demons. The golden light dissipated. A thin, golden ancient book quietly floated before Lin Xuan. On the cover, 5 large characters danced majestically.
All paths return to one formula.
Lin Xuan reached out and gently touched it.
A vast stream of information surged into his mind.
It was not a specific technique but a general outline of martial arts, a universal key that could unlock all martial arts treasures. The ancient book opened with a shocking principle. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to all things. The essence of martial arts is merely power, speed, and change. This method simplifies the complex and directly points to the essence. A national treasure. A serious and determined look flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. This martial arts method might not be essential for him. The path he sought was one of combat nurtured by combat, killing to prove the way, ultimately slaying that unseen mastermind.
But for the entire dragon country, its value was immeasurable.
He did not hesitate at all, his gaze seemingly piercing through the screen, directly looking at the Dragon Country Command Center far away on Earth.
Chapter 56, The Oppression is Too Much, The Weak Country's Sadness. Second battlefield, magic capital of Shanghai, about to begin. Please prepare, Chosen One Lin Xuan. Countdown, 60 days. Boom.
This sudden declaration was like a thunderous clap from the heavens, exploding in the minds of every Dragon Country citizen who were just immersed in joy and hope.
The once boisterous command center fell silent in an instant.
The ecstatic smiles on everyone's faces froze, shattered, and ultimately turned into a cold disbelief.
What?
A young staff officer exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with absurdity and confusion.
Second battlefield? Magic capital of Shanghai? Isn't that the lost region that has been completely cut off since the last Chosen One, Li Hao, fell 10 years ago? Lost region.
These three words poured over everyone's hearts like a bucket of ice water, from head to toe.
Li Jiannan's hand froze in midair.
The color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning to a deathly gray. The fierce tiger eyes that had just burned with hope now held only endless sadness and anger.
The eye of the sky, you are too oppressive.
Li Jiannan could no longer contain himself and let out a beast-like roar towards the sky. His chest heaved violently, he gasped for breath, and with a plop, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood.
General! Commander!
The surrounding guards and staff were alarmed, rushing to support his swaying body like madmen.
I'm fine. Li Jiannan waved his hand and pushed everyone away.
He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his reddened eyes fixed on the indifferent giant eye in the sky, his voice filled with suppressed pain and tremble.
30 years?
For 30 years, the 9 initial battle zones of my dragon country have fallen one after another. Northern Glacier, Western Fire Sea, Southern Gu Forest.
With each name he uttered, the faces of everyone present grew paler.
Each name represented the fall of a chosen one, a history of bloodshed not to be recalled, a reminder of the flesh and blood that dragon country had lost time and again. 10 years ago, Li Hao died in battle, and the magic capital of Shanghai completely fell, the 9 battlefields.
We are left with this last Yinhuang barrier, surviving on the edge. Now, we have finally won once.
Lin Xuan, he exchanged his life for this SSS Plus rating, for the rebirth of our nation's fortune.
But you don't even give us a chance to catch our breath? Do you have to force us to death, the last hope of our dragon nation? Do you want us to perish and be wiped from existence?
Li Jiannan's questions were filled with grief. However, the only response he received was the eternal, cold silence of the eye of the sky. At that moment, the entire dragon nation, the 14 billion people who had just indulged in victory celebrations, finally woke from that brief joy. They looked at the blood-red words on the screen, Shanghai Demon City, about to open, and a chill more piercing than any previous defeat shot from their feet straight to the top of their heads.
Shanghai Demon City, isn't that the fabled death zone where the barrier was broken, and the whole city was devoured by monsters?
I heard that the last chosen one, Li Hao, was surrounded by several powerful demons there, fighting for 3 days and nights, and in the end, there was nothing left of him.
Lin Xuan just finished a fierce battle. He was so seriously injured. Now you want him to go into that life and death place? How can we fight like this? Eye of the sky. You have no heart. You just want our dragon nation to die. Anger, unwillingness, and then, a deeper despair.
The hope that had just gathered seemed to be shrouded in a thick shadow at this moment.
At the same time,
the global live broadcast room, after a brief shock, erupted in chaos.
Eagle Sauce Country audience. Oh my god. I said the eye of the sky is fair. Look, the dragon nation's luck has run out. The curse of victory. They just obtained a huge benefit, and now they're going to be thrown into another meat grinder. How interesting. Shanghai Demon City? Sounds like hell. I bet that white-haired kid won't last 3 days. Sakura Country audience. Yoshi. Amaterasu has manifested. Look at our first battlefield, under the command of 3 master-level generals, our chosen one, Sword Saint Inheritor, is dominating the battlefield. Ha ha, ridiculous dragon nation. We have 3 masters in command, how can we lose? And you?
This is the sorrow of the weak nation, just when seeing a glimmer of hope, it will be consumed by deeper despair.
Kimchi country audience. Damn. Sakura country is right. A weak nation is still a weak nation. See? The retribution has come. If our experts are correct, Dragon Nation, your chosen one is almost out of energy, his lifespan has been burned away, what will you use to fight at the next battlefield? Schadenfreude, kicking someone while they are down. At this moment, the ugliness of humanity was fully displayed in global live broadcasts. Demon Battlefield.
Lin Xuan slowly raised his head, his deep black pupils fixed firmly on the vast sky above, staring at that cold, indifferent giant eye, as if enjoying a good show. A chilling sensation, named truth, sank his newly reborn heart back into despair. So that's how it is. This so-called national luck war is not a test, nor a gamble. It is just a cruel game set up to satisfy the twisted amusement of some unknown existence's civilization evolution. These chosen ones, these demon kings, are nothing but the worms in a pot, bred to kill each other. Victory is not relief. But they take it to the next, even more brutal slaughter. A previously unseen, icy anger surged from the deepest part of Lin Xuan's soul. He gripped the dragon soul spear tightly, his fingers cracked due to excessive force. He wanted to laugh. To laugh at this pathetic fate, to laugh at this ridiculous truth. But he couldn't laugh. Lin Xuan's gaze fell not far away, on the place he had personally collected, belonging to Han Chang and Captain Zhou. On the loyal bones of those 8,678 brothers. Their blood must not flow in vain. Their sacrifice must not become a joke. At this moment, the vast will of the Eye of the Sky descended once again. But this time, it brought a new rule that caught everyone off guard. Detection of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune significantly improving, human potential assessment raised. To accelerate the civilization evolution process, the rules of the second battlefield are revised. The Dragon Kingdom can select 50,000 warriors, with cultivation not exceeding the chosen one Lin Xuan, and transfer them to the divine and demonic battlefield to assist in combat within 60 days. Boom! This supplementary notice exploded like a heavy bomb, reigniting global public opinion. Chapter 57, Not to survive, only to slay the gods. F***K. Exclusive privilege again. 50,000. My god. Is the Dragon Kingdom planning to form an expeditionary army? Why? Our Eagle Sauce country had an A+ rating last time, and we only got an increase of 50% in spiritual energy density as a reward. They got SSS+, God-level martial arts, and expeditionary quotas? Protest. We seriously protest the unfairness of the Eye of the Sky. On the international public channel, there was wailing everywhere, filled with the anger and jealousy of other countries' chosen ones and high-ups. They felt like ordinary players in a game, grinding hard to level up, while that guy named Lin Xuan from the Dragon Kingdom started in GM mode, with all kinds of godly gear and privileges thrown right at him. How can we play like this? On the Dragon Kingdom's side, however, it was a different scene. After a brief shock, there was even more fervent excitement. 50,000. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping the Dragon Kingdom. Brothers. Quotas. I want a quota. I want to go to the divine and demonic battlefield and kill demons with Commander Lin. Cultivation must not exceed that of the chosen one? Commander Lin is now at the Master Realm. Does that mean anyone below Master Realm has a chance? Stop dreaming. They will definitely prioritize selecting from the army. But even if I can't be selected, seeing our Dragon Kingdom army head to another world is worth it. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom shall be punished, no matter how far away. It was a slogan before, but now, we will turn it into reality. Countless passionate youth of the Dragon Kingdom, at this moment, only regretted that they couldn't immediately take up arms and rush to that battlefield of blood and fire. On the divine and demonic battlefield. Hearing this new rule, a cold glint flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. He instantly understood the more malicious intentions of the Eye of the Sky. It not only wanted him to charge into that city of death. It also wanted to drag the last strength of the Dragon Kingdom down with it. It wanted the Dragon Kingdom to lose everything in this gamble. However, a cold arc slowly appeared at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. 50,000 warriors below the Master Realm? Eye of the Sky, do you think this is a death warrant? No. This is the blade you have handed to me. You have no idea what a myriad paths return to one formula means to a country with thousands of years of civilization and 1,400 million indomitable people. You also have no idea, these 60 days are enough for the Dragon Kingdom to create a miracle. Lin Xuan's gaze seemed to penetrate the void, landing on the distant command center of the Dragon Kingdom, where a bloodthirsty general was filled with despair and anger. He knew that the old man would definitely understand his meaning. Lin Xuan slowly raised the Panlong soul-subduing spear in his hand, the tip of the spear pointing straight at the sky.
General Li.
Lin Xian's voice traveled through the eye of the sky, like a burning red battle knife, precisely piercing through the lifeless and desperate atmosphere of the command center. In that voice, there was none of the fear, unwillingness, or even a hint of exhaustion that everyone had expected. There was only an absolute calmness that seemed capable of freezing the soul. Li Zhennan suddenly looked up, his red tiger eyes locking onto the screen. He saw that the boy who had just been sentenced to death was now slowly raising the Panlong soul-subduing spear in his hand, with the tip pointing directly at the indifferent giant eye above.
That posture did not seem like a question.
It was more like a declaration of war. The magic capital of Shanghai is not a dead end. Lin Xian's voice rang out again, each word like cast iron, heavy and undeniable.
On the contrary, this is our Dragon Kingdom's only chance to turn defense into offense. Turn defense into offense?
These 8 words left every military officer in the command center breathless. They looked at the solitary figure on the screen and felt it was absurd. That was a death zone that had been lost for a decade. It was a hell that consumed the last generation of chosen ones and tens of thousands of elites.
What could we use to attack? With just one person? I know what you are thinking.
Lin Xian seemed to see through everyone's hearts. He slowly turned around, his deep pupils seemed to transcend endless space and met the eyes of everyone in the command center.
You are thinking that I am crazy. You are thinking that I am throwing myself against a stone with an egg, that this is the last arrogance. But you are wrong.
Lin Xian's tone suddenly became sharp, like a blade drawn from its sheath. For 30 years, we have retreated too many times.
Beiyuan Glacier, we retreated. Western Fire Sea, we retreated. Southern Gu Forest, we retreated. We exchanged the bones of heroes and the loss of our land for 30 years of mere survival. We thought that as long as we held this last barrier of Yenuang, we could wait for hope. This is self-deception. Even if we shrink back here, the demons across won't let us go, and the eye above won't allow it. Now, the eye of the sky tells us in the cruelest way.
Lin Xian's voice suddenly rose, turning into a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies.
The retreat has already been cut off.
One more step back, and we will fall into the abyss, the nation will not exist. This roar struck like a heavy hammer on the heart of every person in Dragon Kingdom.
Yes.
There is nowhere to retreat. The slight luck that had just risen from victory was completely shattered by this bloody reality.
Li Zhennan's body shook.
He looked at the young boy on the screen, younger than his own grandson, who spoke the heaviest and most desperate declaration for the entire nation. His heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, pained to the point of suffocation.
This child, he understands everything. He understands better than anyone what he is about to face.
In the global livestream, the mocking voices that relished the disaster gradually faded away.
In the United States, in Building 5.
The white-headed eagle general suddenly stood up, staring hard at the solitary figure on the screen, his coffee cup slipping from his hand and shattering.
That look.
He murmured to himself, a chill rising from his spine. He is not in despair, he is relishing this war.
That was a final, dazzling brilliance erupting when civilization faced its last stand.
In the battle of national fortunes and ethnic survival, there has never been an option for warm feelings.
Being weak is original sin.
So, we will not retreat. Lin Xian's voice regained its cold calm. From today, starting with me, Lin Xuan, the Dragon Kingdom will yield no land.
Since the magic capital of Shanghai is there, we will go and flatten it.
What we lost 10 years ago, I will take back with my own hands. The blood of Senior Li Hao and tens of thousands of soldiers cannot be shed in vain.
I will let those demons know that even if the land of Dragon Kingdom turns to scorched earth, it is still our territory. They have no right to stand upon it. Chapter 58, Heroes Without Fear, 100 Billion Beliefs. I, Lin Xuan, hereby declare war.
In the screen, that figure knelt on one knee, heavily planting the dragon soul gun into the scorched earth before him. Across the cold screen, he seemed to be staring into the eyes of that old general, and the 14 billion compatriots. Then, Lin Xuan lowered his head deeply. I ask the country, within 60 days, based on the 10,000 roads returned to 1, to exhaust all resources to select and arm 50,000 fearless warriors for battle.
In this battle, I, Lin Xuan, am willing to be the first vanguard. In battle, one must always advance first, and in retreat, one must hold the rear. I will be the first Dragon Kingdom soldier to step into the magic city of Shanghai, and I will absolutely be the last to withdraw. If we win this battle, I will bring 50,000 brothers back home in glory. We will reclaim lost lands and rebuild our Dragon Kingdom's mountains and rivers. If we lose this battle...
Lin Xuan paused slightly, then a trace of a tragic and crazy smile rose at the corner of his mouth.
I, Lin Xuan, together with 50,000 comrades, will turn into dust along with that magic city. With our blood, we will strive for a moment of breath for the Dragon Kingdom.
I have finished my words. As his words fell, the entire world fell into dead silence. In the global live broadcast room, those gloating faces were completely frozen. They looked at the figure standing with a gun on the screen, like a madman, and a chill from deep within their souls surged wildly.
Madman. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are all madmen. They actually really want to treat this death notice as a ticket to a carnival? Dragon Kingdom Command Center.
Lin Xuan closed his eyes. 2 lines of hot tears could no longer be held back, streaming down along the deep, knife-like wrinkles on his cheeks.
Selfish? Cold-blooded? No.
This is not selfish.
This is a person bearing the fate of an entire nation, responsibility.
This is, on the chessboard of despair, using oneself as a piece, launching an ultimate rebellion against the high-handed player. This child never expected 50,000 people to win from the beginning. What he wanted was just a reason to burn everything he had left without restraint, completely. He wants to use the last light brought by the burning of his life to illuminate a path, even if it lasts only for a moment, for those 50,000 troops. He is only 19 years old. He should be enjoying sunshine in the campus, he should have the brightest future. But now, he has to gamble his life and the lives of 50,000 comrades on that table called national fate. Lin Xuan's heart felt like it was being torn apart in pain. But he knew that Lin Xuan was right.
The Dragon Kingdom has no way out anymore.
Rather than humiliatingly exhausting everything in a slow death, it is better to fight fiercely in the blazing fire for a chance at immortality. This child truly wants to crush the old man's heart into pieces before he feels satisfied. When Lin Xuan's vow of turning into dust together spread through live broadcasts, reaching every corner of the Dragon Kingdom and the world,
the entire Dragon Kingdom seemed to press the mute button.
The live room that had just boiled over with the offensive strategy was, in this moment, completely emptied of comments. In the city square, the sea of people who had just raised their arms in cheers fell into silence at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the figure kneeling on one knee on the screen. They looked at his head, lowered as if bearing the rise and fall of an entire nation.
They all understood. What first vanguard, what must advance in battle and hold the rear when retreating? What if we lose, we turn to dust along with the magic city? This is not a battle plan at all. This is clearly a letter of farewell, written for 1.4 billion people. He wants to use his life to fill it. To fill the death zone that swallowed the previous generation of chosen ones and countless heroic souls. He wants to use the last light shining forth from the burning of his life to illuminate a path home, even if it lasts only for a moment, for the 50,000 troops about to embark on their journey. No. In a regular university dormitory in the Dragon Kingdom.
A boy who had just been excitedly typing about flattening the magic city suddenly froze with a smile on his face. He looked at the screen, his lips trembled, and his eyes instantly turned red.
Why is it? Why does he always have to bear it alone?
His voice choked with tears sounded particularly harsh in the quiet dormitory. He wanted to type, wanted to say something in the live room. But his fingers hovered over the keyboard, unable to type a single word.
Sadness. Huge, silent sadness surged like a tsunami, engulfing the entire Dragon Kingdom. But this time,
at the end of sorrow, there is no longer despair. But rather a kind of determination to fight alongside heroes in the face of national disaster. Not knowing how much time has passed. In that dead silence of the live broadcast room, a small, blood-red message finally floated by. It was a user with the ID Dragon Country Veteran, who, with trembling hands, typed 4 characters.
Heroes are fearless.
These 4 characters were like a spark, falling into a prairie filled with dry grass.
Boom. Heroes are fearless. The boy in the dormitory, who was crying uncontrollably, frantically typed these 4 characters on the keyboard. Heroes are fearless.
The short-haired girl in the classroom, covering her face with a workbook and crying, lifted her tear-streaked face and, with all her strength, typed these 4 characters on her phone. Heroes are fearless. The grandmother praying by the sickbed, the worker sweating in the factory, the farmer toiling on the field.
Countless people, at this moment, made the same response in the same way. 1 line. 10 lines. 1 million lines. 10 million lines.
Finally, billions of blood-red messages converged into a red torrent, completely flooding the entire live broadcast room.
Heroes are fearless. Heroes are fearless. Heroes are fearless. This was no longer a slogan. This was a crimson vow made by 1.4 billion people at this moment. You dare to die for the country, I dare to walk with you. You are not afraid of death, we shall ensure your immortality.
In the battlefield of gods and demons. Lin Xuan knelt on one knee, quietly waiting for the old general's final response.
However, the next second,
the cold system panel in his mind suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, flashing madly.
Warning! Detected an influx of superscale belief torrent. Warning! The strength of belief has exceeded national fortune level. Performing final judgment. Judgment result, miracle level. Received pure belief value, plus 1 billion. Received pure belief value, plus 3 billion. Received pure belief value, plus 7 billion.
A series of system alerts caused Lin Xuan's consciousness to pause. He could feel a torrent of golden light, even more powerful and pure than the previous death and rebirth, crossing infinite voids, crazily pouring into his body. In that torrent, there was no longer the sadness and prayers from before. Only a kind of determination that resonated with his heart at this moment.
Ding! Total belief value has surpassed 10 billion.
Detected host guardian will deeply resonating with 1.4 billion fearless will.
System evolution conditions have been met. Guardian System version 2.0 is unlocking. Chapter 59 System Upgrade, Whole Nation Becomes Soldiers. Boom!
Lin Xuan's consciousness was instantly pulled into a golden ocean composed of pure will. The ancient and majestic system interface before him shattered, turning into countless light points. The light points swirled, reassembling. A brand new scroll, imprinted with divine patterns and dragon designs, slowly unfolded at the peak of his consciousness.
Guardian System 2.0.
System core upgrade, Guardian concept deepened, all permissions fully unlocked.
Host permissions enhanced, unlocking Guardian deity exclusive permissions. Permission 1, united as one.
Host will be permanently connected to the will of 1.4 billion people of Dragon Country. The higher the host's fighting spirit, the stronger the collective spirit of the Dragon Country people, the stronger the country's faith, the faster the host's recovery and cultivation speed.
This is the symbiosis of the nation and the Guardian.
In an instant, Lin Xuan felt it. In that distant homeland, the heartbeat of 1.4 billion hearts crossed endless time and space, perfectly resonating with his own heartbeat. That was no longer the elusive faith, but a source of life flowing endlessly within his body.
Permission 2, Belief Furnace. Belief value can no longer be exchanged solely for lifespan.
It can be used for 1. Strengthening divine weapons, 2. Deriding martial arts, 3. Bestowing blessings on designated targets. His gaze fell upon the coiling dragon soul-stabilizing spear beside him. The spear emitted a longing dragon's roar, as if urging him to nourish it with that 10 billion belief and help it break through the sky.
Permission 3, Spirit Command.
Host can consume belief value to summon the loyal spirits and heroes from the long river of Dragon Country's history.
Coordinated Combat.
In addition, the host can collect the fragments of the fallen soldiers' souls and spend faith points to forge a heroic monument.
This monument is the resting place for the heroes, capable of holding their indomitable war spirits.
The more heroes on the monument, the stronger the protection power the host receives. In critical moments, the host can awaken the legion of heroes from the monument to fight again for the world. Looking at these domineering new powers, Lin Xuan's once dead heart finally surged with overwhelming waves.
This turned him and the entire Dragon Kingdom into one united body. He is a deity. The nation is a divine realm.
Lin Xuan slowly raised his head, and in his deep eyes, a flame capable of burning the heavens ignited.
At this moment, through a new link called United as One.
On the land he vowed to protect with his life, a sleeping eastern lion was completely awakened by the battle spirit he ignited.
Dragon Kingdom Command Center.
Li Nan looked at the screen filled with heroes fearless, listening to reports of battle declarations coming in from across the country. He knew that the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom had made the final choice for him and Lin Xuan. From now on, the Dragon Kingdom enters the highest state of combat readiness, flames of revival.
Send my orders.
Li Nan's voice echoed through the highest authority communication channel, like thunder, spreading through all combat zones and departments of the Dragon Kingdom.
Order.
National Academy of Sciences, Military Industry Academy, all academicians and experts, immediately analyze the 3 interstellar technology data. I want to see the first batch of spiritual energy weapons equipped in the troops within 60 days.
Our Dragon Kingdom's warriors cannot use ordinary iron to fight demons anymore.
Order. Life Science Research Institute, based on the ultimate return to one, combine spiritual energy medicine to form the battlefield apricot growth cores. As long as our Dragon Kingdom's warriors have breath, they must seize back from the hands of death.
Order.
Ministry of Materials and Energy, regardless of cost, build at least 100 gravitational spiritual pressure training rooms across the country. I want every person in the Dragon Kingdom to have the chance to pick up weapons and defend the nation.
One order after another, like the drums of war urging them on.
The whole nation, this enormous machine rusty from 30 years of oppression, suddenly roared to life with unprecedented terrifying efficiency.
Furthermore,
Li Nan's gaze fell upon a middle-aged general beside him, who carried 2 gold stars and had a calm demeanor.
Wang Yi.
Here. The middle-aged general stood at attention suddenly. I appoint you as the commander of the Dragon Soul Expeditionary Force. Select 50,000 of the most spirited warriors from across the nation.
There is only one standard.
Li Xuan's voice was sharp and unwavering.
Dare you to follow Marshal Lin and flatten that city of death and demons? I guarantee to complete the task. The fire in General Wang Yi's eyes blazed fiercely. Chan Jing.
Li Xuan then looked at a spirited female general. You will serve as the commander of the battlefield Apricot Grove Corps. Your scalpel must be faster than the enemy's meat cleaver.
Yes.
Old Li Xuan's gaze finally settled on an elderly man with gray hair and thick glasses.
Logistics and research depend on you.
The towering giant of the Dragon Kingdom's research sector pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashing with determination. Rest assured, General, even if we old bones are drained, we will ensure that the expeditionary forces wear the strongest armor and wield the sharpest blades. Orders were given. Within the command center, there was no more sorrow. Everyone's face showed a kind of madness as if they had burned their boats. They knew that these 60 days would be the turning point of the Dragon Kingdom's fate.
Win, and they rise to the heavens. Lose, and face utter destruction. And the root of it all began with that 19-year-old boy on the battlefield.
Li Xuan's gaze returned to the screen.
Devil and demon battlefield.
As the golden light faded, Lin Xuan's figure reappeared. He had stabilized his cultivation at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm, the dragon-suppressing soul gun hovering by his side, exuding a chilling pressure. A shock of white hair danced wildly in the wind.
He felt no joy of victory, his gaze still resting on the scorched earth where Han Chang and 8,678 loyal brothers lay entombed.
In those pupils, there was no majesty of the Grand Master, no dominance of a godslayer.
Only an unfathomable sorrow.
Lin Xuan slowly crouched down. He reached out his hand, gently brushing away a speck of dust from the black robe that enveloped Han Chang's remains. His movements were delicate, as if touching the most fragile porcelain. This scene caused those in the command center, who were just now bubbling with blood and fervor, to fall silent once more. They suddenly remembered, their hero, their Commander Lin, their master, was just a 19-year-old child. He should have been enjoying the sunlight, yet was alone, bearing the rise and fall of civilization, tasting the bitterness of comrades lost. Mu Qingxue stood not far away, her heart, as hard as iron, was brutally pierced. Behind her were hundreds of recently healed demon-slaying soldiers. They silently stepped forward, spontaneously forming a silent human wall behind Lin Xuan, isolating their hero from the world's clamor. Mu Qingxue crouched beside him, her voice very soft, carrying a rasp she didn't even realize she had.
Lin Xuan. The casualty statistics are out.
Lin Xuan's hand hovering over the black robe paused for a moment. He did not turn around, still gazing at the land that held countless loyal souls.
After a long time,
he asked the heaviest question.
How many are left? Chapter 60, Heroes Weep Blood, Cleaning the Battlefield. Casualties.
Lin Xuan's voice was light, weightless.
How many people are left? Mu Qingxue's breath stopped for a moment.
These words held no emotion, yet they made her feel as if her heart was gripped by a cold hand, making blood flow difficult. She looked at Lin Xuan. That face was pale, almost lifeless, with clear blue veins beneath the new skin. The halo of victory had vanished. Those eyes that should be radiant after achieving mastery were now filled with a deathly black, swallowing all light, leaving only frozen, inescapable sorrow.
Mu Qingxue's heart felt a sharp pain. She would rather see him furious, see him roar, even see him break down and cry like a child. Anything would be better than seeing him like this, a walking corpse. He swallowed all the pain, sealing himself with silence. Lin Xuan. Mu Qingxue's throat was extremely dry, any words of comfort caught inside, unable to be spoken.
In the face of nearly 50,000 heroic souls' sacrifice, all words lost their meaning.
Speak.
Lin Xuan's command held no trace of warmth. This was not the pressure of a master, but that of a soldier, confirming the final count of his comrades with his commander. Mu Qingxue closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she forcibly regained the cold hardness of the commander of the demon-slaying army. She understood that what Lin Xuan needed was not sympathy. It was the truth. A number that could freeze one's very marrow. The defense battle of the Yanhuang barrier lasted 1 hour and 7 minutes. Her voice rang out clear, cold, like a scalpel, slicing through the just warm illusion of victory on the silent battlefield. Total participating number, 100,371. Our demon-slaying army, 36,000. The first team led by Commander Han Ching suffered 8,678 deaths. The second team I led, 121 deaths, 306 severely injured. Finally, the assaulters, 3,422. A crack appeared in Mu Qingxue's voice here, memories flashing of those shouting for Commander Lin, charging at the demons. The demon-slaying army, total casualties, 12,221. Additionally, 37,452 veteran reserves died together with the infiltrating demons at various points on the barrier. She paused, letting the final number out. Total casualties.
49,673. Buzz.
Her words fell, and in Lin Xuan's mind, there was a blank, soon engulfed by an endless blood red. He straightened his spine, barely noticeable, swaying slightly. The Adam's apple rolled violently, forcing a tide of fishy sweetness up to his throat, which he swallowed back harshly.
49,673. This number, through live streaming, plunged the entire Dragon Nation into silence.
In the command center, Li Jianan's sturdy body trembled violently, his hands clutching the edge of the command platform, the knuckles turning white from the strain, barely holding him up from collapsing.
We won.
The price was the backbone of an entire generation of the Dragon Nation.
On the international channel, ridicule came as expected. Eagle Sauce Nation, Wings of Freedom, oh, a price of 50,000 lives? What a great victory. Sakura Nation, Heir of the Sword Saint, foolish, besides using lives to fill the gap, what else can the dragon people do? Kimchi Nation audience, a Pyrrhic victory feels like a defeat. What will they use to fight on the next battlefield?
This time, the Dragon Nation's live room had no anger, no rebuttal.
Only silence.
Everyone's gaze was focused on that white-haired figure squatting on the scorched earth.
All emotions eventually turned into endless heartache for that young man. On the battlefield.
Lin Xuan finished listening to the report.
He did not cry, nor did he yell.
He squatted there, like a sculpture that had lost its soul. Mu Qingxue looked at him, a strong unease gripped her.
The current Lin Xuan was more frightening than the Avenger who roared among mountains of corpses and rivers of blood before. Back then, he was human. Now he was a pool of stagnant water. A pool of dead water that even light couldn't illuminate, full of despair. Lin Xuan.
Mu Qingxue reached out her hand, wanting to touch his shoulder. But Lin Xuan shook his head and avoided her hand. He stood up again, his body straightening like a spear piercing the sky.
He no longer looked at anyone.
His gaze passed over everyone, landing on that hell on earth, a place full of flesh and blood, severed limbs and broken bodies scattered all around. Then, under the astonished watch of everyone, he stepped forward.
Lin Xuan, what are you going to do?
Mu Qingxue shouted in despair. Lin Xuan did not turn back.
He bent down.
From the bloodied mud, he picked up an arm belonging to a Dragon Nation soldier, severed at the shoulder. That rigid, cold touch made his freshly born master heart twitch violently.
He used his hand to brush off the dirt on it.
His voice calmly spread across the battlefield. I will personally clean the battlefield.
Lin Xuan.
Mu Qingxue's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of pleading.
Let the logistics handle these matters.
Her words couldn't continue. Because Lin Xuan turned his head. Those dark eyes looked at her calmly. In his gaze, there was no sadness, no anger, only a kind of ironclad, unyielding stubbornness.
They died for me.
Lin Xuan's voice was soft, yet it hit Mu Qingxue's heart like a heavy hammer.
I am here to bring them home. After saying that, he ignored everyone.
He lowered his head and stretched out his hands, beginning to carefully dig into that land soaked with blood and dirt.
His movements were gentle, focused. It was not like he was digging up corpses, but as if he was lifting shattered priceless treasures from the earth. He found a broken battle knife. On the blade, there still lingered Han Qing's last domineering intent. Lin Xuan's fingertips brushed over the blade, and he heard the hearty laughter of the one-eyed dragon commander. Kid, when this battle is over, I'll treat you to the best wine. He used his own sleeve to wipe the bloodstains off the blade, placing it solemnly aside. He found a shattered armor. It was covered in savage marks made by demon claws tearing it apart. Lin Xuan's fingertips brushed over the scratches, as if he could feel the last roar of that one-armed old soldier. He found an identity tag soaked in blood. Using the power of a master, he slowly peeled off the congealed blood, revealing 3 youthful Chinese characters. This scene plunged the whole world into silence. In the Dragon Nation live room, billions of viewers silently shed tears. Their hero, their guardian, like the most devout gravekeeper, gathered the last dignity for his comrades. Don't dig anymore. I beg you, don't dig anymore. Why isn't he crying? This is more painful than killing me. He isn't without sorrow, he has burned all his sadness into his own bones. Just as Lin Xuan's fingertips touched another broken corpse. His movements suddenly paused. Ding! Detected host has touched fearless will residue of heroic soul fragments. Heroic spirit command, activated. Do you wish to consume 10,000 faith points to collect this wisp of heroic soul, making it a guardian spirit under your command? Lin Xuan lifted his head, looking at the vast battlefield, which buried 49,673 loyal souls. In a deep voice, he spoke, collect. All, completely collect. From today on, your souls will follow me, to slaughter gods. Chapter 61, Grief Casts Gods, Dragon Souls Reforged. Take them home. These 5 words fell calmly, but the entire world was silent. Mu Qingxue froze in place.
The tens of thousands of surviving demon suppression army soldiers also stood stunned. They watched the figure with hair as white as snow, slowly bending down in the crimson mountain of corpses and sea of blood. That proud spine, which should have pierced the heavens, was, in this moment, slightly bent under the weight of 50,000 souls. He did not use a single bit of spiritual power. He was just an ordinary soldier, the most devout gravekeeper. With the hands that had just slain the demon emperor, he reached into the bloody mud and lifted a soldier's helmet that had been completely deformed underfoot. The cold, metallic touch mixed with the still warm brain matter and filthy blood inside the helmet, the stench strong enough to make a warrior with iron will vomit. Lin Xuan did not. With his fingertips, he gently scraped off the filth from the helmet, as if wiping a priceless porcelain. Then, he tightly held the broken helmet to his chest. He walked to the next spot. There lay a body that had been severed in half by a demon, intestines and organs spilled everywhere, mixing with the black charred earth, indistinguishable from one another.
Lin Xuan crouched down.
Silently, with his own hands, he carefully pushed the organs back into the broken abdomen. His fingertips touched a hard object. It was a family photo, soaked in blood, carefully wrapped in a plastic bag. In the photo, the young soldier smiled brightly. Beside him were two old people with white hair.
Lin Xian's movements paused for a moment.
The newly reborn heart of a master was brutally pierced. Silently, he put the photo back in the soldier's chest, then tore off his tattered black robe and carefully wrapped the incomplete body.
There was no expression left on his face.
In his eyes, there remained only a deep sorrow that could not dissolve and an almost obsessive focus. What he was doing at this moment was not collecting corpses,
but completing a mission that was more sacred and important than slaying the demon emperor.
This scene was imprinted in the retinas of billions of people around the globe through the eye of the sky. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the boiling barrage of comments disappeared, leaving a dead silence. Countless people watched the lonely figure on the screen, silently moving through the hell on earth, arranging the final appearance of every fallen comrade. Their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, painfully suffocating. He was a martial arts master, the guardian god of the Dragon Country. He should enjoy the glory of victory, receiving the worship of the people. But he chose the most primitive, most humble, and heaviest way to honor those fallen heroes.
This extreme contrast was more shocking than any earth-shattering battle. On the battlefield, the surviving soldiers stared blankly. Some knelt on the ground, silently pounding their fists on the earth.
Some held onto their comrade's severed body, their eyes vacant, their souls seemingly extracted.
"What the hell are you all dawdling for?"
tore apart the dead silence.
And one-armed old soldier, one of the few survivors from that desperate charge.
He looked at Lin Xian's back, his remaining eye filled with bloodshot and tears. With all his strength, he suddenly stabbed the broken knife into the ground and roared at the surrounding dazed comrades.
"Commander Lin is out there alone, collecting the bodies of our 50,000 brothers. Are you just going to stand here and watch? Our lives were saved by Commander Lin. Our glory was bought with his life. Now, he is tired. He is in pain. He wants his brothers to leave with dignity, and you are not even willing to lend a hand? How old is he? He is still a child. He is carrying all of us forward on his own. Are you still soldiers? Are you still soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom?" This roar was a loud slap, hard on the face of every survivor. Yes. Old Zhang is right. We cannot let Commander Lin be alone. Brothers, move. Let's bring back our comrades. Not a single one can be missing. Let them go home. Roar. More than 30,000 surviving warriors, at that moment, let out a thunderous roar. They dragged their weary, scarred bodies into the sea of corpses and blood. They copied Lin Xian's example, bending down, using their own hands to search, to collect, to piece together those who had fought alongside them, but were now reduced to shattered limbs and broken arms. Brothers. A young soldier found half of his squad leader's body. He held the remains tightly, kneeling on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. But he did not cry for long. He dried his tears, wrapped the squad leader's body tightly in his tactical vest, then carried it on his back and continued to search for the next one. A gunner from a special battalion found a tattered flag belonging to their squad beneath a pile of charred demon corpses. Under the flag lay 7 or 8 bodies, burned to charcoal, but still holding the positions of operating the artillery. The gunner knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to the flag, to those black and loyal bones, knocking his head 3 times heavily. "Brothers, I will take you home." Mu Qingxue stood still, watching this tragic scene, observing more than 30,000 figures, like worker ants, silently and persistently busy in this vast graveyard. Her eyes became wet once again. She knew that from this moment on, the soul of this army had completely changed. It was no longer an army that fought merely to protect. It had turned into an army born for revenge, living for faith, a divine army. And their god was the first one to bend down, the white-haired young man. Mu Qingxue no longer hesitated, she walked over. Her goal was clear. Han Cheng, the one-eyed commander who guarded the Yanhuang barrier for 30 years, dedicating his life to this iron wall. When she arrived at the place where Lin Xuan had gathered the loyal bones, Lin Xuan just happened to arrive here as well. The two exchanged a glance, without any words. In each other's eyes, they understood the meanings. Lin Xuan slowly squatted down, gently opening the black robe that wrapped around Han Cheng's remains. Han Cheng's body was already broken. The gaping hole in his chest, pierced by the power of the demon bee queen, was hideous and terrifying. On that weathered face, remnants of anger and determination lingered from the last moment of life. That single eye was wide open, looking towards the direction of home, still filled with unwillingness and obsession. Lin Xuan reached out to close his eyes. But his hand trembled uncontrollably in the air. Chapter 62 Blood and Flesh Great Wall, with you as comrades. Go home. These two words seemed to carry a certain magic, clearly echoing in the dead silent battlefield. The more than 30,000 survivors, who were silently retrieving their comrades' remains, paused in unison. They slowly raised their heads, their blood-soiled faces filled with confusion. Home? Many of them, since birth, have been in this cold Yanhuang barrier. Their childhood had no candy or toys, only wooden guns and training grounds. Their world consisted only of this wall and the endless demons outside. For them, home was a distant and vague concept, existing only in the words of the older generation, and in those yellowed, native photographs. And now, the white-haired young man, burdened with command and countless loyal souls, tells them he will take them home. Where to? Back to where? Lin Xuan seemed to see through their confusion. His gaze crossed this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, directing to that towering Yanhuang barrier, silently standing in the darkness before dawn. There. Lin Xuan's voice was not loud, but each word was steady and firm. That is our home. From today, it will no longer be a cold prison, no longer a defense line suffering passive blows. It will be the nail driven into the heart of the battlefield between gods and demons for our dragon country. It will be the stronghold for our counterattack. It will be the resting place of all our sacrifices and glory. Commander Han and the brothers who sacrificed, their blood was spilled here. Their souls will forever guard this place. This is our homeland. This is our home. These words struck like thunder, exploding in the minds of every survivor. Indeed. This is our homeland. They always thought they were exiled to this despairing land, fighting for a vague national fortune. But Lin Xuan directly and shockingly told them. You are not in exile. You are guarding the border. What you protect is not only a distant hometown. It is also this ground, soaked with 30 years of blood, that belongs to the dragon country, territory. An unprecedented surge of hot emotions named sense of belonging and sense of mission wildly grew and boiled in every soldier's heart. Their gazes changed. No longer numb, no longer desperate. But a resolve and pride of being masters and guardians. Back home. It was unknown who first howled out loud. Then came the shout. Back home. Back home. 34,112 voices merged into an overwhelming torrent, dispersing the last bits of blood and gloom on the battlefield. They no longer hesitated. They quickly, with the most solemn posture, carefully wrapped every piece of their comrades' remains they found, carrying them on their backs or holding them tightly in their arms. Not one person left behind a bone. Not one person abandoned a brother. Then, they followed that white-haired figure, who bore the weight of a mountain, and took steps toward home. 34,112 people. Each person bore at least one, or even several, remains of their comrades. This team returning home was silent and solemn. From a distance, they looked like a moving, black great wall made of flesh and loyal souls. Mu Qingxue walked alongside Lin Xuan. She looked at this army, full of tragedy and new strength, watching the light in their eyes that had never been there before, feeling a flood of emotions in her heart. She knew Lin Xuan had not only won this war. He had also injected soul back into this army that had struggled in despair for 30 years. Lin Xuan. Mu Qingxue's voice was very light. Thank you. Lin Xuan did not turn back, only lightly responded with an His entire focus was on the heavy weight on his back. That was not a corpse. That was responsibility. It is the hope of countless families, it is the unyielding backbone of a country. He must bring them all back, not leaving one behind. When this silent team appeared before the gate of the Yanhuang barrier, the entire barrier fell quiet. On the city wall, those remaining logistical personnel, those white-haired military families. Those still underage children. They all stood there quietly, watching the returning team. When they saw that each person in the team was carrying the remains of their companions. When they saw the white-haired young man in the front, carrying the body wrapped in black robes, belonging to their beloved leader.
Suppressed cries arose among the crowd and quickly spread. No cheers of victory. Only silent tears and the deepest respect. The city gate slowly opened. Lin Xuan carried Han Cheng's remains, the first to step into the city he would protect for his whole life. Over 30,000 warriors followed closely behind. They walked slowly and steadily. Each step was like a declaration of their return to the city, to this land. Both sides of the street were filled with residents who had come to greet them spontaneously. They silently watched this returning army, watching the loyal bones on their backs. An elderly woman with white hair, trembling, handed over a bowl of steaming lamb soup. The rich aroma dispelled some of the bloodiness. A little boy with a round face stuffed his beloved toy gun made of monster bones and shell casings into the hands of a passing soldier, the cold metallic shell contrasting sharply with the warmth of the child's palm. No one spoke. But that sadness, respect, and warmth were conveyed through every gaze, every silent gesture to each returning soldier's heart. Many of them, for the first time, felt the warmth of home. For the first time, they understood so clearly the meaning of their fight. The team finally stopped in the center of the barrier, in the most spacious hero square. Lin Xuan slowly, gently set down the loyal bones he carried in the center of the square. Over 30,000 warriors also neatly laid down the remains of their fallen brothers around Han Cheng. 49,673 heroes. In this moment, they finally returned home in spirit. Lin Xuan stepped back, his gaze sweeping over the solemn square made up of loyal bones. In his eyes, there were no tears. Only a resolve heavier than the abyss, colder than ice, resolute. He knew this was just the beginning. The prelude to revenge had just begun to play. He slowly raised his hand, the coiled dragon soul steadier gun emitted a low dragon's roar, automatically flying into his palm. He wanted to set up an everlasting monument here for them, for these 49,673 brothers. Chapter 63, This monument guards the nation, this body defines the boundary. I have grown up. Can I also go to the battlefield like you, kill monsters, and take revenge for my dad? The tender voice pierced the silence of Hero Square like a needle, echoing in everyone's ears. Each word became a burning iron, painfully searing into Lin Xuan's heart. He lowered his eyes, looking at the boy named Lin Xiaohu. In those clear eyes burned an expectation and hatred not belonging to his age. In that moment, Lin Xuan saw his 10-year-old self. The first time he gripped the spear handed by his father on the Great Wall, the first time he faced the roaring monsters. The same age. The same gaze. The same deep blood feud. His heart suddenly twisted, bringing a sharp pain. He squatted down, meeting the boy's gaze at eye level. In the boy's pitch-black eyes, he clearly reflected the child's dusty yet stubborn little face. He wanted to raise his hand, to touch the boy's head. He wanted to tell him that war is too bitter, and he should not bear this. He wanted to say that hatred should be left to us adults. You only need to grow up happily under our protection. But his hand lifted halfway, yet froze, ultimately falling limply. He saw the unwavering resolve in the boy's eyes. Any comforting words? In the face of the seeds of hatred, all is laughably hypocritical. For a child who grew up in blood and fire, peace is the farthest fairy tale. Lin Xuan fell silent. The wind in the square seemed to come to a standstill. After a long time, he finally stretched out his hand, not to touch the child's head, but heavily, it fell on the boy's frail shoulder. That force felt like a most solemn handover. He spoke, his voice hoarse, yet firm and resonant. You can. One word, heavy as a mountain. Lin Xuan gazed into Lin Xiaohu's eyes, each word carved deep into the boy's soul. Not only can you, but you will definitely be stronger than me. Because. Lin Xuan's gaze swept past the boy, over the more than 40,000 cold loyal bones in the square, over the tearful families of soldiers, and over the flag of the Yin Huang War fluttering in the wind on the city wall. Behind you will no longer be a dragon country battered and scarred, needing heroes' lives to fill the void. But a brand new dragon country, where everyone is like a dragon, and everyone is a soldier. These words were not just an answer to a child. They were a promise made by a master to this land, to the 1.4 billion compatriots on the other side of the sky. Lin Xiaohu seemed to understand but not fully, yet the fire in his eyes was completely ignited, shining remarkably bright. Commander Lin. I remember. He straightened his small chest and once again gave Lin Xuan a standard military salute. When I grow up, I will join the expeditionary army and be your soldier. After saying this, the boy turned and ran back into the crowd. Lin Xuan watched his small yet incredibly determined figure, then slowly stood up. He walked back to the front of the Loyal Bones formation, where Han Cheng's remains lay. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, well like a knife, firmly issuing the command in his mind. System, activate Heroic Spirit Decree. With my 5 billion faith as a sacrifice, forge the Yin Huang Heroic Spirit Monument for these 40,963 brothers. Ding. Command confirmed. Faith value consumed, 5 billion. Heroic Spirit Monument, forging begins.
Booming. The entire hero square began to tremble violently. The charred land soaked in endless blood suddenly burst forth with blinding golden light. What is that? At the Dragon Country Command Center, Lin Xuan suddenly stood up, staring intently at the screen displaying the mind-bending phenomenon. Countless golden light spots rose from deep within the earth, converging into golden light rivers. These were 40,963 unyielding heroic wills. Under the astonished gaze of the entire world, a giant steel, 100 feet tall, pitch black like ink, exuding endless sorrow and killing intent, ripped through the ground and rose into the sky. God, a miracle, a staff officer gasped, documents scattering everywhere. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in shock, his lips trembling, speechless from the awe. He knew Lin Xuan was forging an eternal tribute for those fallen soldiers in a way that transcended human understanding. The steel was blank above. Yet it seemed to carry 30 years of the Dragon Country's blood, tears, and unyielding spirit. Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, raising the Panlong soul-calming spear high. Boom! The power of the master poured into the spear without reserve. With the spear as a pen. With this towering steel as paper. The spear tip glided across the black surface of the steel, the sound of metal clashing resonated through the skies, as if an ancient battle song was echoing. Golden lines, rich with supreme dragon might, spread wildly across the surface of the steel. He was engraving words. Using this spear that killed the Demon Emperor, for those 40,963 heroes, to personally carve their immortal achievements. Everyone held their breath. They saw the spear tip dancing like a dragon and serpent, each line of iron-like strokes forcefully etched on the steel, fiercely appearing. The Dragon Country's demon history spans 30 years. In the Battle of the Yanhuang Barricade, our Dragon Country's 100,000 soldiers fought to the death here, slaying 1,000,000 demons, killing the Demon Emperor. In this battle, 40,963 soldiers sacrificed their lives. Their loyal souls transformed into an unquenchable fire, resting with the nation. Their achievements. When shining with the sun and moon, famous for eternity. After the inscription was carved, Lin Xuan did not stop his movements, lowering the gun's tip, and began to engrave each heavy name. Commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Han Chang. The gun tip paused. The hearty laughter and final roar of the one-eyed dragon commander exploded in his ears. Lin Xuan's arm grew 3 parts heavier, deeply engraving these 4 words into the monument, as if to carve them into the very bones of this world. Sergeant of the Demon Suppression Army, Zhao Bing. Artillery Chief of the Divine Machine Camp, Wang Dachui. He wanted to carve all 49,673 names, not missing a single one. This was a project vast to the point of terror. But Lin Xuan's movements did not falter in the least. With each stroke, he poured endless respect for the deceased. Time passed. In the square, no one left. More than 50,000 surviving soldiers, those military families, those children, silently stood by, accompanying him. They watched as each familiar name gained eternal life under Lin Xuan's gun. Tears had long since dried up. In their hearts, only endless sorrow remained, along with a kind of proud honor. Finally, as the last stroke of the last name fell. Roar! The Dragon Soul Suppression gun let out a high-pitched roar that shook the heavens. Buzz! The enormous black monument suddenly erupted with golden light reaching the sky. Every carved word, every stroke, seemed to be infused with soul, transforming into golden divine dragons, swirling and soaring on the monument. Chapter 64, The Monument of National Boundaries, Those who offend must be punished, no matter how far. Where this monument stands, there is the territory of our Dragon Kingdom. Those who invade our territory, no matter how far, must be punished. The vow thundered, shaking the heavens. Across the battlefield, countless golden light points surged from the depths of the earth, suddenly gathering. 49,673 translucent golden figures slowly emerged before the hero monument, behind Lin Xuan. They wore the military uniforms of their past lives, their faces filled with relief and pride. They were the loyal souls who had just died in battle. Han Cheng's most solid golden soul figure stood at the front, turning to face the solitary white-haired figure, facing their new commander. All the heroic souls turned in unison. They all raised their right hands, giving Lin Xuan a silent yet earth-shattering military salute. After the salute, the heroic souls transformed into 49,673 dazzling streams of golden light, rushing towards the dark hero monument. This was not dispersing, it was returning home. It was rushing towards a new battlefield in the starry sky. The towering 100-meter hero monument received all the heroic souls, and on its surface, the 49,673 golden names shone brightly. An invisible and overwhelming will surged from the monument into the sky. This will connected with the fortune of the Yanhuang barrier and Lin Xuan's own masterful might, crashing together. Buzz! Centered around the hero monument, a visible golden domain rapidly expanded in all directions. Where the domain passed, the blackened land showed spots of green, stubbornly breaking through the soil.
The rich blood and demonic aura in the air were purified, replaced by a warmth, a holiness, a comforting aura. The golden light brushed against the bodies of every surviving soldier.
My wounds!
A soldier with a severed arm looked down in shock, a warm flow surged from the bloody wound, the pain rapidly faded, even new flesh began to grow slowly. I heard, it was the squad leader's voice, encouraging me. Another exhausted young soldier, in a daze, heard the low roar of his fallen comrades in his ear, new strength surged from deep within his body.
This land, ravaged by demons for 30 years, came back to life. A domain?
Mu Qingxue looked at this miraculous scene, her once cold phoenix eyes revealing uncontainable shock and confusion for the first time. Martial arts masters can create domains with their might, and within the domain, they are the dominators. But whose domain can cover nearly 100 miles?
Whose domain can bring life back to a withered land? This is not my domain.
Lin Xuan's voice came through. He looked at the land shrouded in golden light, his eyes filled with complex emotions.
This is their domain.
It is the 49,673 brothers, who with their loyal souls, with their last affection for this land, have forged a pure land together. Lin Xuan extended his hand, feeling the warm and familiar breath in the air. He could clearly sense that Han Qing, Captain Zhao, and the countless sacrificed comrades, their will had not dissipated. They had completely merged with this hero monument, with this land. They had transformed into the guardian spirits of this boundary stone. They would forever guard this place, protecting the Yanhuang barrier behind them, guarding the homeland earned with their lives. This place is called Hall of Heroes. Lin Xuan whispered softly, giving this land a new name. All soldiers of Dragon Country who fight here will receive the protection of the heroic souls, injuries will heal faster, and when exhausted, they will fight to the death.
And any demons that step into this place.
Lin Xuan's lips curled into a cold arc. Will be repelled by this land, suppressed by 49,673 wills, and their strength will be greatly reduced. Their souls will endure the scorching wrath of loyal souls at all times, until they collapse. This statement left Mu Qingxue and the tens of thousands of demon-suppressing soldiers behind her utterly stunned.
A war domain that can provide immense benefits to their side while imposing horrific weakenings on their enemies.
This meant that from this day forward, the defense line of the Yanhuang barrier was no longer that lonely steel fortress, but instead, pushed outward nearly 100 miles.
This Hall of Heroes suppressed by the Hero Monument would become a death zone that demons could never cross. Commander Lin, majestic.
Someone, unknown who, was the first to snap back from extreme shock, using all their strength to roar.
Commander Lin is majestic. Long live Dragon Country. In the next second, a roaring cheer filled the sky. Those tens of thousands of demon-suppressing soldiers, who had just been immersed in sadness, now looked at the towering hero monument, at the reborn land, their eyes bursting with unprecedented light. They knew that the sacrificed brothers did not die in vain. Their blood did not flow for nothing. They would fight alongside them in another way until the very last moment of victory. In the Dragon Country live stream room, hundreds of millions of viewers were already so excited they were speechless. My God! What kind of divine skill is this? Creating a holy domain out of thin air? Hall of Heroes. What a great name.
It sounds so blood-pumping.
Whoever invades our territory, though far, will be punished. I used to think this was just a slogan, but now I believe it.
Who dares step on this land, should first ask whether the tens of thousands of heroic souls of Dragon Country agree. Upstairs, it's 49,673.
We must remember this number. Remember each hero who sacrificed for us. Yes. Remember them.
Heroes do not die, but merely lie in eternal slumber, transforming into the guardians of our mountains and rivers. At this moment, there was no sadness left in the hearts of the people of Dragon Country.
Only supreme pride and unyielding belief in victory. Meanwhile, the international public channel fell into dead silence again.
Those foreign viewers stared at the screen where the hero monument radiated a sacred glow, feeling a chill surge from their feet to the top of their heads. They mocked the people of Dragon Country for only being able to fill with lives. But they never expected, the people of Dragon Country could truly use lives to carve out a path to heaven. They laughed at the sacrifices of Dragon Country as meaningless. But they never thought that the sacrifices of Dragon Country could transform into immortal heroic souls, forging a realm of gods and demons. Eagle Sauce Country, 5-star General Secret Wire, immediately re-evaluate the war potential of Dragon Country. This is not a military assessment, it is a cultural assessment. They can turn martyrdom into a strategic weapon.
Sakura Country, Prime Minister's residence, pale-faced, Baka, this is not battle, this is an ancient civilization proclaiming to the world. Even death will be at their service. They finally understood. What they faced was not an ordinary country, but a terrifying civilization, with a history of 1,000 years of unyielding strength, and the iron will of 1 billion people, that even death could not crush. Chapter 65, The tribute ends, count the gains.
The third bell tolled, and the dust settled. Lin Xuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his knees. In his movements, there was not a moment of hesitation. Behind him, over 30,000 surviving demon-slaying soldiers still knelt on one knee. They bowed their heads, their shoulders trembling from suppressed sobs. On both sides of the street, the residents who came to welcome them, young and old, also knelt on the ground, silently shedding tears for the hero monument and the shining names of their loved ones on it.
The entire Yanhuang barrier was once again engulfed in immense grief.
The glory of victory seemed so pale in front of the 49,673 names. Lin Xuan's gaze swept across the bowed heads. He saw the sadness and emptiness in the soldiers' eyes, the sorrow and dependence on the faces of the people.
This hero monument was both a tribute and a shackle. It suppressed the demons but could also crush the backs of the living.
Lin Xuan said nothing, only watching quietly. The cries in the square gradually faded. All gazes finally converged on the only standing figure, him.
He finally spoke.
His voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced into everyone's eardrums.
Everyone, get up. No one moved.
They felt that only by kneeling could they express their sorrow for the dead and ease the guilt in their hearts.
Lin Xuan's brow furrowed for the first time after the battle.
He took a step forward, and his voice suddenly erupted.
I command you, get up.
This voice infused with the will of a master exploded like thunder, making everyone's eardrums buzz.
All the kneeling people trembled, instinctively wanting to rise, yet their sorrow nailed them to the spot. Why did Commander Han and 49,673 brothers die?
Lin Xuan's voice rang out again, cold as ice. They spilled their last drop of blood not for us to kneel here, crying like a bunch of cowards. They shattered the demon clan with blood and flesh, not to win a victory that needs tears to commemorate. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over everyone, finally pinning down on the boy named Lin Xiaohu.
Sacrifice.
Each word was pronounced emphatically, the voice like a heavy hammer.
It was not to make us kneel forever, but to let us stand taller than ever before. Boom.
This statement pierced through the layer of sadness in everyone's heart like 10,000 steel needles.
Stand taller. Yes. Heroes shed blood to let the living live with more dignity.
Ancestors died to let the descendants straighten their spines.
If they only cry here, wouldn't the blood of heroes have spilled in vain?
The first to stand up was the one-armed soldier. He pushed himself up with his remaining hand, unsteady but determined, standing tall.
He wiped the blood and tears from his face, and in his remaining eye, sorrow faded, leaving only fiery fighting spirit. Next came the second, then the third. 34,112 demon-slaying soldiers all stood up.
They no longer bowed their heads or shed tears. They straightened their chests, like blood-stained battle spears, standing tall on the ground, shining with sharp brilliance. On both sides of the street, the residents also rose one after another. The old lady with white hair wiped her tears with her sleeve, her face carrying a smile woven of pride and hope. Lin Xiaohu proudly puffed out his little chest. He looked at Lin Xuan's back, his clear eyes filled with fiery admiration and longing. At this moment, the sorrowful clouds hanging over the Yanhuang barrier were completely torn apart. In their place was a steel-like cohesion.
And a blazing light called hope.
This scene, through the eye of the sky, was imprinted in the hearts of 1,400,000,000 compatriots of the Dragon Country. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, after a brief silence, came a torrent of comments like landslide and tsunami.
Stand up. Everyone get the hell up. This is my Dragon Country soldier. What are you crying for? Heroes bleed to make the living stand taller. Our heroes don't need tears. I sign up for the army. Now. Immediately. Count me in. I also want to go kill monsters. Billions of indomitable wills converged into a magnificent spiritual current.
At this moment, Lin Xuan's body suddenly trembled. He felt an invisible, yet as solid as divine iron, link tying him completely to the 1,400,000,000 compatriots of his distant homeland. The fighting spirit ignited in every compatriot's heart, transformed into the purest energy, crossing time and space, wildly pouring into his body.
Ding!
Detected that the fighting spirit of the entire Dragon Country has reached its peak. Permission united as one triggered, faith resonance. Congratulations, host, you have received the fighting spirit blessing from 1,400,000,000 compatriots, faith value plus 5 billion. Lin Xuan felt the surging power within him again, looking at this thoroughly transformed army, his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. He turned around and ordered Mu Qingxue and several surviving centurions beside him. Count the casualties, gather the weapons, treat the wounded, and let the whole army rest for 3 days. In 3 days, I want the Yanhuang barrier to have not a single wounded soldier.
Yes. General Lin.
Several generals thundered in response, their previous confusion completely gone, leaving only absolute execution power. After giving all the orders, Lin Xuan's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he stood on the highest city wall of the Yanhuang barrier. Beneath his feet was a city glowing with countless lights from thousands of homes. In the distance stood the Hall of Heroes, bathed in golden radiance. That towering national hero monument, like a silent giant, stood still between heaven and earth, exuding a reassuring and magnificent aura. Only at this moment did Lin Xuan finally have time to count the Yi gains after this great battle. Consciousness sank in, and the system light screen that only he could see unfolded before him.
Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, initial stage of Master Realm. Lifespan, 139 years. Faith value, 13.5674 billion. Talent, Blood Debt, activated. Cultivation method, Ancient Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, second level, Dragon Elephant Suppression Divine Body. Martial skill, Ninefold Spear Technique, second level, Soul Burning. Special building, National Hero Monument, unique. First is the Realm. Master. In burning life to kill the Emperor, with the people's wishes and the reward from the Eye of Heaven, he finally broke through the shackles of transforming Qi and stepped into the Master Realm that countless martial artists dreamed of. Entering the Master Realm was like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. His life level underwent a qualitative transformation. His lifespan, after the system's repair, not only compensated for the losses but soared to 139 years. And what moved Lin Xuan the most was that exaggerated string of numbers. 135 billion. After expending 50 billion to forge the hero monument, the faith value still remained at such a terrifying amount. Among this, not only was there the mighty belief of the whole nation's wishes, but also the overwhelming fighting spirit of 1,400,000,000 compatriots ignited by his words just moments ago. United as one.
This permission turned him and the entire nation into a true, shared entity of honor and disgrace.
This was not just a number.
This was his greatest confidence to dare to burn life again in the future. It was the cornerstone for the reconstruction and counterattack of the Yanhuang barrier. Lin Xuan's eyes finally fell on the last two lines of the system light screen. Cultivation method, Ancient Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, second level, Dragon Elephant Suppression Divine Body. Martial skill, Ninefold Spear Technique, second level, Soul Burning. Chapter 66, one person cultivates, the entire clan ascends. Ancient Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, second level, Dragon Elephant Suppression Divine Body. Lin Xuan could feel that the blood and qi flowing within him had undergone qualitative changes. No longer just pure red, but now tinged with a hint of ancient barbaric dragon-like vast golden hue. Every drop of blood felt heavy like lead in mercury. Contained the terrifying divine power that could suppress mountains and rivers. In the past, he had to actively operate his cultivation technique to draw upon the power of the dragon and elephant. Now, this power had become his instinct, engraved into his very bones. Every breath he took, every heartbeat, was continuously refining this masterful body. His body was a moving and ever-growing ancient divine prison. And the second level of the Ninefold Spear Technique, Burning Soul. If the first level Burning Blood was an ultimate killing on a purely physical level, then Burning Soul had already touched upon the forbidden realm of attacking the divine soul. Lin Xuan raised his hand, and the dragon-soothing spear let out a low hum as it fell into his palm. He had a strong intuition that with just a thought, he could fuse his masterful will with the spear intent, striking a blow that would destroy the enemy's soul. This was a lethal technique targeted at high-level monsters, especially those monster commanders and emperors with powerful divine souls. The improvement of his martial arts was within expectation. What truly shocked Lin Xuan's mind was the comprehensive upgrade of the system permissions. He had personally experienced the incredible powers of Unity of the Heart and Heroic Spirit Decree. The former made him one with 1.4 billion fellow countrymen, their faith values flowing together like rivers merging into the sea, unending. The latter allowed the sacrificed heroic spirits to remain in the world, transforming into immortal guardian souls for their homeland. And now, his gaze fell on that second permission, also the new permission he had yet to use.
Permission 2, Faith Furnace. The function of faith value was no longer just for exchanging lifespan. It could be used for 1. Strengthening divine weapons, 2. Deducting cultivation techniques, 3. Bestowing blessings on specified targets. Lin Xuan's eyes immediately focused on the second function. Deducting cultivation techniques. His breathing suddenly stalled. In his mind, the techniques of Ancient Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique and Ninefold Spear Technique instantly surfaced. Both of these techniques were forbidden arts. The cost was blood loss, organ damage, and burning life. Even though he now had vast amounts of faith value to exchange for lifespan, almost making him immortal, the flaws of the techniques themselves remained a sword hanging over his head. Every extreme mobilization caused irreversible permanent damage to his body. And the emergence of the deducting cultivation technique's function, did it mean? Do you wish to consume 3 billion faith values to deduct the Ancient Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique and remedy its flaws? Do you wish to consume 2 billion faith values to deduct the ninefold spear technique and remedy its flaws?
Lin Xuan's heart jumped violently.
It truly could be done.
This was truly defying the heavens to change fate. It meant Lin Xuan could turn these immensely powerful yet costly forbidden arts into truly his own, flawless divine skills. Once he walked this path, his future would know no limits.
5 billion faith values for 2 perfect divine skills was a steal.
Yet, Lin Xuan still did not immediately exchange.
He forcibly suppressed that burning impulse and shifted his gaze down to the third and final function of the faith furnace.
Bestow blessings on specified targets.
What was this?
Lin Xuan furrowed his brow slightly.
Bestowing a buff on others? He focused his consciousness on this. Please choose the type of blessing.
Type 1, Guardian Blessing, consumes 10 million faith values /person /time, can grant the target a layer of protective light based on the host's defense to withstand one fatal attack. Type 2, Sharp Blessing, consumes 10 million faith values /person /time, can add a wisp of host's spear intent to the target's weapon, doubling its power for the next attack.
Type 3.
A series of blessing types dazzled Lin Xuan's eyes.
The effects were strong, one for saving lives, one for killing strikes.
But the cost was equally huge, 10 million times could only be used on a few elite individuals like Mu Qingxue.
The cost-effectiveness did not seem high. Lin Xuan instinctively shook his head, feeling it was somewhat pointless. Just as he was about to shift his focus back to deducting cultivation techniques, an idea, without warning, exploding in his mind. Wait. Blessing. Martial arts training accelerator.
Lin Xuan's pupils, in an instant, shrank to the most dangerous needlepoint. A crazy thought, so wild it sent chills down his spine, uncontrollably surged forth from the deepest part of his heart, wildly thriving.
What if? What if the type of blessing is not limited to the few provided by the system? What if he could bestow his own abilities onto others in the form of a blessing? For example, that martial arts training accelerator also needing belief points to activate.
As soon as this thought appeared, it turned into a raging fire, instantly burning through his entire spirit.
Lin Xuan's breath stopped.
His heart thudded like a drum, each beat jolting his chest. He trembled, and in his heart, he issued a command to the system that even he found absurd.
System, can I give the martial arts training accelerator as a blessing to a specified target? 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A deathly silence. These 3 seconds felt as long as a century to Lin Xuan. Ding.
A crisp notification sound, like heavenly music. Special command from the host detected.
Permission judgment in progress? Judgment passed.
Guardian exclusive authority unlocked, divine favor. You can bestow the effect of your martial arts training accelerator as a blessing to specified citizens of Long Country. Consumption, 1000 belief points /day for each person, for X speed.
Boom.
Lin Xuan's mind felt like it had exploded with 10,000 nuclear bombs. He stood frozen on the city wall, letting the cold wind tousle his white hair. Those eyes, which had seen mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, witnessing the deaths of countless soldiers without much fluctuation, now stirred up a mighty wave.
Ecstasy.
Uncontrollable joy surged from the depths of his soul, almost drowning his reason.
He was not fighting alone. Never has he been.
Before, behind him was the hope of 1.4 billion compatriots. Now, he would turn that hope into steel guns in the hands of 1.4 billion people. One person, 4 times the speed, 1,000 belief points a day.
10,000 people means 10 million points. 100,000 people means 100 million points. He now has 13.5 billion belief points. Chapter 67, Death Zone, Desperate Truth. The next day.
Dawn light barely broke. The cries that had lasted all night had somehow stopped. What replaced it was the clang of steel clashing, the orderly orders, and countless footsteps merging into a torrent.
The sadness had not disappeared.
It was merely forged into silent steel, embedded into the spine of every living person. The entire Yanhuang barrier, like a lion licking its wounds, prepared to leap at the enemy once again, silently gathering strength.
City Defense Command Center.
This is the brain of the entire barrier, bright as day under lights that never went out. Mu Qingxue and several surviving generals had not slept all night, their bloodshot eyes fixed on the massive 3D sand table, analyzing various possible defense strategies. The air was thick with caffeine and the oppressive scent of gunpowder smoke. A figure appeared at the command center door without warning. White hair like snow, posture straight as a spear.
It was Lin Xuan.
The bloody combat uniform had been changed, now he wore a clean, sharp black outfit, making his overly pale face even more stern. The noisy discussions in the command center ceased abruptly. Everyone, including Mu Qingxue, instinctively straightened their bodies at the sight of Lin Xuan, their eyes filled with absolute respect and conviction.
The current Lin Xuan was no longer just the chosen one.
He was the only commander of the Yanhuang barrier, the sole faith to the 34,000 soldiers and 1,000,000 citizens.
Commander Lin. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices booming.
Lin Xuan slightly nodded, his gaze not lingering on anyone as he directly walked toward the giant strategic sand table. His gaze fell on the easternmost part of the sand table, a region marked as abyssally dark. There was no terrain data, no energy markings.
Only a blood-red, grotesque name. Shanghai Magic City. About it.
Lin Xuan extended his finger and gently tapped on that patch of darkness, his voice calm without a ripple.
I want to know everything.
Mu Qingxue stepped forward, her expression gravely serious. She waved her hand, activating the highest authority in the command center.
Buzz.
The image of the entire sand table instantly transformed, leaving only the black area representing Shanghai Magic City, magnified infinitely, like a black hole choosing to devour, hovering before everyone. Shanghai Magic City was once one of the most prosperous and defensively strongest war zones in our Dragon Nation's 9 battle districts.
Mu Qingxue's voice slightly tightened, out of her control.
10 years ago, guarding there was our Dragon Nation's previous chosen one, Senior Li Hao.
Li Hao.
As soon as this name was mentioned, an old general with graying temples in the command center trembled uncontrollably. The tactical data pen tightly gripped in his hand emitted a crack sound as it was crushed, forming visible cracks. In his eyes was a pain that cut deep. Senior Li Hao was recognized as the most promising genius to break through to the martial king realm at that time. Mu Qingxue continued, her voice growing heavier. Under his command was the Demon Suppression Army of 150,000, the most well-equipped, elite troop of our era.
Their strength even surpassed our current demon subduing army.
To put it this way, their standard battle armor could withstand 3 full-force attacks from high-tier demon soldiers without damage. At these words, a series of suppressed gasps echoed in the command center.
What immense power that must have been. But they are gone. Mu Qingxue's words cut through everyone's illusion like a sharp blade, ice-cold and piercing.
Her voice carried a profound sense of helplessness that stemmed from 10 years ago. According to Marshal Han Qing's sparse descriptions before his death, and from the last segments of fragmented communications we intercepted from that final battle,
Mu Qingxue's fingertip traced the air, and a blurry image filled with static and snowflakes appeared before everyone.
In the image, the sky was a strange dark purple, the ground was ablaze, and countless grotesque demons surged like a tide crashing against an iron giant city. When the war against the demons broke out, the first report from the Shanghai Magic City battle zone contained just one word.
Demon Sea.
Mu Qingxue's voice was heavy, these 2 words seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 tons. Not a descriptor, but a literal meaning. Endless demons surged forth from a sudden, enormous spatial crack that covered the entire city. It was not a tide of demons, but a living, breathing ocean made of flesh, shells, and claws. Senior Li Hao was already a half-step martial king at that time, just 1 step away from true kinghood. He led 150,000 demon suppression troops, holding the line, fighting desperately.
However, the enemy was too numerous. Mu Qingxue took a deep breath, seemingly unwilling to recall that record.
What they faced was not just a massive number of low-tier demon soldiers. According to the final energy wave analysis, just the master-level great demons that appeared on the battlefield numbered at least. She paused for a moment, exhaling a number that sent the entire command center into absolute zero.
30. Boom.
A young staff officer's face turned pale in an instant, and the data stream before him became chaotic, yet he felt nothing. The old general who had crushed the tactical pen was wide-eyed, rooted in place as if his soul had been drawn from his body. All the leaders' faces drained of color. A single great demon, the Bee King, had cost them nearly 50,000 loyal souls, almost wiping out the entire army. What Senior Li Hao faced back then was 30 terrifying beings.
What does that mean?
It means that 10 years ago, Li Hao almost single-handedly fought against 30 terrifying existences on the same level as the Bee King.
Senior Li Hao, he did not retreat. Mu Qingxue's eyes reddened slightly, her voice hoarse.
He, with his half-step martial king body, fought back bravely, battling 8 great demons alone, giving the demon suppression army a chance to breathe. In that battle, he killed 3, heavily wounded 5, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to crack. But he hadn't even seen the true master behind that sea of demons. According to Commander Han's speculation, at the center of that sea of demons, deep within that spatial crack, lurks a true. Mu Qingxue's voice was incredibly hoarse, and a thought flashed through Lin Xuan's mind at this moment.
Finally, is it time to face them? Demon King. Demon King.
These 2 words felt like an invisible mountain, crashing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Above the Grandmaster is the Martial King.
Above the great demons, there stands the Demon King.
That is a taboo existence capable of eliminating a battle zone by itself.
Chapter 68, Lin Xuan's 3 questions, anger reignited. Silence. As Mu Qingxue finished speaking, the command center fell into silence. The words human devil shattered the flickering hope. 30 great demons. One demon king.
This set of words represented a sure death conclusion. Several old generals trembled, not from fear, but from helplessness. They seemed to return 10 years back, listening to Li Hao's final roar on the radio, hearing the wails of 150,000 comrades. General Zhou Zhenghua, crushing his tactical pen, froze in place. Li Hao was his old squad leader, the brother who let him out from being a rookie. He couldn't forget, just before communication was cut off, his brother's last roar, Zhenghua. Hold the Great Wall. Protect, home. That disastrous defeat became an unhealable scar in the hearts of an entire generation of Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Now, the sky I was asking Lin Xuan to carry the rebirth of hope and face that scar once more, to die again. This. A general's lips trembled, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word, finally resignedly closing his eyes. To go is to seek death. Not to go is to disobey orders. The sky I left them no way out. In this despair, a calm voice suddenly broke through.
Are you done? Lin Xuan.
He never took his gaze away from the pitch-black area on the sand table. His face showed none of the shock, fear, or solemnity that others expected. There was a cold focus, as if he was not looking at a death zone but at a piece of land already marked on the map, waiting to be claimed. Mu Qingxue suddenly looked up, staring dazedly at Lin Xuan's profile.
She realized she completely couldn't understand this young man.
In front of him, the despair capable of crushing a civilization seemed like just another task to be handled.
This extreme calm was more chilling than any rage. I'm done. She instinctively replied. Good. Lin Xuan nodded.
He slowly turned around, scanning every pale face in the command center. He finally spoke, his voice low but every word clear.
30 great demons, 1 demon king, 150,000 demon suppression army, all annihilated.
Lin Xuan calmly restated this fact.
So what?
Lin Xuan's tone suddenly shifted, filled with icy questioning.
So we should just forget it? So that land will forever be marked with demons, never again to be the territory of the Dragon Kingdom?
So, Senior Li Hao and the bones of 150,000 brothers will forever lie buried in that foreign land, without even a gravestone?
3 questions in a row.
The commanders in the command center shook violently, their faces losing color yet instantly turning red again.
Shame. Yes.
They had only thought of the dangers ahead, only thought this was a mission of certain death.
But they forgot. That land is called Hushong. That was once the most prosperous city of the Dragon Kingdom. It is the Eastern Pearl. It is their homeland. I know what you are afraid of.
Lin Xuan's voice echoed again as he slowly walked to the sand table and reached out his hand, covering that patch of darkness. His action was not like touching a dangerous area, but like caressing a scarred family member.
The enemy is strong, strong enough to make us despair.
They have used a massacre to tell us that they are invincible. They think that as long as they kill our army, they can occupy our homeland.
As long as they scare us, we will forever shrink behind this barrier, struggling to survive.
Lin Xuan's mouth curled into a mocking smile.
They are wrong.
10 years ago, Senior Li Hao, with his death, told them Dragon Country soldiers can have their heads severed, blood can flow, but their spine will never bend. 10 years later, it is my turn, our turn, to tell them.
Lin Xuan's voice suddenly rose, turning into a roar. Even if there is only 1 inch left of my Dragon Country's land, it still belongs to the dragon. Demons have no right to stand on it. Boom!
This roar tore apart the oppressive clouds in the command center. The flames that the generals had just extinguished were reignited, burning more fiercely than ever before. Lin Xuan withdrew his hand.
The enemy is strong, we just need to become stronger than it.
His voice was calm, like stating a fact. But this calm voice, in the ears of the generals in the command center, was like a mental nuclear explosion. The blood that had been frozen by cruel truth was completely ignited at this moment, boiling instantly.
That's right. Is the strength of the enemy our reason to kneel and beg for mercy?
10 years ago, Senior Li Hao gave the answer with his death. 10 years later, Commander Lin pointed the way with his words.
Commander Lin.
Old General Zhou Zhenghua suddenly looked up, tears streaming down his face.
He kneeled before Lin Xuan on one knee.
I am the commander of the 3rd Brigade of the Demon Suppression Army, Zhou Zhenghua, requesting to fight.
Please, Commander Lin, give the order.
My 3rd Brigade is willing to be the vanguard for the expedition, to pave the way for Senior Li Hao.
We won't retreat until our blood runs dry.
His voice had no trace of despair, only ironclad determination.
I, Mu Qingxue, request to fight. I
request to fight. Request to fight. In an instant, all surviving generals in the command center knelt on one knee, their voices booming like thunder, shaking the heavens. They were no longer afraid of the Demon King, no longer desperate about the death zone. Only one kind of madness remained, named living toward death. Lin Xuan looked over each of them, not immediately letting them rise, but slowly turning around to face the eye of the sky again. He knew that his earlier declaration had ignited not just this command center. It had also sparked the vast homeland on the other side of the eye of the sky. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. After Lin Xuan shouted, "Even if there is only 1 inch left of my Dragon Country's land, it still belongs to the dragon," the entire live broadcast room went wild. For dozens of seconds, the screen was filled with and various excited symbols, without any effective information. When people calmed down slightly, the comments section exploded. Belongs to the dragon. It must belong to the dragon. Whoever dares to say no, I'll come through the internet and twist their head off. Demon City. That is the magical city of Shanghai. My grandfather defended it with Senior Li Hao back then. I have grown up watching him and Senior Li Hao repel the invasion of the demon clan. That is our land. Why should we give it to those beasts? Senior Li Hao, 150,000 Demon Suppression Army. It's been 10 years. We can't let them die with their eyes closed. Bring them home. We must bring them home. Expedition. I request to join the expedition army. I am worthless, just a strength martial artist. I missed the Demon Suppression Army back then, but this time, I must die on the road to reclaim our homeland. Count me in upstairs. Damn it, I'm trembling all over. What the hell is the Demon King? Just do it. With 1.4 billion people, each one spitting, we can drown it. Chapter 69, The Soul as a Witness. In the name of divine grace. The next day, at 6 in the morning. The sky was not yet bright, a faint light was struggling to tear apart the darkness of the horizon. The barrier of the Yan and Huang, the hero square. Silence. 34,112 surviving warriors of the demon-taming army, dressed in black uniforms washed of blood, stood in formations of hundreds on the square. In front of them was the towering national monument, 100 feet high, entirely black, inscribed with the names of 49,673 heroes. The monument did not reflect the morning light, instead, it seemed to absorb the light, emanating a comforting heaviness and a sense of solemnity. No one spoke. Not a single sound could be heard. Only over 30,000 stifled yet fervent breaths, swirling together like an invisible storm above the square. On every soldier's face, there was no longer the sorrow and confusion of yesterday. Instead, there was an almost fanatical anticipation for the unknown that was about to come. They did not know what Commander Lin would have them do. But they knew, from this day forward, they would follow that figure with white hair to the ends of hell. The Eye of the Sky live-streamed this scene to the entire world. 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom held their breath at this moment. Overseas, countless eyes, filled with suspicion, ridicule, and a hint of dread they themselves were reluctant to admit, fixated on the screen. Time passed, second by second. When the first ray of sunlight broke over the city walls and precisely illuminated the top of the hero monument, a figure, without warning, appeared in front of the monument. White hair like frost, black clothes like ink. Lin Xuan. He did not look at anyone, simply standing silently, with his back to the crowd, gazing up at the monument he had forged with his own hands, as if engaging in a silent conversation with the 49,673 souls of heroes. Commander Lin. 34,112 soldiers knelt on one knee, right hands clenched into fists, pounding heavily on their chests. The movement was uniform, the muffled sound merging into a thunderous roar. This was the highest tribute of the demon-taming army to their commander. Lin Xuan slowly turned around. His calm gaze swept across the black forest of steel before him, scanning every young, determined face filled with trust. He did not let them rise. Lin Xuan spoke, his voice, empowered by his mastery, clearly entered everyone's ears. Lift your heads and look at this monument. All soldiers raised their heads at the sound. On it are your brothers, my brothers. Lin Xuan's voice was calm, yet it instantly reddened the eyes of countless soldiers. They used their lives to tell the monsters lurking in this land that here, the surname is Dragon. They, with their indomitable loyal spirits, taught us what it means to protect. Now. Lin Xuan stepped forward, an invisible pressure spreading out. It is our turn. I ask you, what are you? We are soldiers. Over 30,000 voices roared together, like a landslide in tsunami, shaking the entire barrier with a deep hum. Soldiers, why do we fight? For the Dragon Kingdom. For the people. For revenge. This time, the answer included 2 more words. These 2 words carried the taste of blood and fire, making the air turn scalding hot. Very good. A spark of approving flame finally ignited in Lin Xuan's eyes. But just will is not enough. Just anger is even less. What you need is power. The power to tear apart monsters with your own hands, to trample the city of demons, to avenge your brothers, absolute power. He scanned the entire audience, his voice suddenly rising.
This honor is not solely the effort of me, Lin Xuan.
Lin Xuan pointed at the hero monument behind him, his voice crisp and clear, heavy as thunder. It is these 49,673 souls who used their blood and bones to exchange for you the supreme grace.
Now, stand up. Accept it. This is the first gift for our brothers.
It is the foundation of martial arts for the Dragon Kingdom for generations to come, the way of unity of all paths. At the moment the words fell, Lin Xuan closed his eyes, and the divine soul power of the Master Realm swept over the entire arena. In the Hero Square, 34,112 warriors felt a sudden jolt in their minds, as a vast yet crystal-clear message, like a heavenly deity illuminating them, was forcefully imprinted into the deepest part of their souls.
The 10,000 paths return to one technique.
The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to all things. The essence of martial arts is simply force, speed, and change.
This method simplifies complexity, directly pointing to the source. The ancient scripture's summary exploded in everyone's minds, deafening and awakening them. God, this is a divine-level technique? Ignoring talent, ignoring root bones, a talent who hasn't moved for 10,000 years, can practice this? Not just practice.
This is simply tailor-made for us. The martial barriers I couldn't comprehend before, in the face of this summary, seem as clear as patterns on my palm.
After a brief shock, it was a volcanic eruption of joy and gratitude.
Their gazes towards Lin Xuan were no longer that of a commander, but of a divine being walking among them.
This is just the key.
Lin Xuan's voice rang out again, breaking their excitement.
Now, I will grant you the endless power to unlock the treasure house.
With the hero's soul as witness, in the name of divine grace.
In his heart, Lin Xuan gave the system an instruction capable of changing the era. System.
Activate Divine Grace Overflow to bestow the Martial Arts Cultivation Accelerator blessing on the 34,112 demon-slaying army soldiers.
Speed multiplier, 16 times. Duration, 60 days. Ding. Instruction confirmed. Target, 34,112 people.
Blessing type, Martial Arts Cultivation Acceleration, 16 times speed.
Consumption, each person consumes 4,000 faith points per day. Total daily consumption, 136448000 faith points. This blessing will last for 60 days, with an expected consumption of 818-688-0000 faith points. Host's current faith points balance, 205-674-0000. Do you confirm activation? Activate. Lin Xuan silently thought. Without a moment's hesitation.
At the instant he confirmed, the entire world froze for a moment.
And then, miracles descended. Buzz.
That towering national hero monument, absorbing all light, suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden radiance to the extreme. The light soared into the sky, exploding above the high heavens, transforming into a vast golden rain of light, fluttering down to the earth.
Each drop of golden rain contained purest life and spiritual energy.
They were not cold raindrops, but scorching, like liquid sun, accurately merging into the bodies of every soldier standing on the square.
Chapter 70 Burn Oneself, Nation Weeps.
On the square, a breathtaking scene appeared that shocked both ancient and modern times. 30,000 soldiers, like 30,000 ignited furnaces, their blood and energy steaming, spiraling with spiritual energy, formed an energy tide that even created a visible vortex of spiritual energy above the square. And Lin Xuan was like a divine sun hanging in the high heavens, selflessly pouring his light and heat onto every devout follower beneath him.
Break!
A roar, unable to be contained, erupted from a veteran formation. A centurion who had been stuck at the peak of Mingjin for 5 years, his bones crackled like frying beans, as veins like dragons and snakes coursed beneath his skin. A force, as solid as steel, surged explosively from within, pushing the air around him out in a visible white wave.
Breakthrough stage. He broke through. In less than 3 minutes, he achieved what countless people dreamed of and toiled for decades to reach, the threshold of breakthrough. Boom!
The sound of the breakthrough echoed like the detonation of a nuclear bomb.
Boom! 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 The next moment, waves of breakthroughs erupted one after another, resonating from all directions of the square. It was as if a grand symphony was sounding, heralding a new chapter for Dragon Country's martial arts. Several more seasoned veterans, having wasted years at a bottleneck, broke their shackles at this moment, stepping into the realm of breakthrough together. But the aura on them was rapidly increasing at a visible speed. Initial phase of transformation. Mid-phase of transformation. Peak phase of transformation. This scene, through the eye of the sky, left the entire Dragon Nation and the whole world in unprecedented silence. Dragon Nation live broadcast room. A full minute of dead silence. On the screen, there were no bullet comments at all. 1.4 billion people just stared blankly at the mythical scene on the screen, watching the white-haired youth ablaze with golden flames, their minds completely blank. Finally, someone with trembling hands sent out the first bullet comment. God, miracle. This is fucking a miracle. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. 3 minutes. 1 transformation. Am I seeing this wrong? My dad has been stuck for 10 years. Lin God. He is truly bestowing blessings. He is sharing power with everyone. One person obtains the Tao, and even the chickens rise to the heavens? No. This is one person becoming a god, the whole clan ascending. Lin God is amazing. Voice breaking. After a brief silence, the madness erupted like a landslide and tsunami. The words Lin God, once a title of respect and affection, became a reality from this moment on. However, amidst this ocean of celebration, a few discordant bullet comments popped up. Everyone calm down, don't exaggerate too much, okay? Isn't this just the special effect of a divine-level technique? It's just fast cultivation. Exactly, could it be the fault of the 10,000 paths return to one technique? Do you really need to cry and shout now? As soon as these comments appeared, they lit a fuse. What are you talking about? Divine-level technique? Have you ever cultivated? Stop babbling here. You're taking it lightly. Do you know where Lin Xuan's technique comes from? It's from burning life to fight, winning the hardest battles. Do you think it just fell from the sky? Without Lin Xuan's fight, you wouldn't even have a chance to watch this livestream now. Ungrateful thing. Without Lin Xuan, we would still be mourning the fall of the Yanhuang barrier. What right do you have to talk here? Just when the live broadcast room was about to drown in anger, a bold red message jumped out from Chief Spiritual Energy Researcher of Dragon Nation Academy, Wang Bo. Everyone, calm down. Don't shout yet. Don't you feel this golden energy very familiar? This comment was like a bucket of cold water, pouring over all the excited and angry viewers. Familiar? People instinctively recalled. Soon, someone reacted, sending out a comment filled with terror. It's the same kind of golden flame burning when Lin Xuan fought the Bee Queen alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole nation fell silent. Wang Bo's second comment followed closely, every word like a heavy hammer, striking at everyone's hearts. Exactly. Based on our energy model analysis, this golden energy's core fluctuation is almost identical to Lin Xuan when he burned life. It is essentially a highly burned aggregate of life essence, spiritual will, and spiritual energy. He is not bestowing blessings. He is burning his own lifespan, burning his martial foundation, pouring his vitality like firewood into the furnace, transforming it into the purest energy, to share with 30,000 soldiers. He is, using his life, to exchange a future for the Dragon Nation. Boom! At that moment, the minds of 1.4 billion people in the Dragon Nation completely exploded. In the live broadcast room, the earlier amazing arguments instantly vanished. What replaced it was a deathly silence. Countless people looked at the screen, at the figure shrouded in golden light, like a god. His face was expressionless, calm as water. But this calmness, in everyone's eyes, transformed into the self-burning, illuminating others' supreme tragedy. Why was he doing this? Because he said he would recover Shanghai. Because he said he would avenge the 49,673 brothers. Because he said, after tomorrow, he would make the Dragon Nation's soldiers like dragons. He did not go back on his word. He simply chose the most tragic and decisive way to fulfill his promise. No. Don't. A girl looked at the screen, covering her mouth, tears flooding out. Lin Xuan, please, stop, we don't want it anymore, we don't want anything anymore. Lin Xuan, a child not even 20 years old. He has already done enough for us. Why must we push him like this? The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. Whoa whoa. I am proud to be born in the Dragon Kingdom. I am proud to have such a guardian god, but I really hurt so much. In the live broadcast room, more voices began to choke up. Lin Xuan, don't do this, you've already saved us once, that's enough. I'd rather the Yanhuang wall never be recovered than to see you burn yourself like this. 19, my son is also 19, he's still in university dating, while Lin Xuan is using his life to pave the way for us. As a mother, my heart is broken. Lin Xuan, do you know? Mothers all across the country consider you their own child. Seeing you like this, we hurt more than if we lost our own sons. Please, don't burn yourself anymore. Do we, the common people, deserve to be guarded like this? He should have the brightest youth, he should have the most beautiful future, but he gave everything to us, how can we ever deserve this? Chapter 71, Burning Out to Extend the Nation's Life. Our time is running out. This sentence, light as a feather, yet heavier than 10,000 bolts of lightning. It pierced through the screen, becoming an invisible, deadly ice spike, precisely stabbing deep into the hearts of 1.4 billion Dragon Kingdom citizens, and then twisting it violently. The Dragon Kingdom's highest command center. Li Jiannan's body suddenly stiffened, the hard metal edge of the command desk groaning under the weight of his palm.
His mind exploded with a deafening roar. This is the gift the heroic souls have earned for you with their blood and bones. Lin Xuan's words in front of the hero monument rang in his ears at that moment. So this was it. It wasn't just some beautiful speech to boost morale. This young man, this child not yet 20, from the very beginning, had already paved the road leading to the martyr's cemetery for his own ending. Li Xuan stared at the white-haired youth completely engulfed in golden flames on the screen, watching his calm yet cold profile. This lifelong soldier, whose heart was like iron, his gaze, for the first time, blurred by a layer of burning mist.
There was no more time. To everyone listening, this was a death prophecy.
It was Lin Xuan using his remaining life to strike the final warning bell for the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Child. Li Xuan's voice was so hoarse it was almost out of tune.
He wanted him to stop, wanted to tell him that the Dragon Kingdom could wait, that they could think of another way. But all the words were stuck in his throat, turning into a silent lump of sorrow.
He couldn't. That would be a double sacrilege to Lin Xuan's sacrifice and determination. I understand.
Li Xuan suddenly straightened his bent spine, saluted the screen with a perfect, impeccable military salute.
His roar carried a heart-wrenching, tragic intensity.
The Dragon Soul Expeditionary Army will reach within 24 hours.
We guarantee to complete the mission. This scene flooded the entire Dragon Kingdom livestream with a torrent of sorrow. No. General. Let him stop. If we add 50,000 more soldiers, Lin Xuan, his body will burn like a candle. I hate it. I hate that I am just an ordinary person. I hate that I can't share the burden with him. From today on, if anyone dares to say anything bad about Lin Xuan, I will fight them to the death. If anyone disrespects the Dragon Kingdom, I'll show them what the fury of 1.4 billion people is.
The will of the entire nation was united like never before. The instigator of all this, Lin Xuan, seemed oblivious to the raging waves of the outside world.
His mind was completely immersed in the thrill of creating a myth. He could clearly see that within the bodies of 34,112 warriors, their vital energies were boiling, their meridians were expanding, and their bottlenecks were loosening. At the moment he confirmed the initiation of divine favor, over 8 billion points of faith were instantly deducted like an avalanche. The enormous base of 20 billion was as if a large piece had been gouged out, and that suddenly changing number was still shocking. This was a gamble. The stakes were the confidence he had to face the Demon King. If he won, the Dragon Kingdom would possess a transformed divine army. If he lost, no. Lin Xuan's will was as firm as divine iron.
There was no possibility of losing. At this moment, the sorrow from the outside world fermented to its extreme. In the sterile operating room, the lead surgeon glanced up at the screen on the wall during a pause in the surgery, and his hand holding the scalpel trembled imperceptibly. Next to him, the young nurse was already in tears. A girl in elementary school watched as her mother and grandmother wiped their tears on the television. She did not understand what it meant to burn one's life. She only saw the lonely-looking big brother with white hair, as if abandoned by the whole world. She put down her homework, imitating her grandmother, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and softly prayed in her childish voice. Grandpa God, please bless big brother Lin Xuan and let him not die. I am willing to give you all my lollipops. Her voice was small, but like a stone thrown into still water, it instantly stirred up tremendous waves. Her mother was stunned, and tears surged forth again. She hugged her daughter tightly and also clasped her hands together. Please, let him live. I am willing to exchange my 10 years of life for it. This scene happened in an ordinary family. And at the same time, it happened in thousands and thousands of households in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, amidst the ocean of sorrow, a different voice finally appeared. What good is crying here? Can tears save Marshal Lin? Then what can we do? We can do nothing. Who says we can't do anything? Did you forget the national wish? Battle intent is possible, fury is possible, so why can't our hope for him to live be possible? Yeah. Pray. Pray for Marshal Lin. Stop crying. Go pray. We do not want him to die. We want him to live. Live well. This thought was like a bolt of lightning splitting the night. In an instant, it ignited the last glimmer of hope in the despair of 1,400,000,000 people. What use is crying? What use is sorrow? Marshal Lin is paving the way for us with his life. Can we just watch him walk toward death? No. At that moment, the driver pulled over to the side of the road, clasped his hands together, and rested them on the steering wheel. The factory workers stopped their machines, took off their hats, and closed their eyes. Farmers in the fields straightened up, looked at the sky, and silently wished. Students, doctors, police officers, white-collar workers. In this moment, 1,400,000,000 people in the Dragon Kingdom put everything down. They either knelt, stood, or sat. Their actions were different, their identities varied. But in their hearts, there was only one thought left, the only thought.
Marshal Lin, live on. Please, live on.
This was not a command, not a request, but a humble and sincere plea from the depths of their souls.
Boom. And at that moment,
at the flame-yellow barrier, above the hero square, Lin Xuan, who was maintaining divine favor, suddenly felt his body shake violently. He felt a force that was entirely different from battle intent and revenge will, warmer, purer, and more vast. This invisible power surged toward him from the distant homeland, crossing time and space, like the universe and starry seas. This power carried affection, protection, and hope. It was not a demand but a giving.
It did not ask for anything in return.
Just wish for his safety.
Chapter 72, 10 Years of Blood and Tears, Hell Training.
Buzz.
Mu Qingshua's consciousness was completely pierced by that burning golden figure.
Her proud rationality and calmness shattered into pieces at that moment. The barely visible light scar below her left eye sent a wave of burning pain. Qingxue, survive, carry our share, together. The sealed memories erupted violently. It was many years ago during a brutally fierce border mission, when her father and her comrades used their burning lives to block the demon's fatal blow for her. That day, war took away her innocence, polished away all her edges, leaving only a heart sealed by ice and snow. She thought she had long grown accustomed to sacrifice. She thought she had long grown accustomed to burying all her emotions. But now, looking at that white-haired figure in the center of the square, determined and with no way to retreat, her heart, frozen for 10 years, suddenly cracked with a deep fissure. This boy, from the very beginning, never intended to walk out of the magic city of Shanghai alive. He planned to use his burned-out life to seek justice for the Dragon Kingdom, for the 49,673 heroic souls.
A wave of mixed emotions, pain and fury, poured into her chest, nearly suffocating her. Why? Why must all the burdens fall on his shoulders alone? Why must the hope of the Dragon Kingdom be ignited by the life of a child not yet 20?
The rune long sword at her waist let out a suppressed mournful cry, its sword energy churning.
Mu Qingshue's hand swiftly grasped the cold sword hilt. The metallic chill forced her chaotic mind to regain a trace of the absolute rationality belonging to a legion commander. She looked at Lin Xuan. Then she glanced at the warriors in the square, their breaths rising like gods and demons descending. A cold and extreme thought replaced all emotions. Lin Xuan is the Dragon Kingdom's only, irreplaceable, highest-level strategic asset. His survival takes precedence over everything.
Mu Qingshuo slowly released the sword hilt, raised her head, and looked at the silent hero monument. Her gaze regained its usual coldness and determination, but deep within, there was an additional madness called living toward death.
Lin Xuan.
You ignited the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Then, guarding this spark of fire is the only mission for us remnants of the old era. I make a resolution in the name of a soldier's glory, as the commander of the demon-slaying legion.
In the magic city of Shanghai. If this battle must have someone sacrifice. If a head must be placed on the altar of victory. That person is me, Mu Qingshuo. It absolutely cannot be you. In the center of the square. Just as Mu Qingshue's mind was shaken violently, the breaking wave in the square had already turned into a storm of energy. Ha ha ha. I broke through too. Transformation. Is this the feeling of transformation? I feel like I can punch a demon soldier to death. A burly centurion shouted to the sky, having achieved great success in the Ming strength, his body filled with energy as he took a step across a threshold that countless people could never cross in their lifetimes, reaching the early stage of transformation. He is neither the first nor the last. Boom. 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 Waves of energy blasted open among the crowd, like an unending fireworks feast. Some warriors had the phantom of a fierce tiger appearing over their heads, roaring to the sky. Some warriors had their battle blades moving on their own, humming, revealing sharp blade glimmers. One after another, veterans stuck at their bottleneck for years broke through with the baptism of golden light rain, charging forward like a bamboo being split. In just 10 minutes, the entire demon-slaying army added over 50 transformation warriors. And the remaining ones saw their cultivation levels soaring at an unbelievable speed. My goodness, is this the power of transformation? I feel like the energy and blood within me has turned into a rushing river. Be quiet. Feel the power given by Lin Xuan carefully. I feel that the one path returns to one technique combines with this power, all the barriers I didn't understand before are now clear. I can break through again. Hurry. Hurry up and cultivate. We cannot let down Lin Xuan's expectations, nor can we betray our brother's blood. In the square, there was an almost mad joy and urgency radiating. This army had just faced a devastating defeat, nearly breaking their spine, yet they were reborn in an incredible way, rising from the ashes. Lin Xuan quietly watched all of this, until the wave of breakthroughs gradually calmed down, and everyone immersed themselves in the ecstasy brought by their new power. Only then did he speak again.
His voice was not loud, but it was like a cold knife, cutting through all the noise in an instant.
Do you feel it? This power.
Lin Xuan's gaze swept over each person.
I feel it.
A roar like a tsunami surged into the sky.
This power is not for you to flaunt.
Lin Xuan's voice suddenly turned cold.
One path returns to one technique is just the foundation. Divine blessings are merely external forces.
From today on, the Yanhuang barrier will enter the highest state of combat readiness. Your training volume will increase tenfold.
Daily sleep must not exceed 2 hours. Besides eating and the most basic recovery, all your time must be spent on cultivating and sparring.
I want you to transform this power into your own killing instinct in the shortest time. His words were cruel and cold, devoid of any human sentiment.
But no soldier felt dissatisfied.
They just clenched their fists, their blood boiling inside.
You must remember.
Lin Xuan's voice rose again, like a heavy hammer, striking in every person's heart.
Every minute you cultivate is soaked in the blood of your comrades.
Every inch of your power bears the hopes of your homeland. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over everyone, his tone carrying a weight that was hard to detect. The loyal souls of 150,000 demon suppression troops in the magic capital of Shanghai are waiting for us.
Billions of monsters await our reckoning.
He paused, his voice becoming more serious, as if infused with blood. Moreover, just yesterday, I captured their deepest obsession and unwillingness from the remnants of 49,673 heroic spirits. On that fallen land, perhaps our compatriots are struggling in agony, waiting for rescue.
It has been 10 years.
A full 10 years. Those Dragon Kingdom citizens trapped in the demon-occupied areas may pray in darkness every day, hoping to see our flag fluttering over our homeland once again.
Even if their hope of survival is slim, we will never give up on any Dragon Kingdom citizen. Lin Xuan's fists were tightly clenched, the knuckles cracking with a sound. We grow stronger, not only for revenge,
but also to save our people.
Chapter 73, Technological Explosion, Barrier Rampage. The Yanhuang barrier is alive.
It is no longer a dying lion licking its wounds. It is a doomsday machine, infused with a nuclear fusion reactor, operating at full power.
In the City Defense Command Center.
This place is no longer noisy, it is a storm of information. Commands and reports roared in the air, scientists and combat advisors in lab coats collided with each other, hardly having time to apologize, grabbing each other's collars to confirm data, their faces reflecting the same kind of crazy excitement. On the walls, hundreds of screens displayed data flows that almost blurred.
Energy center overloaded by 300%.
Logistics department's material allocation efficiency increased by 500%. Medical recovery speed of the injured increased by 1000%.
Every number is a miracle.
At the eye of the storm, Mu Qingxue stood in front of a massive three-dimensional sand table, her expression frozen. She had not slept all night, her eyes bloodshot, yet her dark pupils shone fiercely. Her commands came one after another, with no nonsense, no hesitation.
Nail this roaring war machine firmly to the tracks. Energy Team 3. The spiritual gathering array at Node 7 is overloaded, switch to backup line B4 within 3 minutes. Logistics Department. Prioritize the first batch of Dragon Blood Body Elixir for severely injured soldiers. Within 12 hours, I want to see everyone back in the team. All Centurions. Coordinate drills, send me the data in half an hour.
She is the most precise and the coldest central processor of this machine. A figure with white hair silently appeared at the door.
Lin Xuan.
The moment he appeared, the bustling voices in the command center suddenly froze.
All running footsteps slowed down, and all shouts caught in their throats.
Gazes were cast over, mixed with awe, fervor, and absolute trust. Lin Xuan did not pay attention. He stood quietly, his eyes scanning the chaotic yet orderly scene, a hint of approval showing in his gaze.
The mournful soldiers must win. And a group of mournful soldiers who grasped power and bore deep grudges is a mad demonic army. Invincible in their path. Commander Lin.
Mu Qingxue turned around, and upon seeing Lin Xuan, her body instinctively tensed up.
Battle losses in materials, counted and complete.
She waved her hand to bring up a list, the light screen projected in front of Lin Xuan. The numbers on the list were shocking, but Lin Xuan's expression showed no change. His gaze fell to the bottom of the list, to the area marked as top secret. Rare strategic material stockpiles.
9 nether coal iron, 1,300 tons. Earthcore fire copper, 860 tons.
Thunderstrike wood heart, 520 pieces.
Void crystal stone, 340 kilograms.
Lin Xuan's eyebrows twitched. These are treasures that only exist deep in the battlefield of gods and demons, capable of forging divine weapons and artifacts. The foundation of the Yanhuang barrier is far thicker than he imagined.
Mu Qingxue seemed to see his confusion, a mixed expression of bitterness and ecstasy appeared on her face.
For 30 years, we exchanged countless soldiers' lives to retrieve these from various dead ends.
But
her fingertip traced over the lines of material names, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Before yesterday, they were no different from scrap iron and rotten wood.
Why? Lin Xuan asked. Technological lock.
Mu Qingxue spat out 4 words, filled with a deep powerlessness.
These high-level materials exist under an invisible set of rules.
Our technology has been locked tightly, unable to analyze, unable to utilize. We are like a group of primitive people guarding the bones of gods, only able to watch them gather dust while our soldiers go into battle with the most ordinary alloy knives against the claws and fangs of demons.
This is our greatest pain.
She shifted her tone, and the light in her eyes suddenly erupted.
Until the SSS Plus level national reward bestowed upon you by the Eye of the Sky. Mu Qingxue's breathing became rapid. She pointed to a corner.
There, an old man with a white beard was kneeling before a runestone with a group of researchers. Some were crying, some were laughing, looking as if they had gone mad. Professor Wang said, the high-dimensional energy structure analysis, runic matrix adaptive algorithm, and spiritual energy material aggregation technology in the rewards are the 3 keys. They have instantly broken through the technological shackles that have locked us for decades.
We have lit up the technology tree. Lighting up the technology tree.
These 5 words made Lin Xuan's heart and spirit tremble.
Professor Wang's team has found the initial plan. Mu Qingxue spoke rapidly, excitedly pulling up another report. The modified Earth Dragon all-terrain assault vehicle, 3,000 units, all have completed debugging. Boom!
The sand table imagery changed, rows of fearsome steel beasts appeared. Their dark golden outer shells were engraved with mysterious runes, their wheels replaced with multi-legged structures, and the front was equipped with a huge barrier drilling horn, emanating a wild and ruthless ferocity. Equipped with the Earthcore Fire Copper Power Core, engraved with 9 Nether Cold Iron Powder defense runes, maximum speed doubled, defense enhanced 5-fold. 3,000 Earth Dragons can carry 100,000 soldiers, and support all combat supplies for 3 months. Mu Qingxue stared at Lin Xuan, reporting her conclusion word by word.
Within 48 hours, we can lay siege to Hushang City. Everything is ready.
Lin Xuan looked deeply at Mu Qingxue.
This woman has done better than expected. Very good. Lin Xuan nodded and gave new orders. From now on, the highest command of the Yanhuang barrier is given to you. All combat plans will be entirely your responsibility.
Mu Qingxue suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with astonishment.
Commander Lin, I will go into seclusion. Lin Xuan's answer was simple and direct.
He turned and walked towards the depths of the command center, where the energy of the entire barrier converged.
All gathering arrays in the barrier will prioritize me. Do not let anyone disturb me before I finish my seclusion.
His back was resolute and solitary, carrying an undeniable authority. Mu Qingxue stood frozen in place, her mind blank.
Seclusion? At this critical moment before the great battle? What is he going to do? Wait. All gathering arrays in the barrier. Prioritize.
A thought so crazy it made her scalp tingle exploded in her mind.
He is now a master. Further up.
That is the legendary, never before seen in the last 10 years of the Dragon Kingdom.
Martial King. He wants to break through to the Martial King realm? With this massive amount of resources, in just a few days, to push for that legendary supreme realm? This thought almost froze the blood in her body. Mu Qingxue's heart raced.
All records about the Martial King flashed rapidly in her mind. Blood and energy transform into an ocean, will condenses into spirit. A thought arises, the world changes color.
A punch strikes, mountains and rivers shatter. Chapter 74, The Flawless Divine Body, The Healer's Heart.
Inside the gathering room, the spiritual energy was thick as golden liquid amber, completely engulfing Lin Xuan's figure.
However, his mind was not here. He was floating in an endless ocean of gold. This sea was made of faith.
But it was completely different from the excitement of battle intent and the fierceness of revenge. There were no war drums, no blazing flames. Only the softest, most humble prayers from 1 billion hearts.
Live on.
A tender child's voice, sweet as candy.
Please, live on. A mother's tears, scorching and sincere. This power asks for nothing, only gives.
Not for slaughter, but for protection.
Lin Xuan's soul was gently lifted by this unprecedented wave of warmth. The frantically jumping notes on the system panel explained everything. Faith type, prayer, protection. Judgment, this type of faith purity is extremely high, energy conversion rate far exceeds normal. So it turns out they thought I was burning my life. So that sentence, our time is running out, actually became the last straw that broke their psychological defenses. A curve appeared at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth, one he was not even aware of. He, who vowed to protect them, was in turn protected by them. System. Lin Xuan's thought, filled with an unprecedented determination. Use this 1 billion live on wills, for them, and for me. Forge an indestructible body. Consume 3 billion faith points, simulate the ancient dragon elephant suppression technique. Consume 2 billion faith points, simulate the ninefold spear technique. The command was given. The balance instantly evaporated by 50 billion. A massive flow of faith transformed into a radiant light of creation, fiercely pouring into Lin Xuan's soul. Boom! No illusion of cosmic birth and death, no dominance of falling stars. Lin Xuan felt his source of destructive tearing power gently smoothed out by countless warm hands, calming all flaws and violent edges. The self-mutilating pain experienced during the cultivation of the ancient dragon elephant suppression technique vanished in this moment. Those broken, wild energy pathways were woven back together by countless golden threads representing life and protection, perfectly stitched. Break and then establish, sublimated into establish and then give life. Destruction moved towards integration. The dragon elephant power within him was no longer a rampaging beast. They are a sacred legion, clad in golden armor, fighting to protect. They actively temper every inch of his flesh and blood, every heartbeat resonates with the solemn drumbeat that suppresses all demons and safeguards all beings. Ding! The simulation of ancient dragon elephant prison suppression technique is complete. The skill has been completed, merging with the wishes of 1.4 billion people, upgraded to divine level martial arts, Eternal Dragon Elephant Suppression Classic. Skill feature 3, Divine Power Boundless. This skill no longer has any side effects. The host's vitality and lifespan will be linked to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the national fortune endures, divine power will never run dry. Immediately, that will to protect surged toward the lethal gun technique. Ding! Ninefold gun decision simulation complete. The skill has been completed, upgraded to divine level martial skill, breaking army 9 kills. First kill, piercing rainbow. Second kill, shattering soul. Ninth kill, slay god. It's done. Lin Xuan opened his eyes. A golden light of a spear, condensed-like substance, flashed in his pupils, leaving a deep scratch, an inch deep, on the indestructible wall of the spirit gathering room, silently. He stood up, his fists clenched tightly. A powerful feeling of absolute control filled his whole body. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, Initial Master Realm, Perfect Foundation. Lifespan, 139 years, linked to national fortune. Faith value, 3,656,740,000. Physical body, Eternal Dragon Elephant Suppression Classic, 2nd level, Flawless Divine Body. Martial skill, Breaking Army 9 kills, first 2 moves mastered. Flawless Divine Body. As long as the national fortune endures, divine power will never run dry. The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth finally lifted into a truly confident smile. Now, he finally has the backbone to face the Demon King. Dragon Kingdom, Highest Command Center. The wave of prayers sweeping through 1.4 billion people has not yet dissipated. In the air, there lingers a sense of relief after surviving a disaster, along with a more refined and resolute will. Sadness settles, transforming into the fuel that drives this massive national machine as it rumbles with operation. Report. The first batch of the Dragon Soul Expeditionary Army, 30,000 soldiers have assembled at the military airport in the western suburbs of Beijing. Report. The first phase results of the Fire Plan, Dawn Type 1 spiritual energy rifles, have successfully mass-produced 10,000 units. They are being urgently airlifted. Report. The team of Professor Liu has sent good news. The core rune matrix of the gravitational spiritual pressure training room has been cracked by 30%. Deafening reports resounded one after another. Li Xuan stood in front of the giant national sand table, sleepless for a night. His face, filled with grooves, showed no sign of joy or sorrow, only an unfathomable solemnity. His gaze firmly locked onto the blood-colored mark of magic capital along the southeastern coast. Lin Xuan is in seclusion. The command of the Yanhuang barrier has been handed over to Mu Qingxue. And the entire logistics and mobilization of the Dragon Kingdom rest entirely on the shoulders of this commander. He cannot make a mistake, not a single step. At this moment, a spirited female general with a golden star on her shoulder quickly approached him. It was Qin Jing, the commander of the battlefield Apricot Grove Army. On her face, there was no excitement like other commanders, but rather an indescribable seriousness. General, Qin Jing's voice was very low, there is a problem. Li Xuan's gaze shifted from the sand table, his brows instantly tightening. Speak. The medical team is severely understaffed. Qin Jing handed over an urgent report, her voice trembling slightly. Our logistics can't keep up with Marshal Lin's miraculous creations. Li Xuan took the report screen, his thick fingers nearly crushing it. The content of the report was like a bucket of ice water poured over his burning heart. Lin Xuan's divine grace is essentially a form of ultra-high-dimensional energy infusion.
It forcefully breaks through the shackles of the human body in the most savage way, catalyzing life potential.
For the recipients, it's an enormous opportunity. But one misstep could lead to endless suffering.
Every soldier who receives the blessing feels like a fruit that has been instantaneously ripened, outwardly powerful, but filled with countless subtle energy cracks and depletions of life's essence inside.
Once thrown into high-intensity combat, the lighter consequence is a retreat in cultivation, the heavier one is an instant death.
So, the mission of the Battlefield Apricot Grove Army is not just to save lives. The chief research officer, Old Lu, walked over, pushing up his thick glasses, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins.
Chapter 75, Fatal Weakness, Daughter of the National Champion. Li Xuan's shoulders drooped.
This master of war, who had faced a black tsunami made of demons without trembling hands on his gun, now felt a bone-chilling coldness.
That was helplessness. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom, exhausting all, would ultimately fall at this most fatal link of logistics? Could it be that while Lin Xuan burned his life at the front, we, the ones being protected, couldn't even gather a team to treat his wounds and stabilize his foundation? Shame. This is a huge disgrace that could be nailed to the history of the Dragon Kingdom's battles.
In the deathly silence of the command center, a young staff officer mustered his courage, his voice trembling. "General, perhaps, there is one more place." Li Xuan abruptly turned around, his gaze now fierce, not with authority but as if grasping at the only straw in desperation. The staff officer felt a chill, but still gritted his teeth, pulling out a dusty top-secret file.
The light screen unfolded. A badge intertwining a dragon pattern and an ancient elixir furnace faintly appeared. Su Medical Group.
The highest authority database records that the Su family is the only ancient medical family in the Dragon Kingdom, inherited for hundreds of years before the demon warfare. What they hold is ancient martial medicine, completely different from modern biological technology, specializing in repairing warriors' roots and meridian injuries. Their internal Heavenly Medicine Pavilion gathers the true top ancient hands of the Dragon Kingdom.
The young staff officer's voice lowered, full of deep reverence.
Our strength is broad, while theirs is refined, like gardeners carefully pruning the towering tree of martial arts. The assessment from 30 years ago estimated at least 3,000 talents in the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion meeting the standard of divine healers.
Boom!
This number struck everyone in the room like a heavy bomb, causing their minds to be drowned in buzzing.
The foundation of a family actually surpasses the total sum of the entire national machinery in a certain cutting-edge field. Then let's conscript.
The old General Zhao Tieshan slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot. In times of national crisis, how can we let them stay outside?
I'll lead the troops personally to invite them. No.
Li Xuan firmly stopped him. His gaze was fixed on that ancient badge, his expression incredibly complex.
The Su family is different.
He gradually spoke, his voice filled with caution. They are a heritage, the oldest roots of this land of the Dragon Kingdom. For 30 years, the supplies and medicines they donated are invaluable.
They are heroes, not sinners.
We can order any department, but we cannot use guns to force a meritorious family that has bled for the country.
That would chill the hearts of 14 billion people.
Li Xuan closed his eyes. The command center once again sank into a despair heavier than a grave.
Forcing conscription is no different from robbery? But if we don't conscript, is Lin Xuan's life to fill this terrifying gap?
Time passed like a cruel torture.
Every second felt like a burning steel needle piercing Li Xuan's heart. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes.
In his murky gaze, all hesitation had vanished, leaving only a commander making the final decision in the moment of life and death. He did not walk toward the military command platform but instead headed for the red communicator in the corner, symbolizing the highest authority. He picked up the microphone, his voice calm but carrying the weight of his life.
Connect. Su family, Tianqing Bun.
He paused and added that name of great weight in the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom.
I want to speak with Su Wentian. At the same time,
in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, deep in a classical garden that is not open to the public, pavilions, water pavilions, and winding paths lead to quiet corners. The air is filled with the fragrance of centuries-old medicine that can bring dead wood back to life.
Su family's ancestral home. In the study, the Zetan desk holds incense wafting gently.
A middle-aged man with a refined appearance, dressed in a white tang suit, held a smooth jade chess piece, hovering above the board, not yet falling.
The current head of the Su family, Su Wentian.
One of the founders of Dragon Country's biotechnology engineering, hailed as a national master, a legend. Opposite him sat a young woman in a simple white long dress, her aura cold, as if untouched by the smoke of the human world.
Su Wentian's only daughter, Su Wancheng. At the age of 22, she achieved a world-class breakthrough in the field of nerve regeneration, a top genius.
At this moment, her clear eyes, which should have scrutinized details under a microscope, were fixed without blinking on the light screen beside her father. On the light screen was the most subtle life field fluctuation image captured by the Academy of Sciences when Lin Xuan was granted divine favor. "Dad, I want to go to the battlefield of gods and demons." Her voice was like herself, cold and firm. Snap. The jade chess piece in Su Wentian's hand fell onto the board. A crisp sound carried a hint of undeniable tremor. He did not raise his head, his voice was steady, yet held an unchallengeable authority. "Reason. The field of military apricot is short-handed." Su Wanqing replied quickly. "The capital's first military district general hospital has military doctors with far more experience than you." Su Wentian finally looked up, his gaze calm like a deep pool of water. "The battlefield is not your laboratory. Your hands are meant to conquer incurable diseases, to prolong the life of national treasures, not for bandaging soldiers at risk of dying in the mud and blood." His words were harsh but were the survival rules that the Su family had passed down for hundreds of years. "Good steel is used on the knife's edge." At this point, amidst Su Wentian's steady voice, a trace of tremor could not be suppressed. "Wanqing, you are my only daughter. Your mother, before she left, I vowed to protect you for a lifetime. What kind of place is the battlefield of gods and demons? A meat grinder. I have seen those confidential battle reports, endless trucks of severed limbs. I cannot bear to watch you go to such a place." Su Wanqing looked at her father's instantly reddened eyes, her cold heart pierced sharply. She paused and softened her voice slightly. "Dad, I know everything. But protecting me is not confining me in this safe garden. If Mom were here, she would be proud of me." Su Wanqing's gaze became sharp again, staring straight at her father. "My path is not in a sterile laboratory, nor in this safe rear. My path lies at the edge of that meat grinder, pulling one living life back from the deadline after another." "Dad, you watched the live broadcast of the Heaven's Eye." Su Wanqing did not give him another chance to refute, just stating a fact. "General Lin is 19. He should be the most precious national treasure of our dragon country, but now he is using his life to pave the way for all of us. Those tens of thousands of warriors who receive divine favor have bodies like forcibly ripened fruit, powerful on the outside, yet full of cracks inside. Conventional medicine is ineffective, only our Su family's solid foundation strengthening method can stabilize their roots." Chapter 76, The Su Family Goes to Danger, Ace Assembly. The entire command center was silent, a pin drop could be heard. "Jinnan, I have only one question." Su Wentian's voice remained calm but bore unmistakable strength. "Can the Heavenly Doctor Pavilion send 2,000 elites to reinforce the front line? Is there a place for my Su family's descendants in the expeditionary army?" "Yes." Li Jinnan straightened his spine suddenly, his roar shaking the command center. "How can there not be? The Dragon Soul Expeditionary Army, the Heavenly Doctor Unit, is to be formed by your Su family. In the name of the Dragon Country's commander, I grant you the highest scheduling authority. I, Li Jinnan, represent the Dragon Country, the 1,400 million compatriots, and the 80,000 soldiers who are about to go to the battlefield." This iron-blooded commander, who had fought all his life, suddenly bent low at the light screen. A deep bow of 90 degrees. "Thank you, Su family, for your sacrifice for the country." Behind him, Zhou Xinghua, Chen Jing, and all the generals bearing golden stars simultaneously saluted the light screen, paying the highest respect of soldiers. This is the highest tribute of military spirit to the essence of wind. Su Wentian watched the scene, and his eyes finally filled with a layer of moisture. He nodded slowly, and in his voice, there was finally a hint of his father's admonition. "My daughter, Wanqing, will accompany the army to battle. I entrust her safety to you. Please rest assured, Su family master." Li Jinnan stood up straight, and his voice crashed into the command center, each word heavy as 1,000 stones. "I, Li Jinnan, along with all the soldiers of Longhua, will be the shield for Miss Su. As long as we are here, the position is here. As long as we are here, Miss Su will be safe." The communication was cut off. Li Jinnan slowly put down the communicator, leaning against the cold command platform, as if all his strength had been drained away. He looked at the blood-red mark on the sand table, and the solemnity and guilt in his eyes were almost overflowing. "You, my child, how much must you bear before you are willing to stop?" Su family, Tianqing Courtyard. The ancient bronze bell was struck, and the sound rang long and distant, penetrating the medicine house and study. Figures walked out from various places. They were either white-haired or in the prime of life, without the slightest military ferocity, but rather with an intense presence of scholarly aroma and medicinal fragrance. Members of the Su family's core, Tanny Pavilion. 7,300 people gathered silently in the square before the ancestral home. Su Wanqing, in a white dress, held a glass jade token, stepping onto the high platform. Behind her stood the calm-faced Su Wentian. Uncles, brothers, and sisters. Su Wanqing's voice was cool, yet carried a gentle penetrating power. On the Yanhuang barrier, 49,673 brothers in arms have returned home.
A 19-year-old boy named Lin Xuan is using his life to light the way home for another group of soldiers. She did not elaborate, only stating the facts. But these two facts weighed tens of thousands of pounds. A soldier's fate is to spill the last drop of blood on the front lines. Then what is our duty as healers? Is it to watch them fall and then record a cold number in the history books? No. Su Wanqing's voice was soft but firm. My Su family has enjoyed the country's grace for 1,000 years and the worship of thousands of people, not to live in the peace of this garden, enjoying a lifetime of good reputation. Her gaze swept across the audience. General Lin's way is to guard. The soldier's way is to charge. And our way as healers is to stand behind them, standing as close to death as possible. Use our hands to stitch the wounds. Use our medicine to ignite their extinguished vitality. We promise every hero bathing in blood on the front lines. We will catch each one of you who falls. Su Wanqing raised the jade token high, the glass reflecting a compassionate yet resolute brilliance in the sunlight. Today, Wanqing, in the name of the young master of Tianyi Pavilion, earnestly requests everyone, follow me to battle. Select 2,000 elite members, all those in the pavilion who have mastered the fortify the foundation and strengthen the roots technique, may enter this list. Within an hour, rush to the national crisis. She took a deep breath, her voice clear and resonant, echoing through the skies. This battle is not for fame, only for a compassionate heart. May we exchange what we have learned for the safety of the soldiers, for the peace of the mountains and rivers. Deathly silence. After a brief silence, from the crowd, figures stepped forward without hesitation. Among them were elderly men with white hair, composed middle-aged men, and countless young people in their prime. Determined gazes, firm steps. A formation of 2,000 people quickly took shape before Su Wanqing. No one hesitated, no one shrank back. Until there are no more injured. 2,000 great healers of the nation, dedicating their lives to saving lives. Today, they are going to save a country. At the same time, in the western suburbs of Yanjing, Longhan Military Airport, 30,000 soldiers dressed in new black combat uniforms have completed their lineup. Longhan Expeditionary Army. Unlike the demon-suppressing army that survived calamities, their eyes did not show madness, but only the absolute calmness and confidence of an elite force. The wind swept across the tarmac, stirring up the fierce dust. A man with 2 gold stars on his shoulders and a vicious scar on his face walked onto the review stand. The commander of the Longhan Expeditionary Army, Wang Yi. He did not mobilize. His gaze swept over, carrying the coldness of inspecting steel. Listen up, all of you. Wang Yi's roar echoed like thunder in dry ground, exploding in everyone's ears. Look at yourselves. Look at the people beside you. In Dragon Country, for 30 years, the most elite soldiers, the bravest of the brave, are all here. Do you know where you are going? Yes. The roar of 30,000 people merged into a torrent of steel. Yes. The Yanhuang barrier. Wang Yi's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his voice carried an uncontrollable madness. A place where 49,673 brothers just died. A place where the bones are still warm, and the blood is not yet dry. I ask you, are you afraid? In the square, breathing suddenly became heavy. No one answered. But the bodies that tensed up in an instant, and the knuckles that turned white from clenching, explained everything. Afraid? Wang Yi's roar rose, carrying a sense of unexplainable relief and cruelty. Let me tell you, fear is right. Those who are unafraid are fools. They are heartless beasts. But I am here today, not to send you to your deaths. His finger pointed to the 120 Kunping transport planes, his arm trembling from effort. You are going to seize a tremendous opportunity. An unparalleled gift obtained with the lives of over 40,000, and with our commander Lin burning himself. Soldiers like dragons. That is not just a slogan. When you arrive there, each of you will be reborn. You will have the strength to tear apart demons. You will become dragons. You will personally avenge the fallen comrades and the slaughtered compatriots. Chapter 77, The Nation is Fuel, the leap begins. In the capital, People's Square. This was once the Hall of Glory in peaceful times. Today, it has become the most solemn oath-taking place of Dragon Country. 120 Kunping giant transport planes stood silently, the low-frequency hum of engines shook the air. Beneath the aircraft stood 50,000 figures. With Wang Yi's 30,000 dragon souls as the bone, and drawing 1,000 elite fighters from various war zones, a total of 40,000 combat troops. Led by Su Wanqing, 2,000 heavenly physicians as the core, supplemented by 3,000 military medical elites under Qinjing, totaling 5,000 medical troops. Led by academician Wang Bo, gathering the top research talents from across the nation, totaling 50,000 research support troops. 50,000 blades of the nation formed cold, rim formations, standing still here. Among them, there were seasoned iron-blooded veterans, those who healed the world, as well as seemingly frail research fanatics.
Diverse identities, different temperaments. The only common point was the gaze directed towards the high platform. That was a look of absolute trust, surrendering life, glory, and even soul completely. The Eye of the Skies broadcasted this scene live to 14 billion compatriots of Dragon Country. In the live stream, the flood of comments never ceased.
My son. Fifth one from the left in the third row. That little brat boasted when he left, saying he was going to be Commander Lin's bodyguard. Come back safe. I saw Miss Su Wanjing. She really went. This is a true goddess. My husband is from Dragon Soul.
He said everyone in Dragon Soul are Commander Lin's diehard fans. Whoever speaks ill of Commander Lin, they can draw their swords on the spot. This is the foundation of our Dragon Country.
Who wouldn't be dazzled by this formation? Please, you must win.
Amidst the attention of the multitude, Lin Xuan slowly walked onto the high platform. He did not wear the general's uniform symbolizing the highest power, but an ordinary dark gray Zhongshan suit.
Calmly standing on the high platform.
This pillar of Dragon Country merely used his bloodshot eyes, looking at each formation one by one. He saw the hideous scar on Wang Yi's face, and the suppressed battle intent beneath the scar. He saw the cold face of Su Wanjing, hiding a fiery heart belonging to a healer. He saw each young or old face, holding the determination called to rush toward national peril. At last, his gaze pierced through the screen, landing on the fellow countrymen of the Dragon Nation, 14 billion strong. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse, yet clear enough to reach everyone's ears. Behind me are 50,000 of the finest sons and daughters of the Dragon Nation. In front of the screen are 14 billion hearts connected by blood to them. I understand the feeling of sending your own child to a life and death battlefield. Because each one of them is also my child. Lin Xuan's back slightly hunched for a moment, but he immediately straightened up. So today, I promise only one thing. His gaze swept across the crowd, his voice suddenly rising, each word ringing with strength. In this battle, we will no longer let a boy named Lin Xuan carry the hopes of our entire nation alone. We have heard your wishes. We have felt your anger. The whole nation shall be the firewood, igniting this sacred fire of salvation. In this battle, we will use victory to comfort the 49,673 heroic souls. In this battle, we will use victory to welcome back our General Lin the King's return. As his words fell, there were no mountain-shaking cheers. Only 50,000 wills converging into a silent torrent of steel, soaring into the sky. That will was called Death Battle. Lin Xuan's chest heaved violently, and he suddenly turned, no longer saying more. He lifted his head, looking towards the sky. Before the expedition sets off, you must know what kind of hell lies ahead. His voice was cold to the bone. Eye of the sky. Boom. In the square, the sky suddenly twisted, and a scene spanning the horizon unfolded out of thin air. What appeared in the image was not a demon's hell, but a city. A city forged entirely of pitch-black metal, growing from the depths of the earth like a steel giant. The city walls were covered with fierce claw marks and charred explosion pits, the scars of a giant beast that would never heal. Flame yellow barrier. The camera suddenly zoomed in, piercing through the energy shield, directly entering the hero plaza of the city. That dark monument, a broken sword that pierced the sky, stood silently. In the plaza, over 30,000 naked figures were undergoing an almost self-destructive crazy training. There were no roars. Only the groans of bones under unbearable strain and the muffled sounds of teeth grinding. They were surrounded by golden vapor of blood and vitality, and with each punch they threw, a dull thunderous sound erupted. Their eyes did not look like those of the living. It was a gaze mixed with extreme sorrow, endless rage, and absolute faith, a madman's gaze. The 50,000 expedition troops in front of the light screen held their breath in shock. Wang Yi's scarred face twitched violently. Deep in his heart, his proud iron-blooded military discipline was collapsing. The Dragon Soul warriors under him were polished into killing machines through the strictest discipline and the most scientific training, but compared with the group in the image. Discipline? Science? In the face of a madman's will that was filling the gap with lives, everything seemed so pale and powerless. Damn it, this is the real soldiers. Wang Yi clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedding deep into his palms. Su Wanqing's pupils contracted to the extreme. Her reaction was quicker and deeper than Wang Yi's. In her eyes that could see the essence of life, what she saw was far more than muscle tearing. That was cellular collapse and reorganizing, the essence of life being forcefully burned under the fire of faith. Each time the golden light rain repaired them, it was like drinking poison to quench thirst, forcibly holding onto their lives while leaving spiderweb-like subtle cracks deep in their foundations. They're insane, they're all insane. She murmured, her usually cold voice shaking for the first time. Ordinary nurturing the foundation isn't enough. This requires methods to reverse the entropy increase of life.
We must stabilize their foundation before they completely run out of energy.
At this moment, she felt immensely glad that she had come. Her battlefield was right there.
Do you see? Li Jiannan's voice echoed in everyone's heart. This is the battlefield you are about to reach. This is the brotherhood that Lin Xuan won for you with divine favor. Every ounce of pain they endure will turn into the sharp blade in your hands, striking against demons. Li Jiannan's voice paused, becoming incredibly grave. Now, I will ask one last time. Are you ready? Ready. This time, the response was no longer fervent, but a heavy resolve forged by reality, as weighty as a mountain. Good. Li Jiannan suddenly raised his head, issuing the final command to the sky. Celestial Eye, coordinate locked, Huyan Barrier Hero Square. Connect with Commander Mu Qingxue, activate the spatial beacon. His voice echoed through the sound amplification array, resounding through heaven and earth, carrying an undeniable determination. Initiate. Buzz. On the solid ground of the square, the huge teleportation array that had already been laid out was activated. Countless runes emitted a high-frequency resonance at the same moment, with beams of light tracing from the edges to the center, outlining a vast star map. Golden light shot up from the array, transforming into an expansive sea of light that completely engulfed the 50,000 standing figures. Above the sky, a gigantic blue vortex opened up. Li Jiannan shouted with all his strength, roaring out the final 4 words. Shenzhou Teleportation. Chapter 78, Lin Xuan breaks through, 80,000 troops. The golden sea of light from Shenzhou Teleportation receded like a tide. In the center of Hero Square, the Black National Monument stood, while the ground around it was scorched by horrifying heat, crystallizing into a massive glazed array. 50,000 figures appeared in thin air, like black divine swords thrust into the square, silently. They wore matching pure black battle uniforms, with a burning golden dragon soul totem on their chests, exuding a fierce bloodlust. Dragon Soul Expedition Army. They have arrived. Under the national monument, Mu Qingxue, dressed in armor, stood tall and had been waiting here. Behind her, Zhou Zhanghua and other demon-subduing army generals narrowed their pupils, staring at this suddenly appeared army, feeling a chilling sharpness rushing towards them. Such strong killing intent. The demon-subduing army was filled with sorrow, burdened by deep blood feuds, crazed from crawling back from hell. Yet this expedition army was a sword recently pulled from the sea of corpses and blood, wiped clean, born solely for slaughter. Every one of them was a king selected from the mountains of corpses across Dragon Nation's war zones, the cream of the crop. In the military formation, a burly middle-aged general with a centipede-like scar on his face stepped forward. He walked up to Mu Qingxue and offered a salute that could be called a textbook example. Commander of the Dragon Soul Expedition Army, Wang Yi. I come to report on the orders of General Li Jiannan. His voice thundered. Welcome. Mu Qingxue nodded, her gaze passing over Wang Yi and sweeping towards the steel forest behind him. The demon-subduing army was forged steel, while this expedition army was a sharpened poison blade. At this moment, several formations suddenly unfolded behind the expedition army. Within the military formation, 2 figures stepped forward simultaneously. One was a cold-looking female general with the golden star on her shoulder and wearing frameless glasses. The other was a young man in a gray lab coat, with eyes sharp as knives. Behind them were thousands of soldiers in white uniforms from the Xinglin army and those in blue work clothes from the research department, all standing straight as guns, silent as the grave. Commander of the battlefield Xinglin army, Chen Jing, reporting to Commander Mu. Commander of the research department, Qin Yu, reporting to Commander Mu. Mu Qingxue's gaze scanned over them, briefly lingering on Su Wanqing at the front of the white-uniformed Xinglin army, nodding slightly towards the 3. We need you in the Huyan barrier. These words weighed heavily as 1,000 pounds. It is our duty. Chen Jing adjusted her glasses, her voice showing no ripples. Qin Yu, silent as ever, simply straightened his body again, standing in the most standard military posture as a silent response. But in that moment, Wang Yi's breath nearly stopped. On his face, fiercely cut by scars, the muscles twitched uncontrollably, and that ghastly scar seemed to come alive. The image on the screen was nothing compared to a first-hand experience. He saw it. Right in the midst of their formation, in this vast hero square, over 30,000 demon-slaying soldiers stood bare-chested, engaged in a crazy practice he couldn't understand. They did not look like soldiers. They were a bunch of demons crawling back from the deepest hell, living only for revenge. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood and a burnt scent from the energy. No slogans, no roars. Only the crack sound of bones being forcibly twisted, the tearing sound of muscles, and the muffled thuds from crushed jaws. Each punch exploded with a dull sound, creating visible shockwaves. Their gazes were hollow and numb, yet deep inside burned a crazy flame that could consume everything. This. Behind Wang Yi, the king of soldiers among 40,000 elite warriors fell silent collectively. Their proud iron-blooded fierceness was as fragile as a layer of window paper in front of these silent madmen. This is the army that has received Marshal Lin's bestowal?
A Dragon Soul sergeant's voice was dry, his throat rolling violently. They thought they had come to receive a great opportunity.
But now they realized the bitter, crazy price behind this opportunity. Su Wanqing's reaction was quicker and deeper than Wang Yi's.
In her eyes, capable of seeing the essence of life, there was far more than just muscle tearing and bone lamenting. That was the collapse and reorganization at the cellular level. It was the essence of life being forcefully burned, catalyzed, and elevated under a supreme will's flame. Each golden rain of light that seemed to heal wounds was actually drinking poison to quench thirst. While forcibly holding on to life, it left spiderweb-like, dense microcracks deep at their roots. They are crazy, they are all crazy, Su Wanqing whispered in disbelief, her cold voice trembling for the first time. The conventional methods of boosting the foundation were simply not enough for these people. This required a means to reverse the increase of life entropy. They had to stabilize their foundation before they completely burnt out. In this moment, she felt immensely grateful that she had come. Her battlefield was right here.
As two armies' auras clashed and fell into an eerie silence. Boom!
Behind Hero Square, in the highest level gathering chamber sealed for Marshal Lin's retreat, a golden beam of light suddenly erupted into the sky. The beam condensed like substance, a divine spear piercing heaven and earth, creating a huge hole in the clouds of the sky. The vast, holy, harmonious, and flawless energy wave swept over the entire barrier like a tsunami.
Everyone's gaze was drawn to it. It's Marshal Lin. Marshal Lin has exited seclusion.
The frenzied training of the demon-slaying army came to an abrupt halt, as 34,112 pairs of eyes all focused on the direction of the rising beam.
In their numb gazes, a fiery, sun-like fervor was instantly injected. Creak!
The heavy door of the gathering chamber, forged from 9 nether-cold iron, silently slid open to the sides. A figure slowly walked out from within. His snow-white hair danced without wind, every strand flowing with a faint golden divine light.
He still wore that simple black outfit, but his whole aura was now entirely different.
If before, Lin Xuan was a peerless weapon burning himself to illuminate the dark. At this moment, he was a deity who retracted all slaughter, leaving only endless majesty and compassion. His skin was as white as jade, shining within, and that body, marred with scars from countless battles, was now as perfect as the most outstanding creation between heaven and earth.
Not a single flaw can be found. Flawless divine body.
He walked down the steps step by step, passing through the standing crowd, and finally stood in front of that towering monument, facing away from it, towards the 80,000 troops.
He simply stood there quietly, yet became the center of the entire world. Chapter 79, Final Respect, Divine Grace Returns. Lin Xian's gaze fell on Wang Yi.
Then he looked past him, examining the 50,000 faces behind him, each showing different expressions.
Steadfast, elegant, fervent. You are the last elite of Dragon Country.
His voice was not loud, but it penetrated into everyone's mind. It is General Li who personally hand-picked each of you from a sea of corpses.
Behind Wang Yi, many soldiers in the Dragon Soul Expedition Army stood taller in their formation.
A Dragon Soul Centurion instinctively touched the metal on his chest, earned with his life. That was his pride.
It was a fact. It was an indelible glory.
However, Lin Xian's next words instantly froze all pride.
But here. In Lin Xian's voice, all warmth was drained away.
Your past glory is worth nothing.
Buzz.
The air in the entire square seemed to be vacuumed by these words. The soaring spirit of those 50,000 was shattered by this cold word. The centurion's hand froze on his chest, and the shine on his face faded, leaving only pure astonishment. Lin Xuan raised his hand, pointing to the silent, dark monument behind him. In the sunlight, those 49,673 names looked like a solidified sea of blood.
Here, there are only two kinds of people. Living madmen. And the dead on the monument.
His gaze returned, once again locking onto the formation of the expedition army.
That gaze was like examining a pile of ore about to be tossed into the furnace. You will enter hell just like them.
He pointed to the soldiers of the demon suppression army nearby who had just stopped practicing, covered in blood, gazing at them with numb eyes. Training volume, 10 times.
Sleep, 2 hours.
Those who can't keep up, have only one outcome.
Lin Xian's voice became softer. Elimination.
These 2 words made everyone shiver more than any torture could.
Every warrior present understood.
In this war that gambled the fate of the nation, elimination meant something severe.
That meant you didn't even have the qualifications to become cannon fodder.
You would be stripped of your battle gear, sent back, nailed to the pillar of shame, and watch as your comrades shed the last drop of blood for you. For them, this was 1,000 times more painful than death.
Dragon Soul Expedition Army.
Wang Yi's scarred face twitched with rage as he stepped forward, the glass-like ground beneath his feet cracking like spider webs.
No rebuttal. No questioning.
Only a roar suppressed all unwillingness and shock, ultimately transforming into absolute obedience.
No one will be a deserter. Please, Marshal Lin, give the order. Please give the order, Marshal Lin.
Behind him, the 50,000 prideful soldiers were ignited with their primal ferocity after extreme humiliation. Their will reformed, turning into an even crazier smoke of rage.
Afraid?
They have never been afraid of hell. What they feared was being stripped of even the qualification to enter hell. Lin Xuan looked at this group of fierce soldiers, his expression unchanged. This was the kind of soldiers he wanted.
He said no more, turning to walk towards the formation of the research team.
He stopped in front of Qin. That young man in a gray lab coat, with eyes sharp as knives.
Your task is the heaviest. All the researchers behind Qin held their breath instantly.
I don't care what methods you use.
I want two things.
Lin Xuan extended two fingers, pale and long, yet seemed to hold up the entire technological future of Dragon Country.
First, a personal weapon that can heavily injure demon generals.
Second, a battlefield eye that can cover the entire Shanghai magic capital, real-time locking on all demon soldiers.
Can you do it?
Qin Yu pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting Lin Xuan's flawless face, as well as the crazily moving data streams in his eyes.
He closed his eyes. High-dimensional energy structure analysis. Rune matrix adaptive algorithm. Psychoenergy material aggregation technology. 3 keys, in his mind, instantly arranged and combined billions of possibilities. 3 seconds later, Qin Yu opened his eyes, and only absolute rationality remained in them. Report, Lin Xuan. His answer was calm to the point of being cold. Weapon, feasibility 78%.
7 days, deliver the first batch of experimental models Shijian.
Sky Eye, feasibility 92%.
Requires total computational power of the barrier, and...
He gazed intensely at Lin Xuan.
You, as the highest authority living data source, must fully cooperate.
Understood. Lin Xuan nodded. Ensure the task is completed.
Qin Yu's reply sounded like a declaration of a settled fact. Lin Xuan's gaze finally landed on that pure white square.
Battlefield Apricot Grove Army. His vision crossed over Commander Chen Jing, accurately landing on Su Wanqing's cold, ethereal face. Their eyes met. Su Wanqing's heart leaped violently.
In those starry, dark golden pupils, she saw herself and the fate of the 5,000 healers behind her.
Commander Chen Jing, Miss Su Wanqing. Present.
The two replied simultaneously.
The upcoming training will have casualties.
Lin Xuan stated the fact.
Su Wanqing's spiritual vision opened in an instant. She saw countless warriors within, life cracks spreading like spider webs. Energy infusion, forcibly breaking through, the foundation has been destroyed. High-intensity dueling will make them completely collapse.
Lin Xuan's gaze entrusted the lifeline of the entire army. I want you to pull their lives back from the hands of the King of Hell, one by one. I don't want my warriors to die on the training ground before we march into Shanghai. Please don't worry, Lin Xuan. Chen Jing's voice was still calm, but her clenched fist revealed the waves within her heart.
Battlefield Apricot Grove Army vows with our lives to protect every comrade.
Su Wanqing said nothing.
She just looked deeply at Lin Xuan and then nodded slightly.
That glance was the highest promise between healers regarding life.
Very good.
Lin Xuan smiled. That smile melted away a bit of the solemn atmosphere in the square. He looked around at the more than 80,000 pillars of the nation, assembled from the strongest combat forces, top technology, and finest medical skills of Dragon Country. He saw in their eyes the ignited flame of hope.
You are the most outstanding sons and daughters of Dragon Country. Your arrival gives this expedition the confidence to win. Now.
Lin Xuan spread his arms. His snow-white hair danced wildly, each strand beginning to flow with visible golden divine light.
A godlike majesty and compassion enveloped the entire place. Let me pay my respect for your courage.
Lin Xuan raised his head, his voice piercing through the clouds, resonating deep within each person's soul.
In my name.
Inherit the will of the fallen heroes, continue the divine grace of Dragon Country. He uttered those 4 words, heavy as Mount Tai.
Divine grace is vast. Chapter 80, The Gates of Hell Open, Time for Battle Preparation. Buzz. As the 4 words fell from Lin Xuan's mouth, the heavens and the earth changed colors.
In the center of the square, that black monument that devoured light transformed for the 3rd time into a miraculous singularity. Endless golden light erupted from deep within the monument, instantly engulfing the entire square, yet not a trace of scorching heat. A grand and mysterious Tao sound fell from the 9 heavens, directly resonating in everyone's soul, cleansing their will. Golden divine light shot up to the sky, exploding with a deafening roar above the high heavens. A golden rain of light more magnificent than the last enveloped the entire hero square. This time, under the light rain, were a full 50,000 new troops.
What the hell?
In the ranks of the Dragon Soul Expedition Army, a soldier, recently wounded by Lin Xuan's words worthless, instinctively cursed. He dumbly extended his hand, and a drop of golden rain fell into his palm.
That was a drop of essence of life, concentrated to the extreme. Raindrops merged into the skin.
A wave of warmth, gentle yet domineering, that he had never experienced before, explosively erupted throughout his limbs and bones. He felt his dried-up meridians, like cracked earth being nourished by a divine river, every inch of flesh greedily absorbing this sacred power. He had been stuck for a full 2 years, exhausting countless treasures with no progress in his mid-stage transformation, and at this moment, it unexpectedly made a sound of unbearable shattering.
This, damn it, is this divine grace? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This feeling.
It's 1,000 times better than bathing in the highest grade gene repair fluid.
My god, I feel like I could punch a prehistoric giant rhino to death.
After a brief moment of astonishment, the formation of 50,000 expedition troops completely erupted. They were no longer that disciplined, iron-cold elite force, but a group of children tasting divine candy for the first time. All pride, unwillingness, and glory were washed away in the face of this miracle, leaving only the most primal and pure joy and worship. Their gazes towards the white-haired figure completely changed. That was no longer the national treasure that needed their protection but a living god walking among them.
Deep within Lin Xuan's consciousness, a cold number flickered by. 12 billion points of belief were instantly deducted like a mountain collapse.
Before his belief reserves exceeded 60 billion, this was nothing but a drop in the ocean.
Worth it. What he wanted was an invincible divine army that could crush the abyss.
At the moment he confirmed it, the golden rain of light became denser and hotter.
Wang Yi's scarred face twitched violently.
As a master, what he sensed was far beyond ordinary people. This was not just simple spiritual energy infusion, that was too low level.
This was a higher dimensional resonance of the way.
The outline of the one-path convergence technique operated in his mind, dismantling those mysteries of the master realm he once thought would take decades to understand, now vividly impressed upon his soul. He could even see the power of the domain within him condensing and integrating at a speed that subverted the common sense of martial arts.
This was not accelerating cultivation.
This was like inviting a martial arts ancestor to lecture you nonstop for 24 hours. So this is how it feels at the peak of martial arts. Wang Yi clenched his fists tightly, feeling the qualitative change in the power within him, the fierce scar revealing not ferocity but a near obsession with the way. The next 50 days surpassed the past 30 years of his bitter training. On the other hand, in the formation of the research team, Xin Yu suddenly pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses bursting with a startling brightness. His brain was on fire. Countless streams of data, rune structures, and energy formulas collided and reorganized in his mind at a speed far beyond supercomputers.
High-dimensional energy aggregation requires an adaptive rune matrix as a stable anchor point. No.
It can use reverse spiritual energy collapse,
instantly compressing energy to a singularity and then detonating it. Battlefield Heavenly ISO, that's how it is.
The essence of the one-path convergence technique is the transformation of information and energy. I can use the barrier's spirit-gathering array as a signal base station, transforming each warrior's vital energy fluctuations into data, then calibrating it with Commander Lin as the highest authority server. One crazy yet feasible thought after another emerged like a star explosion.
7 days?
Xin Yu murmured, a mad smile spreading across his face.
Report to Commander Lin. I take back my previous words.
He suddenly lifted his head and yelled at Lin Xuan's direction with all his strength.
3 days.
Within 3 days, the Killing General prototype will be guaranteed to be completed. And in the formation of the Xinglin army, Su Wanqing closed her eyes. Her spiritual vision was pushed to its limit. She clearly saw the soldiers of the demon-subduing army in the distance, beneath their seemingly powerful vitality.
The cracks of life were scattered like broken glass.
Their source of life, like filaments forced through excessive electric currents, burst forth with brilliant light, yet were heading towards a breaking point. This divine blessing is the greatest gift, and also the deadliest poison. While it grants power, it also crazily exhausts the future of life.
Su Wanqing tightly clenched a silver needle hidden in her sleeve.
The tip of the needle was cold. Yet her heart was hotter than ever.
This is my battlefield, she told herself. Ecstasy was spreading, shock was fermenting.
A dragon spirit centurion, who had just broken through to the transformation realm, was howling to the sky, overwhelmed by extreme excitement, his aura spiraling out of control. At that moment, not far from him, an old soldier of the demon suppression army sat cross-legged, without opening his eyes, casually raising a hand. That violent aura flowed away like a stream into the sea, instantly vanishing without a trace. The howling abruptly stopped. The ecstasy on the centurion's face froze, as he stared blankly at the old soldier. The old soldier slowly opened his eyes. They were lifeless, hollow eyes, yet deep down hid a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He looked at the centurion, as if looking at a lamb about to be sent to the slaughterhouse. The corners of his mouth twisted into a painful curve. His hoarse voice spoke.
Welcome to hell. The flames of ecstasy were instantly doused by a bucket of icy water from the abyss.
Only then did the centurion realize that this 16-fold cultivation speed was not meant for him to take a vacation, but to qualify him to die on a more brutal battlefield. Lin Xuan watched all of this unfold.
He was very satisfied. Arrogant soldiers need correction. Sorrowful soldiers need purpose.
Now, everything was ready. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, surveying the entire scene. His calm gaze carried a reassuring power.
Now, listen to me. His voice, enhanced by the power of mastery, clearly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 81, The War Sandbox, A Gluttonous Feast.
In the Yanhuang Barrier, the highest command center. On the metallic walls, blue energy lines pulsed like veins, emitting a barely audible hum. The air was cold. Lin Xuan walked in front. Behind him were 5 shadows with different auras. Dragon Spirit Commander Wang Yi, with heavy steps that seemed to measure the earth, his scarred face was sharply defined in the dim light. Demon Suppression Army Leader Mu Qingxue, with her ponytail tied high, her sharp gaze and tightly pressed lips revealed years of battlefield resolution.
Xinglin Army Commander Qin Jing, wearing frameless glasses, her calmness itself was a powerful aura.
Research Commander Qin Yu, in a gray lab coat, his eyes beneath the lenses seemed to burn with countless data. Su Wanqing, in a white dress, stood out vividly against the stark black and gray. Her dark pupils reflected only the shimmering white-haired silhouette of Lin Xuan.
Sit.
Lin Xuan walked to the giant circular sand table in the command center and said just one word. The 5 sat down in unison at their respective positions.
Hum.
Lin Xuan raised his hand, hovering above the sand table. The entire sand table suddenly lit up, and a massive 3-dimensional illuminated city map silently unfolded before everyone. Upon seeing the city, Mu Qingxue's body quivered imperceptibly, her knuckles turned white from the tension.
Wang Yi's pupils constricted sharply. It was a city completely soaked in darkness and blood. A murky river flowed through it, with countless monstrous nests lurking like tumors on the city's body.
At the very center of the city, a colossal black arena, so large it defied the laws of physics, quietly lay in wait. It looked like an ancient beast that had swallowed countless souls and fallen into a deep slumber. Just looking at it made breathing difficult.
Shanghai, the Magic City. Once the eastern pearl of the Dragon Kingdom, now a purgatory on Earth.
This is the military deployment map before Shanghai fell 10 years ago.